Okay, welcome, welcome. Ah, I'm so excited for the Bologna. Hello, Sipwao, and hello, Koopa. We have a long day ahead of us. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I will open up the stream for you guys, but first, I'm gonna put up a prediction. I'm gonna put up a prediction, and I'm excited to see if the winning legend will be from set 1 or from set 2. Because right now it's looking like everybody's on set 1 legends. Like everybody who's actually trying to win the whole event. So, but I'm gonna be how's it said? Hopeful. Maybe there's some surprise. I don't know, something. Surprise something. Wait, I actually have to do this for a second. Put this on. Put this on and then put this on. Wristbound Twitch. Okay, so you guys can probably hear the Twitch now. The wristbound Twitch. Then I'll open this. And put this on. Okay, this is my caster avatar for today. What do you think? What do you think, guys? What do you think? And I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna close my other things. That's my thumbnail. I was doing my thumbnail for my YouTube stream, so there you go. And then this here and this here. Hate, love, same thing. Draven would love some. True, actually. How can I be hate watching? How can I be hate watching when I have the Draven avatar myself? Unfortunately, there's no better quality for the stream. No even 1.4K. Come on, Riot. Come on, Riot. You can do better than that. You can do better. Only 1.8. And are the audios good? The audio's good. I hope we get straight into the gaming instantly. So we don't have to wait for very long. Ooh. Man, I'm jealous. Man, I'm jealous for everybody. Everybody who's attending Bologna. Man, I'm jealous. No, where am I? Where am I? YouTube might have better quality. True. Let me check. Let me check. I will just check on my phone real quick on how good the YouTube quality is. Because
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the regional qualifiers for
Thank
Rick
you.
back here in Bologna, Italy.
Back
It is
here
a
in
beautiful
Bologna.
city and a beautiful day to be determining a top 8 and then an eventual champion here for the first European.
think about it, guys. This is the first
Europe. I am James
European
Murray, joined by
qualifier.
Leonard
The
Koenig
first.
here to walk you through the
That's
beginnings of the day
crazy.
for day 2. Leo,
That's
it was a great day
crazy.
1. What are you looking forward to today?
No, YouTube doesn't have
What can I
any
say?
better.
Everything, there are so
YouTube
many
stream
great
isn't any
players.
better
I've
for
already
some
been
reason.
Going through the top tables of the first round that I have seen, there's so much
The
diversity
stream is
still, but
well,
there's of course also
we're
so
gonna have to
many
deal with
talented
this.
Rift
We're gonna have to
bounders
deal with this.
meta decks like Draven, and I just can't wait to see them perform in perfection.
Yeah, we're down to 264 players currently in the tournament. We're going to be whittling our way through to,
264
top
players.
64. I believe that's
Okay,
where the
okay.
qualifications for regional championships
Okay.
will end up. The other
Draven
thing
would
we're
also
doing today,
probably
of
hate other
course,
Draven.
is 5 rounds of Swiss to
There can only be
determine the
one
top 8
one top 1 Draven.
all-important champion of the event. There's a lot on the line
That's true,
today,
that's true.
a lot in the way of prizing that we'll get to as
The
we get further
caster
through.
said
So
they
5
can't wait
rounds
to
of
see if
Swiss, and then
Draven
it's a
will
whole
win.
game in order to determine
I
the
beg to
winner.
differ. I'm sorry,
So,
but I beg to
we've
differ.
got the format there. Now we need some players. We need to know who we're watching for the rest
Yes.
of the day.
Who
so
we're
we
watching?
can take a look at our top players coming out of 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. And
Do I
not that many
recognize
8-0s
any of
left
these
in the
names?
tournament. Only 5 so far, and there is quite a lot of Draven on this list.
Yep. Definitely might be
Draven,
the
Ezreal,
best,
Draven,
but,
Draven,
on the
Ezreal,
second
Draven.
place you see Ezreal, the prodigal explorer. Wonder who that player might
Draven,
be.
Ezreal, Draven, Draven,
That is
Ezreal,
a player
Draven.
that
Oh
most
no.
of
Oh
dedicated
no,
Rift
oh
bounders
no.
already know. Marcus Patel on the
It's
first
not
place
looking
after
good,
Swiss
guys.
after day 1. What else do we have? We have some Aurelia, and Kai'Sa is not really having
It
the
is not
best
looking good.
conversion rate.
Yeah, that's a
There-
matchup that we're gonna
Surprisingly, only one
I'm sure talk
Irelia.
about a little bit later,
Surprisingly,
but Kai'Sa and
only one
Aurelia,
Irelia.
kind of when
I
they
would have
head-to-head, that
expected
does tend to
more.
be a difficult matchup for the Kai'Sa, so not too surprised to see a little bit of diversity just on the outskirts, but the fact that 8-0 in the Swiss, Draven dominating so far. I think
Draven
as we
dominating
get
so
higher and
far.
higher
Yeah,
up
yeah.
the
Oh
standings up
man.
through
Oh
the
man. There is
tournament,
one
we might
Kai'Sa.
start seeing a little bit of a struggle there. I'm
Yeah, the list
imagining a lot of
the
great
list has
mirrors
changed a
behind
little
the
bit from
so
set 1
we
for
are
sure.
likely to whittle the pool down. But
Too bad they
we'll
can't
find
tell
out
us
through the
if
rest
it's
of the day to see
mid-range
who
or
ends up in the
miracle.
top 8, because there is a
True,
lot
true,
on
true,
the
true,
line
true.
for players, especially if you're not
True
playing Draven
unbroken
as well.
machines.
If you're looking for a best of
Yeah,
champion
but,
card or legend card, there's quite a
but,
wide open selection at this point. So when we look at pricing for the event, of course everybody is trying to
I
win the
think
event,
they're
become
gonna
the
like
first
release
regional
the
qualifier champion,
lists
take that Blade of the
when we
Ruined
get to
King
like top cut,
ultimate
like top
card,
64, was
play
it?
mat, and secure
That they're gonna
yourself
release
as
the
top
lists,
of the
if I'm not
standings
too
for
wrong.
this event. But there's a
So,
lot still on the line.
so
top 8 promos,
then we're gonna know.
prizes all the way
At
through
least they
to
did that
32nd,
last
and
time.
of course
At
best
least
of
they
pricing that we've talked
like
about all
released
weekend.
the
Absolutely
lists
gorgeous. All of these cards
at
promos
the top
and
cut.
playmats, but yes, the best
You know,
of.
Mark.
There's only, I think, 3 legends
And
that are not in the running.
What's your opinion on the
anymore.
Blade of the
So we
Ruined
have
King
so
champion?
many different legends that are still being played
Blade of the
in
Ruined
Dayton
King.
that still
I think
do
it's
have a
so
chance
cool.
to make
It's like the
top
OG
8 cut, and so many
Blade
players going
before
for
Viego, you
these
know,
crazy metal
made
cards.
it
We've seen
the
different
ruined
builds of
ruined
basically
blade,
everything.
or how do you
Some
say
people
it?
said, "Okay, I can play
I
some
think it's
chaos
awesome.
decks, and
I
I'm going to
think
go
it's
for a more
awesome.
miracle version of my deck where I have loads of card draw. I'm playing Ezreal Prodigy, but we also have had some dedicated legend
Also,
decks.
on-
I'm just
I just wanna
Yeah, that's been really
point out
interesting.
this
And you know what? I
very
would say
quickly.
one of the most interesting parts about it is the fact
From
that
the top
there are some
10
decks that we were
players,
like, well, Rumble, you're only playing for best of card. You're not
only
really
1
playing
out
for
of
too much
10
more. Well, we
wasn't
cast
running
Rumble
purple,
yesterday
Yeah.
that made
and
it
that was
through
the
to day
Kai'Sa.
2, and is looking pretty good.
So
I
9
saw Lux
out
on
of
the top
10
table. I know we
were
had Renato
purple.
Glask on the featured
That's
match yesterday as
crazy.
well. So depending on
Oh,
you know,
true,
who
don't
your
forget
favorite
the
legend is,
announcement.
there's no
True,
reason
true,
not
true,
to
true,
try
true,
and
true,
get
true,
to the
true.
stage here at a regional qualifier. And the way
What's
to
yours?
do that, mine. I'm an
Is
RE player
Blade of
right
the Ruined
now,
King
but I'm
playable
sure when
in
more and more
Darius?
legends come out,
There's
some
gonna
of my favorites
be
from League of Legends and
there's
Wild
probably
Rift
gonna
will
be
end up having decks for themselves. But
some
if you wanna
kind
get
of
to the regional
a,
qualifier stage yourself, there's a couple ways to do it.
Death
And
Knell
the best
deck
way to do it to get yourself a little
in
bit
the
of
near
sleep
future,
extra on day
where Blade of the
one is
Ruined
to
King
enter
will
some of the
finally
skirmish,
Yes.
be
get the
insane.
win, get a round
So
one bye in
don't
a
sell
regional
your Blade of the
qualifier,
Ruined Kings for
and
cheap.
you can, find yourself here among the best players.
Don't
And also
sell
it's
your
first
sell
of
your
all
borks
fun, and
for
second of all, great
pennies.
practice as well, because these are the more
Be
competitive
sure
events
to
of the
keep
tool
your
exercise.
borks, and
It's more fun, of course you can try hard.
someday
Nobody's stopping you. But in these
Bork
skirmishes,
will be great
your
again.
local area
Someday.
responders,
So
they will find each other there, and
yeah,
it's-
Karthus
you know
Gaming.
what's going
Yeah,
on there.
yeah.
I wish I could say I'm an
I wish I
expert, try
predicted
harder,
after
but
seeing the
I'm
top
the person
10.
that lets, like, a
Yeah,
lot
but
of takebacks happen, and then I go
we
to
are.
on my
I think
rounds.
we're like one
So
or two
I'm the guy
matches
slowing down
from the
tournament,
top
maybe
cut.
being like, no, it's okay.
So
I'll be nice. I'll be nice. As soon as the summoner skirmish is
So
on, I'm playing to win. And it hasn't
you know,
happened yet,
I mean,
so
I mean, the
fine.
top 10 has
We'll make
already
work,
made it
at some
to the
point,
top
but,
cut because
you
they
know,
were
it's
like
not all
8
about
8-0
necessarily our
and
competitive prowess.
7-0.
Sometimes we do look into the
But
crystal ball of what we
the
think
top
is gonna
top
be
10
played
can
at the event.
technically
We did
still
some predictions
change
coming into,
before the top
Bologna
cut. What I'm
to
trying
look
to
at,
say.
okay, which champions do
5
we
rounds?
anticipate being at the top? And I will say after day one,
You mean
I
5
feel a little
matches?
bit vindicated
Like
in my Draven
5
pick. It was
whole
the easy
matches?
pick, like everybody expected Draven to be good. Unfortunately, I would say we haven't
Oh
seen
no!
the successful
I'm gonna be
Fiora
I'm
that
gonna
you
be
were
here for the
expecting,
next 10 hours.
Yeah, thanks for the side.
Sorry, I know. I couldn't
Well,
really soften that
well,
blow a little bit.
No, I
there's
think the
some
pick is
Riftbound to
still
be
great.
watched
I have
watched
been
today.
looking
I
through
see.
those
I
top
guess.
tables, and
I
did
guess.
not find too many Fiora players. Actually, you're right about that.
Oh
So
no,
maybe my
guys!
point
Oh
was a
no!
little bit off that
Oh
I made.
no!
We are seeing a Kai'Sa that is almost still undefeated. So in those top 10 players, there's still one
Okay, so
Kai'Sa,
these are the
which
like
is not a
predictions
lot,
of the
considering
casters.
that, you know, it was the same most
I
deck.
know
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure
I was gonna say, maybe
each of
it's
these
actually that
casters
you've seen
wanted to
something
pick
in Fiora
Draven,
tech that the players haven't. So maybe next
but
event,
maybe they said
grab yourself that
let's
round
all
one
pick
bye,
a
go out onto
different
the floor,
legend, so
and
it's
do
not
best on
boring.
Fiora and prove us all
Because
wrong, at that point.
99%
I'm hoping
of
we're
these
just about ready
casters
to
for
get
sure wanted to
ourselves
pick Draven as their
into
winning
the
legend.
action. So you talked about Kai'Sa and Sivir. That was
But maybe they had to like choose different legends, you know?
Do you feel knowing that both of these decks have somewhat made it to day 2?
Also,
overall pretty vindicated, I'm going to be honest. Sivir bringing 10
What about-
players into day
what was
2
it?
here at
so yeah,
RQ
is
Bologna.
the
I still am
is
quite
the
sad that no one players made it
Riftbound
through. I do
streams
think that,
audio
Barrett, when he reached out to me
good?
and asked me to cast, knew that I would be the one player that made
Do you want it
day 2,
louder?
and so
Do you
it's
want
just
it
trying to bring
quieter?
everyone down
Or is it
generally
perfect?
as a meta, as a staple in the game.
Yeah, but yeah,
Is
I
it
mean,
perfectly
you know,
balanced
when-
as all things
when
should be?
someone as prevalent and fantastic as you as an Ornn
So
player
yes,
steps
good
into the
for
room,
me.
you
Okay,
have to
okay, okay.
expect that something needs to knock you down. They can't let you just waltz into the event, win and go home, right?
They have
Exactly,
changed
it's
their
always a great
fits
waltzer as
fits
well.
from
Right.
yesterday.
You went for
They're
the
they're
Kai'Sa,
they're
I believe.
they're
Yeah,
trying to
31
deceive us
players
that
made
they
it to
shower.
day 2 overall.
31. And
So that's
they're in
that's
a
why
really
they're
strong
changing their
position as well. We've
clothes.
got some Kai'Sa players
They're
doing really
trying to
well.
deceive
I'm
us.
really proud. I still think that having the advantage of having that much practice with
Yeah.
Kai'Sa through set 1 through to set 2 here in Spirit Forge is
They're
where
casting
she shines,
a card game.
and I'm still really confident that the Kai'Sa players can bring
Why,
it
why are
home.
they
I
lying?
definitely
Why
see
are
a
they
Kai'Sa
lying? I'm
making
just
it
kidding.
to our top 10.
I like
think
the
that would be
the left caster
pretty
a lot.
expected at this point. Wouldn't be surprised if we have
They're
around
they're a
half
very
the
good
games,
League of
yeah, I
Legends
believe our
caster,
games are
and
ready.
it's
Round
so
9
nice to
of
see
the
them
regional
and hear them
qualifier here in
casting
Bologna
the
getting underway.
the
Players with
Riftbound
18
also,
points from
because
day
they're an
1
awesome
qualifier.
caster.
We have
And yeah,
246 players,
very
I
happy to
think,
see them
making it
cast
through.
cast
The exact
Riftbound
correct
too.
answer would be 252. And on your screen, you can see the Sivir extraordinaire himself. Not playing Sivir for this tournament, said he doesn't like it playing only best of 2 in rounds. So his move
A
over
Draven,
to
eats
Draven.
them.
It is
Right from the bat, we're
It
getting a
is indeed,
Draven.
and we've seen much of this glorious executioner across the weekend thus
no,
far.
guys,
But
it's over.
they are no
It's
short of tricks
over.
up their sleeve as we go into this interesting
Instantly into
matchup, which I wasn't
Draven.
expecting to see today, and I'm very pleased because I'm not quite sure
Oh, man.
how Draven will react. Draven has a lot of
Not
kind
good.
of recursion
Not
and
good.
a
I'm just
lot
kidding. I'm
of
just kidding.
buffs,
It
lots
could
of
be
ways to
fun to
make
watch.
units
It could be fun
bigger,
to
lots of
watch.
surprises.
I played
But
some
I'm not really
Riftbound
sure how it fares
with
into
him.
this
Oh,
matchup
is his
when you're
oh
looking
is
at
the caster's
loose
like
cannon of Jinx.
caster name Medic?
Yeah, Leela Eisman here on
I
the
see,
Jinx.
I
Something we did see at
see.
the end of yesterday.
Where did
using
you play
that
with him,
last
like
rise
IRL
later
or
into the
online?
game to try and recycle out of your trash. The Edge of Night as well, a really nice hidden card that can allow you just to play some tricks on your
17%.
opponents, but we'll see how effective it can
Set
be.
one.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Jinx
The prediction
legend
from
immediately
you
puts your
guys,
mind into a
from
very
two of you.
specific position.
17%
Oh, I
set
want
1
to
and
draw cards in hand,
83%
but
set
when
2.
you have this chaos core, when you have all of this card draw, you don't actually need to be in that spot. You use
Oh,
Jinx
in the
legend
Rift
as a
Lab server.
bonus
Oh, that's cool.
rather
That's
than
cool.
a
That's cool.
requirement to play the deck.
Yeah, there's no point in pigeonholing
That's
yourself. You might
cool.
as well say, well, it's a nice effect if it can happen, but it's not the be-all and end-all. It's not the most important thing.
Did you win though?
I think that's
Did
where,
you win though?
You know, where Draven does have the slight advantage when you're looking
Isn't
at this
that
matchup
the most
just
important
on
part?
paper,
It's not
is
about
that
playing,
legend
it's
effect
about
is
winning.
so strong with being able to do lots of combat. We love combat, and Jinx does fall into that trap a little bit. Jinx
Is
plays
this
a
a
lot of
Jinx
little units at
versus
the beginning,
Draven?
and Draven's like, "Ooh, delicious!" And
I was
they
reading
really can
chat, so I
take
didn't
kind of
notice.
a bit of a
Was the
lead with
Jinx
that, draw
playing
lots of
Miracle?
cards, and hopefully get into what they need to just ramp up. So when I'm
Was
thinking about
the
how
Jinx
this would
playing
work out
Miracle?
on paper,
Because
my brain does go to think, "Oh, okay, Draven does have the advantage here."
because
But
by
then
all
again,
means,
Jinx does work
shouldn't
in these
Draven
ebbs and
just win
flows.
this
You
one
need
if they're
those
playing
kind of
Miracle
small
versus
units
Miracle?
just to score a couple of early points and just get the ball rolling, and then you take those big pop-off turns.
100% agree. I think the risk for Jinx is you are playing into a Miracle variant.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did win. Why do you think he put Severe to win the tournament?
Moves, so it's hard when you're playing into a deck list that is a little bit more aggro focused, a little less consistent, generally Miracle over mid-range, but the ability to get a lot of units out early.
Oh,
really
that's pretty
shines
funny.
and
That's
get
pretty
through your
funny.
cards really quickly in
Yeah,
this
Miracle
wave of decks.
Jinx.
And Randy, obviously an experienced competitor.
Of
We saw him
course.
over in the Chinese
I
regionals, made
mean-
it to semi-finals over there on his Civil list. Here, bringing out the Draven.
I'm sorry, Jinx, but
Something a little bit more consistent
I'm
for
gonna
him
have to
when you
go with
replace
Draven
your
on this
entire
one. I'm
deck
gonna have to go with
round,
Draven
which
on
makes
this
it
one.
a bit easier when you
A
played
little
for
bit,
12
a
hours
A little
yesterday.
bit, yeah. They're long days.
Also,
and our
I
competitors
wonder
have
if
been doing
the
such a fantastic job
Jinx
so
has
far.
already
We quite
gotten
late
like
last
the
night,
medal
and so coming back this
legend,
morning,
or
getting
are
back
there
into the fray
other
is
other
honestly
Jinxes
very, very exceptional for all of them. And this just goes
on
to show how
making
high
it to
level
top
of
cut right now?
competition really is a endurance battle as well as
And-
knowing your matchups and your deck. It's actually a lot
And
about
I wonder
kind of the
if-
physicality of being here in person.
What was
But let's
the
jump
what was
straight
the
into
Darius's
game
name
as
from
David goes
yesterday?
in, starting us
Marshall.
off
I
with the
wonder
loose
why. I
cannon
wonder if
Jinx,
Marshall
and of
got
course,
the
just with a trigger
medal
to
Darius.
start things off,
8
which is a very
Jinxes.
typical play. That's exactly
Wow.
what we want, those low power units, and hopefully
That's pretty
Draven won't
good.
be able to draw
8
too many cards
Jinxes.
off of defeating them.
Yeah, we have Resort Warrens down towards the bottom side. Forge
Not
of
bad,
the
not
Fluff
bad.
as our top side battlefield.
Oh, yesterday there
So
were
when you
2
control your
Darius
legends, have
games.
tap, attach, and equipment, which is very strong when you're
2
looking for things
Darius
like Edge of
games.
Night, in
Was the
this
other
Jinx
Darius
deck.
playing
Also
hook or
works with
no?
long swords, can work with a spinning axe as well if you do control that battlefield. Turn 1 for Randy, he stacks
One
deck
early,
into
one
a
late.
Noxious Hopeful, 4
Okay,
might
okay.
really early on, and this is what
Because I
makes it
saw
so well.
Marshall's
You have these
list was a little
very cheap
clunky.
spells that let you
It was
cycle through your
it
deck,
bricked pretty
and then
hard.
afterwards
It
you can
bricked
get things
bricked
like
pretty
Noxious
hard.
Hopeful out just to have great power early doors. Treasure
So-
Hunter down onto Zorn Warrens, have the draw
I wonder if
discard,
there were any like
and we'll see
maybe
where
more
David
optimized
decides
Darius
to go,
lists,
discard draw is
making
the
it pretty
ordering on.
far.
See where David decides to
Also-
go with that discard.
Also,
Yeah, it's a tricky one here because again, you kind of don't want to
The-
give easy
8 Jinxes.
KOs for Draven. You don't want
Is
to really leave
pretty
things in there. You
good.
need to get the ball rolling. You need to
Pretty
score
good.
points. So we have to move it really.
I think
We
one
go for
Darius
the
made it today
deck
too. Okay,
there
okay, okay.
Off the cool
Now we need to
shot.
lock in
Okay,
for this
oh,
game.
okay, we're playing the
So
Super
Jinx
Mega
has
Death
all
Rocket, which I do
Jinx
like in this
chose to
matchup
put
because it
Super
does
Mega
allow you to
Death
have some
Rocket
removal,
to the
but it's
bottom
quite
of the deck
expensive and
from
a little
stack
too
deck.
early to be employing those.
Yeah, it does mean you can recycle
Has
them as well,
has
or
a
get them
seal
back
in
into your
hand.
and
Huge.
recycle,
Oh,
obviously,
they have
just
another
as
Super Mega. Okay, okay.
doing the same thing here, but the ability
So,
to do 5 damage
they have a
to
seal
you,
in hand,
discard
they
a
have
card,
Last
get
Right
it,
in hand.
Conquer, then discard a card, get it back into your hand, allows you to
This
get through things
seems
like
to
these Noxious
be
Hopefuls as the game
non-Miracle
goes on.
Draven. I didn't see the list because I was looking chat,
As well to
but
avoid
instantly from the
those
Noxious
combats that you were
Hopeful, I
talking
could
about. In the
guess
Aurelia
it's a
decks we see
non-Miracle
used
version.
to get that extra might onto the Aurelia and get her into
So
strong positions. But here, getting
if the
Treasure Hunter
Draven is not
off
Miracle,
the Zorn
then
Warrens
I'm
means that
low-key
Randy
rooting
will
for
get
Jinx right
himself his
now.
first point,
I'm
and then
low-key
goes for
rooting
his
for Jinx.
discard draw as well. You can tell both these players very experienced, making it very obvious what triggers are happening at what point,
Okay, it's a Miracle
discarding
Draven.
the scrap heap
I'm
to
sorry
get
guys,
another
I
card
was
in
wrong.
hand.
So
We have
Ezreal
the Ezreal comes down, and the ball gets rolling, you would say. I think the biggest problem of the Jinx deck is that they're running red seal,
we know it's strong. Ezreal in
and
a great deck,
the
but
Miracle
actually
Draven is
disappointing
running
in so many
purple seal,
others.
so
The
Miracle Draven
flexibility
just
of
can
Chaos is
can
kind
go
of shining
more
through
Miracle
in this
faster.
matchup as both
You know what I'm
players employ
saying?
this engine.
More Miracle.
So good, the ability to get towards that one on Rasa.
They
that,
have
Randy
they have
has
the
in the
ganking
main, has the
boots,
boots of swiftness in hand
which
right
is
now.
which I haven't seen
The Noxious
every
Hopeful is
Miracle
kind of
Draven
stranded a
run.
little bit.
I also
Things
haven't
like
seen
Vital
every
Flight can
Draven run the
negate
Noxious
those
Hopeful,
combats. You can
so
just leave it out there.
the
Traveling
lists
Merchant
have
will be the player
some
instead.
differences for sure.
Now, so we're just gonna have that Noxious
I
Hopeful
think
on
this
its own.
Draven
So
seems to
it's
be
very
a
hard
little
for the Treasure
more
Hunter to
unit
get through
heavy
it.
on the
David,
Miracle
you don't really want to invest a lot of
line.
resources into killing something something like a Noxious Hopeful this early
compared to some Miracle Dravens that just go full spells and only Ezreal, Raza, and Ramhounds,
Demolition is still a great
and
chosen
Nocturnes.
champion in their own
So
right.
I
They've
think
got a lot of
I didn't see the list, but I
flexibility
could
there. We
guess
did see
that
it once
this
yesterday. We saw
this
Demolition
Draven
is, like,
probably
near the end
isn't
of the day.
running
I think it's
Nocturne.
becoming
If
a more
that would be
popular
my
pick.
biggest guess.
Look at
The
Ooh,
seal
okay.
into Super Mega Death Rocket comes out on the Ezreal, which is insanely good for the Jinx.
Yeah.
Slows down the miracle plan of Draven insanely well. And Jinx gets another gold from the Treasure Hunter, but I think the Treasure Hunter is dead next turn to the Traveling Merchant. Jinx discards the
Go again.
Ferrous.
You're just going straight
No,
back.
I think he was
Oh,
just
just
showing
showing. I was
exactly
going to say,
how
I don't
the
think we have
recursion
enough for that.
happened, yeah.
What is
Yeah,
this
so
list?
recurring the
They have
Super Mega
Ferrous?
Death Rocket, and that's why I like this.
They have
this
Super
matchup, is
Mega.
because you can at least deal with those slightly smaller units.
Are you
Just
sure this
five
Miracle
damage per unit,
Jinx?
which is
Are you sure this
very
Miracle
substantial
Jinx?
when you're looking at Draven.
They play
It does take out all of those
stack
slightly
deck?
smaller units, even the Nox is hopeful.
Importantly,
Oh,
doing
they have
it
both seals in
outside
the
of
deck. I
battlefield as well,
see.
because one of the risks when you play into a
They have
Draven
both
deck is they
seals in the
attack,
deck.
and you have 4 damage that you
I
can
think
put
they
onto
took
it.
the
It's like,
purple
oh,
seal
well, on
Oh,
the attack trigger,
great.
I'm just going to recycle
and
a
put the
few
rest at the
rune, I go
bottom.
up to 6 might.
And then that's no good.
Yeah,
So
and then you're
I
able
think
to actually
this
kill
Jinx
off those
just
Draven. So really like
wants
that
to
keep it
kinda
outside the battlefield, have another stack deck
dig
being
for the
played
seals,
by David.
and when they have the seals, they can just perma Super Mega Death Rocket and play Ferrous. They have Last Ride, so they can just take more Ferrous if they need. So this is like a double seal Jinx version, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And Jinx is a legend and a champion that can reliably fish for both those seals. I wonder if they have had any games where their hand has been bricked because of the seals. I would like to know if one of the losses for this Jinx deck resulted from breaking with all the seals in the deck, and from the Ferrous Forerunners, etc, etc. But they do have the red Jinx champion, which does discard 2 cards from hand, so it does empty your hand pretty quickly to get that Jinx legend running. The Draven chooses to play the Cold Shot, and because the Ezreal was killed from the Super Mega Death Rocket, the Cold Shot is actually pretty expensive. It's pretty expensive. So we saw 2 Fighter Flights there. I don't know if Miracle Dravens are running 3, so if they're running 2, then they're just gonna see 1 Fighter Flight in the next 5 rounds, I would say. So they have to use that Fighter Flight pretty well. They have to use it pretty well.
In this instance, it's looking like a possibility, but do we want it now? Like, is there enough?
He's thinking if he can get the Ramhound rolling. They have played 1 Cold Shot, so there could be a line where the Ramhound, gets rolling, but I don't really see it because of their hand. Their hand is pretty expensive for a Miracle version. They only have 2 cost cards, so they choose to play the Ramhound. Not Ramhound, Battling Ram. They choose to play the Battling Ram for 4, I think. Or not. They just they just played Draven and passed. Okay, I just woke up, guys. I just woke up, guys. Have some mercy. Have some mercy. Have some mercy. So right now it looks like Draven is on the back foot here, playing from behind, and Jinx has another Super Mega, or is that... No, that's the Super Mega Death Rocket from Trash that they took back from Conquering last turn. Okay. Classic Batsu. No, it's not classic. It's... I just woke up, man. I just woke up. So the Super Mega has been played, and the Draven Vanquisher has been killed. Is double seal Jinx the hard counter to Draven, or what?
And honestly, that's why I was really surprised we didn't see it yesterday.
Treasure Hunter goes and conquers. Does Jinx take the Super Mega back? They have a ton of gold, so yeah, they can just
kind of cost.
I think
but,
they could have
I mean, at
just
the moment, for David, there isn't a whole lot else going on. I'm going to be honest. Like we can play
taken the
this
Super
Draven,
Mega back.
the last race
Maybe
doesn't really do
discard
much
the
without that. So I feel like at this point,
the
you just need
cloak
to start building up
or the
that
Edge of
base
Night
while doing exactly what he's doing and taking down the
is
bigger
what I
threats
would-
on the other side
I would
before they
guess.
can advance and get larger.
It's a little
Yeah, I think the
risky
risk for David is
discarding the
if you
Draven because
discard the Draven to get your Super Mega Death Rocket
the
back.
Jinx
That
doesn't
can
really
kill one
have
unit,
a
right?
lot of
Then
units
you
on
play out
board.
your last right.
So it doesn't matter if you play 10
you
Super
do
Mega
have
Death
the,
Rockets if you don't have
the
units
energy
to
available
win
to
the
play
game
last
with.
rights right now.
They
And
still
then
go for the Draven
Put the
discard,
last
which
rights
is
on the Treasure Hunter, retreat it with the Siren. You have just
which is
enough
a little
energy to do that.
risky, I would
Next
say,
turn,
but
your
maybe they're
Treasure
2
Hunter
steps
goes in
ahead
as
and I'm 2
3,
steps
but if
behind.
these Noxus
They do
Hopefuls
still
are
have the
split up
Jinx
across
champion,
4 of the Fluffed and across the
which they can
Zorn Warriors, then
accelerate
you don't-
and then
you
attack
can
the
kill one
Traveling
of them
Merchant
Yeah,
and
to
then
get the 4
conquer,
points.
Get back the Draven, kind of makes sense. It's going to be a little tricky to decide
They
exactly
go for
how
the
we wanna
last
play it.
right.
There is the last
They have
rights.
an insane amount of
Are we
gold.
looking for
The the
equip?
Treasure
You're
Hunter
not
has
gonna
been going
equip and
crazy.
hold, 'cause you
They have
know
been
you
hunting the
lose out on
treasure.
that trade. You don't have enough energy for Super Mega Death Rocket, and
They have
it's
been
a
hunting
slow spell,
insane
can't be played on your
insane
opponent's
treasures,
turn anyway.
and the last right takes a
Recycle the
seal
2
and
to equip
a
it to the
stack
Treasure
deck
Hunter, then
to the
we'll
bottom of
Siren
the
it
deck.
back, and then we're looking to see what Randy does with these hopefuls. If they both go to one battlefield, you can go to the other. You now outline the
And
Traveling Merchant. But if
they
Randy
chose to equip
buffs up
the
that Traveling Merchant's battlefield
Treasure
with the 2 Noxus
Hunter.
Hopefuls on the other side, then you are struggling a little bit because you have 3 might into 4. I guess you
Am I
Death
missing
Rocket
something? How did they
whatever's
move
sitting
it?
on
How did they move the
weaker
Treasure
side of the
Hunter?
board
What am I
and
missing?
hope that you are just playing into that Traveling Merchant.
I like what David's done here.
Oh,
bringing
Siren.
the
Oh,
Traveling-
yeah, true,
sorry, the Treasure
Siren.
Hunter
Yeah.
back with the last rights. Probably trying to get
Look
the
at
last
how
right
much
effect
gold
on a
the
conquer
Treasure
rather
Hunter
than a
has
hold
generated.
point.
Yeah,
Hold point
100%.
is way too dangerous against
I think the
Randy
Treasure
right
Hunter
now.
has generated
Yeah,
like
just straight up lose,
all
yeah.
that happens is a Noxus Hopeful comes in.
7
Yeah,
gold
and that's
in
it.
total.
So you've brought that back,
Yeah, it's buried
protect it,
buried
kind
under
of
the gold piles. Yeah.
hold your
Yeah, you're
stance
right,
a
you're
little
right.
bit more, and then maybe
But
super
I
early
think the
get
Treasure
Death
Hunter
Rocket
has at
next turn if
least
anything is
generated
in the
7
battlefield.
gold, which
But
is
then if Randy doesn't
just
put anything
crazy.
in the battlefield, that
It's
is
a
just
2-drop, by the
open.
way.
You can just go for the conquer
Yeah.
regardless. So it kind of puts Randy in an
And
interesting
the Miracle
position of
Draven's
having to
hand
respond
looks
to this,
insanely
knowing there's a
awkward.
super
They
mega
don't
Death
really have
Rocket,
a
and
way
having that
to
hand knowledge in a game
cheaply
like
proc
this is so
their
imperative, and it's why we see cards
their
that
um
allow you to look at your opponent's hand quite often being incredibly powerful.
their battling
Even
rams.
recursion effects like this do
So,
give it away a little bit.
Yeah, it's
right
about how
now,
Randy
those
decides to
battling
sack
rams
battlefields,
are
and if he does
basically
as well, because in the end,
4
like,
cost
the last
units.
right is recurring a Draven.
Yes.
Right, that's
Or
really all
even
that you
or
wanna
if
get out
if
of
they're
there.
down
So
bad
he's like,
enough, they
"I'll
will
try
play
and
them
deal
for
with the Draven if
5.
it comes out."
But
It's not the end of the
then
world,
they
you're
will
still
just
spending
get
the
Super
full
Mega
energy
Death Rocketed
off the last right.
away.
It's gonna play our
The
own
last right is being played.
using the 3
It's
that control
instantly
forge is fluffed
equipped.
as well, so we can tap the Draven to immediately equip. This is what we were talking about a
And
couple of turns
Love
ago.
that effect.
Go
they
in
conquer
as 6 towards
the
this bottom
zone.
battlefield, which gets you
You
out of
then get a
Death Rocket
discard and a
range,
draw.
huge. And then the
Then,
Noxus Hopeful can bolster the defenses
They will
on the
also
side
get
of the
another
Traveling
discard
Merchant
draw
as
from the
well.
Traveling Merchant, which is
But
gonna be
still,
huge.
The Treasure Hunter would go in with the Death Rocket on that Noxus Hopeful to take the victory in a combat, allowing
But the Super Mega
David's
Death Rockets
last
are
rights to
gonna
trigger.
be
Exactly. and that's what
insanely
we're trying
bad
to
for the
avoid here,
Draven.
just
At this
allowing
rate, the
David to
Jinx is
kind
getting
of
to 12
bolster up
runes in this
units
game.
and have those bigger turns with Jinx. We've got a lot
For
of gold
Darius
tokens
Day
on the
2,
board.
okay,
We've got a
okay,
lot
maybe
of
we will
the
see
resources
some
we need, but we just don't
quality
have the units right now to back it up,
quality
and
Darius
Randy
gameplay
does.
today. That would be
That's
cool.
the
That
big-
would
we
be
all
cool.
know that.
But,
Randy obviously has a lot in
if
hand
Jinx
as well.
gets
Of course,
to-
we're going in with the Ezreal from the
Let me
last
take a better
right,
position.
bringing
If
that
Jinx
back,
gets to
getting that
12
card
runes in this
draw,
game, I think it's just over
absolutely
because
illustrious.
then
When
they
you
can
play
just start
discard one,
blasting.
draw two, you
Basically,
really
they can
could not
just
ask for better.
start
Reducing the cost
blasting with
of,
the Super Mega
those
Death
gold shots
Rockets,
next to our
and
units as
So
well.
good.
If
when
you
they
want
empty
no
their
gold shots in
hand with all the
right now,
discard
I think it was an
from the
overzealous
Super
fan
Megas,
sitting at
they
the
can just
back
conquer the
alongside
zone
fierce
and draw
battling
for
ram,
free.
piercing light, the
8
Swifties
Jinxes.
and the,
Yeah.
was it
man.
Light the Wind?
Oh yeah, we
Yeah,
just
yeah.
talked about the
The wind there
Jinx,
as well.
yeah.
So we have a couple of tools,
The
no
this
energy
list looks
ups,
pretty
use
cool.
them
So
right
they
now. So
have double
if the
seal. They
David
have
you are
both
kind of-
purple and
you're
red
thinking,
seals in
well,
the
if this
deck.
Noxus Hopeful comes up to the top
Then
battlefield, can I just,
they have
Death
the
Rocket it?
Super
We're
Mega
gonna
Death
hide
Rockets,
the fight fight or flight. Obviously, we
And
know exactly
with
what
all the
that
gold
is.
and
Could
seals,
still
they
be something
basically
like a
have
tie-turner for
to
Randy
never
that you need to be a little
pay
bit
the,
more cautious
pay the
around
power
as
cost of the
David.
cards.
And we're going to put the Noxious Hopeful there as well. So really trying to
I
mitigate
wonder
that
how
ability
much
for the
different the
treasure
game
hunter
would
to take
look
one of these
if the
battlefields.
Jinx doesn't get a treasure hunter on the board, because the treasure hunter is low-key just carrying the whole deck right now. They still have the Super Mega. They found another treasure hunter, but at this point, the other treasure hunter doesn't really do much.
sequence this turn in a way
From
that
a Jinx
allows you
main
to
last
kind of
set, this
get
is
that
great to
last
see.
rights trigger to be
I
able to
mean,
get
you
something
gotta
back.
net
Maybe
deck
we're
one of
thinking
these
too
decks and
linear with that. Maybe he's got a
start
different
cooking
plan
then.
and he's thinking about kind of the long-term goals of the turn, but I think realistically you have to start
Right now, I
getting
think
units that are gonna
the
be able
Jinx
to deal
just
with
needs to
this
get as
Draven
much
deck
value out of
in
the
its
Super Mega
full
Death Rockets
ferocity, and
as
that's
they
what we're
can.
seeing
Their hand
come
is
live
pretty
now,
cheap and
is the
useless
units are getting
basically.
bigger, the last rights is on, we're looking for that
So,
hold point, we're looking for the trigger and the Ezreal in base.
They're
There's
just
a lot
shooting
going
out the
on,
Super
and we
Mega
need to
Death Rocket
respond,
to
so we
kill
are gonna go for
the
Noxus
Noxus
Hopeful, but it
Hopeful.
doesn't quite leave that battlefield open yet, because we still
And
have the
they're
hidden
probably
guard.
looking to
Death Rocket
conquer
going down.
some of the battlefields to then
Draven-
take
David
back
having a
the
think
Super Mega
about,
Death Rocket.
you kind
And
of
with the
expect
last
it
right on board,
to be a fight or flight.
they can also
If it is a
look
tight
to
turn, the Ezreal can come in, you
probably
then trade
take
with
back
the
a
Ezreal,
Ferrous
you lose
Forerunner
your
from the
treasure
last
hunter.
right.
The only unit
They
you have
play
live right
the
now,
Edge of Night
being played just raw
for the
to
gold
get
token,
that extra might on towards our
and
treasure hunter.
this
Now we
Treasure
go in,
Hunter is trying to conquer the top
just gives the
battlefield,
+2, can usually be
but
hidden.
there is a hidden card there, which I think is
Randy
the
asking exactly how many
is the
runes
fight or
you have
flight,
available right now.
and
Jinx
this is gonna
3,
be very problematic
only
for
one
the
card in
Jinx
hand
player
for David.
because
Not the easiest thing to do here.
then they
We're gonna
can't get
fight
their
or
Super
flight it
Mega
back,
Death
Randy?
Rocket back from the
It is
trash,
biggest treasure
and
hunter
that's
I've
just
ever
gonna be
seen.
very problematic
Like, that is,
Massive.
he's got so
because
much,
they
he's hunted
can't
a lot of
keep
treasure,
blasting
and he's got it
anymore.
all on.
They
Huge
still
play
have
though
their
now
gear
from
on board,
Randy, the
which
ability
lets
to
them
hold both these battlefields.
um,
Only one card in hand for David. He will draw more on his turn.
probably
obviously,
move
with the
there.
Jinx
Actually,
Wedge
no.
and trigger, but
They can't even use the
Randy
gear on board
wins
because
the
they have
combat as well through the
a
fight or
Treasure
flight,
Hunter
so
in
draws
hand.
a card.
They have a Treasure Hunter
And
in
now
hand.
for David,
They
his
play
situation
their
demolition is
Jinx
going to come out.
champion to
I just don't know if it's enough.
probably
I think
attack the top
Randy's in
battlefield.
such a dominating
Yeah.
position,
No, they
especially taking
pass.
these
Oh yeah,
whole
they
points, going
didn't
up
have
to
enough
7.
energy to
Like, that is
accelerate the
phenomenal for
Jinx.
him,
Yeah,
and David's
yeah,
just kind
yeah.
of
You're
sat
right.
on
You're
this
right.
back foot at the moment. He
You're
might
right,
be able to
Hugo.
make some meaningful plays
Yeah.
next turn, but if Randy can
You
build
will
up
stay
the
with
space even
Draven
more,
now.
and we know he's got some great resources in hand to do so, some really big
We're,
units.
we're hate
Maybe
watching
we're a bit
Draven
lacking
right
on
here,
runes,
so
but I think at this stage it doesn't matter too
we're
much.
Draven
You're
hate
kind of
watchers in this
you're in
stream.
quite a cushy position right here to be able to kind of push forward
But I
to
think
those 8 points, especially when David doesn't
the
really
fight or
have a
flight
lot
there
going on still,
was
and I think that's what we saw from Jinx yesterday.
very
where
problematic for
we
Jinx,
kind
kind
of
of
ran out of steam. We were
slowing
able
their
to keep up in the early
game plan
the
down.
points were kind of flowing, and then
Draven kind
as
of
it got towards
stabilized
the
the
end of the
game for
unfortunately,
now,
the bigger units from
but Draven has a
decks like
big,
Draven were just
big
able to
rune
overpower
problem.
them, and the death rockets just weren't enough.
Yeah, David just had
If Jinx had
units this game.
just
We've seen that
played
travel-
the Jinx
traveling
champion last
treasure
turn
hunter, in
into
fact,
equipping
just
the
on
Edge
board
of
for the
Night on the
majority of the game.
Jinx
You might
champion
wonder
and
why it took
attacked
Randy a little
the
bit of
Noxus
time to get his two
Hopeful,
whole points there.
I
The last
think they
rights
would
triggers
be in
goes
a
off
way better
before you
spot
get
right
the
now,
points from the
so
hold, so he needed to pick what he was gonna
playing
bring
the
back.
Super
Looked
Mega
to go
Death
to
Rocket
the trashes, brings
last
back
turn
the Draven.
Great
instantly
Play it to a
might have been a
battlefield,
little misplay
interestingly,
there.
going for the, well, if I lose these
I think
battlefields,
just
I can
attacking with the
conquer
equipped
next turn.
unit
And I think
and
that's the
then
risk, is that David
discarding
could put all
the
that
2
work
cards
in,
would have
but
probably
actually
been
then
better.
Randy just goes, well, I have these guys in base,
Yeah,
so
I
it
also
doesn't matter, I'm
think
gonna
they
push
should
them
have
forwards, and
probably
hopefully they're big enough to deal
ignored
with that.
the top
David does have the
battlefield with the
advantage
fight or
Death
flight
Rocket,
in it.
where it can target the base, so Randy does have a little less flexibility
The
with that.
Draven
So
champion
maybe pushing
was
into a
played
battlefield
from the
isn't that
last
bad,
right,
because
I
it feels,
think.
almost just as risky, like it doesn't
And
matter
there's
where
only
they are,
4
but at
energy
least you're
left
giving
on
your
the
opponent more
Draven.
hoops to jump through, and that's all you're trying to do
Exactly.
here.
But this Draven is probably gonna die
There's
to
no point.
another
David's
Super
on
Mega
3,
Death
you're on
Rocket,
7, you only need
and
that
that's the power of
either a
the
hold
Death
point
Rocket
or 2
because
conquer points
Yeah.
to
the
win out
Draven
on
basically
the
can
game.
never
Randy is gonna chuck an overzealous fan down on this
stack their
Noxus
home
Hopeful.
base
Very
because
powerful
Super Mega
in
Death Rocket
combination
can
with
target
any
the
other
home
unit at the battlefield,
base,
the ability just to sack it
and if they
bounce
play
something
units
back, especially
to
when
their
your opponent
base, they just get shut
only
down
has
basically.
2 units, only has 2 things it can push in.
Right.
So
Very
Draven's
hard
units
for
are
David.
And that's the
nowhere
thing, Randy's
safe.
just like, it's okay, I'm on
They're
7
not
points
safe
now,
anywhere.
all I need to do is take these 2 battlefields, and the
And
more units I
this
have in
Jinx
base to
could be
able to
looking to use
flexible
Super
with next
Mega
turn, the better.
twice
These
maybe
guys don't have ganking,
next
they
turn,
can't hop from
which
battlefield
is
to battlefield.
gonna be problematic.
So if he leaves kind of what he's
The
hoping to
Ezreal
move
is
around
left
next
at the
turn in
battlefield.
base, that's better. We're moving Ezreal up just to pose a larger threat up there. In
The Ezreal is
Yeah, it's
left
also
at the
about
battlefield with
making David have
0
to
energy
conquer
up.
2 places.
Yeah.
If you can hold 1,
What is
you win the
happening?
game. You're 7, you go to 8. That's how you win. For David, now he has to say, well, this
They
bottom
have
one, I kind of need
0
to
energy
super
up.
mega Death Rocket,
This
take
makes no
something
sense
out,
because
and then I can
And
play around
the-
this overzealous fan, but if I only go in with 2 units, I then lose the combat,
What?
and then I have to take out the top
What
battlefield
happened?
as well.
Did the
Forge of
Jinx,
Flood,
like,
so
FF?
really difficult position here for David.
Because
Kind of unfortunate in
can't they
terms of
just conquer
how
the
many
top
units they were
battlefield,
able to get out this
then
game, but
shoot the
it's one of
super
those
mega
things, you
at
know.
the bottom
It is,
battlefield,
and I feel like with this matchup specifically as well, like with
then
Jinx, you are
conquer the
wanting to
bottom
have that flurry of
battlefield
early
and
game units.
take
You
the super
want
mega
those
back,
really low-cost
and
units
then
that you
shoot
can
the
just
super
swing
mega
out
into
on the
their
board, and
base.
you kind of go in with this like just explosion.
He's
of
baiting
units
the
early
rocket
on, but
to
unfortunately,
the
that
bottom
benefits
battlefield.
Draven.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it does.
see, I
Draven
see, I
loves
see.
combat, that's
So
what
he
he wants.
the
He's
Draven
ready.
wants the Jinx to
Pretty early
use
out of the gate, and
use
with
a
some bigger
rocket to
units
the
as
bottom
well.
rather
So it
than
just
using
feels
it at the
disadvantageous
base
for
of
David at
Draven.
this point, because not only did we not get the early game units to score early easy points,
He doesn't
but
have
we
enough
also
might
then
to conquer
just
the bottom
kind of
battlefield.
have lost our pacing at the
Yeah,
end
the
of the
overzealous
game,
fan
and
is
so Randy was just able to ramp up too
very
far.
problematic. I
And
haven't
now he's left a
seen
lot of
what
hoops
the
for
Jinx's
David
hand
to have to
looks
jump
like.
through to now bring
In
this
general,
back.
this
I'm not
UI
saying it's
of
impossible. If anyone's gonna be able to do it,
the
it's a Jinx
Bologna
on
stream is a
6-1-1.
little
Yeah, it's very improbable.
little weird.
Like, let's
In
be
my
honest
opinion,
about
it's a
this.
little
For
hard
David
to
get
kind
out
of
this
understand
situation, does
everything
draw
that's
2
going
cards,
on.
well, 1 card in beginning and 1 card for the card draw for turn. So haven't quite had a look at exactly what's going on in the hand. You need a
But
conquer if you're going to get that super mega death.
but
back
I think
from your
Jinx can
cash,
still
and then you also have to discard one of
pull
your
some
cards.
tricks right
You're
now.
Thinning out your
I
resources.
I'm not too sure what their hand
pretty
is,
heavily.
unfortunately.
And that's the
That
thing, that's
Noxus
where
is
the
6
kind of
might.
versatility does come into
Treasure
play. You are
Hunter is
discarding more,
5
so you
might
can
and
draw
Jinx
more
is
up
6
again,
might.
but when we're this late in the game, those card draws at the beginning are
Yeah.
that helpful. You kind of
The
need a bit more push than
Treasure
that.
Hunter
Is that
could
something
just
that's gonna Noxus
conquer
hope for?
the top
Oh.
battlefield,
That is, I mean, it's not
not
great.
great.
It's not
super
great.
mega
They
bottom
might have Legion,
battlefield.
but we need to play one before the other.
I mean,
There's a
Sun
Sun
Disc
Disc,
and
like
Noxus
you
Hopeful
said.
will come in ready, we tap it. Noxus
True.
Hopeful then gets ready when we play it for those 2
So
energy, but
the Treasure Hunter is
reveal all
going to
of
the
our
top.
cards. Gonna go in here,
This
looking for
allows
last
them to
right
take
trigger
a super
get
mega
the card
out of
from
their
our
trash.
out ready.
And
Just
the
having a
next
quick
unit
read of
also
Sun
comes
Disc,
in
maybe
ready.
haven't played into many rec size this weekend.
Maybe
And
not.
yeah, it's
That's kinda
probably
where we
Noxus
veer
Hopeful that's gonna
mostly.
come out
I like the tap
after
from David.
taking the super mega back to
That
their
idea
hand.
of, well, I'll go in, I'll
And
get my unit
I
out
think
of the trash, and
Jinx
then,
still has
Ezreal
enough
dies.
energy
Okay, cool. So
after
we did
conquering the
manage
bottom
one, now we
battlefield
need to get the
to
other
shoot
battlefield
one
as well.
super mega
I think it's a bit
at
more
the
of an uphill
Draven's
battle here,
base.
but we will get
Because
the
when
last
they
right
conquer the
trigger.
bottom battlefield, they can
For
take their super
Conquer,
mega
but what
back.
What do we
comes back?
have? It's the Draven. Or the Ferris Forerunner. A
Ooh,
ready
the
Ferris
Ferris.
Forerunner is big. Forgot
That
about
is-
that being discarded earlier on.
They
That
take
is
the
really
readied
big, 'cause what we got going
Ferris
on, we got 4, 5, 6, 7,
from
we've got
the
8
last
going on
right.
now. We would have enough power to take that down.
Do they
but it
still have
looks
enough
like, yep,
energy
we're going for the Ferris
to
Forerunner.
play their super
I think
mega?
that's a great
Because
play right now if we're gonna be able to make a comeback.
otherwise,
This is the sort of
this
big
Ferris
type
is
of
not
unit we
gonna
were
be
talking
enough.
about. The David was just missing for a while. We
Yeah,
needed that
yeah,
last
the Ferris
right
does
trigger. We
come
finally got
come in
it.
readied,
Maybe this is the turning point.
Jinx as well, Demolition.
but there's still the overzealous fan on board. They have 4 energy up, you think? Okay,
The
so
problem is the overzealous fan exists. So
they
we need
could
to get through
still.
the 6 of
So
the
Jinx
Noxus
could just
Hopeful.
super mega
No
the
energy
overzealous
up
fan if they want
for
to,
Randy, so we know there's not a
and
huge amount we
conquer
have to
with
play
the
around.
Ferris.
No, we don't have
But
to worry
then
about
they're
any
very
surprises from
vulnerable
Randy's
to a
side, but it's
double
about David
conquer
being
next
able to
turn and
sequence this
losing.
properly,
Yeah.
about knowing what resources are left.
So I think the
and
only
then
way
kind
Jinx
of
can win
dealing
this
with that. And I
is
think this kind of separated
they sacrifice their
battle style
Jinx
is where you
champion
have to go, you
and
push
trade
something
the bottom
in, kind of
battlefield
allow
and
for the
then
possibility
defend
of
with the
reaction of
Ferris
the overzealous fan and then go in
on the
again.
other battlefield.
I agree. It's an interesting. If you do go in again, overzealous fan bounces your Jinx.
Because
back.
if
Then you
Ferris
go in
dies now,
6v6
the
onto this
mechs
Noxus
will go to
Hopeful
their
with that
base
last
and the
right
mechs
trigger.
can't defend.
Your Ferris Forerunner dies.
But then you get the 2 mechs.
Get
Yeah,
the
the
Jinx
battlefield
in
will be
base,
left
but that
open,
doesn't
and that's the
help
biggest
Treasure
problem
Hunter
because
defend this top
when Ferris
battlefield.
trades,
Oh
the
nice. Because we control Forge of the Fluff, we can move the last rights across.
I
Oh.
love that.
One
No
of the
way.
few times
The
that you
Jinx was
can
on the Forge of the
unequip
Fluff,
an attached
which allows
equipment
you
and
to
put it
tap your
somewhere else.
legend,
Other ones being Weapon Master and Quick
which
Draw.
allows you to tap your
Oh, not Quick
legend
Draw, just Weapon
to
Master.
move
But,
a
last
weapon
rights here
Wow.
to another
will
unit.
Go in, and then you get the Conquer
Or
trigger
unequip
as
a
well
weapon.
when it
Unequip
attacks
a
into
weapon.
that Noxious
Yeah, that
Hopeful.
was such a great move because
That would
now
be
they can conquer the bottom battlefield,
spectacular. Even if Randy could come back with something,
they can
which they can't because
shoot
they're out,
the
but-
Super Mega at the Draven.
Draven.
Now their
Oh,
hand
here's
is
the turning
empty.
point.
They get a free draw from conquering this, and it's a zone, so they get a free draw with their hand empty. Now, if they want to, they can take the Super Mega back,
On the top side, we have a treasure hunter sitting at
because they
3.
can
No
choose
energy
the
available
Conquer
now for
chain.
David as
So if they want to take an either, choose to keep the longsword, or they take the super mega back. That was so well played from the Jinx. That was so well played.
You're posing threats and you're saying, okay, well, even if you were to attach that
Now
last rights to the traveling merchant,
it's gonna be
that's just not
very,
big enough for my big
very
super mega
hard
death
for
rocket.
the Draven to double conquer next turn, or I mean this turn.
You go in with the merchant on the treasure hunt,
Yeah,
you
Hugo
win that
boss. That was
combat, draw a
pretty
card
insane. That was
from the
pretty insane.
Draven.
That was
Because
pretty
it's a
insane.
3 into a 4. You also get the last strikes trigger on the Conquer. We have a
Wow.
Draven in our
I
trash
didn't
if we
even
so desire it.
I
Haven't
didn't
seen the
even
hand in a
realize the
little
Jinx
while.
was
You can
sitting
see
on the
there's
Forge of the
Everett
Fluff.
cycle 2.
I completely
Noxious
forgot
Hopeful.
about that.
And the Ezreal going back to the bottom of our main deck. Now we go
Completely.
in on the treasure hunter, knowing there's no real combat traits available
No.
for David.
So we get a clean sweep
I
there,
mean,
that's
the only
down
way
here.
Draven
So
could
we're
double
one step
conquer
away.
this
We
turn
need
is
to
with
take
a
that bottom
bushwhack,
battlefield for the win or manage to
but
bulk this
bushwhack is not a very
battlefield
common
up
card,
enough
so
to hold it.
I don't know if Jinx
So
needs
what
to
are we
worry
bringing
about that.
back? Had
But
the,
technically,
discard draw from the traveling merchant
if
move,
Draven
and
had
from the
bushwhack,
Glorious
they could
Executioner,
bushwhack into
winning the
double
combat, we get that
battling
extra
ram
draw as
and just
well.
win the game on the spot.
What are you bringing back, Randy?
So is bushwhack broken?
I
Is
feel
bushwhack
like
broken?
Bulking out this battlefield if possible is great. Fizz is a good
A
choice.
Fizz is getting
So
played.
Bringing more back from the discard
This
pile.
could
I'm trying to think if we have something we could
fight or
accelerate.
flight the
Fight or
Ferris
flight
out,
first
and I
Forerunner
think
back
Draven had fight or
accelerate
flight in their
does
hand.
win us the
No,
game.
I mean not fight or flight, right the wind. Yeah, so
Ride
there's
the
right the wind, and
wind.
Draven
Ride
still
the
wins the game.
Win for the win.
Beautiful,
Oh,
really good line there.
no,
Making sure that you
no,
clean
I
up
mean,
that
yeah,
bottom
I mean, yeah,
battlefield, get the
GG,
first
GG,
Forerunner out
GG.
of the way and then ride the wind across. Randy takes
GG.
game 1
GG.
of this 6-1-1
So
matchup
sad,
here in
bad
round
guys
9.
always win.
The sideboard consists
Yeah.
of a beast below, which is not something you
A
don't
little
too commonly see outside
unfortunate,
of
a
Seal.
little
Double
unfortunate.
mind splitter, the first
The
Forerunner,
Draven
Hardbargain, a
takes the
Kai'Sa,
game
and
with a
Seal of
fight or
Discord.
flight
An interesting mix.
and
I don't know
ride
what I'd
the
bring in
wind.
here if I'm Randy, if much.
Too many
But
cards in
I'm
hand.
more curious
Yeah,
about
yeah.
kinda how
The Jinx
how
also
that
got an
would
insane
affect
start
a
with
Jinx matchup.
10
As we've
million
assessed
gold,
a few times before,
a double
I think Draven is
seal.
the kind of
So
more
how can they even win this
overwhelming
matchup if
unit
they
in
lose
this
with
example, in this
the
pairing.
powerful
But that
turn
doesn't mean that we didn't
turn
see
1,
quite
turn
the
2 that
comeback
they
there
had
from Jinx. It
in
was
the
a
game
really
1.
uphill spike that we were
So
able
this is
to
gonna be
see.
a very
So I
uphill
actually
battle
think
for the
that maybe
Jinx.
there is an argument that some good
If I'm not
sideboarding
reading
here,
it wrong,
getting some more
did Jinx
units
take
in
2
play
Ferrises
would be
like
great, and there's
out
plenty of
now?
them in here. Maybe some
Did
more of
they
those
take
Ferris
both
Forerunners
Ferris out
for
of
a
the
bit of extra
out of the
bulk.
deck?
Yeah,
Because
I think the
Ferris
issue
is
nothing has deflect,
a very
No.
and you don't
very
have counters, right? You
weak
have a
card
hard
against
bargain,
purple,
but
basically.
you haven't got it in main. I can't
Your
quite remember if it
Ferris
was in
will
the
never
sideboard, so
die because
if
the
you are
purple
looking to
deck will
play
just
these
keep
big
fight or
units, you
flighting,
just risk fight or
or
flight.
they
Yeah,
will
but you
keep
risk them
using
getting knocked out
rebuke on your
immediately
Ferris.
as David.
So
I
Ferris
wonder
is
if
kind of
maybe
a
you look
dead
to put in
card
another Darius
in that
for
sense
pseudo
against purple
accelerate when you're
colors.
ready on the second card. But we'll see where David decides to go. Forge of the Fluff
But the
used
Jinx
very
almost
effectively
clutched
by
it
both
with the
players
Forge of
there
the Fluff,
in game
which was
1.
pretty cool. It was
Really
pretty
like
cool.
the, tech of taking the last rights off.
Yeah, that was
The,
great.
the,
I mean,
the
that-
evil
I think that's the thing.
Draven
We've
just
seen- we
greedily
saw yesterday and we spoke
greedily
about it a
took the
little
win
bit
out of the
where
Jinx's
actually
hand.
choosing your battlefield
Like
is really
like
scary
Jinx
because you could
worked
be
really
quite
hard and the
advantageous
Draven
towards your
just
opponent.
just
So
said
almost playing a battlefield that
I
could
think
be
you have more than me.
disadvantageous to both of you, but
let me
it's
get some.
worse for your
Draven
opponent
just
than it is for yourself,
yoinked
could be a good
the
thing.
win out of the
Choosing
Jinx's
a
hand,
bad
unfortunately.
battlefield on
Um,
purpose
Draven
could be
is playing
good. We
Obelisk
saw
of
it
Power,
yesterday and we could
so
see it again
Jinx
today.
chose
Now
to
we
go
have the
second.
Obelisk of Power and Ornn's Forge.
Jinx
Ornn did
chose
make
to
it
go
day
second.
2, everyone.
Yeah, very.
Lovers
What do you
unite.
think
The
about
Forge
that?
is
Do you
there.
think
Reducing
it's the right play for the
costly,
Jinx
first-friendly
to
and non-token
choose to
game
go
play
second
each turn to,
when
buy
Draven
one.
has Obelisk of
If you
Power?
are
And
controlling
Draven also has a
the red,
seal in
having a
hand,
think about their
which
first turn, I
is
believe. I think we've
in my
gone through
opinion
Logan's
too
already.
underrated
See
in
a couple of
Draven
runes
decks
already
in
shown.
general,
Not
because
looking too happy. The
your
body
deck
language isn't
is
giving it.
broken
Yeah, it's one of
because
those,
it draws so many
do I
cards.
play-
So I think
do I
one or
get,
two
you know,
seals in
trapping
in a
merchant
Draven
early? Do
deck,
I want to start discarding
no
my
matter
cards?
if
Do you
it's
want to be on the
mid-range,
board
if it's
early here?
Miracle,
Those
I think it's always right
points in the first few
in
rounds
Draven
really
to have
helps you
one or
accelerate
two
to
seals, because
ride the wind turn, stuff
your
like that.
seals are never
It's the
going
three
to
runes,
break
as you
your
said,
hand
to the
when you're
obelisk.
playing Draven.
And Randy already counting out.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
so it's a
seal.
seal. want to be using that power.
Seepwa,
on
which
your
says
first
it's
turn if
bad to go
possible.
second, but
I don't know
Hugo
if
Boss
there's anything
says
else we can play.
it
There
puts
is!
Draven in a
Thank
difficult
goodness.
position.
Yeah, okay, so didn't use the power from the seal, but Noxus Hopeful does mean you have a 4-might unit really early on.
But
David is gonna be
now
struggling to
Draven
match
played
that
sealing the
on
Noxus
their
Hopeful,
first turns.
which
Well,
is
David knew exactly what they
a
were
little
playing.
greedy.
Straight
There we
in
are.
with
Jinx
Darius,
gets to
and
play their
honestly,
Draven.
Not mad at it at all.
while
So
the other,
no,
while the real Draven is 2 runes behind from the start.
Yeah, Draven just so good in these matchups. It gives you so much power and matches well into a Noxious Hopeful because of the ability to use that buff during attacking and defending. Here, a couple of options.
Wait a second,
Obviously not going to go towards the Forerunner. Kai'Sa and Ezreal really the two that you're looking at. Ezreal out into a cold shot will mean you don't even have to recycle a rune because you have that seal out. Instead, we are going to play a Draven of our own, matching on the other sides of the rift. Adoration for Draven pretty high in this matchup.
Understandable, a very strong unit.
I just said
in
opposite
both.
sides of the rift, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, lead
No.
caster at heart.
Oh, understandable. Okay, here we go with the first Draven moving into our Forge and scoring that early point, and that's kind of what Jigs wants to do, but recognizing that David needs to go in with larger units in this instance to not allow the easy extra card draw from the other side. Recognizing that these smaller units I tried with last time aren't really going to cut the mustard, I'm going to need to go in with something bigger, so I'm going to play you at your own game, and we're going to have more Dravens in play.
There's an interesting little thing here as well with the stack deck. You already have one longsword in hand. It is going to be the Super Mega Death Rocket, but Ornn's Forge does read each turn.
Yes.
So when you have equipments with quick draw, you can actually reduce the cost of a longsword on your opponent's
Okay, we're
turn
back,
as well,
we're
and you
back,
have
we're
to pay
back.
1 energy
Sorry
and
guys, sorry
power.
about that.
So you could longsword on a turn. Next turn your opponent's like,
If
well,
Jinx
this
has
is gonna
rocket
win
in
a
hand,
longsword
it's a
again,
nice
use
swing.
longsword again.
It's
And,
insane that
there's more
Draven
Fury
played
runes on
Obelisk,
David's side of the board
and
as well. So it is a
Jinx
Draven
ended
is
up
a
playing
Draven
Draven
matchup.
on turn 1.
The Draven would win David's Draven,
Which
that
is
if you go for the full
Very,
power.
very,
It's also is the,
very strong for the Jinx. The Draven chose
I believe
not
you
to
get
even
to
put
put your trigger on
the
bottom of the stack, so
Noxious Hopeful to a
Randy
battlefield,
Buffer, but the
just to
Super
make
Mega
sure
League
that
used
the
to
Jinx
avoid
can't
any
get
semblance
gold
of
tokens from
around
winning a
those
combat with their
Dravens,
Draven.
Randy sent to
And
the
now the
Again,
Draven's
just avoiding
Draven
that combat fantastically.
got Super
If we
Mega
even get
Death
the
Rocketed,
Rocket kind of in play, so we have
which
that
means
constant recursion of it early on.
Jinx
Really
has
imperative
in
to
like the
get
dream
around
start
these
basically.
units
The
kind of
start
under
couldn't be any
control.
better for the Jinx.
If your Randy decision is
And now he has Longsword to
do I
defend Draven,
just
plus Edge
get
of
through my
Night,
deck
yeah,
a little bit?
yeah.
I think you've got to.
Play
The
Ezreal, play the cold
The
shot,
Draven
use
player
the
does
seal,
have
look at the top
Ezreal
four
into
draw
Purple
two
Seal on
without
board,
actually having to pay
so they
any
could play
power,
their cold shot
apart
twice,
from playing the Ezreal's power,
just
obviously.
for one seal
I
basically.
don't know. I just feel like you don't have much of a choice in this
Yeah.
instance. Like looking at the hand,
And
we need more.
the Obelisk of Power really beat the Draven in the ass. You could say that. The Draven tried to, cheese out an early Draven champion with the Obelisk of Power. Jinx ended up taking the extra rune from the Obelisk of Power, and the Draven player is now just cooked. They do conquer the bottom battlefield. Jinx uses the Orange Forge to equip the longsword for only one energy, which I don't know if it makes sense. If Jinx can now double move their Draven to the bottom battlefield, it makes sense. Do you get to decide first or second after seeing your hand and battlefield? No, you get to choose if you go first or second after you see the battlefields, but before you see your hand. Jinx has Siren in hand, so they can move it back. Okay. Draven chose to discard the Ferros, and I think they're just afraid of the purple color in general. Like I said before, Ferros is a little bad against purple in general. They take a fight or flight, which is gonna be very strong against Draven. They can maybe look to hide the fight or flight to the Noxious Hopeful battlefield to stop Jinx from conquering it, but they choose to play the Overzealous Fan. Now, do they double enhance the battlefield? Do they hide the fight or flight here? What do you think? Do they double? No, they don't double down. They don't double down on the bottom battlefield. They pass. I also think the Overzealous Fan is enough. Jinx only has 5 energy, I think. So So the Overzealous fan
Siren reduced again
should
by,
be enough.
Forge of the Fluffed, allowing you to play
The
just
Siren
for one
is played
instead of
down,
two.
and now the Draven can start double moving, but with the Overzealous on the bottom battlefield,
Could be a
it
fight or
doesn't
flight,
matter.
could be something to bounce his units back, but,
And
the
like I
Enigma
said,
obviously very effective when you are
in
playing
at the end of the
these,
last game,
more equipment-focused decks in
if
the form of the
Jinx
Forgot about
loses the
Forge.
game
Forge of the
with
Fluffed. Can't believe
5
treated
gold
one
on
like
board,
that.
a
Oh,
double
it's Orn's
seal,
Forge, not Forge of the Fluffed. Yeah,
and
entirely right, yeah.
12
So,
runes.
Orn's Forge, you're entirely
How can they now
correct.
look to win this
My
game
mistake.
with only 4 runes
The
and
self-professed Orn
effectively
fan.
being
Orn, but, yeah, who
almost
plays
4
Orn?
runes
Orn
behind
is
next
the,
turn?
I play the Orn variant that is
So,
no one can score points.
I am
you're trying
not-
to stop everyone from having
I don't
fun.
want to be a
Exactly, that's
doomer,
why
but I am not very confident
You can still
in
start
Jinx
scoring
winning this one.
points.
The game will never end.
Exactly.
We'll always be playing Riftbound, right?
And
Let's jump
I
in
also
here. We're
wonder
going
why
for the
Jinx themselves
full
aren't playing the
cost
Overzealous fan.
recycling
I would
two.
imagine
Oh,
Overzealous fan is like, okay,
a Jinx demolition and then discarding.
Yeah.
Going in with
especially
the
especially in
accelerate.
in this
No, I
matchup.
don't like that.
I mean, you
Yeah,
are gonna
they
draw two
do
on
accelerate the
next turn,
Jinx.
right, with the Jinx Legend trigger and the draw
Now,
trigger.
does the
Jinx going
Draven
in here, just trying to get rid
use
of
the Overzealous fan,
When they
or
stick around, they can just
do
become a
they
little
take
pest.
the full
With
trade
Rand
here?
being entirely out of energy, it makes sense to
If
try
they
and
use their
utilize
Overzealous
that
fan,
now. I
they
think we
could
might
be
see a cold shot
looking
repeated
to
reaction here from Randy, just to
give
cycle
the
through his deck.
Draven champion
It's,
a
really all
gold
that they
token
can do
if Jinx
for the moment.
double moves the Draven to the bottom
Yeah,
battlefield.
it's a
So
tricky
they
situation
could
for
take the
David, so I
trade right
don't
now.
love the whole kind of, again, living in top
They
deck
choose to
city with just,
use
like,
Cold
having
Shot
two
twice
mysterious cards you can't plan for
for
your next
some
turns,
reason.
and I think that's a really scary
What
part for a
information
Jinx
do they
player who
need
is playing on
to
this low-hand
choose
side,
if they
like we see here. This is kind of
trade
how we
or
expect
or
the
don't
deck to
trade?
run. It was very different from the build we saw yesterday. We're expecting to be
Sadly,
on the
there's no
low-hand
energy
side
for
here, but then
Siren.
your top
Oh, I
decks
see,
are
I see, I see.
so
I see.
crucial.
Yeah, you're right,
Yeah,
you're
it
right.
becomes really tricky as
They
well when
they chose to
Randy
take the
knows you are
trade,
out.
so now they can
Randy
just
drew
look to
two
conquer
cards,
with the
he's gonna
Ezreal
draw another,
if they want
can
to.
look for
They
the,
still have the fight or flight in hand.
combat
They
into
play
this
another Cold Shot,
Draven as
Shot
well.
again.
and
Cold
that's
Shot,
just the
now you
power
play
of
Cold Shot,
Ezreal
which comes out at two.
and Seal on board.
Really cheap.
They could conquer the bottom battlefield.
It's possible.
Then when
Have a
Jinx
fight or
double
flight in
moves to the
hand.
bottom, they
Trying to
can
think if there's anything
look to
he
ride
fears
the
and then
wind
get
to
another
the
Cold
to
Shot
the
back.
top
Ride the
battlefield,
wind
so
does
they
that
do
for
take the right to
Draven.
wind.
You're
And
drawing so many
if
cards.
this
Another Cold Shot,
Draven
yeah,
Straight away.
you don't
There we
need
go.
gets
Fizz, you can
to
play another
conquer,
Quick Shot.
ride
We saw
the
that
wind,
happen so many times yesterday.
conquer
Just drawing
again,
cards was always trumps.
I think the game is
It's
over
very
there.
solid indeed.
I think the game is over.
Is
They
it
do
the
have
Hopeful, or are we just gonna
the
go for
piercing
another
light,
Cold Shot and keep going through that deck?
but I think it's too expensive to play
Yeah,
on
fight
just
makes sense.
the Jinx's Draven
see.
champion.
I think we'd be good on that top
Oh, and
battlefield,
actually,
just
you
kind of
if you play piercing
protect
light
that
here
even
as
more, kind
Draven,
of
you have to
those
target
top
your
players
own
top
Ezreal
So it's kinda
because
controlled
there
by
aren't
David.
enough
Oh,
units.
you're right.
Remember, you don't actually have a...
They play their
Not yet.
third
Yeah, not yet.
Cold
But
shot.
you can go and control the bottom
Oh,
stack
They
deck.
take
Oh,
a
it's
stack
still
deck.
cycling. Yeah, we still have a
Stacked
Cold
deck,
shot
and
that
they
we can play.
find another
Oh,
ram.
stack deck, take the battering ram,
So
basically free
now
with how
they
many
can
spells we have cast this
soon
turn.
look to play
A
their
stacked
battling
deck
ram for
into
only
the
1
box, so
energy.
points of battering
They
ram
play a
is
stacked deck,
beautiful
making
at this
their
point.
battling rams even
I can't
cheaper.
believe how many
They
cards are
unfortunately
joined.
don't
This is the
find another
power.
other battling ram, but they do find an
For this
Overzealous
turn.
fan,
Are we gonna take it?
which
I
could
kinda
be
wanna see it.
very good
I
in
kinda wanna see it
in
play through.
defense.
I think we might go for more card draw. I'm just so pleasantly
I
surprised
think they
at
have
how
two
much we've been able to combo those card draw
battering rams in their
kind
hand.
of options into one another just to really make the perfect hand. It's
goes
in
into
the
hand.
beast below.
I think they have two battering rams in hand.
They
They take the beast below,
Yeah.
which is basically a rebuke,
She roars in the face
Yeah.
of your opponent and goes, "Get back
and a
there."
unit in the in one card. They
Other than
probably
just
look
kinda
to play
replay it, but we're
play
really
the
low on runes,
battering
we've got
ram
no
now
cards in hand,
for
and we'd be
only
kind of
one
in a scary
one
situation.
energy. They play down the Vi, and Jinx is tapped out here, so with the ride the wind, I was gonna say, with the ride the wind, is the game over if they just ride the wind Vi
Really, really strong on
on
units
the
now.
Draven
I love
champion,
that
but they
Vi
choose not to
has
not to do
natural
that for
ganking
some
as
reason.
well. Really fantastic to be able to
So,
have that utilization alongside the fight or flights
They
and
could have
alongside,
reset the whole game
these battering rams, just
with
that
Jinx
extra
only having
power. Really
like, what,
impressive play to
4
build up the
runes?
base here, kind of saying,
They
I
could
know
have
that you've got limited
right the
resources,
Winded
even if you
Vi
deathrock one
there
of these
rather
guys,
than
I've still
playing
got
the
3
Noxus
more.
Hopeful.
It's a seal
I
in hand.
wonder if that would have been the right play,
Not too advantageous for David.
because
We'll go to
then
three with the hold on the Orange
if you
And I think that's
used
my
Right the
problem with
Wind
this, is that
rather
you
than the
can't
Noxus
prepare for your next turn.
Hopeful,
Yeah.
you
You
would
don't
have
know what
won
you're
a
doing 'cause
battle
you'll
and
know
you
what
could
you're
have
drawing
found
until you get
another
there.
battering ram
And
if you were
then
lucky
you're at
from winning the
the
battle.
beck and call of whatever those 2 cards were. And
I
only
think the
thing you
game
can
was
do in this
over after the
situation is
second
take back
call
that
shot.
death rocket.
Yeah.
But again, there are so
Jinx
many units on
also-
the other side that is absolutely
Jinx
not
also
going to
didn't
be
get
of
the
any help
the
here.
nuts
You also don't want to give a
start
combat to
like they
Draven
needed
player,
in
right?
this one.
No.
You could
I
siren
think
back
I think
your
that's
own
the difference
Draven,
between Jinx and
reacting
Draven.
with the Edge of Night to get that
Jinx
equipped onto
needs
Draven, and then you could go for the conga
the
on
perfect
bottom
start
battlefield,
to
but even at
compete.
that point, it's like, well,
Draven
you
needs
look at the might on the other side, there's 11 represented and
one
a
one
Vi,
one
which
Israel
you can just
to win the
recycle,
game.
not infinitely, but all
No,
of the
but
cards
as
into your
many
trash
as you'd
into
like
it,
from
right?
the
And
trash.
your Draven's never
Yeah,
gonna
no
be that
runes.
big.
No
So,
runes, no hand,
If
no
you do
momentum. Yeah,
siren back, you
yeah.
have to reveal that hidden card,
That's why
otherwise
I
it is-
think
I mean, it's gonna go
Right
back
the
as a
Winding
gear
the
into your
Vi
base.
would have been better
You
here
get the equipment
because
onto Draven
Jinx is
if you do
literally
use
out
that
of
as that
steel. The
reaction.
only thing
It's
Jinx
a really
has in
difficult
this game
situation
is the
here. I
Draven,
just think, again, we've run out of
and
steam.
the Right the Wind
We
would have
started off hot,
just
we were doing well,
crushed
and now
Jinx's
again, we
dreams.
just haven't seen the draw cards. Where are they? Like, we have not seen any of that engine. We've not been able
Plus,
to get
Vi has
kind of a
ganking,
higher
so
hander. We're on that back
Draven
foot of
would have
being,
gotten
like,
2
the
points
Jinx
from using the
legendability
Right
was
to
my
Wind there.
fallback, and it hasn't paid off.
Yeah, and when you're sitting on a treasure hunter seal,
It's not a great feeling.
Not the best feeling at all.
Yeah, it is over. It is over.
Maybe just needs a turn to
Oh man,
redistribute to get
But
back
yeah,
into
the hand
base
is
just to reset a little
very,
bit.
very awkward
Obviously,
on
you do
Jinx's
wanna try and keep ahead
side.
of this Draven deck, 'cause when it starts to get control, it's really difficult to wrest it back out of its
I can
hands, but
imagine
you can't
they're a little
really
bit
be
little bit
losing
stressed
Draven
right now. Unfortunately, we don't have the heart rate monitors today.
David, which would put this Draven up to 8,
They
and then
they
the
chose
Edge of
not
Night Trigger
to
would put it
not
up
to not to keep
10.
the heart
That
heart,
is
heart
not
rate
enough.
monitors
Really
on.
scary when it's not
Did they
enough
forget
at
the
all when we're
Jinx
looking at
legend
Randy's
proc?
board state. It's so
That would be
much more
kind of
frivolous. We're
crazy.
looking at
That would be
so
kind of
many
crazy if
units
they
with
forgot
so
it.
much flexibility in
Yeah.
their might, and that's where it really comes down. And like you said, David just can't really let up that battlefield.
Yeah,
He's
Jinx
got to
doesn't even
try
have
and
enough
keep control,
enough
'cause
runes to
once-
Siren Conquer,
once Draven does go
Regain
in there,
Rocket.
it's really hard to gain it
Okay,
back.
he
You really
did
don't
have an
want to just
empty
let him
hand.
have
Okay,
it.
okay,
We're
okay.
gonna push 1 or 2 units into the Obelisk of Power, looking like we're considering a second just
Okay,
to kind
okay,
of
okay.
give that extra beef.
Yeah, I don't
over
really see a
there
way
so
back
that
for the
David
Jinx.
can't do much
Last
about it,
game,
maybe
they
use
really
the
like
rocket.
got
Its
to
Death Rocket
repeatedly shoot the
wouldn't be
Draven with
crazy
their
effective right now 'cause
with
it's a
their
slow
Super
speed,
Mega
right?
Death
Yeah.
Rockets.
You wouldn't be able to use it
But
right
But
now.
this
Yeah,
game,
Yeah,
they
but next
just
turn would
don't
make
have
sense. But
enough
you have 2 runes up, so David could
runes
ride the
to
wind the
even
Draven
try to
across,
use a Super
and then
Mega,
you wanna make sure
let
that you are
alone the
avoiding
Siren
The
and
Draven.
Super Mega.
Yeah.
But we know there's a
They
ceiling.
they now
Randy does
found
not
the
know this. He
treasure
has to play
hunter,
around,
but
fight to flight, ride the wind,
it's
a
it's a
few
little
of
bit too
these
late for the treasure
combat tricks
hunter
which
right
are rumored as
now.
well. Can't quite remember if that's in David's list. But the Conquer comes down. Beast Below now
The
targeting
Beast Below
Draven.
has been played, which yeah takes the
I assume, and
Straight
the
over
Ezreal
there.
for the
Draven,
discard draw.
puts the Draven back to the
Back
Jinx's
it
hand,
goes.
and
There
Jinx
it
just
is.
David
scoops the
knows
game,
cannot win from this position.
and
2
that's GG.
for Randy. I think I saw the fist bump.
Yeah, I think Randy's beast was too much, and David unfortunately could not beat the beast
Dave,
below. The writing
what-
was on the wall.
why did David
and as
give
far
them
as
a
we can
fist
tell, it
fist
looks
pump?
like we've wrapped that up with a 2-0
What
win for
did
Randy.
David
I think there's just not enough
accidentally
that David could do to bring that back.
Yeah.
So
give the fist
admitted
pump?
defeat, have a little rest and go on.
I mean, it's
for the
one of
rest
those
of the
things.
day.
Yeah.
Oh,
at
did
once,
he
at some point you have to say,
accidentally?
okay, if I really tried to win this game, maybe I have 10%.
Yeah, I don't think he
Yeah.
meant
But I played
to
for 12 hours yesterday,
meant to,
and I have another bunch
forfeit
of
that
rounds
one.
today. Let me just keep myself in a strong position. It
Yeah,
might be that we
yeah, there
continue
was-
to play it out
they
a little bit.
accidentally,
Yeah, let's
um,
go for
did
it.
the fist
Again,
pump.
You can, you absolutely can.
The
It's about
Ezreal
that
is now gone.
fortitude and whether you can
The
bring it back to
the battering
a
ram
point of being
is
able to win.
on the
Maybe
Orange
David just wants to
Forged.
see what the next couple of top
Yeah.
decks are,
Dra-
see if
Draven is now
maybe
at
that
3
just kind of
points.
saves us.
It's a Sun Disc. It's
It's
just
a
not
Sun
safe.
They,
I don't
I
think
mean,
that's gonna
if I
do
was
much,
Jinx,
unfortunately, but I really respect
I
the
would have just
like the
taken
flame is
the
out
forfeit.
here.
I would have just
Let's
said
see
it's
if
fine.
anything can bring it
I
back.
can't
We
win
did
this
see
game
one
anymore
come back
anyways.
in game one. We
Yeah.
saw that, you know, it
They're
was
still
able
trying to crawl
removal of
back,
units.
but
So maybe just like holding your own here is enough.
but
to to consider.
If I had $1 million,
Be able to bring something back, maybe just
I would put it all on Draven right now. So that's how confident I am on Jinx losing this game. I think this is beating on a dead horse. Yeah. It is looking like there's really no way for the Jinx to come back here. It's honestly a little sad. I do wonder, can Jinx still make top cut? They're gonna be 6-2 right now. If they go like 8-2, is it still top cut worthy or no? Think about how much there is at stake right now. If you lose here, you probably lose the Jinx medal card, you lose your top cut spot, and because you played today, you are not likely getting any medal cards from the side events. So you basically, unfortunately, leave empty-handed after going 6-2. Which is crazy to think about.
No, that's not
You go think about it. You go 6-1 on day one. You have a possibility of winning. You have a possibility of winning the medal card. You have a possibility of getting the top cut, and suddenly it's all over. 11-12 has a chance to get to top 8. Also, this is in a sense different than the Chinese, where they have top 64. So the top cut only starts from top 8. I see. I've been misunderstanding the way the Bologna tournament works. So they only stream the top 8 as the technical top cut. Unlike the China streams.
The Draven already has 6 on it, and there's 1 Furion available for David. So if David,
the reason why I'm not really talking about the game right now is because the game is basically Draven is shutting down the Jinx. Jinx does something, and Draven shuts down the Jinx again. That's the game right now. So there's really nothing much to talk about. You gotta give it to the official casters though. They still sound so excited, even though they know the game was over 15 minutes ago. They're still like, oh no, that was so close. I know, we all know the casters know the game is over, but they're still pretty good at doing their job. They're still pretty good at doing their job for keeping the entertainment going. I'm just dooming right now. But hey, at least I'm being realistic. At least I'm being realistic, you know. So.
No, and again, because we've got the Vi in play, we've just
yeah, the game is over, Grief. The game is over. Oh, another. Oh, there's still the right to win plus fight or flight in hand. I mean. Also, I haven't seen like any fight or flight rebuke stuff from the Jinx. And the reason why purple is so strong right now is because of all the fight or flight and rebukes. So the Jinx list for sure has some optimization to do. The casters don't know how the game works 90% of the time. I mean, they're surprisingly like knowledgeable now compared to what they were like a month ago. So they have for sure been studying some Riftbound. I don't remember seeing any fight or flight or rebuke in their list. So they're playing purple without the strongest cards of purple. That is a little
Don't really
bit
wanna chuck any of the units
questionable,
back, you kind of
to
want
say
those
the
back
least.
yourself.
Yeah.
And the small units are fine. A treasure
Why
hunter and a
why would you
snack deck
pay
going through at the
purple
bottom.
without
Yeah, that makes sense.
playing
we need
Fighter
to be
Flight
able
or
to have the
Rebuke?
last right
And you even have
trigger
last. You
available
have
to us,
last
that's something to
right.
get us back in the game. We saw it to great effect in
So
game
you could
one, so
just
maybe this is just the
have
extra little
one
bit
Fighter
we need,
Flight
extra
and Rebuke
push,
in your deck,
you're
and
making a really
you
big
could still
unit
play them
already
multiple
have to deal with,
times,
which you kind of
possibly
have
in the
to. You don't
game.
have a choice. We see a lot of power in base, and I'm not sure
It
that
doesn't matter
anything's
what they
gonna be enough, but
recycle,
if
none of this
anything will
matters.
be- it will be
Yeah,
much
not in
tougher
this
with
one, but
all of the
like if we're
weapons.
talking
I
about
don't
the
know how he's holding
optimization
on
of the
to all
Jinx
those.
deck,
He's only got 2 arms.
it's very weird that they're not running the best cards in those colors. It's a little interesting.
It'll have to be. We don't have a choice. It's like a one-man band.
It's 10
Like,
mites
Jinx
sitting
is
on the roster, so
basically-
for, treasure hunter might be played here as well, just for that extra little
Jin-
bit.
It's like Jinx has the
Oh, we did play the treasure
has
hunter 'cause, from the last right
a
trigger,
gun.
we didn't have enough room
They're-
to actually play anything bigger.
No.
they
was
have
main
the
issue.
powder
The
in the
problem is
gun,
that
but
Randy
they
has
don't
a
have the
weapon,
bullet in it.
and David has tried to play
When
around
they're
it.
playing
We have
purple without
4
Rebuke
in
and
the
Fighter
trash,
Flight.
I believe, for Randy, which puts that
That's the easiest way to
five
put it,
up
in
to
my opinion.
7, if you do want to ride the wind across. You also have a beast
They're
below,
almost running out of
which is
time, by the way. They have 10
which is
minutes
12
left.
power in and of itself.
That's the
Jinx
thing,
has been
Viper
struggling
got
for the
decking,
last
so we don't even have to use anything to
20
be able to move
20 to
across. She
25
can just jump
minutes.
on over when she
Yeah, yeah.
fancies, and that's
They're
one of the
trying
big
to like
powerful moments of that
make
unit,
the
and why
game
I
2 a
enjoy
tie,
the utilization
but
of
it doesn't
here
really
so
matter
much,
because Draven
is
did
that
win game
you do
1.
punish those who don't respect that it's already on a battlefield,
Yeah.
because you can just
And
recycle
I know
from
the
trash and
Draven's
go,
just
"Okay,
thinking
anyway,
about
now it's massive,"
when
then
and
she's
how
gonna
to end this
jump
game with
right
the
over
Fighter
to
Flight
where you're
and
at.
Ride the Wind.
And there's just so much power in base already that you can go for that multiple attack line. You can go for one combat. and
They
then
are
another.
looking to
So we're going in with
they're
Beast
looking to
that hopefully will
fight
get-
the bottom
It's
battlefield,
11 into 12,
And that's all she wrote there. That's
just
the
clearing the
combat.
units out.
That it is. Take us to 7. Still need
They
one
get
more
to
turn
7
here for
points.
Randy.
They're looking to
Yeah,
hold,
didn't
and
need
next
Ride
turn,
the Wind or
if
anything, but
Jinx breaks
I
their
think David
hold,
having no cards
Draven
there
is
for the
still
majority
sitting
of the
on
game has made it
the
relatively
Ride the
easy for
Wind
Randy
and
to
Fighter
decide
Flight.
on their lines.
So
Yeah, unfortunately, again, David's just at the beck and
So
mercy
there's
of
really
that
nothing.
top
Oh, and there's the
deck.
Ferris
Wow,
Forerunner.
yeah.
Oh
Okay.
man.
Just
Oh man.
bulking out that lower battlefield as well, going for the hold there.
So
David would have
maybe
to
when
take
Jinx
both of these
accidentally
away now,
forfeited
and with no
before,
units currently in play, I'd say that pretty much
maybe it would have
just-
been
yeah.
a
Randy's gonna enjoy the win.
It's a
blessing for all
I'm
of
gonna
us if
put
it went
hidden
through.
cards, we're going with big guys. You've got to take both of
I do
these.
think
I can't see it happening, so
Jinx
Randy's
could have
just
won the
putting all of
first
their
game.
balls in every court.
Yeah, Fight or Flight
If-
on either battlefield as well. Just
maybe if
so
their deck was a
difficult
little
for
more
David to do
optimized.
anything. We'll see
It
what
was pretty
the top
cool. It
decks
was pretty
are.
cool what they were trying to do
There's a
with
couple of them.
like
Are they good
repeatedly
enough?
using the Super Mega and
a
make
gold
it very
shot or
hard for the
something else.
Draven to
And that is
play
really
units,
gonna do
basically.
anything for you. And you
But
can go for the
then
gold shot, you get
the
another
Draven
chance to look.
stabilized the game, and
We'll repeat it as well.
this is the result. Jinx using
think you
Cold
have to,
Shot
right? I
to
mean, you don't have a
Yeah,
choice.
you gotta
You've
play
got
for
to
look
go
for a
down.
miracle. Literally,
Take the
look for a
gold
miracle.
You just keep comboing them, but I think at that point you
Vi
know the
plus
runs
Ride
will
the
fall.
Wind
This
wouldn't
is the
even
card
save
draw we
Jinx
wanted
right now.
early.
Yeah,
This
is
yeah.
what
There's
we
the
needed
one
early
hidden
to be able to
hidden
get
card
back in
on the
here.
top
I
battlefield.
think it's too
So
late, unfortunately.
there's really nothing they can
I
do.
didn't see anything
Shouldn't
here.
Randy
No.
move back Vi to avoid potential rebuke? Well, the problem is that Jinx is not running rebukes or Fighter Flights in that matter, so
I think, no, there's the fist
So-
bump, Randy taking it home, bringing the power of
I,
the
don't-
beast
I
onto the
mean, you
battlefield
would
just
you
too
would be
much.
afraid of rebuke usually against purple, but Jinx isn't running rebuke for some reason. So the game is over. Draven does win the first match of the day.
For David, obviously unfortunate. Didn't really get the card draw that they were looking for.
Let's
Played
hope
really well in
we
game
don't
one to try
get
and fight
another
back, but
Draven on
as
the
soon
match
as they
2.
were
That's all I'm
really
hoping.
buffing up
I think the
Treasure
judge
Hunter and
stopped
Treasure
the
Hunter,
concede because it's a feature match.
Unfortunately, but we have to highlight they're
That
still best of
could make
Jinx right
sense.
now.
Oh,
They
That could
are-
make
I
sense
believe they're still
because
best of Jinx.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we're still
ju-
looking
just
at a
keeping the
really fantastic
production
position for
rolling.
them to go all the
But
way and take that
what
title.
Bologna has done better than China
Oh, yeah.
is
Okay, I thought you meant
that
they were
Bologna
Jinx there.
Bologna does have
Currently,
another
highest
table
So
that
still
that
doing
they can
very
swap
well for
swap
themselves,
to
still in a
if the
fantastic
first
position
match ends very
to be
fast.
a
So I think they
winner,
do
to
have
be a
two tables,
champion in their
two
own
feature
right. Maybe
tables
not
playing
all
at the
of
same
them,
time.
I mean, but best of is
but best of is a
And if
fantastic
as a kind of a backup plan where they can swap to the second table if the games end very fast.
Hey, James here with
And I just want to...
Successful game in our feature match.
Let's hear what the Draven has to say. Let me put it a little louder.
After round 9.
Feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty confident about this day. 7 more to go and we win the event, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good outlook on it.
Yeah.
So remind me, what's your standings currently now after that match?
I'm 7-1-1.
Nice. Okay, so
7-1-1.
in a good spot to go towards that top 8. Running Draven, which I think people have known you recently for playing Sivir. How do you feel about Draven specifically now?
I think Draven is pretty strong. I like Sivir a lot. The issue with Sivir is time. This is the first weekend of the release. People are naturally going to play slower. And that just... Sivir is a control deck. She needs combo/control, but she needs to go the long game. And you put the opponent on the top deck, and if they do top deck multiple times in a row, they're gonna have close at games they shouldn't be closing. And you have to go to game 3, that's like very, very advanced in the timer on the round. So it's very difficult then to close that game. You don't really lose, you just draw, and drawing is kind of losing in a tournament that long.
Do you feel like the difference between the two Draven decks? I mean, we have the Miracle deck and we have the mid-range deck. Do you feel like time is a difference in either of those matchups?
I mean, obviously mid-range is quite faster because you don't have that much action to take in your turn compared to
I don't know if it's healthy.
But I do still think Miracle can finish games in a reasonable amount of time. I play pretty fast, so I'm not worried about that too much. I don't like to press my opponent, so I'm very unlikely to do it, but I will still do it if they are taking.
Okay, I'm gonna put it a little quieter.
I get that.
I don't.
I think
It's a
when
little
you speak
scary
about
that
interactions like
the
that, about
question
time
of
and
decks
understanding, I
is
think
that
I think it's fair to say,
are you gonna run
of all
out
the
of
players in
time?
this room, you perhaps have played the most high-level Riftbound at this point.
That
having
is-
spent
that is a
month
little-
over in China playing in the
Maybe there's a
qualifiers.
design flaw
Like,
somewhere.
how important for
If
you is that you now have multiple
the
tournaments for Riftbound specifically
news
in your
guy is
expertise?
asking the player
I
if
think it's pretty interesting. To be fair,
if Miracle Draven or
I-
mid-range
I
Draven
considered
have
Sivir
a
for this
time
event for a
problem,
long time. My friend convinced me on Draven.
and
Because
if they should play
people in China
the
I
other
felt were
version,
pretty slow
because the
already,
other
but
version
I just
takes
think
too
that's
much
an average
time.
player taking their time
So
and
maybe
thinking.
there's a
But
design
it's
flaw
way
somewhere
over
if
here because it's
if we're not
So
talking
I
about
had
the
mixed
strengths of decks.
recommended
We're
allowed
talking
me, I
about
guess, to,
how well they do within
get to
time
know
limits.
all the decks better, but that's from testing
That's a
mostly.
little
Just overall tournament
little
experience.
interesting. Keep in mind.
Knowledge has improved, but it's very similar to other TCGs I've played into. So I don't think the difference I'm trying to make comes from the expertise, but more from testing and improving and deck building and all that stuff.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you so much, Randy. Look forward to seeing the rest of your results, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Randy.
Welcome
Thank you,
back
thank you.
to RQ Bologna. Great to hear from Randy, having a great performance so far. I will say, never expected Beast Below to be that near the top cut. Like, what a card, what an inclusion, giving yourself the mic while having that rebuke on top of it.
Beast Below
Really
has been
fun stuff, I would say.
seeing
Honestly, I've
some
got to
play.
say that isn't the only time
is
I've
pretty
been
funny.
pleasantly surprised by an inclusion in a
Which is
deck
pretty
this
funny.
weekend, and I could not be more thrilled because that really shows the innovation and deck building that has gone on. Even since the last event that we saw in Houston, from then to now, the meta has developed and people have thought of their own ways of defeating and overcoming obstacles, and I love that.
It's so much fun. We are
So
getting
the
into
caster
round
just said
second
the
game
meta
of round
has
9
developed
as we are
a
jumping
ton
into game 3
after
of the second
Houston.
feature match.
I gotta say I'm really jazzed for this
Well,
one. Yeah,
I mean,
I really love
there was a
this,
whole new
this
set between
combination of
Bologna and
decks, and I'm
Houston, so
interested to see how they
maybe
interact
that's
with
why
one
the meta
another.
has
I haven't
developed
played
so
this,
much.
this interaction once before, and I
A little
passed, so-
a
but I
little
think I
interesting
did really enjoy
interesting
playing
comment
this round, so maybe I'm biased.
because obviously the meta develops when there's a new whole set, whole set. But like I said, there are two feature tables. We get another Draven game. Oh my god, we get another Draven game, guys. No, anything but Draven, please, sir. Anything but Draven. And I think this is game 3 on the
I'm
match.
pretty jazzed about this one. We have,
And
Jessa
we have
playing
a
Renata,
Trove
even
Golem.
though I haven't yet
We have
been
a
able to
Trove
talk about
Golem, by the
having
way.
a feature yet, but a really fantastically
Holy!
way of working with a deck. It's
We
got
have a
its
Trove
own
Golem.
kind of purpose. It's got
And
like
we have
a win
Renata.
condition, and I love that. It's so
We have
fun. It's like
Renata,
you're
we have
working
Trove
to a
Golem.
different goal to everyone else,
We have
and then
Time
they
Warps,
have to
obviously, because
react
it's
to that in an
Renata. We have
interesting way to be
Ornn.
able to get around it. You don't want to let Renata get all those gold tokens. You don't want them to be able to
I think
score
people
extra
play
points
rounds
outside of the usual
too
round.
slowly.
Yeah, and
There's
especially
no
if you
reason
get
to
a
for a turn to
forge card
take
pretty
close to
early,
5
you are
minutes. Yeah,
generating quite a
Yeah.
few gold gears in this deck.
yeah, we
And
are
your forge
cooking. We
cards
are
get
cooking.
very big very
We get
quickly.
some
Quite hard to
good
do
Renata
once you have
gameplay now. So
targeted
so log
removal.
in,
Just
you
is our
copers.
final Renata player in the tournament, so they have won that best of metal card for
Set
Renata.
set is
Are
only
playing
out
it here.
1
I
week,
think you
so
have to wait until you're out of the
everyone is
tournament
taking
before
extra
you can
time
claim
to
the
read
best of card
cards and go
prize,
slow.
which does make a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
that also
Could
makes
even
some
be
sense.
looking for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
top
Okay. Maybe
first place
I'm
prize
a
as well with that
I'm
blade
a little
of
bit
the
too
Ruined
doomer
King.
right now.
One of one card. Let's get into it. At the bottom we have a Valmor's Lair. At the top it's a Targon's Peak.
And
I mean,
it
Justo
seems
will be very
like,
happy
from
getting
what
you
I have
onto
heard,
Valmor's if they
this
can.
Renata player
Renata, if you don't know what it does,
is
you don't
getting
often see it. When
the
you are holding
Renata
an ally and
Metal
you're playing
Legend
2v2,
right now.
you can exhaust a gold gear, exhaust Renata, Chem Baroness, to make a gold gear pretty effective.
I don't know what
Within
Z
3
drive
minutes of
Renata
whatever
is.
the
I don't know
point
what
total
that is.
Here it's 8. Your gold also add an energy.
Yeah, there are
boost
also
when you
different languages.
sacrifice them.
Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy, and we've seen kind of the way that these decks like to work is they jump really quickly.
Okay,
from 3
so
points to 8 just out of
Renata has an
nowhere.
Ornn,
So
Hidden
allowing them
Blade.
an early lead in points is really scary. You want
Is
to
it
try and
Bloodshot?
avoid letting them
Or
do
what's the
that,
name of that
because then they're
card?
able to make that jump really
And
easily
they have the
once they've got
Poro,
their
so they have a
resources
turn
high.
one
So
turn
this
one
is where
play.
Draven actually
The game is 1-1 against a Draven. I mean the match, which is crazy. And yeah, there is only one Renata day too. Okay, very nasty. Very nasty. Okay. So this Renata is the proud owner of the Renata metal card. So congratulations to this Renata.
Yeah, we'll see where they decide to go. Could also just play out
The
Kai'Sa and look
I
for
hope they can
focus.
beat the evil Draven abuser. So I'm rooting for the Renata. I'm obviously rooting for the
One
Renata.
of the big things you have to play around here as the Draven is Singularity. Singularity so powerful in these decks that do like to ramp up the gold tokens.
Also, Hidden Blade
as well.
is
There's
a
lot of
very
removal for
very
the
strong
Renata
card
player.
against
Wages of
Draven.
Pain also really good. Doesn't work too well
Giving
into
Draven
Kai'Sa,
draw
obviously,
isn't.
3 into the 4. We've got a hostile
It is pretty
takeover in
bad.
hand. Blood money as well.
But sometimes, if the Draven would win a combat anyway, Hidden Blading their unit basically gives them only one draw, because they would have won the combat anyway and gotten one draw from their legend. So in that sense, Hidden Blade is sometimes kill a unit, and it's only a +1 draw from them for them, because they would have anyways gotten one draw from their legend. In that sense, the Hidden Blade is instantly hidden to the battlefield. The Renata gets to get ready to 2 runes from the Targon's Peak. They played down their Renata champion, and the Hidden Blade is really carrying the Renata right now. Draven could look to Fighter Flight their Poro, but then Renata could Hidden Blade their own Poro. Renata also got the gold token from the Poro, so Renata is in a surprisingly good spot. Unfortunately, the Draven does have Noxus Hopeful and Stacked Deck, which is already a very powerful combo together. They can play Stacked Deck to fish for cards, and they also make their Noxus Hopeful cheaper. Draven has Spinning Axe, but I don't think the Spinning Axe makes any difference right now. They choose to Fight or Flight the Poro. Renata Hidden Blades their own Poro. And if I'm not seeing... Did Renata remember to take their gold token? Can anybody tell me if Renata took the gold token? Because I don't think I saw a gold token. Okay, so the chat is saying they didn't take the gold token. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, man. You should already... Yeah, you're 6'2", you should know this, So Renata forgot to take the gold token, unfortunately.
On something like a Blood Money is super interesting, because like Blood Money is kind of inconspicuous by itself. It's inauspicious, like, oh, well, I'll make 1 gold, you know, for killing your treasure.
Yeah, I don't... Gold does become... exhausted. missing the gold token could really make the difference because an early gold token is very powerful. And gold tokens are pretty weak late game, but Renata is a legend that works around gold. So forgetting the gold with Renata is very unfortunate. No, I didn't. I don't think I saw Jace in this list. I don't think I saw Jace. Renata champion is now on Vilmov's lair, so they can't move their Renata back now if they want to. So basically Renata is stuck for now. And now the Ornn is also weaker because they forgot the gold token. So they technically de-ramped themselves for getting the gold, made their Ornn weaker, and it's all just very unfortunate for the Renata. You should remember these things when you're playing a gold focus deck in general. Playing on stage is not the same. Yeah, you're right, Sipa, you're right. I have never played in a big TCG tournament, so we're gonna see how that goes when I get to France. When I get to France, it might be cooked. It might be cooked. If I had the heart rate monitor on in my first ever TCG tournament in France, my heart rate would be like 160. I would. They would carry me to hospital because they would think I'm dying or something. So yeah, I'm excited to go to France, to say the least. There is another hidden blade now at the bottom battlefield, which is very annoying for the Draven. They also have 2 units, so no fight or flight can work, and because of Vilmov's lair, fight or flight can't do anything basically. A Mind Splitter was seen from the Draven, which does mean that it's probably a side deck card. Remember, this is the 3rd game of the match, so the Mind Splitter is probably from the side deck.
Playing Draven, I'm probably not testing against Renata. I'm going to be honest with you. And so if I need to have a little peek at my opponent's hand to know exactly what's going on in there, then Mind Splitter is a perfect way to do that.
They're thinking if they want to fight the bottom battlefield, they go for it, and Renata... Oh, it wasn't a hidden blade, it was Wages of Pain. Even I'm getting cooked by the hidden cards. So now the Ornn was buffed to a 5 might unit from the gold token. Oh man, the Darius is getting played, so the Darius is out, and the Ornn is dead. And I haven't played Renata, but I think the game might be a little cooked here. I'm not too sure why they chose not to hide the hidden blade there. If they had hidden blade on the board, they would have at least traded with the Darius. So hiding the wages of pain was way too greedy. It was way too greedy. They should have hidden the hidden blade. The singularity gets played, but unfortunately the Draven reacts with a spinning axe, making their Darius 7 might. Playing Ornn feels too greedy. Yeah, or does have double deflect, and double deflect is pretty strong, but Ornn is also very greedy if you forget to take your gold token from your Poro. Okay, I'll stop bullying the Renata. Okay, I'll stop bullying them. I understand. The stress levels are high.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah, I know.
With Draven being like 83 of
Smart
the
from the Draven not to try and save the Kai'Sa. Oh yeah, because of the Stupefy.
Like,
True,
yes,
true, true,
having
true,
a
true.
read there,
That is
as I
true, that
said,
is true.
understand that, and is definitely one of the bigger
Yeah, the
threats
Stupefy
there.
would have killed
There's
the
a
Kai'Sa.
Stupefy as well, which, you know, does
And
help with the card draw from
yeah,
that,
if
but
Draven went
the
and
hostile
tried
takeovers are
to
too scary, especially when you
save
just
the
put most
Kai'Sa
of it
there,
yourself down, because that's like the perfect
the
target, or a
game
great
state would
target
look so
for
much
hostile
different.
takeover. A hidden card, which then is so
I
much
wonder
cheaper
what
to play. You
the
just need to recycle
Mind
one item,
Splitter
and then you kind of
now
bleed
gets rid of.
essentially for free when
Hidden
it's
Blade.
used as a reaction. So I think it
Hidden
has to be
Blade
the hostile
is a
takeover, but I
killing
can understand
spell,
wanting to give your opponent more card draw.
Yeah, there's the interesting, like, maybe you
but
take away the hidden blade.
right now Renata literally has 0 units. So they're cosplaying Spell Victor without the ability to summon tokens.
But at least they're aware
basically.
of the threat now, and that's the great thing about being able to see your opponent's hand, right?
Yeah, and knowing that the hostile takeover's there, but without any units, just it is
Yeah, Renata would have probably
And I
still
suppose
lost
that's the
even
thing
if
as
the
well, there's no units, so
Draven
hostile
misplayed,
takeover
but
can't do anything.
still well
To
played
have
from the
things on
Draven
battlefield, and
on the
that's just
previous
not
turn.
possible right now without an accelerate unit, which we don't have. Oh, was there a
The
takeover on the
Renata
Darius?
You gain control of it. It does get
signature
ready, but it's stuck on Varmor's lair anyway.
gets played.
If you've drawn a
Now
hidden blade,
Renata
you
gets
can kill it
gets to
yourself
control
now,
the Darius.
or look for Death Grip, which gets you a card draw anyway. So it's kind of it's a way of hidden blading, but having to use 2 cards to do so.
Is it expensive?
And then
Very
they're thinking
Even
of
played with
using the
extra
Death Grip
steps. And I like it,
on the
but also
Darius.
frustrating. But, go for
But
Stupefy for the
can
top
they
as well,
use
I
Death
think.
Grip
Yeah.
without
Like
having
Death Grip
a
again
unit
for
to
the,
buff
final draw in the
with the
end.
Death Grip?
Which I like. It's removed the Darius from the board. Which
Oh,
Yeah.
going
You can't
Death
use
Grip.
Death Grip with,
Okay,
and the
looks like
game is over. Okay.
there it is. Just realizing
Maybe
that we lost too much momentum there.
there was some
And
on-stage pressure on the
That's interesting to
Renata.
me. I wonder if maybe
There
I'm
were some
misreading
questionable
hostile takeover and you
plays
count as a friendly unit, 'cause Death Grip has to target a
and
friendly
like
unit, but,
optimization,
Yes.
I
but
mean, as you
at
said,
the end of the day,
it could be that,
Renata
the
has
players
a
don't know much about the
metal
Renata
card
matchup,
in
and
their
it could be
pocket
that
and
perhaps
we don't.
know as
So,
much about it as we would like
so
as well, but the scoop comes out. In the end, Death Grip not
would
gonna-
that extra
oh, is it
gold
because you,
missed from the Poro
I
mean
know what
anything
it
in
is.
the
It's
end?
Death Grip has to have another
Hmm.
friendly unit to target, right?
They would have had
Yes.
And so
You're
because
right.
you can't
one
death grip,
more
you only have
energy
Yep,
in the
that's
game,
entirely on me.
basically.
Can't death grip, guys, but we got there.
And
We worked
again,
it out.
it's one of
Because
those
they could have
scenarios where
used
there just
the
weren't enough
gold
units.
on
They just didn't
something,
have
their
enough
own would have
within
been bigger.
using hostile takeover. Just
They could
wasn't
have
quite enough.
looked.
It just wasn't there, and that's
If they
what
got the
we saw
plus
with
one
Jinx
gold
earlier,
at the
and now we see with
beginning,
Renata,
and then
that's, I think,
they,
where our more aggressive
instead of
build
hiding the
decks
wages
do
of
so
pain,
well
hit
over
the
last few
hidden
games have
blade,
really shown is that actually
I
having
think
units
the
out
game would
Yeah.
have
doesn't matter what they are,
been
Just need stuff to be able
pretty
to target,
close.
right?
just need some,
Yeah, I like the line. I think if you did
So
have
if the
maybe
hidden
a little
blade
bit too much
was
investment in
hidden
Dawn and the Renata
and
without
the
too much
gold
backup
was
there on
remembered
Varmor's
to be
lair, but overall,
taken,
great play.
then the game would have
Draven
looked way
Quest team
different
to
in my
make their way
opinion.
up the standings. We're going to go to a short break as we get ready to swap in to the second set of casters. We've been Medic and Amy. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
And well, a Draven player once again crushes another player's dreams. I guess you could have hidden hostile takeover. Yeah, that is also true. That is also true. I still think moving the Renata in and playing the Ornn. Yeah. Yeah, the Renata shouldn't have been moved to the Vile Moss. Yeah, that's for sure, that's for sure. That's way too greedy. That is way too greedy. Are you guys coming to France, by the way? Because I am going for the Darius Metal Legend, so I'm just warning you guys. If you're going for Darius, then better watch out, Yeah. Fuck France. What did France do to you, Sibao? Thank you, Hugo Boss. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2.
You'll
of
be
the
cheering
Bologna
for me.
Regionals
Oh,
for
that
Earthbound
means
here.
more than you
We're
think.
heading very quickly
That means
through
more than you
our
think,
5
Hugo.
rounds of Swiss today. We're already in round 2 now, which is technically round 10. That's how that works.
Just not against a buddy of mine that will be going. Well, what are the chances that I run into your friend? You know? What are the chances?
Yeah, definitely. And now in the next few matches that we're going to
But
see
if I do
tomorrow,
run
then
it to your body, then I'm
we
sorry
have
for
some
him
players
because he's
that
about
I
to
have
get
been wanting to
get an ass whooping
We have
in
spicy
France.
deck list, we have big names in TCG communities, we have big names
He's
in
not
the
playing
League of
Darius. Okay,
community
okay,
for
okay.
this
Then,
one.
then we can be
So
friends.
I
Then we can be
just
friends.
cannot wait to get the action started.
Then we can be
This is
friends.
fun because anytime we see a spicy deck on
Friend-
day
friends
2,
in
it means they're
France.
actually performing with it, which is
Yeah.
different. I mean, day 1, I think we got
I
some
will
good
be
results with, like, a Rumble
0 of
maybe,
3
and,
before starting to
towards
win
day 2.
games. Come on,
But now
man.
it's like we're getting ever
You
closer
said
to determining
you said
top
you're
8.
cheering
Like,
for me.
with
You told me
Teemo
good
that is
luck.
actually competing up at that top level,
And then you
makes
said
for quite an interesting
I will be
story.
0
So
3.
I can't wait to get into this matchup, and we've been looking at
I'm getting some
meta
mixed
game
mixed
through day
signal,
1 quite a lot.
signals right
And
now.
we get this important
Hugo,
break point of, like,
what's
how
up?
did
What's
each
up?
deck do with getting into day 2? Because that was, of course, the big
I will
moment.
be
You've been
cheering
playing
for
6
you, but
wins, you've been trying to get
realistically,
into today's play. You can see no surprises at Draven.
jealous I get to go to a regional preset 3.
Champions, but then behind it, there's a good breakdown.
Oh,
of
Sydney's
quite a few other
getting
champions.
played a
Excuse me,
week
what is
after.
Jinx
Oh
doing there
man,
in the
that's
top
tough.
eight?
That's
There's-
tough.
There's also quite a bunch of Ari
I
players.
predict Altar
Silver,
of
I
Memories will win
expected
you France. We'll
almost
see.
a
We'll
little
see.
bit
I'm
higher, to
I'm
be honest, because Silver
playtesting
usually
in
when
real life
great Riftbounders take that deck to a
every
tournament, the
week,
conversion rate
so
is usually very, very high. But
we'll
look
see.
at
We'll
these
see.
Numbers: 83 Dravens, and then it goes
Could
down
put
to
one in.
33 and 31 on Irelia and Kaiser, and then all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
Sydney is the
drop
Bologna
to
regional in a
Ezreal,
nutshell.
only
Yeah,
14
that's true.
players, and keep in mind, we had one player undefeated yesterday.
Yes.
I
touching
wonder
on
how
Silver, we
many
actually spoke to Randy a little bit in the
Jinxes
interview following Randy's
won
series. He was saying that
their best of 3 as of now.
going to time is really painful. You don't want to end up in that draw bracket
Yeah.
very frequently. So a lot of players kind of moving away
Split
from
the hell
Sivir
out.
in that regard. But when you do get a player that is able to play either the Miracle Sivir or the Aurora Sivir, we've seen results on both. So
Yeah.
not too much of a surprise. And I think looking at
Who was
Draven and
undefeated
Irelia,
yesterday?
Kai'Sa does make sense. For me, Irelia and Kai'Sa kind of like
I
playing
think
one
it was
paper, scissors,
Draven,
like
Ezreal,
Kai'Sa
Draven,
wants to
Ezreal.
dodge Irelia at all costs, and that's kind of
I think I think it was 3 Dravens and 2 Ezreals that were undefeated. No Darius, that's for sure. Oh no.
There are so many different matchups, so
my
many
Darius
miracle
is-
decks as well. I think the burst of Jinx that made day 2 can also be explained by the mere fact that this deck can also just run miracle versions. We have seen ones that are slightly less miracle and even go into the discard.
Yeah, the
version
caster
deck,
said
so to
that
make
the
a deck
burst of
rocket,
Jinx
but
is
I
probably
think
because
many players
of
wanted to go for
miracle
the
cards.
decided, hey,
And yeah, it's
see
just
what this was in
crazy
my deck,
how
that's my
powerful
strategy, and then
purple
we'll
is
see where we
as
go
of
from
now. Like anything that runs purple has a chance of getting top 8. No matter if it's Jinx, Ezreal, Draven. If you're running purple, then you're up good. You're up good.
And we got an interesting one, as you said, a Teemo player on board. Teemo on duty for round 10. I believe
Wait, is Jinx playable because it's red
going up
purple?
against Irelia.
Yeah?
But we'll take a look at the
You won't
Teemo
believe what I'm about to tell you.
Good old specimen, a
We have an
TCG caster as well.
Ezreal,
I've had the
we have a
pleasure to work
Teemo
him a few
with
years
the
in a row.
rat
He is incredibly
game plan
talented,
and the
not only
arena's
funny,
greatest.
but also a really strong player, and he has decided that it's time for some miracles as well in the Teemo deck. Plays triple Ezreal Prodigy, Seal of Discord, and is
So
also
they're
playing Nocturne.
basically
Horrifying.
playing
But now I want to
Ezreal,
mention one thing. Usually
but
in Origins,
Teemo.
Teemo that did not play Scout, but the other Teemo, the Mine Teemo for
Honestly,
I
Jinx should have come in
know
the
name by
proving
heart.
grounds, and
Goes
Annie
with the deck list
should
that
have
we're playing
been in a
Nocturne.
pre-con
Yes, you
deck.
could look at the top 5 cards in your deck when you're defending,
True.
but this deck actually just goes for
And
call
Lee
shot
Sin should
and
have been
stack
in
decks and
proving
tries to
grounds,
protect
and
the Nocturne
Yi
off
should have been a
But
pre-con deck
like,
also.
Looking at this as like this version that has pit crew as well. We'll touch on it within the
So
game
Teemo
too, as
against
we have a look
Irelia,
at the
but the
Irelia.
Teemo is
So
basically
Irelia,
running
I
the
know we had
Ezreal
some
list.
on broadcast. It's actually yours and my first time casting Irelia. So Irelia is essentially a deck that
Yeah, this is basically
revolves
Miracle
around
Ezreal
making
in
sure Irelia
Teemo.
can score
So
as much and be as
they're
mobile
playing
as
Miracle
possible, so
Ezreal
Holy Power,
without
relies on
fighting
things like Angel and Combat
for the
Tricks, Strike
Ezreal
as
metal
Hourglass,
card.
to keep Irelia alive.
So when they're playing Teemo, they have a high chance of getting the metal card, while also they have a chance to make it top cut. So it's very smart from them to play Teemo right now. They have a high chance of getting the metal card, and they have a chance of getting to top 8, basically.
Like a spell thousand-tailed watcher, right?
It's so good.
incredibly strong.
Yeah, that was a very
Also
unit
make
stacked
your
Irelia
unit
for
stronger.
sure.
That is true.
It's so bad, like -2
I
for
mean,
the
but
opponent, you
is
get
it
+2,
a
you're like,
worse
yes,
legend?
I'll take a 4-might swing
I mean,
any day.
in a tournament setting, you have a higher chance of getting money with this legend, basically. If you think about it like that.
And if you want to get a GG Easy Teemo, what you have to do is attend a lot of Nexus nights.
Oh, that is the
and get a
GG
lot
Edge
of
Teemo.
Nexus Night
It's
promo
beautiful.
packs, and
It's so
be
shiny.
Lucky to pull one out because it is one of the most coveted
The GG
cards
Easy
that comes
Teemo, it's so
from those
shiny.
Nexus Night promo
And it's
packs
only
from Bologna.
500
I
euros.
actually don't know whether it comes in set 2.
I'm not too sure about that, but also
Imagine having
without
GG's
the
Teemo and
that
no
you have
special runes.
built into
True,
It's
true.
phenomenal.
They're
It's not
trolling.
really in
They're
the
trolling.
Draven meta. I will give
You
that.
pulled
That
you
Drudra
pulled
aren't
one
that important
GG
anymore,
as.
but it's really cool
Oh,
that you can
I'm
show
so I'm so
champion
jealous.
Yeah, it's a good 2-drop.
No,
and
where's
another 2-drop we've
my-
seen a
where's
lot
my
of is
500
Bologna
euros?
Power on the other side for
Yeah.
Aurelia. For me, I've been wondering like how good is it compared to like.
I do like the
Aria?
Nexus
Like,
Knight
do I
runes.
want a 2-drop that is
I
gonna
have
draw me
bought
card
a
every time,
ton
or
of
2-drop
Nexus
that's
Knight
slightly
runes. I
stronger
think
that
I have
might draw
like
me a card, and I think I've
probably
been on the side of
40
Bologna Power,
Nexus
that
Knight
extra
runes in
might be quite
total.
helpful. Not such a
They're
fact
probably
that
gonna
it's
be
just
pretty
not an Ari match, but
expensive
Teemo is gonna go
someday,
over
and
to
they're
Battlefield for
pretty
the
good
first
looking.
point
So
of the game.
And the Element
I
Sector
like
is
playing
also
with them,
another trigger
and
that you can use to flank
maybe
that Nocturne.
maybe I'll sell them
In
off
this case,
someday
of
for
course,
a
it
little
did
profit.
not
I don't
happen,
know.
but you're looking at the top
Oh
cards.
yeah, of course. Because players that maybe
Sold for
haven't used,
200, and then
Nocturne too much.
1
If
week
Nocturne is
later,
revealed, you just get to
they
play it.
announced
Yeah,
that
If
it
it's
wouldn't be
revealed from the
coming
top
in
of your
Spirit
deck, you just get
Forged.
to play it.
I
I
don't even think it's
I
revealed.
I kind of
If you're
guessed
looking
that
at
they wouldn't
this card,
reprint
because
it
the
in
deck
Spirit
doesn't-
Forged.
That's what I
It
mean.
it
Sorry, that's
kind of
revealed to you.
Yes,
wouldn't make
yes.
sense in my
It's a very
opinion.
good differential that
So,
makes sense, of why it works.
We're going for a card
Will
sharp.
the
Now,
Irelia
Aurelia,
take the
of
card
course,
sharp
kindly
gold?
declines the offer to
They
take
chose
gold
not to
just
take
not give
the
this deck
card
so
sharp.
much ramp, and now card sharp is looking, and I'm quite curious
Oh,
to see if we're going to see
Seep
my
Wow.
favorite card from the
That's why
Aurelia
you
strategy,
said the
Stellar
Teemo
card
is a
Herda,
specimen.
anytime soon.
Yeah, which
Oh,
is
it's their
a card that I
name.
think is
Their name is a
very
specimen.
well placed
Oh,
in the metagame where it's like I'm just gonna move around and
I'm
draw a
I'm very
ton of
slow
cards.
today. Okay, I'm very slow
It's a
today.
card that I think people
I am very
really
slow
highly
today.
rated
Yeah,
and then
the
moved
Teemo
away
is a
from,
specimen for sure.
And I actually think it's going to come back in a little bit of popularity,
my
especially
God.
As more people play things like. I know this
They
is weird, but
unfortunately did
playing
miss
against Kai'Sa,
the
obviously you
turn
want
1
the Aurelia
play, the
matchup, but
Teemo.
Silicon Herder is a great way of just making sure you continue to draw cards. There's a
That
lot of,
jokes
like,
left and right.
bolted on card draw in this. You have discipline card draw, Silicon Herder, you're playing on the Dreaming Tree, like a lot of things.
Now
you can draw
Irelia
more
is
and more
kind
jump
of
cards throughout the game.
leading the
Especially
game,
with the
even
Dreaming
though they
Tree,
went
Stellar
second.
Converter can be
They have a Lonely
completely
Poro
broken against some
at the top
matchups, because every time you
battlefield.
move
They
Stellar
have
Converter into the
a
Dreaming Tree, your
Zonias,
opponent
but I
tries
don't
to
think
remove
they
it,
want
and
to
you
play
have
the
something like
Zonias right
Photo
now.
Flag
Do
or
they
Ray
want
Flash.
to
You just get
use
more
the
draws
Zonias on the
from
Lonely
card
Poro?
because of the Dreaming Tree, and then also
It's
from the
also
Stellar
not
Converter.
safe
that's
to
where it's
play the
interesting
Irelia
against
right
the
now
matchups like
because
Kai'Sa that
then
rely on,
Irelia
like,
could
spot
die to
location, base
a
damage at times. It's like you
a,
can defy, you can do any kind of thing to say nope, that's actually not going to go.
the
down.
deal
Massive
6
value.
damage
But for
spell.
the
I
Aurelia
forgot the
player,
name.
if
I
you're
forgot the name.
dodging a
The deal
spell
6
with a
damage
Stellar
spell.
Converter and you get extra draws, it's like instant
Irelia
jump ramp.
passes
It's
without playing
as
Irelia,
you're
only
standing in the
plays
club
a
and you're just
GA.
enjoying life. This is what it feels like to
Teemo
get
has
free
shiny
draws
runes
dodging
now.
spells with Stellar Converter.
I wonder how it's
They
gonna
have
go in the
shiny
Teemo matchup. I will say this is
runes.
not a
They have the
matchup that I'm
GGS
as
Teemo in their hand.
familiar with.
They have
Just it's
Ezreal.
not one that
They have
we've seen
2
in the matchup
Ezreals
very
actually.
frequently. I've
2
Aurelia,
alt
and I'm
art
more familiar
Ezreals.
with some of the other
So they have
matchups,
alt
but
art
when I think about
Ezreals.
it,
They have
not a lot of
GGS
what
Teemo,
what Teemo
but
wants to do,
they don't have alt art runes.
you know, is the equivalent thing.
What
that
is-
Irelia
what is the
strong
Teemo
against.
doing,
Yes,
man?
There's some things like fight or flight. There's a lot of the purple cards that move, but not many of those cards actually kill.
Yeah,
I'm
GGS
looking
was their
towards
turn 1, but very
the,
unfortunate that
mine
they
side of
didn't.
things from Teemo's deck to
Oh yeah,
actually
true. They.
move
Oh, what
units
am I?
through the
What am I saying?
battlefield.
What am I
So I
saying?
wonder whether there's extra value from things like Guardian Angel because there are
But
fewer
they
ways
missed
to
like
actually
the
remove a
2-drop.
unit
I
from
meant.
the battlefield or from the base.
Irelia player looking around like he's getting
Guardian Angel
trolled.
is always great,
I
right?
mean-
The card is so incredibly strong if you put it on one of your important units. This is a card why
It is
people
Teemo.
just side deck
No
so
matter if
much
it's
carry
League
removal
or
in
it's
their
Rift
decks.
bound.
Some things like Factory
You know,
Recall or in other decks,
Teemo is
they're
always in your
OP
head.
because you just gotta get rid of this. But I
Teemo is
think the
always
good
in
thing
your
about
head.
Aurelia is you have plays into almost every matchup, right? Your deck, 'cause it tries to just
Only
ignore the
stack deck,
player, right? You're trying to
stack
score your
deck being
points with
played.
your
The camera is
audacious, you're
shaking.
trying to just defend. You focus
I don't know
on
what's
your own
happening.
Irelia,
Is there an
as
earthquake
you
or what?
should. If you're playing top lane, you focus on yourself. You ignore everything else that's
My
happening. and you
opponent
just
is
try
playing
to get your
T1. He's
Irelia.
card sharping me turn
More
2.
Draven audacious.
Imagine
Stack deck, we're seeing 3
card
cards.
sharp
There's an edge
is
of
a
9 card that we
broken
haven't talked about
slow
too
play
much
card.
yet.
Think about it.
An equipment
You
from
play card
Skyforge
sharp,
that, you can
your
hide on the
opponent
battlefield.
always thinks
Again, anytime you're playing against team,
like
you
a
always have
minute
to
whether
make
to take
a lot of
whether to
kind of
take the gold.
calculations of, okay, If it's
big brain,
if it's
slow
Timo that's
playing
hiding,
games.
what's my best play? If it's
Just play
Edge
card
that's
sharp
hiding,
and
what's my
slow
best play?
play.
If it's Switcheroo that's hiding, what's my best play? If it's Fight or Flight that's hiding, what's my best play? And the key thing I'm getting to here is it's really difficult to know the exact line that you have to
And
calculate past.
the Ezreal gets played.
But by the way, that's the best thing about Timo in an
Probably
closed
like
deckless
the
format,
top
right? He
3
has, like,
strongest
deckless
cards in the
your
game
opponent
right
actually
now.
gets to just
They
see
discard
which
the
card
second
they have to play
Ezreal.
around. But here,
Now they're just
you also
flexing
have
with
to
their
factor in
alt art
cards like
Ezreals.
consult the
I was
past.
going to say, sometimes it's just to consult the past.
But
If
no
you
alt
don't
art
care so much
seal,
about it, then
so
it doesn't change
I don't know.
fight. But
I don't know
one thing I
where's your
wanted
alt,
to
where
kind
is
of
your
talk
alt
about,
art
we're talking about
alt
ways
art
of
seal?
removing from the
Where
battlefield.
is your alt art seal?
From what I
The cold
see,
shot gets
there's
played
nothing in the main
just
board
only
like
for 1 power
singularity
because of the
to
Ezreal
go
legend.
through. But
I
again,
mean
when you're
champion.
trading that against the GA,
Ezreal
like, is
champion.
that how you want to play that? This is going to be like a very mobile game with a Timo that wants to
But
use
yeah,
Mimikyu
you have a
and
GGS
Cull,
Timo,
move it around,
you have your
compared to
Ezreal
an Aurelia
alt
who
art
is like,
champions.
I'm going to be able to survive for
Where
a while.
is
I think
your
that's interesting.
overnumbered
Timo might
seal?
try to outvalue at some
Where
point
are your
during
alt
also
art
playing cards
runes?
like Rebuke.
The third
So, yeah,
Ezreal
that's incredibly important there. Dodging
is
Guardian
what
Angel.
was that the
After
third
sidestepping, I
Ezreal
think
or
Aurelia
what
always
was
gets a
what
little
was he
bit weaker
watching?
because the
Oh
Gear
yeah,
Angel
that's the
is
cold
just
shot.
coming in.
So does he
So it's
take the
always
third
very
Ezreal?
decisive
No.
if you're
Yes.
seeing an Aurelia
Yes.
match,
Did they take
who
the third
wins game
Ezreal?
one? Because you're on the back foot on Aurelia if you're not winning game 1. Of course, some people have also dedicated.
Yeah,
some
it is
lane
Rat.
slots
It is
to
Rat
removal.
Timo.
I mean,
They're
every
just
auto deck
playing
that I've seen this weekend has played Salvage in
Rat
the lane.
Ezreal
Yeah, and while this isn't
with
relevant to this
the
matchup specifically,
Timo
I think
legend
that comes from,
basically.
like, the strength of spinning axes and a few of the
That too,
other.
yeah.
Like, there's a
So
lot
they
of
have a
decks
very
that
high
have
chance of
very strong equipment
getting
in
the
it, whether
middle
it's Guardian
card for
Angel, the
Timo,
spinning axe,
and
whether it's
they're
Illusion
playing a
Feather
very
that
annoying
relies on
deck.
kind of the combo of going around with the Skyfall and Trinity Force. So I think right now there's value in running equipment removal, gear removal in the main board. But then it's about, like, where's that fine line?
That one turn of Timo
game one.
Because if you're
took
playing
like
versus Kai'Sa, then
over
all
5
of that is
minutes.
useless. However,
Yes,
I'm a
exactly.
big fan of
Irelia
cards that can
just
help
watched
you
Timo
make it easier to cycle,
draw
right? In
cards
some decks,
for
you play
5
something like
minutes,
Traveling Merchant. Sometimes you
played
have
Irelia
sideboards
down,
as your first battlefield.
and
In those decks, it's incredibly easy to
equipped
cycle
GA,
because you just play
and does
risky
he pass
cards in
now?
the beginning. And if you're playing salvages, for example, and your opponent's playing Kai'Sa, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna discard them game 1, and then they
Does
go
he
into my
pass
side
now?
deck.
Think about it.
That is very true. So
Think
options
about
are
it.
received and
You
done.
were
Sequence,
basically
Hourglass.
AFK for
Is,
5 minutes, you
Let's
play
just have
one
one
card,
over there. We
you
did just have
pass,
the Aurelia Fervent
and
plugged to
then
the base,
then
and
Timo
doesn't
just
have a
draws
GA,
for
so
5 minutes
Aurelia
again.
feels pretty good at this point. As you said, like, there is a rebuke there to
Purple
deal
color
with,
is something.
the
Let me
moment that Aurelia does go aggressive, but it's not that costly. You're actually not so unhappy with it going back to
Oh
hand.
my.
It does slow you down, but it's much better than when it goes into the trash and you have to try and figure out ways to play around the rest of the game.
I mean, you're losing some of the tempo, but then again,
So there is another Ezreal in hand. That is the third and last Ezreal. They have the card sharp. The Timo is
if you're only playing those power spells that are basically
taking
drawing those counter spells to them.
a little bit of time with their turns, unfortunately for the Irelia.
I can even see, unless your opponent's completely
But
exhausted on runes,
to be honest,
I can see those
Timo
cards
is,
not even being
I
played,
mean,
even if they would help.
blue
Yeah,
and
that's
purple
totally
is a
fair.
little
You can see
little
right now
more,
in this
you know,
situation from Crows
combo
here, right, where,
oriented than Irelia.
rarely will you see an Aurelia tap out.
I mean, Irelia is
Like,
combo
rarely will
oriented,
you
but
see
in the later
all
game.
runes exhausted. A lot of
Like
the
the
time
first
it's at
couple of
least
turns
2
with
Slayer,
Irelia are
because
pretty
there are options. You have
straightforward.
discipline, you have to farm,
But
you
that
have
being
nothing
said,
fast. Like, there's
the
a lot of
Timo
cards
is
that
playing
you
a
can
little
play
too
from
slow.
here, so some players might say,
They are
hey, you
playing
have
a
other
little too
plays you
slow.
can make on your turn, but no, half of this deck is in the safety. Reveal
The
of
Timo
Edge
is
of
probably
Night.
gonna pull
This
back
would
the
indicate that the
card
is
sharp,
coming back
so
to
then
base.
their
And
forecast
they're
unit comes
afraid
in readied
of
when they have 2
losing the Edge
gears
of
in
Night,
their
because if you
base.
move the card
Yeah, of
sharp,
course.
you lose control of the battlefield. So
And we're going to hover over the drop border.
Counting
not
their
gonna hover over
runes,
the
counting
drop
their
border.
runes.
This card
Oh,
can
come
in
on.
ready when you have gear or when you have
oh,
equipment.
then that's the other half of that, right? Is
They
in fact, you need to
play
reveal it in order to get it ready.
the
and press
readied
second
ready down forecast.
So we had the seal, and then we had the Edge of Night. That's a really good read. It's actually nothing.
Just
to do with
attack the
Archon
Poro.
and everything to do with the drop.
Stop edging us. Just attack the Poro.
Push the Ezreal into this lonely Poro, but you don't want to give your okay. You just do
Attacks with both the Ezreal and the forecast unit. And this is probably because they have the second Ezreal in hand, or the third and the last Ezreal actually, because they did discard one Ezreal. So they don't mind this Ezreal dying when they can just play the third Ezreal down, draw 2 again. Irelia doesn't respond. Lets the Poro die. Teemo gets to look at the top 2 from the Candlelit Sanctum. Probably takes the cold shot. I would think. Yeah. Put the cold shot at the top and put the Wrath to the bottom.
Wants to say, okay, well, if there is a rebuke or something on the back end of this, I would still want to have my counter available. I don't care so much about the Lonely Power. I will get the draw from it.
Yeah. The thing is,
Oh, Specimen is a Lorcana player.
Yeah, of course, sorry,
I see. He's a filthy Lorcana player. These Lorcana players always slow playing, always slow playing. I'm just kidding. How has this game taken 10 minutes so far? Yeah.
Unlikely in this color combination.
Yeah.
Singularity is a good card in Ezreal, but
I mean,
mainly
it is
because
also
Ezreal
a
draws you
skill
half of it, right?
to be able to play your deck fast.
Can see Teemo decks not playing that card necessarily. Maybe
So
hidden card.
it shouldn't be, you know, wrong to require a player to play fast, because it is a skill to be able to play your deck fast. And if you can't play your deck fast, then you need to practice more, basically. So I feel like a judge should step in at some point and demand the other player starts playing more faster, because I also understand the Irelia, you know, being on camera, maybe not wanting to complain about the slow play. They're on camera. Maybe they're, you know, a little bit of afraid of complaining about it. So the judge should at least at some point step in and force the Teemo to play a little bit faster.
So we have perfect information on the game to the point where we, you know,
I would be more forgiving for Irelia to play slowly because of green Irelia sequencing. Yeah, I mean the first couple of turns of Irelia is pretty slow. Like, we haven't seen the Irelia do much. They moved Irelia, they readied it by targeting it with the equipment, and they're probably... Actually, are they moving it to the battlefield or to their home? Now, there is a switcheroo somewhere on the Teemo's hand or on the board. So that is the Teemo unit. Now, Teemo does have switcheroo in their hand. So now when Irelia goes to buff the Irelia, and they debuffed the enemy, now Teemo can use switcheroo and make Irelia smaller.
I think we are now at 12.
Oh,
and
because
Irelia
you
is gonna
target
get...
as well. Yeah, Irelia...
Then we're at 13 actually, because we have the...
Does the Teemo use the switcheroo here? They're at 4 points.
Yeah, it's
Are they in a...
smaller than that.
You know, are they... I don't think Teemo needs to use the switcheroo. They have the third Ezreal in hand. They're at 4 points. They should probably save the switcheroo for when they want to end the game, is what I would be guessing.
Oh no, we're going to respond on the side of Specimen. Taps out. Switcheroo.
The switcheroo still gets used instantly, making the Irelia a 2-might unit. And just one buff. Well, no need to worry about buffs because the switcheroo got not so fasted, which is pretty huge. So the Irelia is now a 10-might unit.
Wow, look at this.
No, it has 6.
What?
How did that clear the battlefield?
momentum
Oh,
has swung now. Irelia has
what? How
forever
did that clear the
ganking now because
battlefield?
of the boots of swiftness.
Is the
This is
buff
looking
dice wrong?
fantastic for Kraus.
Oh, so the buff dice
We're
doesn't count the
in
gears.
mid
Okay,
game.
okay, okay.
The
True.
runes do not resemble that,
So
right?
in
It's,
that case,
right
yeah,
now
it clears the
5-4.
battlefield.
So we are
Now it's Irelia's
constantly
turn to
recycling
look
those runes to
through
go for more
top
power
2
plays, to get
cards
some more tempo. The Irelia is in the prime position. This is
and
where you want to
choose
be
what they
as
keep at the
Irelia,
top, what they
which
put to the
again,
bottom.
to stack
It's gonna
our
be
top
not so
decks.
fast.
I would
Right,
probably
right.
keep the not so fast,
Surely, at this point,
and
you
I
just
don't
used
think they
one
need
to refill
second
that off the
boots
catalyst
of
item.
swiftness.
But I guess
So
the
I don't know why
problem
they're
is
taking so long. I don't.
that leaves
Does
you
the
with
Irelia
shields
know
down
that
a little bit for the turn? I mean, not that Boots of Swiftness
they're
does
they're
anything
kind of in a
different,
hurry?
just deciding
They're
to
kind
go
of in a
for it.
hurry. Like
There is a
like
moment now
speed
for
up your
Swiftness
decisions.
where potentially this Irelia for
How
a
is this
turn
a
is
difficult
more
decision? Yeah,
vulnerable,
yeah.
Since no
Yeah.
not so
Probably
fast in
probably
hand.
kept the not so fast. I didn't even see what they put to the top, but I can imagine it was not so fast. And boots to the bottom. Zonias gets played. Now there's a GA and a Zonias on board, so Irelia is pretty unkillable. Unfortunately, Rebuke doesn't kill Irelia, it just puts it to the Irelia player's hand entirely. So Rebuke right now would be kinda disastrous. Irelia is out of mana, so they can't even play not so fast right now. If I was Irelia, I would have probably saved my runes for not so fast, or, you know, even bluffing a Defy or not so fast, just because how afraid I would be of Rebuke. Rocket Barrage. Did the Teemo have Rocket Barrage? Ain't no way. I refuse to believe that the Teemo is playing Rocket Barrage.
I mean, as a Teemo player, you generally just pay energy to.
Probably the Ezreal coming out,
So
I would
do
imagine.
not think that is the biggest problem, unless you want to have some runes open in the end game there.
Okay, the Ezreal is
so
out.
I think that Specimen
Now
after
Teemo will
being
think what
so
to
much
discard.
benefit with his last turn, you know, the not so fast
Usually when I play my
really
Ezreal, I
took away a lot
already
of the
know
advantage that he had built
what
up.
I'll be
I
discarding.
think we're going to try and
Why would you play
build up
Ezreal if you
a
don't
lot
want
on
if
the
you
base
don't
there.
know what you're
I
gonna
do not think
discard?
you can
So
afford to push the card sharp
maybe a little
into
bit of
big
slow
GG
playing
right now,
here.
because Irelia is just gonna take it out.
Yeah, exactly. It'll come across.
Chooses to discard
I
the
think
card
you're
sharp.
going to try and set up
to
this
draw
turn
2
for
now.
another push later on, but I have
The rat,
looking at the list
the
of
rats
Specimen
haven't
which
really
we
done
see
anything for
in
the
beginning.
Teemo yet, so
I
the
do
rats
not
have
know
been
how many
pretty
pushes he
useless
realistically has.
for now.
However, call shot repeated could find 1 or 2 nocturnes, because at some point you will have to find them.
Hasn't found one off the first. Now looking for what the option is.
I mean, in general, the rats are probably pretty useless into Irelia because the rats will never be big enough to, you know, combat the Irelia. Teemo finds a Nocturne from their call shot. Took surprisingly small amount of time. Once. Okay, okay. Finally starting to play a little bit faster.
Opponent is gonna get up to 6 next turn with Irelia that has ganking. Pickpocket
Now,
is here removal in the main
they
deck,
do
but
play the rat,
Pickpocket
probably to take
exclusively,
a
almost
3 point.
exclusively works on seals. I mean, there are
They
some
play the
cards
call,
like Fox
this
that
ready
you
is the
can
rat.
pop, but
Now when they conquer with the rat, it summons a gold token, which readies the rat again, and they can take the rat back now.
Tried to be worked out by players at the top level, where you get a pit crew, you equip a call, because when you conquer, you're going to create a gold token, pit crew's going to untap, you're going to be able to move it back. And
So now the Teemo gets to 5 points, but at this point, Irelia has stabilized the game pretty well.
This time, just going to go sneak a point and move back. At least that means that Irelia sitting on the battlefield is not the end of the world on things.
and we've jumped into another game.
We're getting a look into the future here.
What just happened?
We're back.
A little teaser, by the way,
we
you saw
like-
Rocklow.
We like casting time
What?
Exactly.
in every game. We are of course running with.
I guess we got a sneak peek on on some other feature match.
If you would, to whet your appetite.
It's a nice teaser for all
Yeah,
of the
accidentally
League of
swapped
Legends
to
fans,
the
fans
to
of
the other
professional
table,
play.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
actually Prime League player Rocklo from Friendly Prayer. So we got some stars in the house.
But here we've got a Teemo still going with Specimen, so we will continue to focus on this. So
Irelia just took the 6th point passes. Now Irelia is technically ahead in points, but they only have 2 energy up, so a double rebuke would win the game here. Teemo lost this game. I don't think there's anything Teemo can do.
And I mean, you said it.
So Irelia does win game 1, most likely. Teemo has no rebuke, no fight or flight, only has units, and Irelia will at some point Irelia will get big enough to clear any battlefield. That's just how Irelia works, unfortunately.
You have a Guardian's Angel on your Irelia.
So, guys, are you on the Irelia side, or are you on the Teemo side? Which side are you on?
They're going to have to throw a lot to go through a GA and a Zhonya's, and then on the back end, if I can just equip things to a Stellarcorn with like the boost of swiftness.
Surely playing the unit is worse than representing a spell-heavy hand. Fuck Irelia and Yasuo.
However, I think
What did Yasuo do to you, man?
Every time you choose Irelia, you get 1 extra might.
Of course.
Poor Yasuo getting strays here.
It's like, hey, if I need it, the Stellarcorn Horde is here.
I think it is. And I agree with
one of my friends is actually was 5-0-3 yesterday at Bologna on Lux. So they're contesting the Lux medal card right now, which is pretty cool. He's a fellow Finnish player. So it would be cool to see the Lux on the cam. That would be pretty cool.
Really sounds like a small thing that might be a big thing. Is it also to do with the fact that
at this rate we're also gonna run out of time on game 2, unfortunately. This match won't finish on time.
Why bluff when it's not even possible?
I think so.
There's a few things.
Teemo goes for the top battlefield.
It's impossible for us to know the exact line.
Gets the gold token. They can now ready their ret.
Is indeed the case as pit crew goes up to the Candlelit
And
will of course now kind of put Specimen also up to 6. This is quite a tense situation to be at.
We found a call from a stack deck, so more cards to cycle.
Yeah, the specimen needs to practice their deck more, because you can't be taking this long in tournaments.
Specimen not really happy with the situation apparently, and I think that has to do with your foresight before.
I think Irelia has taken probably like 6 minutes.
In this state of the game, if you're committing to a
or no. I think Irelia has taken like maybe 8 minutes total, while the Teemo has soon taken 20 minutes total. So
if you can survive this turn, Watcher will probably win you the next turn. Like win you the game on the next
so
turn.
you really need to start practicing to play a little faster, because otherwise you're gonna be having some problems in the future tournaments.
That is the problem here, because you're only 6 untapped awakened runes available, makes it not even an option to play.
How is this not clear for the Teemo player? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're afraid of a double Irelia signature or something. You either hold now or you're done. Yeah. Technically, yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's an
you just have to kinda
I don't think you've seen it
slam down everything and pray.
I'm trying to think what else we had seen earlier, because I knew the Stellarcorn was there. It's been a little while.
I just wish the judges would be way more strict with the slow play, because this is clearly going way too slow as of now. The Teemo's turns are taking 5 minutes alone.
In a situation where you have to assume there's at least one counter here, so you need to win this trade just with units.
Yeah.
and then hope that you have something up potentially for the next turn.
And
Deal
now
with
the
if you
Teemo
can
does
hidden cards maybe,
the
or use
obvious
gold, maybe
finally
that'll allow you
after
to
4
maintain
minutes and
control of this battlefield
slams
next turn,
everything
but
down
this is a
on the
very
Irelia
complex
battlefield.
situation for both Specimen and Crows to play out.
There's actually 3 cards in hand, we just haven't
If you're
seen them
Irelia, do
before,
you
so
even
that's
need to
quite a
use
bunch.
anything?
Oh,
I mean,
more
you have
I think also
GA, so no matter what happens, you get to deal damage and your Irelia gets recalled. If you now use a buff, you tap under not so fast. So Irelia chooses not to do anything, and they just trade the Nocturne away, their Zonias gets procced, Irelia gets drawn back, and they still have not so fast energy, so they're still playing around Rebuke.
Because Irelia doesn't technically leave the field of play, the status of the unit doesn't change, so all of the
Yeah, obviously, use Zonias
attached.
first,
GA
yeah.
stays there, the Boots of Swiftness stay there, you don't have to do anything else.
And Irelia should have this in the bag. Teemo plays an Ezreal to fish out for... probably fishing out for like Fighter Flights and Rebukes. This turn has now taken 7 minutes, by the way, for those who were wondering.
No hidden cards, so wait, it's a Watcher, it's a
Teemo
Nocturne.
passes.
I didn't quite see it. It looked like all units, so...
Yeah, it's double.
And there's
Okay, and then
5
Watcher Nocturne, yeah.
plus 4 plus 3 and in the bottom. So there's 12 might on the bottom battlefield.
8 might in total, 11 if you count in the Stellarchon Herder. You can just push the pit crew, then you need something to choose your own Aurelia, make it ready, be able to
The
gank,
judge is not
and
doing
then I
anything
think
is
you
so
should be
infuriating.
Yeah, speaking of golden,
Yeah,
I think there was a Zonius
the
that
judges
came off
need
the
to be
top,
more
which
strict
for League
with
of Legends
the
players will
turns.
understand what I mean by that effect.
I mean, it's their job. They're actually like... Did you know that they're actually getting paid a lot in Bologna, the judges?
relieving to see for Kraus because Specimen did not think for a single second.
Yeah, 7 minutes is it's a little too much. But yeah, the judges are getting like 1.3k when they judge at Bologna.
If I have one in hand, like what am I getting? And also Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, they get like... the head judges get like 400 a day. And the normal judges get like 300 a day, then they get flight like 150 euros for flights, and then they get like, was it 120 euros for food and accommodation every day. So they get like, they actually get money for this, like a ton of money. They get like almost 1.5k for the whole weekend. The Irelia goes to the bottom battlefield, and they do have not so fast in hand, so the Irelia has probably won the game. The discipline gives +3 to the Irelia because now the Irelia targets itself and the Teemo scoops. What? What? So why did your turn take 7 minutes if you were gonna scoop instantly when Irelia plays one discipline?
There's not too much gear in there to do hard bargains there.
What
do you
the
put together
hell?
the sideboard of what you want to bring in?
Imagine if Teemo now has like some kind of a slow play side deck where they play down well and they perma down well. They win game 2 and they always force a draw. That would be pretty funny.
I was more just looking for your opinion on what's a sideboard.
I think Adaptatron is actually...
Imagine if they have downwells now and they just perma delay the game until they force a draw on the match.
You can make it really hard for your opponent to conquer, especially in the mid game. But if you go second,
Teemo has to hit Rat plus Call to have a chance to win the game.
They don't necessarily... It's tough.
On the other side,
Well,
do you think
the Rat kind of does nothing because your Rat will never solo the units of Irelia, which is very annoying.
You go factory recall and hard bargain. Okay. this one. You have seen how your opponent plays.
Oh yeah,
Cannot
with
do
the
runes
rat and then
oftentimes
draw
available
into
just to gain
rebukes
one
and fight or
situation
flight.
for
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
But when you hard bargain, it's just a fantastic
Yeah, so
counterspell
basically,
if your opponent is on
Teemo
2
has
runes
to
and
hit
then goes
everything.
for something like not so fast.
While we're here, I want to draw everybody's attention to the bottom line power nexus as a battlefield. We don't see
Teemo
it
has to hit
very
everything
often.
to have a
So my
possibility of winning the
interpretation here
game.
is on a game where you're able to get the pit crew rolling and get a lot of gold,
But
you
they
can just
also
kinda dump
have to start
dump
playing the
that,
game
recycling power into
and
getting additional points.
playing the game
Very
more than
rarely see.
thinking.
This is not a battlefield that many decks can actually utilize, and I'd be interested to see.
True, the hard
where
bargains can
best fits in
actually
here, because I imagine
catch
that's gonna
Irelia
go
off guard
first
with the
battlefield,
not
'cause
so
you need to get the
fast.
pit crew out and get that
So if
gold
you play a
really
good
early.
hard
Is
bargain,
my
it
interpretation
will
again, we
it will
don't
for
see it.
sure
I mean, if you're going second, you can
punish
pick out the
Irelia
pit crew
pretty
immediately.
badly.
Sure, true.
And I think what's kind of cool is that
Only one
Because
chance
in
for
calm,
Teemo.
Sorry.
You can't
Wha-
play
what
the
do you mean
calm
butt swing?
on
Yeah,
pit
that's
crew
true.
to-
What do you
Just
mean
do
butt
next turn.
swing?
Yeah, true.
But okay, maybe you
How-
want to go for Cull.
How do-
in the second
what do I
second
have to
turn
do
if
with
you
this
go for it.
Teemo,
That
man?
also does work.
What did
But
I
think
do?
it's really
What did I
good
do,
that it's
Seedball?
not giving your opponent any advantages. That is, the Candlelit Sanctum was also able to
So,
stack Fowl's deck, while Specimen was
the
never able to
arena's
find
greatest
nocturnes off of it, so there
gives
was not
1
that
point.
much of a benefit. So your opponent got the same amount
I
of
know,
resources out
I
of
know
this.
the emote, but
Fair. As I will admit the math there is taking me down a line that maybe doesn't
Wha-
quite.
why is it named butt swing, man? Oh, the sneaky deckhand. No way, the Irelia plays a sneaky deckhand
Yep,
on
that's
Arena's
also
greatest,
interesting to me to see this sneaky
gets to
deckhand
2
there.
points
See, Teemo
immediately.
developed on the first turn. I mean,
The
sneaky
only
deckhand
thing
might be able
Teemo
to
can
hold
do
here.
is
Good,
right
but
now
again,
fight
you
or
can also just
flight,
play the sneaky deck into your base and
rebuke,
then look at your
or
opponent
stacked deck.
and go, hey, do you really want to
There is no
bet
call.
Teemo
Yeah,
into
you're
the
right,
battlefield?
Hugo.
Also, if you're on the
So-
front turn, you talked about it before, Pit Crew plus Cull would be of
Holy.
tremendous value here, then you would
The-
have
the-
no unit, you would be at only
The
4
Irelia
points
actually
on the side of
2
Irelia.
steps
You
ahead
would have
with
very
playing
little place
stacked
to
deck.
accelerate your own units,
I'm not
and
stacked
then
deck, playing
Specimen all of
sneaky
a sudden
deckhand,
would
probably
hold
inside
the Teemo and
deck.
the Pit Crew, go up to 3 already, get some gold, move in the next turns, you know, that would be kind of strong.
There is a seal, so you can accelerate Pit Crew. True. True, actually. That is pretty bad. And that's what the Teemo does. So, the
That is
Pit
also
Crew is
incredibly
accelerated.
strong just to have the Pit Crew ready here to take out the sneaky deckhand, and then the Teemo might be able to hold in the Sunken Temple.
Teemo is playing
with
even fast.
tremendous value
But there's
getting
25
get
minutes
out
left.
of a Teemo. So
I mean,
nice tempo plays. We're going to see
if you
why
were
this
Irelia right
deck
now,
Specimen is playing the arena's greatest.
out
Yeah,
of
I understand that you
revenge,
want to hold, but versus a Pit
you
Crew
could
deck,
just
I think
start
playing
slow
deckhand
playing
into the base and then at least forcing your opponent
and
to spend 1 energy
force
to
a
get
draw
back to hand.
on the second
Could have
game,
been a play
so
to
you
think
win the
about.
whole
Do
match
we have a
because you
follow-up
won
to
game
untap
1.
the pit crew and bring it back to safety? Not the biggest concern, because
Think
Irelia
about
with
it,
no
think about
units
it.
out probably isn't going to
For
contest the
revenge,
crew on
would you
this
slow
specific
play
turn,
the slow
but
player?
Irelia does later in the game, you know, have options to kind of punish plays like this. There is a factory recall. We saw it come out of the sideboard.
Because like the Teemo
now
did slow play
go to
pretty
hand.
badly
So
in
very
game
adept
1,
at,
so
you
they
know,
would
taking
deserve
care
it. They would
of
deserve it.
things like Guardian Angel, at least
There's
for
also the rebuke.
moment that you
Now
need.
if
I think
Teemo
is the key point.
The card is so
finds
incredibly important
a
for
not
that
so
match. Maybe
fast,
that's what you're siding
the
in
game is
for,
over.
right? You want to take care of
Like
this
100%.
Irelia with a Guardian Angel on action speed. You want to have this
Yeah,
blowout
factory
turn
recall
where
is
your
also
opponent
pretty good.
then basically
But
realizes they lost because they
rebuke
have played
combined
too
with a
bravely
not so
their
fast will
Irelia. What can you
100%
actually do
catch
with
Irelia
5
off guard.
runes up? You can play a Stellar Corn Herder, but can you
The
even
fight or
choose
flight
it
is hidden on the
too many cards?
battlefield. Is hidden on the
Yes,
battlefield
you
with the
can.
Seal of Discord.
You can, yeah, no, this is gonna be on
Irelia
guard.
plays
I was
in guard to
I feel
ready
like I,
their
had
Stellar
a
Corn
total misread on this, 'cause of course Aurelia's gonna untap
and probably gonna
Stellar-
attack the
like whatever
Teemo
unit is
battlefield,
played, but with targeting.
I would imagine.
So,
I mean, you need to find something that only costs 1 energy, right? You were at
They would
5,
get
so
an
I
extra
think that
draw
is-
when
it
the
is
fight or flight
reasonable to predict that
um,
this deck is not going to find something there.
pushes the Stellar
So
Corn
Banana
back,
moves
but I
into the
think
GG's
points
Teemo, and
are
Teemo,
the most
unfortunately,
important factor of
will
this game
find
right
his
now.
way
The
into
Teemo is going
trash,
pretty
so you
fast,
can't really
so
rely on
the
this
Irelia has
constant
to
resource anymore.
stabilize the
But so
game and
far,
not get
the deck is
not let
it
Teemo
looked
get
like it was
too
just
far ahead in
more of a
points.
miracle deck, so I do not even think that you're profiting that much of hiding Teemo
It is
again and
easier
again
to
and
play
again.
from
Yeah, I
behind
wonder,
when you're
this is
still
one of the
kind of equal
considerations
in
that we talked
points,
about is,
but
like,
when you're playing
how much of
behind
playing Teemo
in points and in the game, then it becomes very, very rough.
I think Teemo's the best champion and legend to be playing in this domain. I mean, so many decks running purple just playing a version of the Miracle Shell.
I mean, I love the fact that you can, versus non-Draven decks, just play a 2-drop from your chosen champion.
Now,
that is, I think, a massive upside for the team.
yeah, I really did deramp 2 runes, which is a little problematic. Teemo finds the call, so they're really gonna start abusing this rat soon. But they need to start hurrying up with their turns because they're starting to run out of time.
So there's some sequencing that can happen.
I don't... Why does the Teemo not think of their turns in advance on the Irelia's turn? You know? Just think about your next turn on your opponent's turn, and then your own turn will take less time. That's the secret strat.
Fight or flight, by the way, not the card you want to use on the Stellarchon herder. That is
Ezreal gets played to the battlefield. Yeah, the hidden card is a fight or flight. But if you were Irelia, would you fight or flight the enemy rat? Or would you fight or flight the Stellarchon back? Which would you do?
That's a pricey discard. Review is quite the high value card.
How does Fiora work in Bologna?
Play into defies. You do not want to play into
I don't know about the statistics of Fiora. At the arena's greatest, there's also a fight or flight, so there's 2 fight or flights on the board right now, on each player.
You are going in here. You're not playing around crazy hidden cards.
The pit crew gets moved to the Stellarchon battlefield. Now, does the Irelia move back the pit crew, or do they move back the Stellarchon? I think if you're Irelia, you have to take the risk here. You're already behind, so you have to take the risk here and pray they can't ready their pit crew again. I think you just lose the game if Teemo now gets the bottom battlefield, hides a card on the bottom battlefield, and the game is over. So I think Irelia has to fight or flight the pit crew here and pray, basically. So the fight or flight comes, they still choose to fight or flight the Stellarchon, giving the pit crew another point, another cool proc, letting Teemo now pull the pit crew back anyways.
There's another gold gear token, so the deramping will not happen in the next turn for Specimen.
Irelia does have 2 signature spells, which is insanely strong, but it doesn't help against all the purple card moves. Like the signature spell does nothing against fight or flight and rebuke. So what Irelia needs right now are just not so fast. I think they have 1 not so fast. So Teemo finding a hard bargain would insta win the game.
Sadly for Specimen, we actually end in a situation where they're off.
They play the GA down, and I think Teemo wins this game. Irelia does get a lot of draw from the Stellarchon. Teemo will probably fight or flight the Stellarchon back now. If you're Irelia, do you let Teemo get to 7 points, or do you ready the Stellarchon again and recycle another rune and attack the battlefield again? The factory recall comes in, pushing back the GA. So Teemo is probably offering to trade the Ezreal with the Stellarchon here. And now if Irelia goes ahead and uses Defiant Dance, Teemo will fight or flight the Stellarchon, and that's very good sequencing. So now they're getting maximum value out of the fight or flight. I think Timo knows that the Irelia will never trade the Stellar Corner with the Ezreal. And guard comes in. Now the fight or flight will most likely be used.
It will keep the herder alive, depending on what this hidden card is. Obviously, Timo here is a problem because you
So the
can't
fight or
counter
flight is used,
okay,
but
fight
it
or
is
flight
used on the
the
Ezreal. So
That is
can't be
huge
not
for
so
Specimen.
fasted because it targets the Ezreal, not the Stellar Corner.
I don't
So
know,
that is
if
another
if you were
significant
Timo,
point of this. You'd be looking
you
for
could have just
a
sacrificed your
defined,
Ezreal,
basically, card here that
and
would, deal with
then
this. But
if
it's not
Irelia
gonna
wants to
go,
move
bring the
back
Ezreal
and
Giving the
conquer,
point
they have to
over,
recycle a
realizing
ton of
You
runes.
don't have to panic for points in this situation.
So,
Your opponent is still far behind
You could have
And
fight or flighted the
if
Stellar
Kraus
Corn
wants
back.
to play the Guardian's Angel
Irelia
now,
would have recycled a
you're going
rune
to have
to
to
attack
pay
again,
another power cost. You're going to have to again deramp
and
free.
they would be
It's gonna
deramping so
pressure up
much
while
that
Kraus
your
constantly
rat
has
will
to
just clean the
deramp,
game.
cycle runes, and stay out of the mid
Oh,
game.
and it will be
A hidden card comes out,
again, and now you kind of have to represent again options. on
which
two
is a
runes
Zonia's
strategy
most
available.
likely.
Options with 2 runes up, like what is there? I mean, we know the Divine Dance is in hand. I think it's 2 copies actually.
Yeah.
That is there.
If you just push into the Stellar Conherder and 2 Defiant Dances happen, then there's no runes to play with, right?
Exactly. Then there's no counter coming, so you can fight or flight or whatever version of spell that Specimen has to turn.
I wonder if the Timo has like the Metal Legend in pocket already, or are there other Timos fighting for the Metal Legend right now?
Exhausted, but your own pit crew, the second one that has just been played, can
Is
be
now
ready.
ready. Yeah.
Don't you just rebuke here? If Timo has hard bargain? Yeah, but I don't know if Timo has hard bargain.
Exactly.
They have only 2 cards in
Like,
hand.
Is there an Edge of Night? Is there another seal in hand? Anything like that that would potentially...
I'm not
give you
even
that
sure how
cheap
many
pit
hard
crew,
bargains they have in their
type?
deck.
No, it doesn't look like it for now. but
They're
you're looking
now
with a single pit crew to play on an even playing field between the two.
They're
Because,
now
you know, if this is
offering
fight
to
or flight,
trade their
well, then you
pit
just send
crew with
something
the
else
Stellar
in.
Corn,
You have other options
and
playing 1 unit at a time to find out.
Irelia is forced to deramp even more.
This is going to come through. So
What?
investing the first
Also,
turn, and
the
this
stream
turns
is...
off the knowledge
It's
that it
not
could
my
be,
stream that's
say,
lagging, by the way,
massive
it's the
fast at any point in this match. It could-
Riftbound
could
stream,
basically
because
be a
I
divide
am
down to
on an
2
Ethernet.
runes.
We have cable internet, so it is not my stream, trust me, it is not my stream.
Used a power
No!
to hide a card
Seabro,
in
stop.
the arena's greatest battlefield, just to use the Defiant Dance from hand. You're gonna go down to
Yeah,
4
yeah, no,
runes
no,
to
not so
play your
fast
Irelia
runes
Purple
anymore
next
for
turn.
the
Now,
Irelia.
Is it time for a switcheroo? Because you know that you cannot.
And
there's
the
switcheroo
switcheroo
out.
comes
Pit
out,
crew is on 5, Stellar Conherder
which
goes down to 1.
doesn't
Another card's
really
candy,
do
so
that
instead of
much,
Kraus,
because now Irelia can show the
If you want to
Zonias,
ramp down to 1, you can use the other Defiant Dance, right? So
and
you
they
switcheroo,
still
and then you're gonna
get
even
their
trade,
Stellar
you'll
Corn.
both be 3,
No,
but
it's a
do you want
fight or
to do that?
flight.
Is that even... Oh, the fight or flight, sir, sorry, yeah. It was,
It is a fight or
it
flight.
will react with a fight or flight before switcheroo, and switcheroo is that people in
And
the battlefield. Units in the same
switcheroo
battlefield, so that, of course, is
changes
the easy way
the
out of that.
stats
that is
of
really
2
well played
units
from
in the same
the
battlefield,
immediate reaction of the
and
fight or
now
flight.
the pit crew is not on a battlefield, so Stellar Corn keeps their buffs.
Showdown is harder to break through because now the Stellar Corn Herder is 5 already.
Yeah, yeah,
Switcheroo's
switcheroo
not,
misfires,
you
yeah.
kind of assume, probably harder to get through. No reason to kind of rush into it.
Seep, wow.
Thing is,
You
already
gotta be
at
careful.
6.
If you keep spreading
On the side of
misinformation,
Specimen, just retreating to
Mr.
pit
Information
crew
will
here
come for you.
could be a decent spot here. Your opponent is not
Holy,
gonna go
I'm funny,
anywhere
holy,
with
I'm
holding
funny.
to 5.
Which that's an
But
interesting conversation 'cause, you know,
Irelia
as I was
is at
saying, we're
4
in a game
runes
where
only,
Specimen
which
was
is
5, only needed to
which
get
is
to
gonna
6
be
for the
tough.
hold. So actually,
4
was
runes
there
is
maybe presence of just saying, okay, I'm not gonna throw anything at Stellar Corn Herder
a
this
very
turn,
difficult position to
is
be
it
in right
this
now.
situation useful to
4
burn
runes and
the
a
Irelia
dream.
resources and say a pit crew for you
Yeah,
down twice is
the
actually
biggest
worth
problem
it
of this game has been that Irelia
You want to starve
has been
your
lacking
opponent
so many
out as much
runes
as you can, especially when you're up on points, right? Then it's
Yeah.
really
that
worth it to just slow
they
your
could have
opponent
never
down the
played
most
their
if you're
champion
getting
in this
closer and
game.
closer to that victory.
I think Irelia
Certainly feels like
could
Specimen
play their
is getting
champion
closer
only
and
once
closer
in
at
the
this
whole
point.
game.
Looking on 4 runes, what is available? There is
He's
a
playing
charm
Irelia
in
without
hand.
Irelia, yeah,
That's,
yeah.
That's not exactly the spot that you want to be when your units
The GA
aren't
comes
on,
out. Now Irelia will once again recycle 2 runes to equip the GA and ready the Stellar Corn, Conger, get a draw from the
This is so
move.
difficult. Another energy is being used by Specimen to respond. Are we going to stack deck here on
Teemo is thinking if they should
Duration?
play
Are
a
we going to
card.
use it on action
He-
speed
wha-
just to
What
get
is the Teemo
full
doing?
use out of our energy?
That's gotta be
Well,
slow
we'll just
playing.
pass
Pass priority, let it resolve.
That's gotta be slow
I mean, I
playing.
think
They
here
were
we're
like,
just
I'm gonna play this
absolutely fine
card.
with 2 runes being
They
open
took
on your
30
opposing side.
seconds.
Kraus has managed
And then they said,
phenomenally so far in this game to
then
just
they said,
always avoid
I'm not gonna
big
play the
pushes,
card
but
anymore.
he's keeping himself low on the resources.
Oh my
Has so many
god.
cards in hand.
Come
I
on,
mean,
man.
if this was an Irelia or even a Stellar Corn Herder, but he would be at 8
Come
runes.
on,
This would be
man.
impossible to win almost for a specimen.
To be pedantic, but just as somebody who loves
Stop
Stellar
laughing
Corn,
at the-
just whenever you go into a showdown with a
Stop.
Stellar Corn Herder, remember it's a move.
Stop
trigger
laughing
for
at the
draw.
emotes.
Yeah.
Seabow has done me dirty.
Could have
Sea-
been significantly
Seabow
wrong
has
in
done
this
me
way,
dirty.
because If say the top card is like a defy or something,
Yeah.
like that changes that before you pass priority, right? You don't want if your opponent like has
Those
something
bat
and then they're
Batsuing
like,
emotes and
the top
Batsu
card was
emotes
defy, actually, you
emotes
wanna
have been
sequence that properly. I was
made
like, get your move trigger done
added by
first before
Seabow.
the showdown becomes active, and of course you then get priority as the active player. So. Just, I know the players are shortcutting. Of course, we're in a feature matchup. It's just something. to think
Irelia
about.
is probably
I always like
thinking
to
if
try
they
and say
should,
for people who are
I don't know,
connected, like,
forfeit
and
or
stuff like that,
something.
like, there's these little reminders that are useful to keep track of. As I don't think I
just
can,
scoop
I
Irelia,
don't
yeah.
think it's possible to
Irelia can't
understate
win this
the
game
amount of
anymore,
pressure that
and
goes
the
on
biggest
as
problem
a
is
feature match.
that
I mean, you've played many in your
because
time in
Teemo
undercard
slow
games at a
played so
national
much,
level, so you very much can speak to like, the pressure of
they
being
will
in
run
this
out of
moment where
time
you're
on
looking for
game
top
3,
8
and
every
Teemo has an
single decision
insane
and
advantage on
interaction is, like,
overtime
highly
because they have
scrutinized both by yourself,
the pit
opponent,
crew.
and everybody watching like us. We're just chatting about it, but
There is a lot of pressure. There is a lot of things you have to go. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a draw,
bad
but if this
timing on,
goes to
for
game
Factory
3,
not even from the stacked deck.
then
Sometimes the deck
Yeah.
is stacked already.
Yeah, exactly.
Teemo may
Sometimes you
just
find everything
win
you
the
need
whole
as deck.
match
Are we going to see a
for
knockout?
slow
Is that
playing,
perhaps a card that they
because
side out in this
Teemo has
matchup?
an
I was
insane
also wondering
advantage
when
in
you side out
overtime.
things like the rebuke, some of the copies, and a little bit of the fight or flight because of the counters. But you knocked in very well.
Oh
could be
my
one.
god.
No,
There is a
defy,
defy.
and that
They
is
defy
something
the stacked
that-
deck.
I kind of like. You want to give your opponent to a hard time, right? You want them to not find another option.
Now
another out to your
does
Stellar Corn Herder
Teemo
there.
have enough?
Yeah, although. The
Wait a
so I
minute.
guess, wow, are you going to 0?
Wait
Your
a
only
minute.
card that's castable, right, is
Wait a
Fire.
minute.
Dance. I see a charm in hand as well there, so
It
basically saying, well, I don't want you to have any options.
Yeah.
But I basically don't have any options for myself.
But if they go
Exactly,
on the
that-
stellar core now,
Wow, using this immediately, I love this play from Specimen to not go into the combat
They-
there, but to say, hey, if you have another defy,
yeah.
you can use it now, and then,
And then
I
I'm
will know
free
how
to
to
take the
sequence
combat.
They-
Yeah, exactly. The combat becomes a whole lot
the
easier.
Irelia
And
has the
also,
signature spell,
you know,
so it's plus
we
4.
talk about this in card games,
Stellar
sometimes you
Corn
just have to make 'em have it, and if
Yeah.
they're using a stack deck
will
searching for an answer, maybe the other card in
trade.
hand isn't
Stellar
as
Corn
useful.
will
A lot of the
trade
time you do
with the
use
pit
your
crew.
least useful card first, but
Yeah.
a card like stack deck, I don't want to let you see 3 cards.
And
I really
Teemo will
don't want you to be
Teemo
able
will
to look at more.
But and Irelia has charm.
This possible game shot
in
from
hand,
Specimen. I
so
know
when
he
Israel
needs to
tries to
play it.
hold,
We know he needs to play
Irelia
on
can
the
charm
defense,
Israel
right? He's
away.
very well aware of
So
that, and his
Teemo
opponent
can't win by
has
holding.
sequenced his plays in a way that there is only one rune left available, but it's open. There is so
Yeah,
many
Irelia
cards in hand.
will go down the 0
Thing is,
runes. That
is
is
it
true. That
enough
is
to
true.
push with 3 units? Let's count.
Well,
But they're
as much as
struggling.
let's
They're
count,
they're
I agree.
doing it. They're
There's only
beginning
9 minutes
they're
left on this right now,
beginning
just under 10 minutes
to
now, and
believe.
this is, of
I
course,
think
an
that's how you say it.
extremely important game, and
They're
for
starting to
Specimen, he
believe.
needs to be able to
They're
win this
starting
and
to
then
believe.
potentially win the next game. For Crows, looking obviously to close this out as a 2-0, have to consider time at this point.
Yeah.
You can't spend too long adding up if you are
The
Specimen.
caster just said
Thing is, if you clear the Stellar
you have to
Corn
consider
somehow,
time
if
at
you
this
push
point.
every single unit you have,
I mean,
there
you
is
have to
a
consider
defense
time
can only do so much, right?
Yeah, you know it's a
straight
4
from the
main swing, so you
beginning.
just need to be above 4.
I'll
if
stop
you
I'll
push
stop
all
saying
the units in there,
beginning. I'll
build
start
a
saying
set.
start. So
And
you
then
should have
how are you not gonna
considered
hold against
time
3 runes?
straight from the
What is happening
start,
from 3
because
runes that is threatening you?
now all the slow
that's
playing
very
in the
true. So it's
earlier
3
game has led to the
3-6.
time running out right now.
I think it's very understandable that the players are taking their time. Of course, sometimes
And the Teemo is once
routes to
again
victory
taking
seem
7
almost too easy,
minutes
right?
in one turn.
Also,
By
there's
the way,
always option
the
that we
timer
are
was
missing something.
22
I'm
minutes.
wondering what we're missing, because isn't it
like 1 round ago.
Right, I think
Wait, but hang on, isn't this a way that you trade down?
I mean,
I've
one
never
turn
seen
ago,
something that
so
Ezreal plus the equipped pit crew or
2
the unpicked crew
turns.
plus the
Wait,
Ezreal
the Teemo
was
the Teemo
7,
misplayed.
and Defiant Dance math would be 3.
The Teemo misplayed though.
Yeah,
even
maybe it would
trade.
be even trade and you lose both. So maybe at this point,
And that is a little bit annoying because if you're trading, I mean, you're not trading.
Now
down
the
afterwards,
Teemo
right? You're
doesn't
not
kill
losing
the
the
Stellar
mine, so you can
Corn
push
with
the 2
the
pit crews
first
into the
attack.
Stellar Corn herder.
So
It's
if they
basically
now
still the
want
same
to
thing,
kill
but
the
now
Stellar
what you're
Corn, they
dealing
have
with
to
there is-
trade both
okay,
Pitro
you get
keys.
the other side of it. Yeah, that's
There's
fair.
no rune left open. Your opponent is going to basically start the game from scratch at only 6 points with 2 runes and a full bunch of cards in hand. Wonder what we're discussing here right now. because
Yeah,
that
Hugo.
seems like a
Minusing
rather-
the might. Oh, okay. This is the other way. Is if the Divine Dance doesn't have to target the Ezreal,
oh.
so you actually.
Wow.
Yeah, he
sack the
played
pit
Factory
crew
Recall
that's in
already.
Base, and now.
So
now
Irelia is
it's
at
still
0
even, so you lose everything if you go in.
0
The Stellacorn herder dies.
runes.
Well.
Needed to push everything there.
That was. I guess this is the real fine detail here. Is I was wondering about just moving with 1 unit if that was
And
enough. I didn't
Stellar
see the
Corn
line
is a
of,
5 might
targeting
unit.
Picker in the base, and that does
Teemo
then
goes
force him to
ahead
go
and
elsewhere.
Right
So
now.
get-
Tries to hold
7.
now.
Now you get another. I think you're definitely trying to hold here, right, with the 7.
Now
Yeah.
the
Otherwise, your opponent is going to.
the only
to
way
7, push
Irelia
into the base,
can
and then
win
play just something to target.
Crows can't
is-
even
I don't
boost
know.
his
I don't
swiftness
even
'cause
know.
that's 3.
I think Specimen
And
is
they
really still
scoop.
he just needed to get this rune out of the way to push 7
Are they
might
scooping
into
now?
the arena's greatest,
Yeah.
and then try and hold, and now it is on Crows. Wait, what can Crows do in this scenario to get rid of this situation?
The answers just aren't great. because it's
what is
like,
happening?
I think it's
you
on
don't-
guard, Defiant Dance.
What is happening?
But yeah, I guess because you can untap the
Yeah.
Stellacorn herder, so you bring it back, Irelia Legend,
What is happening?
and then a pump
What?
spell
Stop slow playing.
potentially gets you over the line.
I think if you Defiant Dance one of the pit crews,
Yeah.
they're only
I
at
guess the
5
Teemo
might.
wanted
I
to
think
see
they're
their
5 might.
trash
So they were counting how many there. We know
to
that
see
the
how
aces
many
will be
Enguards
used,
they have
so this
left,
is
because
going to be a great
Enguard
top deck. What
is
it?
the only
Didn't
card
quite
that
see
can
it.
win the game.
There are 2 card combinations that get Crows out of this sticky situation. Oh, come on, show us the cards you have.
And they don't have on
I
guard.
think
Wait,
that's
there's-
discipline hiding.
Oh, there is a charm. Oh, picks up the boots of swiftness.
Oh,
Those
they're
matchup, I
one
think
energy
charm
off.
would also be a way to get this game won, but you also need
They're
another
one energy off.
You have to
energy cost
target,
card.
right? You have to then target the Stellacorn herder.
And that
But
is,
you also
I
can't
believe,
And
go
now
the
they're going
pickup,
to
and Specimen clutches
game
this
3
game out
with
here.
5 minutes
Yeah,
left.
That one got quite
5
down the rabbit
minutes
hole
left.
on, like in the tank on calculating.
that's pissing me
Ultimately, I
off.
think the headline of how that goes is like Crows de-ramping so much, like forced to de-ramp
yeah.
so much through the game.
If
It's really just
somebody
left you with very
went
few options
and
on Irelia
counted,
to actually play that out.
Definitely.
out of these
baffled by the
60
fact that
minutes
Kraus
that they
stuck
played,
in this game the entire time and with
how
so
long
little
did,
runes
how
that he
much
still had
time
left,
did the
he
Teemo
kept
take
pushing and pushing
from the
and
60
even had
minutes
some win conditions
compared
instead on
to
2
the Irelia?
runes in the
I
last
would
turn?
predict
If that
Teemo
would've been
took 40 minutes
Defiant Dance
in
and
total
on
and
guard,
Irelia
I
took
think
20
he just
minutes.
wins that game. He just gets a double pointer there.
Or even less.
Yeah, that's
I really
right.
could have
If you
took
had
less than
it, that
20
would've,
20 minutes
very
of
much
the
been it.
60-minute timer.
I think as well that Defiant Dance clearly Crows.
Yeah, Teemo might win if
is
they get
having
to
a lot
like
of these situations where you're like,
turbo
okay, my
2
opponent's only
points
moving one
with
unit
rat
in, but I can
call.
target the backline. I'm thinking about the second
Maybe
showdown
if
that's coming.
Teemo gets
Always
rat
interesting to look at.
plus
It's one of the things I
seal
find
in their
fascinating
opening hand,
in
they
this
win the game.
situation is like, I can think of a line
They just win the
that-
game on the
that
spot.
I know, and then you can think of a line that's probably better than my line, but it's
I'm
never
not sure
always
about
the
that.
same line as what the players
Like,
have
oh
for
my
in game. So
Where
it's
are the
always really
judges?
interesting to see these
Where
adaptations
are
players make,
the
as well, like
judges?
Defiant Dance, where you do get 2 different effects that are happening on the resolution of the spell. Very, very interesting game. I feel like I've learned a lot, but I need
Right?
to like decompress and let it soak in. I think at this point I'm not ready yet.
I also find it funny
Where
how
are
many
the
different ways
judges,
of winning a
man?
game
The
there is.
Teemo
Of
has been
course, you
slow
can try
playing
to
like
push out your
crazy.
opponent, you try to force a big conquer, or you did it like
Like
Specimen did it, and just
crazy.
say, hey, I'm going to let you use
No,
up
my
all of your
friend who was
protection
playing
on your
Lux,
one unit in your battlefield, but then I am going to push
lost
in the
2
other
matches
battlefield
right
and I'm
now.
going to hold there.
No.
So I'm going up to 8, so not necessarily searching
No.
the fight, but avoiding that fight.
Deluxe
Sounds
Dream.
like we are ready for
Deluxe
an interview
Dream.
following round 10.
Hello everyone, I am joined by Crows. Congratulations on the win, 9-1 now. The top Irelia left in the tournament. Everyone else has either drawn a game, so there's an 8-1-1, or has
Wait,
lost
what?
2. How does that make you feel?
That's incredible, honestly. I did not expect to be the top Irelia,
What?
but I guess at 9-1 it kind of makes sense, but people are right behind me, so I can't really let up here.
Is it a deck that you've practiced a lot with, or did you like take some time to decide what you wanted to bring in?
He won.
No, right away, I was on Irelia playing on
What?
TCG Arena online and practicing a lot against a lot of decks, and the deck just felt really good. It fits my playstyle relatively well, so yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Oh, awesome. I mean, you should be.
Yeah.
9-1, you're definitely looking at those top 8 spots. Is there, you have a couple more matchups
Each
still left to
team
go,
will
obviously,
get
on the
a
day.
game
Is there
lost
anything
for
that you
slow
think
playing.
would really ruin your chances of getting into the top 8?
Yes, there's a deck called Rek'Sai. If I hit Rek'Sai, it's going to be rough. I've practiced a lot against it. It is not a good matchup, so hopefully I don't hit it.
Do you mind elucidating to the viewers about
Yeah, I
something like
asked
making that a bad
Discord,
matchup?
how did Timo
So
lose?
the problem
Because
with the Rek'Sai matchup is that they see so many cards, they're very fast, and they have
Because,
the best
like-
solo spell possible against Aurelia, which is Call the Weak. And they
What
almost always find
happened?
it because they see so many cards with Rek'Sai, with the signature spell as well. And they have so much might in the backline with the Phoenixes that come back. It just creates a point tempo for them and a card advantage pool for them as well. And if you lose Aurelia, usually the game is pretty much over.
Alright, so if you're teching into
Wait,
that,
even
tell
the
me if this
Discord
too
chat is
much.
confused on
I
what
can
happened.
reveal it, it's
Yeah,
fine.
if you're
No,
taking
nobody
into that, how would
knows.
you be side decking? How would you be sideboarding?
So for sideboard, I just try to bring in more
Maybe the judges gave out a warning and we just didn't notice it.
Bargain, for example, another Defy.
Yeah,
sideboard.
like-
And my main deck is definitely a little bit tuned towards Rek'Sai, so it's not as bad as like the list I was starting off with. I have Poros in the main deck, for example. That's definitely a good card against Call the Weak, because you draw a card off of it if it's in a different zone. So that's been very nice for me the whole tournament, honestly. I have not faced Rek'Sai, but
Alright, well, we're going to let you go get ready for
Yeah.
your next round. Is there anything you want to say to your friends, to your fans out there before we do?
honestly, shout out to my opponent, Joe from Into the Rift podcast. Very
Oh,
cool guy.
so Timo
It was a
lost in
really fun
game
match.
3,
If you haven't seen it, I mean, I
but
guess
they
probably
didn't
if you're watching this
show
interview,
game
you
3
caught
because
the
they were
match.
running out of time.
Really awesome game 2. Game 3 unfortunately went to time, but you know, it is what it is. I still squeaked it out.
Well, good luck on the rest of the day.
So,
Hopefully we'll see you back in the top 8. Maybe
At
even for a
least
win
we
in
got
this
some
interview.
justice.
Yeah, well,
Thank you so much.
So Irelia won
Thank you very
with
much,
the
Medic.
overtime.
And just to clarify, unfortunately we were unable to bring you game 3 from that series, but as you can see, Crows was able to advance in that match against Specimen. We're actually going to utilize our second feature match here to get one more game from round 10 at least, and hopefully we can see some more players advancing throughout the day. Leo, that was, you know, as Crow said, a fun game, but
was
from
intense.
a broadcast perspective, I'm just going to hold my hands up and say there were so many options in front of the players for what could happen. But we're going to go into a totally different matchup here. Is this going to be Azir versus Ezreal? And Azir, one of the decks that came into the tournament, people were saying, ooh, will it be able to, you know, it will be Azir versus Ezreal. This is a Kai'Sa, but Azir coming into this one.
Yeah,
a
at least we
deck
got some
people saying,
justice.
will it
So the
have
Irelia
same
ended up
success that
winning
we saw
after
in
all.
a second place final in,
We have a very,
regionals
very
for China.
old school
I mean,
Kai'Sa.
the deck is quite
Almost
strong.
like
Here we
set
are seeing a
1.
Kai'Sa decklist, which is also a great deck.
Almost
Of course, Ezreal
identical
plays a little
to
bit
set
different
1
from
except
Kai'Sa,
for like one
utilizing
piercing
similar
light.
spells, like,
So
for
this is a
example,
very,
Singularity, just Ezreal
very set 1
has the
Kai'Sa
upside that you're drawing a
build
card because you're targeting
deck.
2 units in the same turn with Singularity. The downside of having to pay a power cost of 2 Mind Runes. And there we can see Rocklow's deck of Azir. This is actually
Kai'Sa against
a
Azir.
very similar list to the one that got
I would imagine,
I would
Azir has the advantage here.
That is not the best in Draven matchups, but it is phenomenal.
Plundering
in every
Poro
other
and
matchup,
Piercing
because
Light were the
this
only
card
changes,
wants you
yeah,
to lose
yeah.
combat, so you can get draws off of your tokens. Draws are rare.
And
in
hello,
this
hello
color
Zenithus.
combination,
Hello, hello.
But this also granting Draven draws, but now we're not playing versus
Yeah,
Draven.
Plundering,
exactly. It's
a
different
very old school
situation,
Kai'Sa deck
that
versus
running 2 copies
a
of it, we'll see
very
whether it has
new
an
school
impact
Azir
on the
deck
game.
because Azir just came out a week
we'll
ago.
have to just be on the lookout for which
But I
version of
think
Ezreal
Azir
it's
does
gonna
have the
be,
advantage in this
as,
matchup for sure.
there's a couple. There's Pit Crew Ezreal,
Yeah.
which we kind of just saw a Teemo take on that.
Yeah.
Then there's
Same
kind of
colours.
like the
Zenitis,
Miracle
you
Ezreal
missed-
that we've
you
seen, and
missed
I love the
a
new Ezreal where it says, like,
crazy
big stuff and flickering it.
slow playing Teemo. Like
Yeah.
With Pack of Wonders and that kind of thing. I would love to see if
that
it
that
was
guy
version,
played so
but,
slow.
It's actually Kai'Sa.
It is actually
It was
Kai'Sa.
crazy.
Okay,
Oh, you
cool.
watched it?
All
Okay,
right, so
okay,
the
okay,
deck list
okay.
we saw
Was probably correct. Yeah. Then it was us.
and it is
Very
Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
and
holy! I
it's
think the
against Azir.
Teemo took like
So
40
Steph
minutes
now
out of the
still
60
quite
minutes
important then
of the
from those
match.
shears.
That is true. Then we're
I
seeing
think
a very
Kai'Sa has the
good
advantage.
conservatory as well.
That the
might
player is
be
more familiar
as
with the
battlefield.
true.
I
That's
actually
also
dig
true.
that Raven Blue
That's also true.
Conservatory in Kai'Sa. It is more of a greedy version, where every time you defend,
That is
you
also
look at
true.
the top card of your deck. You have a bunch of
The
Fury arrows,
Azir
by
gets
way.
the
Look at
good
top
old
card of your
classic
deck. It's a spell you can
weapon
add to your hand,
into
which is in
a Sand
I call
Soldier.
it- we
Kai'Sa
call it
misses
Spellslinger
turn 1,
Kai'Sa. Okay.
which is very
Is
unfortunate for the
a
Kai'Sa.
very consistent
Azir
version of
also
drawing
has
cards.
shiny
Now,
runes,
Kai'Sa being
so
played on
he's
4. Is there
obviously a
going to
better
be some
player
immunity removal? I want to say this is Brave versus
because
Smaller.
shiny
This Calvary
runes
because
equals
it
to
really
better
is.
player.
Yeah, and now you get a little recruit
They
token
get a
from the
recruit
IO
down
Herald to get
with the
you know, the option to call a week
weapon-
something really,
weapon
really, like,
move to the
insignificant
battlefield.
At this point. Oh, that's a card.
Yeah, you
being
can
tapped.
just-
It's a brutalizer. Okay.
Okay,
And
so
they played
that's the one
Brutalizer.
moment where you really
They
want to have the
manually
call the week.
Yeah. In this
equipped
matchup, I
the
would say that the
Brutalizer
Firewall
to the
player is
Sand
gonna be quite
Soldier,
important. A lot of what
Yeah.
Kai'Sa likes to do is, you know, at least from
and
Origins, is take us.
they charm the Kai'Sa
not as
into the
efficient as
battlefield.
Call Week, but
They
it
get
is
the
Brutalizer
defend
equipped
trigger
to-
of the battlefield.
That is
They
crazy.
find
You just
a
reduce the Ravenbloom Conservatory,
Death
you're
Grip
becoming a
to take it
defender
to their
because you're in
hand.
that
The
charm.
Kai'Sa dies
in, you
because
find
the
Death Grip
Sand
because
Soldier
quite
is
frankly,
a
yes, you're playing
6
lots of
might
heroes, but
unit.
you're also
Actually,
playing
no,
lots of
they're
spells.
5
You
might
don't play
unit.
a single unit
So the
in your
Sand
deck.
Soldier is a 5 might
That's
unit. The
nuts.
Kai'Sa
That
dies.
is so efficient at this point. I was like, it's not as efficient as Color Week, but you know, it does the job. It does
Yes.
everything you need.
I mean, you lost a lot of
And
power. We're going to say it like
what
this.
is the
But Kai'Sa
layout
lost chosen
of the
champion and
Kai'Sas?
lost a big unit for
Um,
the early game tempo, where you're like, I want to
what
be
do
able
you-
to draw, I want to be able to get early
Absolutely.
points, I want to contest, and then ultimately keep my Kai'Sa as safe
What
as
is the
possible.
layout of this Kai'Sa's
There is going
map?
to be-
So
there has to
Kai'Sa
be another
has
push. You're going to try to have
runes
to start
and
removing
deck on the
those
same
Sand Soldier
side,
tokens, otherwise
and
you're
they
going to
have
just
their
hold
trash
everything.
on
You're
top
not
of
in a
their
one-shot
deck.
turn quite yet, but
And-
you also don't want to deram
And they don't
so
have
much.
Yeah,
anything
Falling Star
on
then,
the
You know, it'll do the
slot
job, but it's gonna
where
derail,
trash would
at
normally
least
be in.
one. I do want to know
Very-
we are going
very
into-
cooked
this is game
layout.
2 of 3 between these two, as Azir has already won game 1.
But
The
now
camera
I
is
want
very
to
shaky
mention
again.
that
The camera
this
is very
going to be
shaky.
perhaps
The Falling Star is out,
if
so
you do
both
not have any more equipments, because you
both
already have
Sand
played
Soldiers
2
are
equipments of
gone.
yours, this might slow you down a lot with the Falling Star clearing off 2 units. So
and
Richard
because you're
maybe
Kai'Sa,
not
you
even
only
too
needed
sad
to
about
pay 1 power for the
losing
Falling
a
Star.
possible one-shot turn on the next one, going down to then
Yeah,
7
Azir is
runes.
1-0 already.
Mind and
They for
Fury
some reason skipped the
Rocco
game 3
now
on the Teemo and
has to
just
consider what
went
he can do. I mean, there
to
is
this match.
There's equipment. Oh, that's the best friend sword.
The yellow Azir
there's
Azir
a-
gets
no,
played.
friend there is,
It's Azir.
It's yeah, I was gonna say it. Azir. It'd be
And
in hand.
Kai'Sa
but
only
Azir
played the Falling Star
gonna be
last turn, so
played
their last
from
turn
the
was
champion zone.
very slow,
as-
and they
as
just
is
play
Sovereign.
another Falling Star.
Falling Star is gonna deal with that. You're like, great, you had both of them. Cool.
Oh man,
Azir
then they
is
play
so
Watchful
not
Sentry,
sovereign anymore. He's actually
which is
quite dead, if you
a
will.
I will say
surprisingly
this is
good
the,
set 1
Origins
unit,
feels bad, where you're like,
and
do you have
even the
Falling Star?
judge,
Cool. Do you have 2 Falling Star? Cool.
fixed
Not cool.
the Kai'Sa's
Like, I'll give you
battle,
one.
I
The
mean
second one
map
is,
layout
is
because it was
bad
so
manners at
cursed.
that point.
We're seeing another Eye of the Herald, Sand Soldier weapon, mastering the Eye of
Then
the Herald immediately.
the
This is
Azir
something
just
that
plays a weapon,
Azir
passes with the
sometimes
Sand
suffers
Soldier,
from, and that is not success,
and
but it is
Kai'Sa
where
has
you have a lot of runes open. You could
stabilized
go for big power
the
plays, but in
game
the end you
insanely
can just make
fast,
1 Sand Soldier
gets
token.
their first
So
point
while you're getting a lot of free value with these Sand Soldiers, you're sometimes
on
losing a lot of
the
tempo if you can only
Ravenbloom
make 1.
con-
But there are plenty of
Conservatory,
spells in the deck, power spells
if
that
that's
will
how you
give
say it.
more and more and more.
How important do you think that the Azir Sovereign, like
I'm
chosen
kind of
champion,
worried
staying
about
alive is in this
Azir
matchup? Is it
running
as
out of
influential
units
as
in
other
this game.
matchups?
It's looking very rough
I think that answers
when
the question quite succinctly.
when all of your units
I
get
would go-
falling starred.
going with a very consequent.
Because some legends and champion combinations
I
are
think
like
it might go
really
well
specifically strong.
if
So
Kai'Sa
here comes the piercing
keeps
light,
playing
is gonna,
removal
get the card draw, 'cause you'll,
and forces the
death knell
weapons
your
out
own.
of Azir.
Oh,
Yeah.
You won't
Defy.
death knell your own watchful sentry
Yeah,
anymore.
the
because
Kai'Sa
fight comes
uses
through,
a
so
single
obviously,
piercing light
Felix,
on the
valuing
single
keeping
Sand
that Sand
Soldier.
on
So
the
yeah, the
board
Kai'Sa
more
knows
so
that
than,
Azir is
giving
gonna
card
run out
to,
of steam at some
Richard.
point.
I don't even think I can remember when I saw someone
So as long as
Piercing
Kai'Sa
light,
just keeps
you know
blasting the
their
Azir,
opponent in the battlefield
then
anymore. I feel like it's always just push one
the
of your
Azir is
units
gonna
to
be in
the battlefield
trouble.
most of
The
time.
Brune
Watchful
here
Sentry
gets
and Piercing
played
Light, it
just
snipes something
for
from
its
Necro,
might,
but
basically.
now, of course, we have
And the board
Please,
looks
yeah.
very very
Defy
weird
apparently
when
we don't need our runes. We've
when
seen that
Kai'Sa's
last turn.
trash
Question
is
now,
on the
do you even
battlefield,
push into the
and
Raven
Brune here is
Conservatory? I don't know if you
also
want it
basically
because
on
you're
a
going to
battlefield.
just trade for
Kai'Sa
the Eye
gets
of
the
Herald.
Ravenbloom
Ooh, not even
conservatory
giving your opponent
trigger,
also
doesn't
perfect
find a
choice
spell,
there.
gets a draw
Bloody
from
Burrows
Watcher,
going under the deck, still
Watchful
correct
Sentry.
draw.
And the shortcut there is
The
don't even
piercing
think
light
about it.
got
Yeah.
defied.
Just trade it
The
with
piercing light got defied.
I like that. So now we're going to get another Azir token that is going to equip the BF sword.
BF sword was
Passing again,
equipped,
so we made a 5 might unit, yes, with the Sand Soldier.
but
BF sword is so important for Azir. I want
but
to say BF sword is way more important
does
than
the
Azir
BF
sovereign.
sword Sand
Because
Soldier
every
matters?
single
Because
turn you
now
make a Sand Soldier token,
the
that
Sand
lends strength
Soldier
at some
that's on the
point, right? Like
battlefield
Please.
So,
elaborate.
no, you were
looks
continuing. I
like
was getting ready
it's
to
gonna
follow on.
die.
So you make a 3-drop every
So-
turn. You make a 3 might unit. As soon as you have one BF sword in play,
It's
Boom.
looking pretty
5
impossible for the
every single
Azir.
turn, you have a 5
Was Kai'Sa
might
running Thermo
token that
Beam?
is so much more efficient.
I
So
don't
how
know.
much of this game becomes
I
Thermo
don't
Beam
know.
and Wind Wall?
Yeah, Thermo Beam is incredible
If-
in that
How
matchup.
much of that
And
is,
if Kai'Sa is
you
running
gotta hold
Thermo
the Wind
Beam, then
Wall
Azir
if
is
you
in
have it
trouble.
from
The
sideboard to
Desert's Call gets
basically
played
counter
twice,
the Thermo Beam,
probably.
which blows out the entire board you
I would
have.
imagine.
I mean, I think if you just
Or
keep your wind wall, the
I would
good
imagine
thing
that's
about
what
the
Azir
deck
does,
is you don't
because
need to
they could
spend
then
that much energy,
equip
right? You don't use your runes
2
that
weapons with the
much.
Weapon
You have
Master,
your
but
equips. You want to play one
right
equip per turn
now,
to make a Sand Soldier. You wanna
if
have the
Azir
wind
has
wall ready
a
for
Rise
Thermo
in
Beam,
their
so
hand,
it's going to be quite
it's
tough
gonna
for Richard to
summon
actually resolve it if there is a
like
wind wall in
4
hand. I think this
Sand
is something you
Soldiers,
would
I
want to
think.
mulligan for.
The
But
Arise.
also,
They
you want to
equip
Thermo Beam
the Brutalizer
before
to make
the
their
Rise
Sand
happens,
Soldier
because Rise
a
gives you infinite
8
value
might unit,
almost.
I think there was a progress they dropped
which would
as it was picked up. And thank you to
actually solo the battlefield
team,
right now, but
here,
Kai'Sa is probably gonna
using
respond.
the, card viewer
Respawns
that we
with a
can
Hextech
see,
Ray.
showing, what we were talking about with Thermo Beam and Wind Wall and the importance of both. As,
And if you're
we're
Azir,
into
do
a
you
showdown
mind
now.
it?
Discipline comes through
Okay, I
onto the
think they
Sand
do
Soldier.
mind
That is
it, so
a big
they play
ol' Sand
Discipline.
Soldier at this point.
They want to save their Sand
Rockler
Soldier,
wants to get not only a draw, but also wants to keep the
Gets
Sand
the
Soldier.
draw,
Yeah, that one has 10 now,
and
right?
Stupefy
Goes down
gets
to
played.
9.
So Kai'Sa is just
That would
playing
still be
one
more than enough to
one
clear,
energy
I feel like,
spells
or was the
left and
Brutalizer
right,
not equipped this turn?
making it very annoying for the
It
Azir.
was equipped on Felix's previous turn.
Alright, that would make a lot more
The
sense then.
Discipline draw
Unless
comes
Richard just
off,
wants to cycle through some cards.
and the Sand Soldier would still
We're picking
trade
up the
right
draw
now.
from Discipline, and now it's back
And
to
if Azir
who is going to
has
use
a
which
Rise,
priority. If you want to
then
commit
they
even
could just
more
win the
to
game,
this,
low key.
Nope. We're going to take the even trade. At least that's not a
A
win
Rise
anymore.
would
That's what Rockler
ready
can
2
say to
Sand
himself now.
Soldiers. They
Thing
could
is, if you
conquer
had
both
an Arise,
battlefields, and
would
with
you
their
drop
Weapon
it,
Master, they
get
could
all of those
equip
equipments attached,
two
or do you
gears.
say, hey, I need to kind of always
So that's 3.
have the wind
Come
wall
on, come on.
available, because
Pay 6. Oh,
that is a massive
oh
move.
man,
Wow.
no Arise.
Going for a 2, no.
Oh,
Okay.
No
maybe, sorry,
Arise.
maybe it was equipped on the previous turn.
Arise would-
misread where we
Arise
were
would
in turn. So
legit
there's
just
the
insta-win the
Sand Soldier
game.
equipping the BF sword.
But if
Is,
Kai'Sa does Thermo Beam now, Azir insta loses
We
the
have another
game,
5
so
drop. BF sword makes this deck infinite times
the
better
game
because
is
every
basically
single
anyone's
turn-
at
just
this
imagine
point.
You're playing Victor, and all of your drops are 5 drops. All of your recruits are 5 drop tokens. That is the power of BF sword, which is why it also costs.
a
you know,
Progress
for-
Day gets played.
Okay,
Maybe
Progress
Kai'Sa
Day,
is fishing for
that
the
is some-
Thermo Beam.
My goodness, we're already at 12 runes on the side of Richard.
They're
He has
still
been
at
ramping up. He has
6
gotten more
runes,
points than
so
Rockler. It's a
if they
very
do
slow game in
find
terms of
the
points, but that's
Thermo
exactly what
Beam,
Kai'Sa wants. once, right?
They can
Slowing
still
down your
play it
opponent so
instantly.
you can have those big clearing turns.
Yeah, and the progress.
And a thermal beam would be
a lot of decks were
soul
bringing this
crushing
into
for the
place,
Azir right now.
Basically, because Draven was drawing so many cards, you're like, well, I just won't take combat
Instead,
as
we
often.
play Noxus
This should
Hopeful,
be-
and we
okay, I was
play
gonna
a
say it's
Plundering
another
Poro,
unit
and we
coming out for
pass.
The Legion cost of Noxus Hopeful is Plundering Power as well. Just trying to reassert a little bit of control for the following turn by developing that board.
You know what I would like to see from Richard? I don't know if it's pronounced German or English, but Richard should go for a double thermal beam turn.
Oh, so you can get the wind wall with the first one and then thermal beam. Well, I mean, if you can get there, you progress state, so maybe there's one or two in hand.
Azir attacks the top battlefield. Kai'Sa gets the battlefield trigger. A burn here gets put to the bottom. So that's the second burn here of Kai'Sa.
I think you need to cycle through your
They're
deck as fast as possible to just
probably,
capitalize on that
I
and
think
say,
they
"Hey,
were
you know what?
they're
I am at
probably running
12 runes.
3,
I am going to drop
maybe
double
1
thermal
inside and
beam
2
on
in
you
main.
so that your precious
The
wind wall turn has done
Scissors get
nothing."
played
Let me see the
that
Sacred Shears,
draw
which is going to make
1
this
when your
matchup
unit
much
dies,
harder for Richard because
which
then
is
we might
probably
actually
pretty
find double
ideal
wind wall.
right now for the Azir.
Had the same
And the
response
Arise
that
comes.
we'll have seen
Oh
that
my
is,
god,
can
the
I just
value.
read that for the specific
I think that's
text?
6 units Azir gets from the
Hive
Arise.
Sand soldiers are going to be spawning. Azir
Yeah.
is really going in.
That's 6
So we get
Sand
7
Soldiers
free
in base.
units, 2 of which are ready. What are we going to
Holy.
see? Stupefy.
Draw a card. See what we can get for potential next turn.
6
Alright.
Sand
Now,
Soldiers
the craziest thing is they have
combined
Weapon Master, right?
with
So you get
Weapon Master on each one of them.
units, and almost all of
Kai'Sa
them
does
will
have
get to attach an equipment to themselves. Now, you
Icathian
can
Rain and Watcher,
choose which ones
so
are the
they're
most
not out of the
important for
game
you.
yet,
I think
obviously.
the ones that are
But
getting ready, they will get the Eye of the Herald,
These
right? All
Sand
Sacred Shears.
Soldiers will be a little problematic.
Yeah, just to get extra value. Yeah, it's going to be... we'll see where it actually ends up being, because there's a lot of Sand Soldiers coming. Looking at following turn, I think
So,
for
where
Richard,
does the Azir put
less
their Sand
than
Soldiers? 2 in base, 1 in
good
the battlefield
is,
for now.
There's the Icathian Rain in hand, and that normally would deal with, you know, multiple units on a
3
board,
in
lots of
base,
units, but these now
4
have
in base.
additional might coming from equipment. That's the importance of the Weapon Master part of this. Is like you're not
That's
gonna
a-
be
that's a
able
lot of-
to deal with
that's
this
a lot of
with
Sand
just one
Soldiers.
swift Icathian Rain. I also saw, I think it was a Rocket Barrage. If that is the correct name of the card, in hand. It's the one where you
6 Sand
basically have two
Soldiers.
modes. You can
They
pay 4
accelerate
and you
2
can
of
deal
them
damage or
to then
destroy
get
a gear
2
and repeat it.
recruit tokens.
Rather than a thermo beam, that does
And
tend to
they
be a
also
sideboard card, so looking
have
for utility.
7 might on the top battlefield.
Are spotters.
I mean,
I
if you
hope
Kai'Sa
that
does
that is
have
the card that is
the
being played. If there's
Icathian
an
Rain,
unchecked power in
so
deck,
they
then,
could
that would
get
be
through
a
this, but do they just play the
significant
Watcher
card
down?
to play for Richard.
If I was Kai'Sa, I would
I mean,
probably
there's-
just play the Watcher
you
down.
definitely need something.
Yeah,
because
do
that
it
would just
if there was
Things
an
even
unchecked
make
power.
if you
make
clear
conquering
with
the
a
top
thermal
battlefield
beam
very
all of
easy.
these
They do
equipments,
play the Watcher
it's still
down.
gonna be quite
Yeah,
tough
still
to
a lot.
handle all of
It's
the
a pretty
Sand Soldiers
good-
with the
pretty
new
good
iteration
set
of the
one
Kai'Sa.
card
By
for
the way, I
sure.
have to reject what I said earlier. Rise does not
All the
give you two Sand
Origins
Soldiers plus
players
one for each
know
equipment, but it's one for each
know the
equipment, and
pain
they're
of playing in the
two.
blue.
Yeah,
Alright,
exactly.
yeah.
The
So
purple
Watcher is gonna be able to
is only a
obviously
fraction
reduce
of
a
the
lot
power
the
what blue
might that is at Sand
blue
Soldiers
was in
on the
Origins. I'm
battlefield,
just kidding. I'm
then,
just kidding.
you know, if you can get rid
It
of the
wasn't
equipment,
that bad,
Icathian
it
Rain
wasn't
can
that
help.
bad.
Icathian Rain can also pick off some of the ones that aren't getting additional might.
So basically everything
there
is
are some
1
there,
might
some
right now,
boosts as
except
well.
one
I
of
feel
the
like
Sand
Icathian Rain
Soldiers.
is also
One
a
of the
card that
Sand
has seen less and
Soldiers
less
is
play.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
some people have put it back
is
into their decks,
2 might.
but with so many more counter spells in the game, like
Unfortunately,
Hard March,
Kai'Sa
and
won't have
especially not
enough
so
runes
fast,
to play
it's really
Icathian
hard
Rain
to drop this
on
card
top of
spell.
the
Yeah, that's
Watcher.
really
That would be pretty
not
funny.
advantageous trade. Also, there was that minor adjustment with the errata.
Yeah.
Some people do think it has reduced the power of Icathian Rain a little bit in the way that you have to select everything and have it resolve kind of up front.
Having the Death Grip now.
They Death Grip
as
their
a
BF sword
chain to the Thousand-Tailed Watcher
Yeah, before the
on reaction.
-3 applies.
to
So you
get
can actually
plus
get
2
those 5 might
to the
transferred
bottom
into one of
battlefield.
the Eye of the Herald Sand Soldier tokens on the Valmor's lair. So that would make it much harder to clear there, because I think we're still at then 9 might then?
What? Why
Wait,
did
let me
they
check.
Death
Eye of
Grip
the
right
Herald
now?
does nothing when it comes to your
That makes
might.
no sense.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and you, yeah, you're still
That
at 9.
makes no sense.
You get a 5 extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
and
they
that
could
is so
do the
good.
Death Grip
This
later
equipment
on when
distribution from Rocklo is
the
phenomenal, because
enemy attacks. So there was no reason to
Sand
use
Soldier
the
token
Death
that you had
Grip
in the
before the
Ravenloom
attack.
Conservatory had the
is what
Sacred
is what I'm
Shears. You're
thinking right now.
Killing one of your own units at the conservatory to boost your Valmor Slayer tokens, and then
And
you
draw the
force
card
your
of it.
opponent, yeah, to
One
get
of the
you card
recruits
draw.
gets Hextech
There's
Raid.
a Hex Tech, right? And they're going to just deal
So
with
there's
little recruit dealing with
3-1-1,
One of the units, so now we're down to...
if I'm not too wrong.
I mean, Richard can
Is it
still...
7? We'll have them figure
Or
out the
maybe
math.
I'm wrong.
There's a lot of calculation to be done on this one with this many units all being affected.
Yeah,
of course,
okay,
by
okay, I see.
the Thousand Tail Watcher, and then the Death Grip on top of it, plus all the equipment.
So the whole bottom battlefield
Which is gonna
gets
go in
cleared.
and take out the recruits. We'll be able to take control of Vilemore's lair. That Thousand Tail Watcher is now there, so aside from having a retreat
Now-
or something like that in hand, it is now stuck in Vilemore's lair.
What?
And I mean, now you're in a
What is that
decent position on the
GA
side of
Sand
Richard. You're
Soldier
getting
doing at the
another
battlefield?
point for conquering the Vilemore's
When did
lair.
the GA Sand
Now, Rocklo, he
Sand
still has a
Soldier
lot of runes
get to
open.
that battlefield,
There is
or
still quite a few
are they just
Sand
literally
Soldier tokens. I think
throwing
there's
their
2 more on
cards?
base, right? And
I don't know,
if you
where-
have
where-
those
wherever
two
they
on
want,
base,
basically.
you can just equip
The cards
any
are like,
amount of gear equipment to
which
them.
card is on a
I think we're now
battlefield?
currently
Which card is
discussing
in
how
base?
much might we had. I was kind of curious.
Yeah, the play area
because I
is
figured,
very small,
wait a second.
but
Pushed for 5 might, but that 5 might got reduced in the end.
they could also just
So
move their Azir Legend a little bit to the
4
right.
tokens there towards
I
Sand
think.
Soldiers, which is
Because right now
4 might after
that Sand
Watcher,
Soldier
but
is
5
pretty
to it,
pretty
and then
confusing.
3 of those got reduced. Then again, it was only -3 because the Sand Soldier
There's
took
so
more
much
than 2.
stuff
Oh
on the
my
Azir's
goodness,
board
this is
that
hard. I am not
they need to-
wondering why sometimes the players need a
now now the
second to
gears
just,
are on the
get the math
Vilemore's
done.
lair
But of
battlefield.
course, we are finding correct game states here. Sometimes, you know, I'm really bad at math, so sometimes
That's
I get
pretty funny, that's
confused
pretty
in
funny.
the process, but we got it done. We have a Sun Soldier with the Brutalizer attached, which is not the best one because
Only
this is primarily the
4
one that you want to
Sand
attach to
Soldiers
something.
left.
Wondering if we're going
I
into
think the
Raven
Azir
Observatory.
wants to
Richard
kill
is
their
now
Sand Soldier with the
completely exhausted when
Brutalizer,
it comes to
so
his
they can
rules.
start
Raven Observatory
re-equipping
is going to
the
reveal
Brutalizer.
a lecturing yodel.
Kai'Sa
It
is
is not
also
only a
tapped
card
out,
that you
so
don't
Azir
get
can
to
basically
add to
do
your
whatever
hand
they
from the
want.
conservatory. It's also a card that you would have, I think, liked to draw.
Yeah, that was quite a turn in deep in the tank of
Unfortunately, we
math
don't really
across the
see
last 2.
what's
So
in the
now
player's
we-
hand with this
we'll
layout,
see where
which is a
Phoenix
little
goes with
annoying.
these Sand Soldiers. There's, of course,
So
Phoenix
can't
down to
really
0.1
predict
and
what
0
they're
up
going
in
to
this
do,
matchup as we go through
or
round
what they're
10.
planning to do.
So we
Azir
are
equips 2
floating
weapons,
to order
so they
rules.
have 2 floating right now.
Therefore, we can equip
Yeah, Kai'Sa
the
does have
Sacred
time warp, but
Shears and the BF Sword to those 2 Sand Soldiers, and I think now we have to crash them
They're gonna have to
into
find
the
a
Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
good spot to use the time warp on,
So
because
One has
right now
one,
the
and
Azir
one
is
has the
fighting
other. The
back.
Watchers is gonna trade against.
they kill
I think
Oh, are they both equipped to the 1 Sand Soldier?
they
Okay.
kill the Sand Soldier with 2 equipment. So now that when the Sand Soldier dies, the Azir gets to draw 1. And oh my god, the Azir has Wind Wall and Desert's
So
Call.
if you put a BF Sword, you get to 5, you get to 6, so you actually have
So
to
now Kai'Sa's Time
push
Warp
another
and
Sand Soldier.
Icathian
Therefore, it's not
Rain
equipped
are
with
out of the
anything, but you
window
get the
with
draw
the Wind
still, of
Wall.
course, because you put both equipments on
The
one.
Desert's Call
And now you're going to play
also
another Sand
equips
Soldier.
2 weapons with the Weapon Master, and
Weapon
the
Master,
Wind
BF Sword,
Wall
immediately
is
such
gonna
big
crush
units
Kai'Sa's
on the one
dreams.
side, and on the other side, you have another free 3 drop that is going to have Death Kneel, draw
There's
1
also
card.
not so
the value
fast.
you're getting out of this deck,
So
if you play it correctly, is
Kai'Sa
absolutely
basically
phenomenal.
can't
Yeah,
play
there
any
is a
any
lot
damage
to
spells.
kind of moving all of these
There's Wind
equipments
Wall
around.
and
So,
not
with a
so
couple
not so
cards to
fast.
note in hand. There's not so fast in hand.
Azir
for
is on
Phoenix.
6
There is also the
points,
Wind
so
Wall that
they're
we talked
they're
about
threatening
earlier.
to
So
hold
any
both
moment in which a
battlefields
big
for the
spell
win.
is looking to resolve, whether it's an Icathian Rain, which we know is in hand.
And
for Richard,
no
and,
Icathian Rain or
potentially a
Time Warp
Thermal
can
Beam,
save
although we've not
Kai'Sa
seen
anymore.
it, and the fact that the Rocket Barrage is there, I do
But-
wonder whether it's either of them.
But
are
if
gonna
I
be
don't
boarded
remember
for the
wrong,
amount
I
of
think
equipment that we've
Kai'Sa
seen in the
did have
tournament.
one more Watcher in
So
their
we,
hand.
will continue
So
to
are you sure
take
it's
a look
GG
as
yet?
we get through the
It-
deck of Richard.
Kai'Sa could
15
play
minutes,
Watcher
just
right
under
now.
16 minutes left on the round for these 2 players.
I mean, Rocket Barrage, I think, it's a cool card.
It's very
The
expensive.
Azir is
Yeah. It's,
aura
in Germany we say
farming.
it's a top
They're
of
locked
den
in,
heißen
they're
Stein,
locked
so
in.
it's a drop of water on the hot stone.
Okay.
But the second Watcher
Really
could
doesn't make too much sense, does it?
I have the
Could
visual
save
of what's
Kai'Sa
happening
here.
when you put
So,
a drop of water
I mean,
on a hot stove.
You pay 8 energy
the
to power
dice
to get rid
are
of
put on the
what ABF sword and the brutalizer,
Sand
and
soldiers
then your
to
opponent is
keep
still
track
sitting
of
on
their
4
might with their
equipments that are
weapons.
chilling there. You spent your entire turn
Exactly.
getting rid of barely anything.
I mean, when you're playing against like an Irelia with GA, maybe that's the
Kai'Sa
way,
does
maybe
have
that's
12
the tech here.
runes, so they
To
can
step
play
outside of this matchup,
Watcher
Kai'Sa has
into
such a miserable Irelia matchup. Maybe this is like just to attack. Like if you get
is that a
GA and
Sprite
Zhonya's
Mother
with
on the
that,
left?
you actually suddenly feel a lot better if you're spending a lot. Even if it's just I'll pay it
Watcher
once without the repeat,
Watcher
take care of
combined
one
with
of those
s-
things
with
that are there.
Sprite Mother
But
could
I
be
can
enough.
see where that would be like. I need to try and tech.
It would play around the
my
wind
worst
wall, and
matchup
it would
first that I'm
play
gonna hit
around
more
the not so
often,
fast.
And then maybe it'll help in the Azir matchup.
True. I mean, Azir doesn't have the biggest meta share, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the deck is not everywhere. It's a force to be reckoned
And
with, but
if
there are so
the
many
one of the
decks in
cards
room, you
was
cannot
the
have-
Sprite
you only
Mother,
have 8
then
cards in your side deck. You
they don't
cannot
even need to
have a
commit
side deck plan versus every single deck.
anything bigger
you gotta be
on
slim on that one,
the
you gotta-
You can
battlefield
have a
where the
plan, but
hidden
you
card
cannot
is.
prepare your side deck specifically for every one
Yeah.
of these decks. You can have some cards that do help.
Okay,
you
it's
generally in the
it's
matchup.
Singularity.
You
It's
would
not
side in the Rocket Barrages,
it's not
of
a
course.
Sprite Mother.
Singularity, Time Warp, and Catherine Rain, some big spells in.
Let's see
hand.
if
It's about getting
Kai'Sa
there to the, to being able
plays
to use Mark
around
5.
the wind
So
wall.
Richard is
Because
nearing.
Kai'Sa is still in the game
Okay,
if they
so
play
units
this
are,
right.
But Richard is nearing
If they
the
play
point at
this
which
right.
a Time Warp would be like a way to close
They-
out the game. but
did
you
they
have to
play the
get to
Icatian
the
Rain?
point where you control
Oh
battlefields. Is there a way of
no.
getting up to 7?
Oh no.
I'm
Did
looking
they
at
play
it.
the Icatian Rain? I didn't
Is there
see.
any way to kind of on
I think they
Phoenix's turn
no wait.
retake both battlefields, or is
But
it
they did
just
play
original
Watcher. They did play
untap
Watcher.
going
Okay.
to
Oof.
7,
Oh,
and then
I got
Time
scared
Warp
there
to
for a second.
8?
I got scared
Is
there
that
for a second.
possible?
Oh, I mean,
If they had played the
you've
Icatian
spent
Rain there,
so
it would
much
have been
energy
soul
already with
crushing.
the Thousand-Tailed Watcher this turn. I think it's gonna be
So
tough to
Watcher
do
is
Time
looking
Warp
at solo,
there.
the bottom
On
battlefield.
this turn, obviously,
The
but,
top battlefield
I think
has
you're
Hidden Blade in it.
very easily gonna be
if I
able
remember
to-
correctly.
to clear those
So-
battlefields, unless there's some crazy combat tricks that I have not heard of in Rocklow's hand. The thing is,
There's a
Considering-
discipline
And there's a
Death
double
Grip,
wind
two-
wall right
double
now.
wind wall
So
as well. That's so
Yeah.
actually
the
Time Warp is a dangerous
Azir's hand
play
is
in
a
this
little bit
situation. You
awkward.
get blown out heavily by that.
It's
but the thing is
you know,
that Rocklow will need
double
to
wind
take
wall
2
does nothing
fields, and he
when
only
the enemy doesn't play any
has
spells.
one
The
Sand
Kai'Sa
Soldier
has
token
just
in base.
slammed down
You
a
can
Watcher
use
twice
your
now.
discipline here to take care of the
Holy
Noxus Hope.
Watcher price is probably skyrocketing after
And it's
after
yeah,
Bologna
it's a
again.
conservatory.
Sorry, yeah.
In Zenithus, I still hope you have Watchers because
because that's not the card you want to draw in this situation. This card barely does anything for you.
buying
It's one of
Watchers
your
after
early drops where
after
you can
Bologna will be a little
make
expensive.
one Sand Soldier
once
token
again.
when you're starting with 2
Yeah, you
runes
have
and have
Watchers.
a
Yeah,
drop, that's very
I
phenomenal.
remembered. I
But
remembered.
Now let's see. We have Discipline. Discipline makes it so that the Noxus Hopeful is weaker than the Sand Soldier. Is there going to be another
But
card that
Azir
going
is
to be used
surprisingly
by Richard to
surprisingly
take care
strong,
of the
and
situation?
they
Or
do
are
have
you
a
not going
Desert's
to
Call
counter
again.
there?
So
I
this
think
is
if
their
you have something
third
like a Voidseeker, which I think
Desert's
we have
Call,
seen,
which is kind of
you
crazy.
need to use it just so that your opponent doesn't hold there.
Another Arise would also just insta-win the game. I wonder how many Arises the Azir is running.
I think you really want to Voidseeker this and then push the Lecturing Yordle in there, so you go to 7 points and then hope that your Thousand-Tailed Watcher survives, or
I
you're
wonder
just
how many
playing
Arises, because I would imagine Arise is pretty important in like a
Okay.
Kai'Sa matchup.
So apparently that's
Yeah, I was gonna say Brutalizer doesn't go to the trash. The GA will.
Okay, so the Guardian Angel was on that.
every day I regret
that
selling my
soldier
extra
token.
4
Alright, the
Watchers.
shears- Alright, so this was also in the battlefield. There's still the
This
Sand
is
Soldier
basically a
with the shears.
Watcher ad.
Got a little
You're
bit-
watching a
got a little bit
30-minute
full at that
ad
battlefield
of
there,
Watcher.
I'm not going to lie. What a complicated game
Now
state.
the hidden card, hidden blade. This time to
Oh.
keep
Hidden
the
Blade
units low for Richard
keeps
as,
Azir in the game.
Buffalo, knowing that
And
if he does control
the
the
game is
battlefield,
actually
have the
over
wind
here.
walls
Yeah.
available
With
to kind of
the
deny the hold from
not so
7,
fast
going to
and
8
the
on
wind
time
wall.
warp, and we know
I
with
don't
perfect
think Kai'Sa can
information that
stop the
Rocklow
double counter here.
has
So the
ability to stop
last 2 tokens.
Oh,
the time
the
warp.
rocket barrage.
Yeah, GG. GG.
There's
Okay.
not
So Azir
fast
did win.
immediately
Azir did win.
handshake offered
Watcher
by
almost
Rocklow just to win
almost
this
clutched
game
it.
here versus Richard.
Clutched
He
it,
is
but
going in with the rocket
Watcher
barrage, tries
wasn't
to get
enough.
rid
Wasn't
of
enough this
some of
time.
those units,
Azir
but
is surprisingly
nope, not so
good.
fast.
Yeah, we didn't
I
get to the
didn't
time warp.
imagine
Didn't get to the
Azir would be
denial.
so
I wanted to see the
competitive.
wind wall on the time warp,
Would've been
although
cool.
it feels bad for
They
the
did
player
draw
for that, but I think, you know, Kai'Sa
all
was
the
so
Desert's
dominant in
calls,
set one. I'm fine
which
seeing
is very strong.
some other legends
But
rise their way to the top, but
yeah,
congratulations to
GG.
Rocklo, on the win here in
Jasker,
round
by the
10.
way,
Of course, we are still playing
I
Swiss
will
rounds, so
regret
this is
selling
not
my
elimination
Arise.
moment.
I just sold my
For
Arise
Richard, we'll have to keep
4
track
days
of the
ago.
standings as
Oh
we
no.
go to see how that goes.
But
I don't even want to know how much Arise will rise in
yeah,
price.
that
That was a hard sentence.
How hard is it to play?
How much will
versus
Arise
Azir
rise
if
in
all of
price?
those sensor tokens are sitting there. You have to keep track of so many different pushes your opponent can have.
Well, you know who we should ask about how difficult it is to
I might
play
need to buy
Azir?
one
Maybe
more
Rocklo.
before the
Let's
price
hear from him
rises.
now.
But then again, what if the price doesn't rise? You know? It's hard to say, it's hard to say. And now, that was a quick
We
interview.
would have heard from Rocklo. Amy heard from Rocklo.
That was a-
we'll
that
see
was a
whether
quick
we can get
interview.
that interview perhaps for you later. It was quite the...
Well, yeah,
the
thanks for the
board
interview,
state in
guys.
that was kind of intense and messy for my liking. I'll be honest, it's one of those things that as a player, I'm like,
Yeah, imagine the
whoa,
price arises.
That is a lot to keep
You would be
track of.
wise to not sell your Arise.
Really understand how many sense soldier tokens are
Or maybe
on
you
which
would be
battlefield,
wise to
then
sell
how
your
many on the
Arise
other, and of
when
course how many
the
are in
price
base. Plus,
has
if
rised
you remove one or
and
two
the
sense
Arise
soldiers from a
is
battlefield,
more
just
expensive.
know that the equipments are
So
going
do you
to
sell
go
your
back to
Arise
opponent's
when the
base.
price
So they can
has
move over
rised?
to the other sense soldier tokens. You have to keep in mind
Or
that
do
that
you keep your
costs, of
Arise
course, some power,
and
but
hope
how
the
is
price
math working out for you then?
gets
Which
even more high?
energy will they have open in the next turn, in the turn after that? Are they still going to have Arise pushes?
Oh
It is
my
so
god.
tough to play versus that deck, and I think some players like Rocklo
These are the
capitalizing on it.
hard
Well,
TCG
please no one
questions.
win wall this time, Warp, because let's go to our interview with Rocklo.
Hello, and I'm
Okay, we're back,
with
we're
our
back.
feature batch winner,
Okay,
Rocklo
let's
Felix,
listen to the
coming in
Azir
with
player.
currently the top Azir list in our day. Why did we choose Azir?
I feel like the funny thing is everyone I talk to always asks whether I play for the medal card. But honestly, when I think everyone plays for a medal card.
Yeah.
But I chose the deck to win out. Like that is
Yeah.
my intention. But everyone is like so surprised why I play Azir. They're like, "Are you only playing for the medal card?" So yeah, I feel like the deck is great. I feel like the skill expression is very different than other decks because you just have to do math all the time. And since I'm good at math, I thought Azir is a perfect choice where I can combine math and skill. And the strongest signature spell in the entire game, like uncontested. If anyone, I will fight to death that Azir is the best signature spell in the game. So yeah, I always tell everyone,
Azir's great.
But
it's great.
Yeah.
especially
has
if
this
you
guy
draw
heard
Rise.
about
If
a
you draw
card
Rise, it's the
called
best deck in the
Baited
game.
Hook?
I love the confidence
You know?
so very much in your deck.
There's
You
also
know what you've
some
got
math
going on, you know your
behind Baited
matchups,
Hook,
it's
so
clear that you're
I
a
don't know.
very,
I
very
don't know.
skilled player. You came over from League as
Yes.
well, playing a bit of League of Legends. Is there anything that inspired you
A bit.
to come out, just a little bit? Is there anything that inspired you to come over to Riftbound, or was it just a natural progression for you?
I always played like TCGs. I'm
really?
not dropping names, but beforehand I also played competitively some other TCGs.
Great.
And in between, I always was a professional player for League of Legends.
Perfect.
And when I've heard the news that Riftbound is coming out, I knew from that day, when that game comes out, I want to be like the first professional player in that game. Like, if anyone, like,
That's you.
I love the IP.
Yeah.
I love TCG, and I
Perfect.
believe in Riot Games. They did a great job with League. I'm pretty sure they're doing a great job with Riftbound. So it was pretty simple and clear for me that, yeah, I will put my life into this game.
You were like, straight away, I'm in that cooking pot. That is a bit of me. I am absolutely in there.
Yeah,
I love that.
I played like 22 skirmishes
Wow.
in
22
like in the
skirmishes.
first season.
That's a lot. Like, we
With-
haven't had a lot of time for those yet.
Yeah, with a friend, we won more than 75% of all of them.
22
So
we
you
have, like,
playing Azir
skirmishes.
in all of them?
No, it was
Oh,
Origins.
just- oh, of
Yeah.
course.
We played
Wow.
Kai'Sa and Set.
Oh, I love Set. That was my
Yeah.
deck for Origins.
Yeah, I played a lot of Set and
Yes.
I won all of my buys with Set.
Amazing. That's incredible. And you're going really strong into these competition now with those round one buys.
Yes.
So you can feel confident that you've got that kind of rest in the morning.
yeah.
How's it feel to have those kind of banked up and ready to go?
The funny thing is, like, even though I can sleep longer, I'm here around like 9 a.m.
You're ready to go.
Yeah. Because I talked to one of the info point guys,
Yeah.
and they said it could be a problem at 10 a.m. yesterday, so please be here at 10 a.m. And yeah, I like to be on time, so I was here like at 9:30 or something.
As you should be. Honestly,
yeah.
you know,
Think about it,
promptness is
these
always
guys are
helpful,
probably
making yourself
playing
ready for the day. It is
from
a fun
9
environment to
a.m.
be in anyway.
to
I've got a little bit of an Azir
I mean, they're at the
question for you,
venue
if
at
that's
9
okay.
a.m.
If you
and
have
if they
6
get to like
rooms
top
open,
8, they're
right,
probably
do you
leaving at
prefer to play, like, more equipment
11
first,
p.m.
or you just wanna go aggressive
So
early with your Rise?
they're playing
Depends on how many equips I have.
14 to
If I have
15
6
hours
rooms, that
of
should be top
Riftbound
3.
in
So I
one
have 2
day.
equips. That's not the point where I should play a Rise, especially game 1.
Yeah.
But I will think about it on game 2 and 3 because people side in Thermal Beam. And the thing is, as soon as I activate a Rise and I can clear the whole board, I will do it. Because then he's forced to Thermal Beam again and turn skip himself, and I get 4 points from it. So I think it really depends on game 1, game 2, do you play against red or not? How does your hand look? Or can you play Asia champion unit for free in your base? I think those are like all the factors that you need to take in account. Or for example, if he goes to 7 and can Mind Splitter, maybe just drop the Rise.
Yeah.
Or for example, if you have to conquer because he's not allowed to
Yeah,
hold,
15
you have to
hours
drop
of
it
Riftbound
and just run over a
does sound
board.
nice.
Because then you either have BF Sword or
But
Brutalizer.
holy, it does sound
and you
tiring.
can always go in for 7 and no board on Earth lives
Can handle
7.
that. No.
Because you do get the brain fog after playing Riftbound for like 8 hours. You get that certain brain fog when you play a lot of Riftbound, so at some point you're gonna start feeling the pressure and the exhaustion.
I just try every game.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. You can
Of
do
course
it.
I'm confident, but realistically, yeah, I'm very close to the medal card.
Yeah,
I already
yes.
won with my friend 2 medal cards from the prize wall.
Wow.
Yeah, we got Kaiser and Timo.
Oh, good choices.
Yeah.
Good choices. Are there any others that you would go for? If you could get a third right now.
Yeah, the problem is always the price.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to take Asia to play Asia today.
Of course.
I wanted to like maximum aura farm and unlock the gold
Yeah.
the gold medal
And
with the
play
normal
it.
medal,
Oh.
but the problem is the Asia is, let's say, sadly it's too
It's
cheap.
not as popular.
Yeah, it's not that popular.
You
so
can popularize it. That's
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
going to happen today. Everyone start getting your Azirs right now. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Your insight is unimaginably useful. For any Azir believers out there, you've got your champion right here. You've got someone fighting your corner who truly believes and is exceptionally good at the deck. Thank you for joining us. I wish you all the best of luck in future rounds. Very
Thank
good
you.
luck to our top Azir players so far.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
What a wonderful opportunity to talk to one of our champions today. Still taking it far in the competition, and we've got so much more where that came from. I'm Amy, and I'm joined by the wonderful Medic once again to
Medic.
bring you the action at this regional qualifier in Bologna.
Yeah, round 3 of the day. Round 11
Yep.
in total, I want to say, as we get into
That's the
the
one.
action soon again. But before we do that, we're going to have a look at some of our favorites and MVPs from yesterday. Now, some of these I think perhaps haven't had as good a showing as we would have expected them, but let's have a quick mosey at what we all
Brain
thought
fog
was
is
gonna be great.
real
Well,
sometimes.
okay.
I didn't
Here's the
realize
thing,
I had by
chat.
accident
Here's the
bought
thing, everyone.
4 of the same
Ornn
card.
with Fire Below the Mountain and Svelsonga is a really cool combo. It's one of the favorites just because it didn't get to day 2.
Favorite
Doesn't mean it's
combos.
bad.
Oh
I'm
hell,
leaving
I
you with the
cancel
silence
this.
there
Yeah, I
on
thought
that one.
you
I'm
were.
sorry.
I
I've
thought you
just,
were. I mean, you
I can't back it up. But my pick, okay, yes.
Cancel
Jace Mana
this,
Progress
Caster.
with Vanguard Armory, I think is a really
Oh
fun
hell, now Pit
combination.
Crew and
It
Cole
the
is your favorite
Victor-style
combo.
decks that we've seen come out. I think Vanguard
Ew.
Armory on its own is a very powerful card.
Come
but just
on,
being able to
man.
mitigate that
Ain't no
cost-
way your
Okay,
favorite
so-
combo
Yes,
is Pit Crew and
please.
Cole.
You and I kind of went for the ones that are our favorite combos.
Yeah.
And then James and Leo kind of went for the ones we expected to see a little bit more, I
Yeah.
think, here. The pit crew cull from Leo, such a powerful combination. The ability
Master
to
Rat.
go in with the cull, make a gold, retreat the pit crew out after readying it, gives you a lot of ability to dodge those Draven combats, which is what most decks have been trying to do. And then obviously James coming in with the Fizz and the Vex, the ability to reduce the cost as much as possible from those Fizz triggers.
Yep, and I mean, to be honest with you, I think the one we've seen the most is Leo's pick.
Yeah.
But I think that was also to be expected.
True.
Now, on the other side of the coin, we of course have our caster picks
Meta
for the meta MVPs, the
MVPs.
ones that we thought were going to go all of the way, the cards that we think we're going to see kind of in our top 8 firmly.
Purple,
and I think
purple,
you're pretty
purple.
on the money. That's
Yeah.
looking pretty good.
I mean, I think picking any of that sort of purple
Green,
core,
green,
the
red,
Chaos core
red.
does make a lot of sense. First Forerunner, just such an easy include in any deck playing Fury. I think you really hit the nail on the head, though. Draven and Aurelia, we are seeing topping the lists all over
R.I.P.
the
Yellow.
I gotta say, like, it felt like obvious
What
choices,
happened to Yellow,
but they're
man?
great cards,
That
and
they
I
are.
just kind of thought, you know, I really should go with the cards that I think are just gonna really make it difficult for people to
Yeah,
execute
zero
their
yellow,
game
zero
plans, and I think
blues.
Draven and Aurelia, in their own rights,
Oh,
in very
man.
different ways,
Yes.
kind of do establish
My
that.
favorite combo is
and I think,
Blitzcrank.
when you look at Leo, Ezreal, we've seen it ubiquitous in any deck that
Blitzcrank.
has Chaos. You want the Ezreal for the extra card draw, for the reduction on the called shot costs, and for James,
unfortunately
stifling effect. The fact that you
believe
have to play around
that
an
we will
Overzealous fan,
see
often with a fighter
zero
fight here next
Blitzcranks
to it, with another
in the
unit
top
at that
cut.
battlefield, it's like, okay, even if I attack with 2 units, they're both going to get bounced back to my base.
And it's such a devastating effect for such a low-cost unit that actually it's got much more swing in this meta than we would think of something that's kind of cheap and cheerful of a card. Actually, it has so much sway in what's going to happen.
I think one of the big things that we are seeing across the course of this weekend is the ability to stop your opponent from doing stuff.
Yes.
Very powerful in Riftbound. And we all quite kind of knew that as well. Brynhir Thundersong coming in Origins wasn't really looked at as a card that was an
Bryn
MVP.
here.
Now with Spirit Forge, the ability to stop Aurelia's popping off, the ability to stop people fight or flighting on your turn, rebuking on your turn, all of these things really allowing her to do a huge amount of work. We are ready for our next game though as we get into this round 11. We're going to be watching this matchup. It's Aurelia up against Fiora. Only 4 Fioras making it into
So
day
this is
2.
their
A lot of
last
Aurelias.
round
We'll see how
before
well
the
these two
top
players
8.
can fight up against each other, looking for those top 8 spots.
And after
Yeah, not a
this,
lot of Fiora
after
love
this
generally
match, I'm
across the
gonna
event, which surprised me
go ahead
personally,
and
so
take
I'm glad to
take
see
a
it
little
here,
break
but against
before top 8. I
Aurelia,
think
could be
there's
a little bit of a sticky
there's
situation. This play dancer does
a
not
little
make it
over
easier for Fiora to
over
make
an
the game
hour
plan
break
clear.
between the
Having a
top
quick
8
look across the deck here, 3 Starving
and
Herders. We have seen some Aurelias
this
going down to
round, so I'm
1 or
gonna
even none of
go ahead
those
and take
in
a
the
little
main
break.
deck. I like it. I think the
You
extra
guys
card draw really
also
does give you a lot of work.
go
We're
take a
pulling
little
one
break
right to win.
because
Nothing too surprising
there's still a lot of
overall here. Only a couple of
Riftbound
tie
to be
turners, but
watched
overall
today,
you're
so
building up towards a big Aurelia. I like the Rosses there as support for that Aurelia. 'cause
So,
often we do see
don't
when the Aurelia
burn
firm
yourself
is
out
gone,
on
you
Riftbound.
then don't have the units to back it up.
No, the drop-off has been really clear, and that's been the
You-
downfall
ooh, we
of
have
the
an-
Aurelia
we have
we've
a
seen thus
Fiora
far.
now.
And against a deck like Fiora, you're going to need some
Okay,
beefy units to really
okay.
close out those games.
One dragon,
Fiora, of course,
3
relying on
deflect
buffing units,
Fioras,
having really big turns, a
3
couple of combat
sets,
tricks here and
Warmock's
there with
armor.
punch burst, but ultimately lots of gear, lots of big guys. We're buffing
Wait,
things. We've got the
7
second ruler
weapons.
as well from Origins. We've got a
7
lot of really
weapons.
kind of techie
Holy.
units for getting big damage on the board and keeping it there. So Aurelia does have that kind of advantage in the
Seepwow, the
also have some really
Riftbound
big units going on, because that's their whole thing, is make a couple
YouTube
units
schedule says
don't
that
let
top
them
cut
fall.
starts at
Whereas Fiora's
5
kind of
p.m. for
relying
me,
on always having
and
big
it's
units,
3
always taking
3
things
p.m.
down,
right
but
now.
not letting Fiora do that kind of buckles
So,
the game plan.
Yeah, getting
there's
over
like
that
a
point
there's still
threshold
2
is so
hours
important for the Fiora.
till
To
the
notice no
top cut
salvage
stream
run in
starts.
the main there for,
So there's
Vendorsi
probably like
here on
a
the Fiora, using instead
little
the
break
Upshot
in
and
real
Duo
life
in
also
this
for
main
the
deck as
players
their equipment
in
hate, their
Bologna.
gear hate in this current meta, and I think having something in the main that does deal with gear is so important when you're
So,
looking at Guardian Angels, when you're looking even at Sirens for the Aurelia. It's
we
so
all
important
get
to
a
be able to have a way to deal
small
with that
little
early
break.
doors. We've got the Zone
And
Warriors in the Monastery
this
of
match,
Nirvana. Obviously,
think about
Vendorsi
how
will be wanting to go
important
down
this
towards that
match
bottom
is
battlefield, getting
for
themselves
both
as
of
many
these
card draws as
players.
possible, which is something the Fiora can struggle with a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's the
The
only
player
thing
who
really, but
loses
being able to
this
spend
match
buffs to do so is perfect, 'cause you can
doesn't
make
get to
those,
top
you can
8.
have that. So it's a it's a nice combination of going, okay, well, I
Um,
don't have great natural
Azir
card draw, but that's
got
okay for the moment.
a Rise,
I mean, you are just having a
and then they
quick
had
word
Wind
on turn
Wall,
one there with the judges. It
double
seems to
Wind
make sure that
Wall
everything is
plus
correct. We'll work out exactly what that
plus
was.
not so
But,
fast,
not
so
really much
Kai'Sa
gameplay
couldn't
to
really do
analyse
anything
yet.
anymore.
Not
Runes
yet.
were channeled, and I don't think there was an easy
So that's how
two-drop in
the
hand, so
game
No,
ended.
and I think
Double
that's the
Wind
thing, you
Wall
want
and
that easy curve, don't
yeah.
you? You need
GG.
that early 2-drop just to be able to start getting things on the board, start making it kind of worthwhile. You want the 2-drops, then into like a Doran's Blade, and then into
Okay,
those 4-drops,
okay.
and so on and so forth.
Now,
Now let's see where Vendorfi
this
goes.
list is very
It's just
interesting
gonna
from
be
the Fiora,
the
having
Fiora to
seven
kick us off, getting Worthy
7
out on the
weapons.
battlefield.
Feels
Worthy
like
great, when a unit you control
feels
becomes
like
mighty,
you have a
can
really high
power to
chance
ready
of,
that unit. Gives
you know,
again, pseudo-accelerate,
breaking
the way
your
we tend to
hand,
talk about this,
but
slightly cheaper. And when
I
you play
guess the
something like
player
Set
has,
Brawler,
you know,
it immediately costs
calculated
yourself. It becomes
that the
worthy. You
risk
get
of
the Fiora
drawing
duelist
too many
duelist
weapons,
trigger
for
off it to
example,
channel extra rune,
is
and then you
still
can even
worth
use
the
that extra
reward.
rune to pay
So,
the power cost
you
for
know,
Fiora Worthy to then
even
ready
though
the set.
something
But
might
here's the
break your
Ezreal,
hand and be
he's going
risky,
to get the
if it's
discard onto the
powerful
scrap,
enough,
meaning we are drawing
then the
3
reward is
cards
enough.
here. Something the Irelia
You
does
know?
so well
The
is get
Irelia
a
is playing
bunch of these top
Israel,
cards.
and
honestly,
they
that's kind of
played
what we
a
wanna be doing at
scrap
this stage of the
heap
game.
to
We
draw
wanna be
3.
building that hand, building the board, and just slow rolling into this battle, because there's going to be a lot of big fights coming our way on these battlefields. So Irelia kind of wants to go slow in this
The
moment
Irelia
because, trying to go
is
too
playing
early
Azir.
into
I
a
mean, the
Fiora could be
Irelia is playing Israel.
devastating,
That's crazy.
especially
That's
with the
crazy.
amount that
And they're
they
playing
can
Rasa.
kind of
So this
buff
is
those
this
units up, do
Irelia?
some extra damage during
Is this
combat.
Irelia a
It's not
miracle deck?
worthwhile right now
Are you
to
serious?
kind of push into anything too early.
Is this a
The
miracle
Fiora being
Irelia?
early as well is really good. We've got
Ain't
the
no
set
way.
to originally, like, straight away bring the buff, and then of course we can start readying things.
That would be crazy.
right away.
That would be
We'll
simply
get the buff
crazy.
on it. You don't have to immediately ready here.
The set
There
is
a kind
out.
of an attritional thing between these two decks where I think
It
Irelia
could be
slightly
readied
favoured
instantly,
into Fiora just because of the
but
ability to pull the Irelia out, to actually overbuff her,
I
to get past the mind
don't
thresholds of the
think
set
Fiora
and
will
the,
go for the
Fiora
accelerated set.
Worthy,
I don't
but
think it would make any
because of that,
sense.
if you're Vendorti, you don't want to
So
push
just
too
takes
many of your
the
resources in early doors,
legend
right? If you
proc
can
and
find a
passes.
trade angle onto an Irelia, it makes sense. But otherwise,
But
I
yeah,
expect
this
to
is
see more
this is an
slower,
interesting Irelia
attritional
list for
game
sure.
in the early game, while
Has
both the players
2
kind of
Rasas in
establish their
hand,
base.
has Cold
Yeah,
Shot,
which is honestly
has Ezreal on
really
board.
respectable. Again,
Yeah.
like, I'm not the patient kind. I would
No,
be
nor
like,
am
yeah,
I.
get me in there. But
So
these guys are the experts
why
on
are
these
they
decks,
running
very much showing
Irelia?
us
Like
before why.
what's
Looking
the
like Brian,
advantage they
Ezreal
get
again.
from running Irelia
Yeah, I like
over,
that.
Might as well.
Honestly, might as well get
for
more cards onto the board
example,
right now.
running
We've got a
Draven?
cold shot as well as a possibility.
Yeah, I guess there's the argument to do the cold shot anyway.
Yeah, Miracle
The
Irelia Miracle
reduces
Irelia
the
is very
optional
wild.
cost of the repeat, but you've already got
It
one
is very
Ezreal that's
wild.
reducing that cost. But if you just want the draw discard from this initial Ezreal, you can go for that instead. I didn't see a scrap heap in hand, so just going to discard. Is it going to be the Guardian
Decided
Angel?
to
Okay.
come and watch the
Getting
Fiora
rid
game here.
of
Welcome,
one of
Trent.
those
Welcome,
protection
welcome.
tools,
That
drawing
surprises
into
me
a seal. Yeah.
against
This-
Fiora.
Yeah.
And the
Because I feel
Fiora is
like
playing
that's one of
against
the decks where
Miracle
you want to keep
Irelia,
those
which is
protection
crazy.
tools really under your belt.
And
So
the Fiora
it's
has
fine,
7
just pass it
gears,
over to Vendorti there.
which does feel
Set
like it
ready
can
for Soda
possibly
Fiora.
break
Of
your
course, we've
hand,
got the,
sometimes
end
for
of,
sure.
We got the extra
But
rune channeled from Fiora's legend ability
then
last
again,
turn, so we're doing really well
maybe
for rune
maybe
production
breaking your
here, which
hand
is something that
sometimes is
kind of set
worth
decks
the
have-
reward
set Fiora
of
decks
always
have
having a
struggled with
gear.
in the past.
Yeah, if you're LSU,
So maybe
just thinking
maybe
about that Guardian Angel,
maybe that's the logic
discard,
behind it.
a lot of your decks do like to play salvage in the main, and it's a
That's
very
true.
easy,
It would have
low-cost killer gear
Defy
draw card. There's
and
also
not
the
so
upshot, and
fast.
then you're stealing a
Irelia
Guardian Angel, which
Signature is
Fiora
also
doesn't usually
pretty
have
good.
access to,
Pretty
not being
good.
in calm domain, right?
It
So
is pretty
I kind
good.
of get the idea of,
Maybe
okay, this
maybe
Guardian Angel isn't as effective for me
LSU
as it would be in
is
other
2 steps
matchups.
ahead,
Set's
and
gonna go
Miracle
in.
Irelia
We'll get the Conquer
is the
and
Monetary
play.
play.
Going to leave the buff on there, but what's technically happened here is
So-
a buff has been sacrificed for the Monastery of Harana draw trigger.
Conquer
and then a
happens.
rebuff has come on from
Now,
the Conquer trigger. Vendorti there
The
standing
legend
in the-
trigger happens
it
because
doesn't really make much sense to take the
Irelia
buff off,
used
draw
the
the
set
card,
buff
put the buff back on,
Yeah.
to get a
It's
draw
just a
from
bit
the
of a waste
monastery.
there, but it's understandable that
then
like, Set is a
Set
great
gets the buff back
maneuverability card in this
and
instance,
becomes
and
mighty.
That's where a lot of your card draw will come from, is just moving that set in and out so that you can draw cards effectively and spend those buffs. But then again, you kind of want to keep the buffs
And
for attacking turns as well, because it can increase
Something's happening.
increase your might there to 8, which is huge.
They might have
So
done
it's a
the
nice
Conquer
flexibility
effect
spot you either get
in the wrong
power
order, I
from
think.
it, or you get a card draw, and both are powerful in their own right. It's just nice that you can choose the situation that fits.
Yeah. Looks
So
like we
might
might
have
be
been
having
wrong
a small
order.
discussion about the timing of a Grand Duelist trigger here, because the set, when you get rid of the buff, it goes below
Yeah,
the
Irelia
mighty
does also
threshold.
give
You then draw
accelerate,
the
which is
card,
true,
and
which
then
is
you
true.
rebuff, it goes above the mighty threshold. Grand
He
Duelist can
drew
then
instead of channeling.
exhausted, yeah,
Oh
to get
yeah, he meant
yourself
to.
a rune exhausted.
Yeah, but he also
But,
used the
looks like
monastery,
the
if I'm not wrong.
granddaughter is just having a quick chat with the
So,
judges to make sure everything was done
so
appropriately.
he gets the draw from the
May have been that we,
battlefield,
drew the
and he
card
also
a
gets to
slight
channel
bit
from
too
the
early, or
legend.
maybe we
So he
accidentally
gets to
revealed from the
draw
top of
and
the
channel.
deck,
So I don't know what's
as
the
there's
problem
gonna
here.
be a quick deck check happening.
Understandably, these interactions, especially where you had to remove the buff.
Oh, he
and
had
with
already
Mighty,
drawn.
Your unit has to be at 5.
Yeah.
And then you're right, dipping below and above that threshold can complicate
Yeah.
things slightly.
It's one of those things where shortcuts are great because they do allow you just to get through
Okay,
those,
I
like,
see,
few
I see.
triggers a
So
little bit
he
quicker.
drew,
But if you are a
then
little bit
channeled,
more
and
deliberate,
accidentally drew again.
it means that you don't fall into positions like this. It also looked
Okay,
like maybe
okay.
Vendorti needed to
Maybe-
shuffle the
maybe
top
the
of
nerfs
his,
are getting
deck,
them.
not including the
If you
cards
think
recycled
about
so
it,
far. Perhaps
this
two
is
cards
probably
came off
the
at once or
most
something.
important
Judges have
game
organised it, it's all sorted,
of
both
their
players
year,
happy as we
at
go
least.
into the next portion of
Because
the turn.
this game
Victorious coming
determines
down.
if they get to top
Dorman's blade
8.
there is going to make it mighty as well, giving it
This
deflect,
game
ganking,
determines
and
if they're gonna
shield.
get,
That's a
you
lot of
know,
effects,
Yeah.
and they're all
the
very
medal
good in their
card
own
for
right, but we
for
also
certain
get to then
champions.
continue
Because I
with
imagine there's gonna
all
be
of
another
that might
Irelia
into the
that's
next
getting the top
turn,
8.
which is
So if
fantastic,
you
kind
lose
of
here,
beefing
you
up
lose
this
your
battlefield, making sure that
Irelia
kind of
medal
Fiora's doing
card.
what Fiora
If you
does
lose
and
here,
just
you
makes it kind
lose
of
your top cut
feeling
spot.
like it's impenetrable.
Yeah, a lot of might on that bottom battlefield right now. 5 from the set, and then 7 from the Fiora on attack. That is, or when she is defending, she is 7 because of the shield.
Yep.
Currently, she is 6 because you
And,
don't get shield unless you're on the
I
defense. But
Irelia does have
Irelia
2
not
Ezreals
very
on
good
board,
targeted
but
removal.
I
Like,
don't
it's things like
think
the fight or flight that
they have
bounce in the
anything
back,
to
but
get really
you don't have falling stars, you don't have
the value
singularities,
out of the
you don't have
Ezreals.
those
So that's
easy,
still like the
I
biggest
will
problem
just
of
kill your
Ezreal,
unit
I'll just
before
take
is
we
that
get into combat.
No,
one
exactly. Irelia
one
also
Ezreal
kind
is
of
always enough.
benefits from kind of
I
buffing
don't
your
think you
units,
never
making
ever
things
need
bigger,
2
going on
Ezreals
in
on
there
board.
and
At
actually
least,
fighting the real fight.
at least
Whereas
on how these
that's
decks have
not
been built.
great for Fiora. Like, we don't want that. We want to be being the
There is a
aggressor,
seal.
not
So the
picking
seal
the
comes out
aggression.
in round
So it does put Irelia in the
3,
driver's seat
I
a little
think,
bit for those
which is
for those
pretty good.
combats,
The
which is
cold
what we
shot comes
want.
out
So we're gonna
instantly.
go in with, of course, the Seal of Discord for a cold shot.
Another Ezreal, I think that might be
And
a few
they
too
see
many.
the third
2
Ezreal. They
nice.
also
3
say stack
Ezreals,
deck.
it's a little bit
So
overkill.
obviously
I think it's
they
gonna go to
take
bottom.
the
We'll go through the second
stacked
cold
deck
shot trigger here.
because
Not so
they
fast,
won't
a
do anything with their
tight
third
turn.
Ezreal.
Obviously really
And
effective
do
way
you
to want to
take
make sure your
the
Irelia
not so
further is
fast, or do you
protected well.
take
And
the
that's what we need, and that's
Yeah.
why Guardian
Tide
Angel was
Turner?
kind of
That's
a,
actually a
like you say, it was
pretty-
like, oh, is that too easy to remove
pretty
from
tough
lane or
choice.
even to take from
They
lane?
could move in
So
with
actually,
a
Tide
with an
Turner maybe
Ezreal,
is an option here,
then
but no,
play
we're gonna
Tide
go for the
Turner
not
in
so
base
fast,
to
just dig a
take
little
the
bit
Ezreal back
flexibility.
after
I
conquering. That
respect
could have
you
been
know, the
one
not so
play.
fast is really good against some of Vendor's
The 4
larger
cost
spells that
Irelia
can
also has
help
ganking,
Fiora to
which
stay
is
in the
pretty
game,
annoying
and
for the
we're definitely
Ezreal.
gonna see those big tussles at battlefields
So
come really soon, so
the 4
probably
cost
just
Irelia
preparing for the
is
inevitability
always
of a lot of
threatening
pumping
both
spells.
battlefields.
Yeah, it makes sense that you want to be able to protect that Irelia later on with the not so fast. Double roster in hand as well here for LSU, but not the largest of trashes. I think there's only 4 cards in there right now.
And
Don't really
Irelia does
take
have an
big
insane amount
combats
of
on that
buffs,
Monastery
but
of
they don't
Varana.
have
Can go up
units.
towards the Zorn Warrens with one
So
of
I
these
wonder if they're
Ezreals.
gonna
And
attack
double on
with the
guard, you're
Ezreal
getting the Ezreal up
just to trade and
attacks in
use
alone,
cards,
giving it
so they
+4,
get
that takes you
cards
to
into their
7.
trash,
That would be
and
enough to kill off
finally at
one
some
of these
point they
units,
can
and
start
perhaps
playing their
sacking an Ezreal
Rassas.
is enough. You also have the Defiant Dance and the Discipline, which gives you another effective 4 and then -2.
And this is exactly those
Fiora does have
combats I
ganking.
was talking about.
When-
It's
when-
not
when
a-
it's
this
mighty.
is it.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of building up your hand
Doesn't it?
until you think you have the
The 4 cost
advantage
Fiora
over your
doesn't it have
opponent.
ganking when it's mighty? Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then kind of seeing
She
that
has
they've got
deflect
not
and
too many
ganking
runes
and
ready so
shield
that they
when
can't
she's mighty.
react in time. And it's all about that back and forth. So going with
Guys, stop throwing me
discipline
off.
there. So we've got the +2.
Oh, I said
and
Irelia.
+1 on the Ezreal. So Ezreal's a little bigger now at 5.
Yeah, on this bottom battlefield, on Monastery of
Okay,
Piranha, we
I
currently
really
have
doesn't have ganking. The
6
forecast
from the
Fiora has
Fiora,
ganking. The
and
forecast
then
Fiora.
5 I can't, apparently I can't write Right, here we go. And then 5 from the set. This will go up.
My bad, my
So
bad,
when you're
guys, my
looking for
bad.
damage, you do need to get over the 12 mark, which is possible with the discipline.
So Ezreal, I mean Irelia could look to buff Ezreal to make just to trade, get cards in their trash, and that way they can look to play their Russos at some point. They can also just conquer. Now they get to discard, and that's +1 card into their trash also. But with this play, I would have wished that they would have taken the Tide Turner before, because now they could play Tide Turner and then pull back the Ezreal after conquering. They discard the Traveling Merchant, and they just find more spells. Can we get a 6-7 emote?
They've got a lot in their court, and we just got the
I'll think about it, I'll think about it.
well, so that could be what helps us. We'll go for the on guard first. So
The end guard comes out, or on guard comes out. So Ezreal is now a 7 might unit, I think,
The on guard is giving a +2.
Yep.
which would trade with
I can just do this. There we go.
There you go.
12 on this side. On guard gives
one
+2,
of the
and now
units
it's 7.
for now.
Another on guard will get
So
us
7
to
might,
9.
maybe another on guard.
Then we need to Defiant Dance.
Then
probably
you
the
Defiant
set to avoid
Dance
the
and
deflectors on the Fiora.
hope the
Yeah, we're
opponent
really
doesn't
playing
have a
that-
punch first.
playing that
The
deflect
opponent
cost.
is
Something that
is
Fiora's done
threatening
very well
punch
in to
first
kind
with one of their
price
energy
certain
being
Aurelia
up,
style decks
which
in
is
the
pretty
past where
annoying.
they're forcing the opponent to have to use more resources when they really don't want to.
But the Irelia chooses to go
Defiant Dance.
for the Defiant Dance.
Yeah,
Defiant
we're going
Dance
for it.
first. Okay.
So
that's a
now
-2. Target
that's
set.
basically a +4 again. So now
That takes us down to 10.
it's 9 versus 10. Yep, yep. Professional
Gets the +2,
goaded
goes
casters
to 9.
giving us the the
And then I expect
very
to see another on guard.
curse
Yeah, that
looking.
makes
Is
the most sense. And this is the line
why
we
is it
talked
so
about at the start of the
pixelated?
turn.
Why is the
Blowing out
10 so
set and the
pixelated
Fiora
for
would
me
be
at least?
huge. On
But
guard, down for
so it's
11.
1 might difference.
Can there be a response? We have more response in hand, though, of our own. We've got deflect.
And another on guard.
First
So
does
now
it gets around
Irelia
deflects,
is
which
winning
huge here,
by
with
1
double
might.
power,
It's,
so
it's too big.
If I'm not
that
too
punch
wrong.
is just too big.
Yes. 11
Okay.
versus 10.
buff spent.
Oh,
Call the Glory comes out.
Glory, but that
So
does not get
11
around
versus
deflect.
12.
It doesn't. So deflect might come out here. This is a huge tussle. This is
Yep.
going to be such an invigorating
True, it
match
would
because we
take,
just see these
if you
huge
would target
battles
Irelia with the
whenever
Defiant Dance,
kicks
it would
off at a
take the shield out.
battlefield. They're
The
just
Call
gonna
the
go
Glory gets
head-to-head,
defied.
toe-to-toe, just like this.
And is
And
there
that
a
Call to
punch
Glory
first?
Can be played for free if you spend a buff, which is great. So it's got a
Oh
+3 now,
no.
but of
The
course
Oh,
it's
it's
not
the punch
defined.
first.
That it did.
Oh,
Down to 11.
that has to hurt.
There's the punch first afterwards.
That
the
has
Call
to
Glory
hurt.
coming out. So in total, we have -2 on the set, takes it down to 2, +5 puts it
get
up
him,
to
Fiora.
7.
Yep, yep.
+7 is 14
So,
in totality,
after-
and I think we are out of
After
gas
like,
I think
on the
we
side of
are.
LSU.
what was that, like
Completely out of gas. We're out of
6
room to
cards?
play. We haven't got
Fiora
really
finally
anything
comes on
low
top.
cost left in the hand
I
that
think the
can
Fiora
be
was
utilised.
buffed.
So it looks
So
like
now
Ezreal is taken
the Ezreal
down,
still kills the
and
Fiora.
going in aggressive didn't work out.
Because
Lose
Fiora has
the
ganking,
Defiant
so
Dance, we lose 2
Ezreal
on
wants to make
guard,
sure
we
that
lose a
ganking
discipline.
Fiora
So many
doesn't
resources
just
early in the game, that's really scary for
gank
LSU.
and kill their other
Dorothy
Ezreal.
probably
And
feeling pretty
now
good about managing to come out of that combat alive with Set still there. Gaining that
Now,
point's going to be huge as well.
the other Ezreal is gonna die.
Wowza, that's not what I was
The
expecting from
Irelia
that
is tapped
combat.
out.
Absolutely
And
massive.
this
The
is
good
why
thing
you
for
should have
LSU is
taken
now
the
your
Tide
trash
Turner.
is a lot
If you
larger
just
than
had
it was a
taken
few
the Tide
moments ago.
Turner,
You
Like
see
that.
the count.
you could
With
have
the
just
double Rasa in
attacked
hand,
the bottom
you
battlefield
can
with
get
the
them
other
out right
Ezreal,
now, and you did manage to
traded
get rid
one
of the
unit,
Fiora victorious. However, on
and
the other
that
side,
would have been it.
Vendorsi is still in a
Now
strong
you
spot,
fought
can
for
make
the
that
bottom
set
battlefield
mighty with the Doran's blade,
with everything you
and
got,
then when it becomes
you
mighty,
lost the
ready
fight,
it, so
and you
take it back to
instantly
base,
lost the game.
Doran's blade, ready it, instead not going to do that, just going in with the Fiora, going to try and control
What
this
the
monastery
hell?
of Hirana. Puts
We're
Yeah,
the
bringing
Camel-
back
Camel
Fiora,
is,
making it mighty. We're
is pretty cool,
rebuilding the
especially in this
board.
purple meta
I said,
right now.
okay, well, you couldn't deal with that, and you had so much in hand. So if I just
Okay, the
rebuild that
Fiora
same
is
structure,
fighting.
then
The Fiora is
surely
fighting.
The result must be the same. So we're hoping. I think
At
for the
this
same
rate, we
result
might have
there.
a
Or maybe
Fiora in
bringing
top
it-
8.
Oh, we're gonna
the Fiora got accelerated with the other Fiora. There are so many Fioras. But the Fiora got accelerated with the other Fiora. The second Ezreal is dead. And by not taking the Tide Turner and just committing everything to one battle, the game was kind of decided.
That's wild. That's
there, I think.
Ability of Fiora once she is mighty. She gets so many effects, deflect, ganking, and
the caster is very being surprised about the ganking is gold.
No, it's perfect. Set going
Legit.
back to base, I think that's brilliant.
Every single time the 4-cost Fiora is played, the casters always forget it has ganking.
Get a buff and get the mighty trigger once again. Vendorsi in a really good spot right now, but we still haven't seen LSU bring out that Irelia Fervent. Did expend a lot of their resources to try and win out.
Green Irelia hasn't
does have a last rights in hand, has a couple of
still been brought out, so the Ezreal is not out of the game. Unfortunately, the set has been pulled back to base, so like we all know, Set is way stronger when attacking. So this is a very tough spot for the Irelia. They have to watch out for the Set's attack. They have to somehow get back into the game.
We can get things down, we can rebuild, we can reestablish.
Guys, have you heard about a card called Downwell?
Begin that process, but can we then actually make it
I don't know if the set has buff. I don't. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't, because it got used in the Call the Glory.
Okay, well the discipline's very helpful in this
instance. Yeah.
It
got used on the Call the Glory. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So the set isn't such of a big problem. The stack deck was played, but is it too late for the Stellar Corn or no? Is it too late or no? That's the real question here. Because your Stellar Corn could go crazy, but you just did use like 60% of your deck's buffs, so Stellar Corn is a little weaker here now. They chose not to take the Stellar Corn. Yeah, Downwell. Imagine Downwell right now.
Okay, we got it. We do have another stack deck.
It's fine, Zenithus, it's fine. But imagine Downwell right now. How goated would it be? You play Downwell, and then you just slam down your 0-cost Rasas, and you're chilling, you're chilling. The Rasa comes out finally,
here's the thing. When I was talking about the discipline, I was like,
and they accelerate the Rasa with a discipline,
but we're kind of doing that on the Rasa because we can still ready
is a very big desperate play. Are they now attacking the Fiora? Because Fiora does have 3 energy right now, so attacking the Fiora would be a huge gamble.
It's going to be about finding a way to ready a unit and get it moving and get things actually actionable. We now have that.
Fiora doesn't have orange runes to play punch first though, so maybe you just take the gamble and go for it.
Getting things into that hand, keep the flourish going.
They're using stack deck. If they now find a riposte, I mean Engard or the Fiora the Irelia signature, maybe they could attack. Unfortunately, they don't find anything right now.
This one, bit of a trickier situation, but we're putting cards that we don't need right now to the bottom of the deck, and it's a shame
this commitment is. I think they're just saying that the only way I can win this is that I take this risk. And it paid off.
Which is kind of big.
They were so behind that they just had to bet on the Fiora not having any buff cards, and somehow it worked. What? Like, what is happening?
The trash and then a scrap heap picked up, which is not what you want to see, because not
somehow
only have you drawn the cards that you wish you had discarded, you've also discarded the way
the Fiora was bluffing with 3 energy, and the opponent just YOLO'd into the 3 energy.
Look to go back to Zorn Warrens either with the Rasa or with something else.
I mean, you gotta respect it. No, like even though they're playing, you know, Miracle purple deck, you gotta respect it. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. So they took the risk, it worked out, and they're slowly stabilizing the game. Fiora is still kind of running ahead in the runes department. Yeah, sometimes the only option is to YOLO. That's true, that's true. But Fiora is ramping up insanely fast. Yeah, and now the Irelia is buffing the Defiant Dance. That is also true. But the Dragon comes out and no Defiant Dance matters anymore. So the Dragon comes out.
Massive there. Hardest Dragon just coming out as that kill spell.
He did YOLO the Ezreal play and it didn't pay off. Yeah, I think without the Ezreal play before, if the Irelia had played it more safe, this game would look so much different. The Conqueror comes through, Fiora gets to 4 points, gets another rune, so they're just getting insanely ahead in runes. They ready their set again, and they probably take back their set. They have also gotten to draw a lot from the zone, which is very important, especially for Fiora, that usually lacks a lot of draw. How has this game only taken 40 minutes? It feels like there have been so much happening. And how does Fiora only have 4 points? Yeah, Fiora is in a good spot right now. That's true, that's true. But how has this game only... How is this game only at 4 points? It feels like Fiora should be at 6 points. It feels like this game has gone on for so long, but it actually hasn't. I do like one of Kiana. I do like one of Kiana. The deflect is surprisingly good.
That it becomes really difficult for them to regain that advantage. You can then play your Fiora out, start moving her around. It becomes so difficult for Vendorti.
The second Rasa comes out.
You are put so far behind.
And because Fiora is only at 4 right now, Irelia isn't forced to super accelerate here. They equip the last right, and they ready their Rasa. Oh no. Why are they doing this?
With the equip going in from the last right, so what are we putting on the bottom here?
Are we gonna get back? Yeah,
why are they... Do they like need to get an Ezreal out of their trash, so when they conquer with the last right, they can play Ezreal?
A couple of buffs, like defensive or aggressive plays, if you so desire.
Yeah, so they're going to the bottom. They're not going to be used again, and then we'll...
He wants to play more Rasas, but if he plays more Rasas, then he's...
They went back, but I guess, yeah.
He's just recycling more power. And I feel like this deck looks like it's unplayable without 2 seals. Okay, so there's the second seal, and they found one more Rasa, but
maybe another Rasa again, just going straight back.
Look at their runes, look at their runes.
It's cheap, it's cheerful, not that cheerful. It's cheap, it's not
they
cheerful.
Probably want to get to 6 or 7 points.
It's got high
I see. So 6 or 7 points.
And at the moment, it's going to be our cheapest option to be able to leave some runes for other costs this turn, or just to leave standing in case
I have been trying not to, on purpose, not to say that forbidden sentence. Yeah, you can add a 6-7 emote. You can add a 6-7 emote. I give you the rights to do that.
But if you do that and then get blown out,
that's a nightmare.
It's so doomed. Like, you have nothing to put your last rights on apart from Irelia Fervent sitting in your champion unit zone.
So do they play the third Rasa? I mean, they do have the seal in hand. So do they just YOLO it again? Do they just second seal into third Rasa?
What is going on there? A little bit of a discussion happening, but I don't think it's anything too
and Fiora is once again
looks like
getting confused about something.
It's a tough situation. You've got to redevelop the board, but you also need to be actually scoring points, because we need those points to win. And at this point, the last
Irelia plays the second seal now, they're gonna have
it doesn't
4
feel
runes
good
at
to
the
have
start of the next turn.
Fiora set
So
and a
they choose to
dragon, a harness
pass.
dragon kind of staring down at you when you know you need that last rights for your
Oh
recursion.
god. Oh
And
god,
there's
chat.
no way to get it back into the base, so it does just kind of have to
Sipa,
sit
what
there,
have you
and then
done?
you're at the mercy
What have you done,
of all
Sipa?
of these mercenaries who can take you down.
I was thinking about whether you'd want to hide a Tide Turner for LSU.
No
here as
point in
well.
playing the second seal now,
Tide
yeah.
Turner onto
Well,
Zormor,
what was the
and
point
you
of...
then can use the Rasa to come in, get yourself up to that
I don't know.
12,
Like,
40, no,
the Irelia deck
14
seems
mark, and that beats
to
the Harness
function
Dragon
only when you have 2
and
seals on
a
board. Like,
set.
one
So
seal,
that's only,
looks like it's not
11.
enough.
Even with the Dorman's Blade equipped as well, it would win out on the trade.
Looks like that was a spending a buff to make set a lot bigger.
That is true. That is true, Senchef. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that sentence, but that is true.
Channel that rune exhausted. So then that's just increasing.
I know what kind of man you are.
For next turn, making it even
Well, yeah, Fiora will get to 6 points here,
when you look at the
and
difference between these decks right now, you can see the Vendorti's in a really strong commanding
if Fiora
position
has
to make comebacks and
riposte
also
in
have
hand,
the advantage during combat.
they should be able to end the game on the next turn.
I'm only looking at the Harness Dragon and the set brawler because you
So
don't really want to send
riposte
Fiora
is like
Worthy in.
insanely strong in this
Her ability
matchup
to
for
ready
sure.
your units when they come out and become mighty is so
They have already
powerful.
played
With the
one
Doran's
riposte in
Blade
this
can
game.
equip onto
Or
that Harness
discarded.
Dragon
I don't
to
remember
get
if it
up
was
to 8
discarded.
itself.
Okay, there's one
Instead,
riposte in
it's
hand.
Akshan.
There's punch first
We
in hand.
talked about
I
the
think the game
power
is
of
over.
Akshan, the power
Not
to
so
seal.
fast.
I mean, that's what you keep it for. That's why you hold
Not
it off
so
one of those
fast
stack
comes
decks
out
earlier on. Stops you
had
from
to.
On
having that
the
stolen
Akshan,
away.
so
Akshan
can't
was
can't
duped by
steal
not so
the
fast,
seal
and
of Discord.
That does not take effect, and it would have been quite devastating. Definitely picking LSU's board apart, but again, we had to spend resources, and it's.
But once
we're
again,
down to 2
they
runes now.
they recycle a
It's
rune,
pretty devastating. So
and they're
regardless,
gonna have
Akshan still had a
4
really big
runes at the start
effect,
of next
even
turn,
though it
which is
wasn't the initial
very,
desired effect.
very
Yeah, it means now you're looking
weak.
at, like, do you have an on guard
Yes.
for this Rasa, right? That's all you can really think about. And
Or we're
as far as I can
attaching.
see, there's
Fiora
not one in
could-
hand.
Doran's
Attaching
Blade's
to
going
the
to set.
So they've pushed
Okay,
you
Doran's
to
Blade goes to
10,
set.
which
Wow.
would
Set
mean an on-guard
becomes
still means that you
10
only
might.
trade. Rasa's gonna go
Conquer
down.
happens.
Last right
Now
still
Fiora could-
in play, but now won't
Oh,
have
but
that
without a
hold effect.
weapon,
Set will
Fiora,
get the
Fiora could have
conquer trigger,
Gets
gets
the
put the
himself
Fiora
above.
to the bottom battlefield, equipped a weapon,
And then
This is a
accelerated
big
Fiora
set.
again,
Zorn Warren's trigger
or
as well,
readied
so
Fiora
we're
again, and
discarding
taken
here
Fiora
Dorsey.
back to their battlefield.
Have a
But they don't have a
Doesn't
weapon now
massive
that
grip,
they
but has a
equipped
few cards, and
the
Unsung Hero,
Doran's
yeah.
Blade on
Yeah,
set,
that's fine.
Fodder at
so
this
they
point.
can't
Don't really
double
care
move
about
with their
Unsung Hero.
Fiora.
No, that's an early game card at its
So
best.
RIP
right
the
now,
3
it's kind of
point.
like, oh no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Not a problem at all. And then it's whether you kind of, what are we on, 5
With
points?
with
So
the
we kind
punch
of do
first in
want to push
hand,
for the 6
they
here,
shouldn't have
I'd say.
equipped
So you
the
do go
Doran's
in
Blade, I
with
think.
The Harness Dragon.
And there's 6.
They
Yeah,
go in with
no,
the Harness
there's
Dragon.
no way for that to be
But yeah,
countered in
I
any
feel like it's a
consequence.
mistake
Spending
to
that buff to draw a card.
equip the
now
Doran's
that we
Blade on the
have
set there. Should have
the,
just
ability to
attacked
do
with the
so.
buff,
It's kinda like we got to trade
and
the bad card for a good card,
then used
hopefully,
punch first if something
with
bad
that. So
happens.
there's another
Then
really good reason to
attacked
go
with
for the
Fiora to the
monastery at
bottom
that
battlefield,
point, is just being able to
Conquer it,
spend that
equip
buff
the
that we actually
blade,
don't need right now with
and
Doran's
draw Fiora
Blade,
back.
with Mighty kind of
Was-
permanently for
Was
the
the Harness
moment.
Dragon buffed?
No, the set was buffed, but you can spend the buff from wherever.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
So,
You're 100% right, yeah.
the buff was on the set, but because we
Also,
are
Yeah,
in
it's just
control.
spend
now
of
that
the
there's
buff.
more
buff, it's
viewers,
Yeah,
spend the above.
the
any
buff
France
the
goers,
CA,
any
yes,
France
the base buff.
goers?
So you can
Yeah.
spend the one that's on the set or one in base.
any France
Yeah, makes a lot
regional
of sense.
goers. So
And,
4 runes for
LSU gonna
Fiora.
get up
I mean
to
Irelia.
4
What can
runes.
Irelia
Needs to
do
really
with
gain
4
control of,
runes?
one of these battlefields. Has a ride the wind in hand. Rasa with the last rights on it gets pretty
They
strong.
need to be doing a
Up to
ton
8
to
would
get out of this
outmatch
game.
the Harness
There
Dragon, but
is
with 2
a
runes,
ride
Dorsey
the wind
has
in
a
hand.
plethora of tricks. Still another punch first, a possibility.
Yeah,
There
you've
is a
always
right
got
the
to
wind
be
in hand.
concerned about punches.
4 runes and
I
a
don't
dream.
like
No,
being
we're
punched, so I
rooting
don't
for the
think,
Fiora.
Rasa
What do you
would
mean
either.
dream?
Nor do I.
There's no
Rasa,
dream
you know,
in here.
they're kind of they've sunned it a few times. I'm sure they've
Or
been
are
punched
you
a few
dreaming
times.
that
Do
the
you think you
Irelia
become
can't
sort of like
do
immune to
anything
the
with their
punches
4
there?
runes?
Obviously, they
Eventually,
still
yeah.
hurt, but it's
Yeah.
like, I'm used to this, you know.
God, not again.
Yeah, it's just another punch for me.
Raza once again with the last rights, kind of moving in on that that set. Going
So
for
Rasa
the-
attacks the
going
set.
for another big showdown.
Does Fira use
Potentials.
punch first here?
And here we
Here we
go.
go.
They use the punch
It's the
first. It
It's the
does.
punch
Really?
first. Yeah, what a surprise.
It does slow
What a
down their
surprise.
next turn
Eventually
by a
will crack
ton.
out the fists.
Oh,
So
God.
and
Push
this
the
is
set up
also
to 11.
actually
You know when you see those two runes.
fight or
upside
flight or
down,
rebuke
you're
doesn't
like,
matter.
"Oh, I
Fiora is sitting on
know, it's
riposte.
punch."
this set,
Literally
I
going
hope
up to
every
11.
miracle
Yeah,
deck
it's fine with
loses.
that, you know?
True, actually,
Rasa-
true.
Rasa is struggling
All my
in this
homies hate
position.
miracle decks.
2 can ride the wind
Ride the
over to the
wind.
Highness Dragon.
Yeah, looks like that's the play. Is
Yep.
try
Right, the
again,
wind
but
comes
over
out,
there,
but
it's like, oh, that didn't quite
does
work out.
Fiora
Poke
now
there, didn't
riposte?
work.
Yep.
Let's hop on over to the next battlefield and see if I can
Does
take this
Fiora
dragon
use
by surprise
riposte?
instead.
Well, Vendotti doesn't have the runes for an extra punch first here on the Harness Dragon, so it does become a little bit harder for him to truly
Okay,
protect,
Fiora uses the
but
riposte
Oh,
where are we going?
and
Riposte.
oh,
Riposte,
Buffs
riposte,
the set.
riposte. You are going to stay here, my friend. I'm going to buff up my set. One of the best signature spells in the game. Riposte,
And
stopping any chance of Rasa getting out of the fight.
it's
Riposte says,
GG.
No, you stay with me.
It
And
is.
unfortunately, that spells disaster for Rasa.
It
Rasa
is
once again bouncing back to base.
GG.
Not getting
So
that
Fiora-
ability is huge. Really looks like the writings on the wall here. Vendotti
He only
really taking
paid
a
one
commanding
rune
presence,
for riposte. He
making sure
he
they're
had one
winning
rune floating.
those combats.
He had one rune floating.
LSU's last option, Blade Dance. So last rights onto your Rasa, Blade
I
Dance
personally
trigger
don't go
to
to
ready the
France,
Rasa,
but I have
go
friends
into
who
the
are
Harness
playing in
Dragon.
Bologna that are
There's
going
no
to
runes
France.
available for
Well, I hope your
Vendotti, so
friends aren't playing
won't be able
Darius because
to,
I'm
protect
I'm
against
sniping
this,
that
but
metal card.
Still, Vendotti has the action later on. Like that's a massive trash
A
for
massive
LSU.
trash, but LSU has no runes now.
Yeah.
So we're going to go down to just having 2 at the beginning of our turn.
Mm-hmm.
And is that going to be enough to keep up with Ventotti's onslaught? We have 2 more units in base. And although this Rasa might manage to get a point
Okay, so
here,
there-
I don't know if it's going to be enough
the Rasa
to
conquers
just
the bottom
keep
battlefield,
command enough
but
of this battlefield.
We are throwing
Irelia
two energy,
literally has
so
0
to
runes.
can get back a 2-cost unit.
Oh
Traveling Merchant
my
gonna be the choice. I
god.
mean, it's 2 might
It's
more.
2.
It's 2 might more.
The
Gets
good
us up to
old
10 on this Monastery
0
of
runes
Murana.
Irelia.
Do you want
I
to
think
play
we're
the
considering
base?
maybe keeping it
What
in
am I
base.
watching right now?
I think you've got
Think
to
about
buff
how
up
many
that monastery. I
runes
think
have
you've got to
been
try and hold it away from Vendotti
recycled in this
stage.
game.
Agree.
Fiora
It
is
will go
also
to
on
the
5
monastery.
runes,
Gets us up to
even
12
though
right
they were
down
like at
towards that bottom
10
side.
or
Let's
11
Pass over to
at one
Vendotti.
point.
Let's see if Vendotti can clutch together the win. This could be the turn if they can piece it together and take down LSU.
Vendotti should get a warning.
One
Yeah, there have been some
With 5
some,
runes, the set unable to move unless it is brought back.
what is it called?
Made not mighty, then readied somehow.
Confusions
Uh,
with the Fiora, but
see where Vendotti decides to go. Does have 7 might in base. Needs to add 4 to that to be able to take over the Monastery of Farana and go 1-0 up.
so
in this
Irelia is
round
entirely
11
tapped out.
performance.
They have
Nothing in hand that
10
LSU
might
can
on
do, as you
the
say. No runes
No
available,
runes.
but
And that gives Vendotti
bottom
the
battlefield,
notion that it's kind of safe
Mhm.
to do whatever he wants to do this turn. There are no runes
And
in play. You can do nothing.
Fiora
Cool.
has
I am a
7
free-
might on
I'm a
board.
free agent
The
here
set
to
comes
play
out
another
accelerated and
roller.
it's
and
GG.
it's just going to get buffed. Go
It's
mighty.
GG!
ready.
So Fiora wins,
So
but
channel 1 exhausted, then we
if you guys
recycle
are
to
right
the Fiora, ready
and
it up,
Vendotti
spend the buff, go
Ooh,
to
go
A,
cheated
go in,
on the
win
previous
combat.
riposte,
Vendotti takes
they
game
wouldn't have
1.
had
The underdog, Fiora.
runes to
not
play
very well
the set.
represented in Day 2, but I've always believed taking the big win away from Aurelia, who we thought would have the advantage.
That would be
Yeah,
crazy.
I thought Irelia was favored in
That
the
would be
matchup. I
actually
do
crazy.
think
I can
LSU
already
will be
imagine
looking
the
back
news.
at that
Oh,
4-card
no.
investment into the
Oh,
Ezreal to
no,
try
I can
and
already
collapse
imagine the
Fiora
news
early on
and the rage.
kicking themselves. It did not go well at all, and it cost
Oh,
them so
Fiora,
much
what
in
are
terms
you
of early cards, in terms of
doing?
early tempo. In the sideboard for Vendotti, we have a couple of cannon barrages and a couple of unyielding spirits. Not really going to bring those in. Maybe you could add in the sabotages just to try and play a little bit of hand disruption.
He would have won anyways.
into
Yeah, he could have
this
double
Aurelia, but
moved
so
set,
far,
but it's still
Vendotti having an absolute
Still.
stormer.
Yeah, Fiora's really
It's
strong
a
back,
it's a
man.
little
He's been
sus,
underestimated
you
throughout
know.
this competition. It's actually
Judges
one of the
don't
decks I
care
was
if he would have won
considering bringing
anyways.
in playing this
It's
event,
still a
and
warning at
it
the end of the day.
hasn't had great conversion over to Day 2, but that's because
It's
it
still a
didn't have
warning at
great
the end of the day, or
showing
should be.
in Day 1, and those who did come over to our second day seem to be doing
Because
really well. So I'm really proud. I'm really happy to see that
Rules
they're
are
still
rules, no matter if they
winning.
like
Now, for LSU, we're probably looking at
resulted in
more
your
of
winning
these
or
kind of
not.
comeback mechanics that we're going to need. Maybe the
Seth had Doran's
maybe a
blade,
hard
so he couldn't have
bargain
double moved.
and another not
That's
so
also
fast.
true. That is
Hardline
also
was
true.
making, the
It was
Fiora
already
spend a little
mighty.
bit more of her energy, make it a little bit
It was
harder
already
for her to
mighty,
actually have as
so it
effective
can't
turns.
become
It's
mighty
when you
again.
get into these like attritional wars on a
Yeah.
battlefield,
Oh
having
my
a hard bargain at that
god.
point just does give you that little
Oh,
bit of acceleration
no.
that you need overall. Apart from that, I don't see major changes. I do really think
Oh,
LSU
no.
will... We called it the salty run back in League. Have you heard of
Oh.
a salty run back? So it's when, in the old days,
So
when you
what
were
happens
drafting
now?
a 5-game series, you could pick the same champions again.
Yeah.
So a team would lose and then pick the same draft, the same 5 champions. We call it, it's a salty
So
run
what
back.
happens
like,
now?
They think they just misplayed and they can play it better.
So they
They're
can do it
salty,
again.
so they're going to run it back.
Because,
They're gonna
I
run
mean,
Yeah,
that's
I
such a
wouldn't be surprised
huge,
if LSU goes for a
huge
predominantly salty
difference
run back
it
here.
made
I don't
there.
think
Very
there's
much could
major
happen.
changes to be made.
It very, very much could happen. Now, I think that something that's really poignant right now is that
Yeah,
the
you're right, Zenitus.
battlefields that
You're
are
right,
chosen
Zenitus.
aren't possibly going to be as advantageous as last time. We've got, okay, Candlelit Sanctum and
But
Sunken Temple.
Don't
Yeah.
both
It's
players
like
then
the
get a
double really good for the
warning?
viewer when you are
Because
getting those mighty
isn't it
units in,
both
Count
players'
Sanctum,
fault
giving you those extra
if
cards as
somebody,
well.
you know, for example, misses a
Starting
payment on a
off
card?
Just a traveling merchant for LSU, not a bad start for Aurelia. We want
The
those
emotes
low-cost
are going
units in play as soon as
crazy.
possible. And then Dorsey's turn looking quite simple, just bringing out the Fiora and moving on
But
into LSU's
yeah,
second
don't
turn, where we start to
don't
see a bit
put
more
both
dynamicism
players
from
usually
the Aurelia matchup.
like get a
Might wanna
warning
get
when
Stellacorn
something
down
like
now,
that
actually,
happens.
which might help out with that card draw that we were lacking last game.
Yeah, nice low-cost units here for LSU. Stellacorn
You don't get a
still
warning
full
if you get
area,
lost
like,
with
it's
your opponent's
expensive enough, but
recycles.
the ability to get it out early when you know it's only a Fiora worthy
Only
on
to
the other
play
side
responsible.
of the battlefield makes you a lot more
But
comfortable.
there's
This
like some
Fiora
rules
worthy,
that
we saw it from Vendorsi. Against someone
if
like a
both of you
Kai'Sa,
miss it,
wouldn't be doing this. You don't
and
wanna
then you
play
point it
something
out
young
later
that's going to
on,
get killed
then
by
you
a
both get a
falling star,
warning
but
because you
here
should
it's
have
like, okay,
realized
I
it
know
like
LSU
on the
is not
spot
playing targeted
yourself
removal. He doesn't
or
have,
something. I don't know how the
colder
rules work.
weeks and
I don't know
such
how
that
the
you can
rules
use against
really
me.
work, but
Instead,
they're very
I can
weird.
play
They're
this out, I
very
can
weird
use it for
sometimes.
the rest of the game.
They are
As,
very weird sometimes.
LSU will be trying to get that Stellacorn herder out as soon as possible. Traveling Merchant not moving around on LSU's turn. We go back over to Vendorsi, who's going to put down
Check
that
your
set
Discord.
brawler.
Okay, let me check.
Saw to great effect last game. Is
So,
that gonna
Candlelit
once
Sanctum
again just
and
be an
Sunken Temple,
overwhelmingly
both very
strong
good for
unit
Fiora
and
too.
really kind of make Aurelia sweat
Both-
to be able
both
to,
insanely
to
good for Fiora.
overtake it. Of course, on
I'm
play
gonna
and
check
on
the
Conquer, we get
Discord.
that buff,
Cheating
so
Fiora is
Set
nasty
is, of
already.
course, now even bigger and a mighty unit, which is kind of what we're aiming towards. It not only allows us to channel more runes,
Well, that was
faster,
quick.
but also allows us just to be
That
bigger
was quick.
into these Aurelia decks who do like to kind of try and, like we said yesterday, protect the princess.
Yeah. I think it's... I mean, it's looking like another Stellacorn.
Try to guess what I'm
with
drinking, by the way.
5 tapped. I wonder...
Fiora caught
It's
butt
just
to
going to
me.
be the Aurelia Fervent. Only one rune left to help defend it, but it's
What,
not going to go out.
what do you mean,
Turn
guys? What do you
past again
mean?
without the Stellacorn moving
What do
forward.
you mean?
LSU, even with a second Stellacorn
No,
in
Trent.
hand,
Trent, you're
deciding that he
supposed to be
wants
on
make
my
sure
side.
this
You're
is well
you're
protected when
you're
he
my
does
local.
start
You're my
advancing
local
for that
player,
extra
so you're
card draw
supposed
as
to be
the
on
game
my
goes on.
side.
Nice thing about Aurelia here is at least it does have the deflect cost, so if you're not in a pure
No, I'm
combat
not drinking
situation,
piss,
you
but
do
I
have
good
kind of spells
good guess,
slinging
good
around,
guess.
then that does help out with this matchup, but in this
Does anybody
instance,
know
Vendorsi's probably
what
gonna be
score
trying to
gets
go
you
in with
into the
as
next
much
stage?
raw power as
Um,
possible, and that's going to be where the unit's might is
9-2
much
does get you
overwhelmed
the
when it
next
comes to
stage.
Aurelia.
If I'm not wrong.
I think Vendorsi
Yeah.
expected to
X2.
take the first step
No,
onto
I'm
the
not drinking
battlefield
Mehukat.
of
I'm
the two
drinking,
players. Unsung Hero being used here. Good deadly
canned
effect, but you do need
Dr.
to find
Pepper.
3 might from somewhere to
It's
get it
canned
up
Dr.
above
Pepper.
that mighty threshold, as it
It's a
only
big
sits at
one.
2.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
but
draw 2 is huge, and
well,
you need to find 3 might.
What's with the
Anyway,
Seal Vanguard captain
there
in
it
sleeve?
is, there is
Guys,
the
guys,
big
don't
old
tell the
sword,
internet what
BF
happens
sword.
locally.
It
Don't tell the
certainly
internet what
is
happens
big,
locally.
and it's gonna help out perfectly to make that.
There is a
unit
BF sword and
mighty.
Unsung Hero on
I like
board
the fact you are
already, by the way,
practicing the
so
flavor text these
I'm
days,
doing my
so it's
best.
Good, yeah. Gonna chuck this onto the Unsung Hero most probably, then can ready it with the Fiora, also channel the rune
so
from your Grand Duelist Legend. Ready it with
it's
Fiora,
looking
then
pretty good
go
for
in
Fiora.
Probably towards Sunken Temple.
But
you have one
Aurelia
rune up, you can pay
also
the cost to get
has
that card
a
draw.
ton of runes
But
now.
instead of
Yeah,
readying it,
the
just puts the BF sword
emotes
on
are
and decides against
the
sending
emotes
it
are
into battle.
hilarious.
Fiora
The
worthy
emotes
on
are
the other side
hilarious.
does put a little bit of pressure down
I
on
need
you.
to make it
just
so
expected
the
you to want to
screen
get the
chat
extra
when I
card
play
draws
also
out
has
of
the
death
emotes.
knell
I'm
from
gonna
Unsung Hero.
Yeah,
do
I'm a
that
bit
for the
surprised
next
about
stream.
that, but
See
then
it well.
again, we're not the experts. We're on the desk,
But
and I'm certain
I really
got
has
a
an
game plan
insanely,
in mind, and sometimes going slow, we've seen
insanely aggressive
great
start,
effect throughout this tournament
gets
from being able
to
maybe
move
allow
with the
your
Stellar
opponents
Corn,
to kind of
conquer
get smaller
the
units
Candlelit,
stuck in bases. Maybe
has
that's what we're going in,
8
battlefields, maybe that's
runes,
what we're going for.
has
Knowing that
Irelia on
LSU
board
was wanting
already,
the card draw off the Stellar Corn and possibly
finds
won't be able to
both
bring it back to
Engard
base,
and
then
Rebuke
leaving
from the
that
Candlelit.
really kind of vulnerable unit there means that you get to take it out with ease, and then you're getting the
You're-
benefit of battle as well.
The
So
emotes,
for
the
anyone who doesn't know
emotes.
Candlelit Sanctum, you get to look at the top 2 cards
Find
of your
insanely
deck. You
good
recycle
cards
one or
from the
both of them,
Candlelit,
and then put them
but
back down
this
in
Irelia
any
has to
order you
remember
desire on the
that
top for the ones
because
that you remain, or
they
you
lost
remain in
game
your hand,
1,
I guess.
they really need to be
At the moment we have a
wary
Rebuke and an
of the
On-Guard.
time.
In hand, we've got double Rasa,
They have
a
three
Seal.
Rasas.
Having a Rebuke would be really nice.
And a Seal.
And they are going to go down. Rebuke on top, on guard.
Yeah,
on
early
the
seal,
bottom
early seal.
is
Okay,
how
okay.
I believe that ended up.
Maybe Irelia
Also
will
kinda gives you a little bit of
get their
spy
revenge on
into
the cheating Fiora.
what units you're going to have available for the next few turns, because we've got quite expensive
I don't know what it
units
is
in
about
hand,
these
and nowhere
yellow
to cheapen them
players.
right now, with
Yellow
nothing to
players
discard
always
pile,
cheating.
Rasa in hand, kind of
Not me,
clogging
not
that up
me.
a little bit is not ideal,
Not
so
me though,
looks like
but
we're trying to be able to draw more here
these
by
yellow
going for the
players
Sunken
always
Temple.
cheating.
There's the Rebuke coming off the Sunken Temple trigger. You conquering with a Mighty, you get to pay 1 if
Not
you so
all of
want
us.
to
Yeah,
draw
yeah,
a
yeah.
card.
Not me, not me.
Traveling Merchant going in
Not
for the
me.
discard draw. Wonder if we're getting rid of this Stellar
So they
Corn.
get rid of the
Decided that we are
second
far
Stellar
enough in
Corn,
terms of card advantage ahead.
and now
Also
they have
allows
the
us to draw
Rebuke
that
and
on guard, so
Engard
we
in
have a
hand. They also
solid
have
of
one
protection for the
Irelia
next
signature.
turn.
They have the
Are we
seal.
going to see one of those big back and forth battles
They need
once
to
again?
get
I feel like we are, like
cards
that,
in
like
into their
Defiant
trash
Dance, On Guard,
because
a Rebuke in
even
hand.
though they
If
have
you're
the
LSU, you
seal,
wanna hold that Rebuke for as long as
they
possible, make
can't
them
really
able to
play their
use
Rasas
as
out
many
yet.
tools in their toolkit, as many cards as possible out of their hand before you
Only
just
20
bounce
minutes
a
left, so
unit
Irelia
to
really has
the
to
enemies, the
make
opponent's
sure they don't
enemies,
run
as
out
the
of
League of
time.
Legends one there. The opponent's hand.
It's a tough one though.
Yeah.
Vendorti still has a lot.
We're
of
gonna have to
power
see
on
how
board. We've got
the
multiple
Fiora
mighty
gets
units.
punished
We've got
though, because
ways
that
of
was
making
pretty
them
dirty.
bigger.
That was
And
pretty
it's
dirty what
just-
they
I'm
did.
not sure it's going to be enough. LSU does have a lot of runes standing though.
Now does the
We've got
Fiora attack here?
3 spells
Because
coming in.
Irelia
On-Guard, which gonna
is
be able to buff,
holding
but that's not super helpful. And
7
also
runes,
buff
I think.
might be
So
what kind of turns the tide
it
in
is
this
a little scary
instance
to attack
if
here
Vendorti
if you're
decides to be
Fiora.
particularly aggressive. And I think you go for the Aurelia. It's just kind of
It is a little
alone
scary.
right now and vulnerable in that sense.
I understand that. I think Vendorti will have in
The
their mind
Rebuke
that
will-
this Aurelia is alone, right?
Actually,
This
the
Aurelia,
Rebuke
you know,
won't even be
Yeah,
that
yeah.
bad.
when you're
If they
choosing it as
rebuke
well,
the
it gives
set,
that +1
the set
might.
can
You
just
also
be
have the
instantly
on-guard,
played
so an
again
on-guard here onto
and
the Aurelia
accelerated
is
again.
+3 might, effectively, because of the choose, and then you also have a Defiant Dance in hand, which is another +3 might, -2
But
might, so a 5 might
with the
swing
Defiant Dance,
alongside the
oh, but there is a
Rebuke as well.
riposte.
If
There is
you
a
ever
riposte.
get to a position where you are actually overpowering the Aurelia, we'll go in with the unsung
I have a
hero
feeling
and
this game will end due to
set
the time.
Set
Yeah,
has
yeah, the
spent
time.
buff set, so it's
The,
at
the
8.
time has been a
Wowza,
problem
so
in
yeah,
like
we've
all
gone
of these
in big
games.
on for a
What did the
30.
Fiora do wrong?
Thank you for
The
that
Fiora
quick
forgot
message.
to or
Going
paid
in with a big
1
30, trying to
rune
say, look, I
less
think this is
for
gonna be
riposte than
too
they should
much,
have.
even if you come back at me, and that's what I was talking about with that pure.
Yeah, they
mind
recycled the rune that
total,
they already
rather than using
recycled.
spells like
So they can
Punch
play the
Burst, which could
floating
be,
power, but they can't double
which could
recycle a
be
rune.
Kind of sent back your way that could be
Yeah.
counterspelled.
And for LSU, there's a risk of a double punch first, coming out of Vendorti, right? That's an extra 10 might immediately. If they
So
are
they
on the
recycled
same
1
target, Rebuke
rune
then becomes an incredible
little.
option for you, but Vendorti is 8 and 2. I don't think he's going to double punch first on the same target, you know? I think it would be a little foolish overall. Also, riposte a threat. The good thing for Aurelia in this matchup is that your buff spells tend to not have a huge energy cost.
But I'm
so
pretty
riposte is
sure
only giving
Fiora
a
will
+1
win
or
the second
+2
game.
instead of something like a
But it's very
big
unfortunate for
+5 or
both of
6
these players,
that can
because if they get a
sometimes
tie,
happen.
they
LSU
might not
thinking
make it to
through
top
the
cut.
sequencing
So
here. Defiant Dance first.
So somebody needs
The
to
most
win
probable
here.
option for
A
that
tie
+3
won't be
-2,
enough.
but even then, you are only getting to 7 yourself.
So we're not quite there yet, but we still have the
Fiora,
Rebuke. We
I mean,
still
Irelia
send
really
some
has
flying
everything that
back to its
they could
owner's
ask for.
hand.
They play the Defiant Dance.
Defiant Dance bringing
They
those
also have the Rebuke.
totals.
So importantly, the reason you put the first counter on here is you have chosen
And
the
now
Aurelia
that
first,
they
so that it gets the +1 might from being chosen.
debuffed the
Now
unsung
we see
hero.
the next sequence come out. The
Wait,
array moves
what?
up to 7.
They didn't
Advantage
debuff the
all
unsung
on
hero.
side of Vendorti.
But I don't think it's gonna
Debuffing
be
the
enough
unsung
now, because
hero
we
would
now
make it
see
so.
the rebuke come out and probably
um,
push the set back.
I think you push the
What do you
unsung
push
Okay,
hero
the
they
down.
pushed the
hero?
unsung
Yeah.
hero back.
'cause the
So
set is down to 2.
Fiora doesn't get
There's the riposte.
to draw, but
Ooh,
then
that is a
the
well-timed
riposte
if
comes
I've ever
out,
seen one.
which
And we'll see
defies
what the riposte
the
is targeting. It's gonna give that +2 across.
rebuke
It's
and
gonna go
gives
on to
+2 to the unsung hero.
So that's an extra 2 over there. This is why I need to do the math
Yeah,
the
you
entire
gotta-
time. So
you
we've
gotta keep
still
going.
got
Very
7
weird
here.
sequence of
And
events.
then on this side it sets at 2, +5 +2 is 9, as far as my maths.
And
working.
now the Irelia is
And on guard
2
takes
might
us
off,
to takes
and
us to 10.
Takes us to 10.
if they want to
8, 9, 10,
conquer,
yeah.
they're 3 might
Just
off,
gonna
but they
trade.
take the
Just
trade.
gonna trade. Gonna keep it simple. I don't love Aurelia coming out of play in this stance, but
What?
then removing the set is still a big deal.
Yeah, yes it is. I wonder if we had...
What?
I was thinking a last rights here would be nice, but...
What about the any guards in your
it's
hand?
not in hand. Double Rasa, Seal
What about the any guard in your hand? What?
Deciding
What?
against
Oh,
using all of
happened?
the resources there, and I don't blame LSU for backing out at that
No,
point, because
not at all.
you have to look at how much energy and how many runes Vendorta still has up. If you then on guard and get blown out by a punch first, you've invested so much into this Aurelia, and you're losing those combat trips. It's what cost him.
guys, it's not my internet. It's not my internet. It's Twitch.
In game 1.
It's Twitch. It's
Triple
not my
Rasa in
internet.
hand actually hurts me with so
Yeah.
little in discard right now. We've got 3 big units that are just so expensive to cost, and we don't really have
Set
a way
plus
of
hero is
churning through our
13,
deck right now.
but
So maybe actually we're kind of
Irelia
thinking
gave
about
minus
allowing
2
things to be defeated so that we
to.
actually are
They
gaining
played.
more in
They
our
played the
trash
Defiant
to
Dance,
allow for
so they gave
the
minus 2.
earlier plays of those cards. We kind of do want to be cycling through some of our resources in some sense, because it's all we've got going on right now.
On the other side, we have a Call to Glory, a Hidden Blade,
Okay,
a
let me
Challenge, and an
Refresh the
Auction.
stream. Maybe it's because of that. I haven't refreshed
It's a
the
good
stream
shout.
once.
She gets lots of fantastic effects. Doran's Blade, of course, giving a +2 power on that one as well.
Okay, you were
Definitely
joking.
worth
Well,
its weight in gold.
I am
in
gullible,
this
so
instance.
so
And then, do you want to do much else with your turn? We've
So,
expended a
you gotta
lot,
be
and I think
careful
it's
of
just,
who you choke
you're
with.
gonna
We're
work it
gonna move it. We're gonna go for it. Knowing that LSU used a lot of resources in that
Oh, yeah, true,
previous
the
battle,
riposte
maybe
buff,
they're
true,
assuming
true,
that
true.
there isn't
This is
anything
on
Um,
guard moment, though.
Now
You
they
on
play the
guard and you
Underguard.
trade in.
on guard, and I think that was the beautiful thing about
Yeah.
keeping that back, is that you made your opponent think you were out of resources, but that was false.
Really nicely done there by
The
LSU,
Underguard.
pulling Vendorsi into the battle, but with the Call to Glory.
They call the
have
Glory.
the runes
Oh, but they have the
available to it,
Defy.
and now
They have Defy. They have Defy.
There is a Defy. It's going to get countered.
Okay, we're still going, and more resources go
And
into LSU's
Fiora champion
trash
dies
at this
here.
point, which is great for them.
That's
They're
actually
loving playing
huge
these
for
cards at this
Irelia
point, and
because
making things cheaper
I
for
don't
them
think this
later.
Fiora list
Vendorsi's going to be mad.
has
You
matrons.
lose the
That's
Fiora
So
worthy.
Fiora is dead
Thought it was
forever now.
safe, could have just held back, I think. Was trying to get over that, the 2-point threshold. that
Fiora
LSU
is
was
dead
already
forever
at,
now.
so
There's no
it would've
matron.
been great to be
There's
able to
no
wipe
glass
away all the units
mixologist.
at the board, but a little bit
There's nothing.
overeager there
Fiora
from
is just
Vendorsi,
Fiora
and
is
it's
just
kind of
dead.
been the catchphrase of this series. A little bit over-eager at times. It's a difficult battle to play. We've got into day 2
That's so
already,
bad
3
for the
PM
Fiora.
here, so players
That is
have been
actually
around
so
for
bad
5
for the
hours
Fiora.
already just
Your sets
today.
are weaker.
But,
Your
And
BF
we're
sword
struggling
is
at this
technically
point
weaker
for LSU
because
we
now
really are wanting to
you
get
can't
more
accelerate
into
units by
play, so being
equipping
able
it
to take out that big
and
Fiora
making them
threat
mighty.
is huge, because we're still a little bit away from our Razas, and I
That
don't
was
think
way
they
too
were just
greedy
counting
from
up
the
trash
Fiora.
there
I
to see.
think it was 9.
The
Whoa, so actually
Seal
we
gets
can
played.
afford it now.
Yeah, you can play
Should have
Rasa,
probably
so I
played
think we're
Seal
gonna
last
throw the
turn,
energy here,
but
use the Seal to
Seal
play a
gets
Rasa.
played now.
I mean, we
They could
Traveling Merchant
play
first for the discard
Tide
draw,
Turner,
discard a Rasa, and then
pull
play
the Merchant
2
back
others, but
Yeah.
that's also
with the
6 life
Tide
that you're putting
Turner,
into your trash without a last right
attack
to
that way,
recur
but
it.
I don't think they have
We'll
any
count again,
buffs
1, 2,
left.
3,
I think
4,
they have
5,
like
6.
used all of their buffs
Oh,
already.
Oh, was it only 7?
I thought it was more than
But
that.
this game
Squeeze it
just
really
became
fast
so much
first,
easier for the
so-
Irelia,
I mean,
punishing the Fiora
Maybe move some
attacking.
more into the trash
into their
first,
Candlelit
or
Sanctum.
just- no, we're going in
The
with
Rasa comes
just
out,
spending the extra cost to be able to get up
and
there. I still love a big discount, so I'm still not mad at that.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
And,
cheap
Irelia is in a good
investment,
spot.
right?
Fiora has
Take
no
70%
way
off when we
to
can do it
accelerate
and
units
twice on
anymore.
Fridays.
I'll
So
take that.
Irelia
Yes,
can just go for the hold,
Another couple coming out here.
because
It's a Tide Turner in base, can decide
Why-
to switch with the Rasa.
oh,
Ooh.
he's gonna
Using the
Tide
Rasa
Turner
ready
the
set,
Rasa.
which now allows us
Now
to
they
go
targeted
in
Rasa,
with the
so they
unsung
can
hero. So the
activate
reason you
it
put Tide
with
Turner
the
in base is
Fiora.
then you can
I mean,
blade
Irelia
Rasa,
Legend, and now
then
Rasa attacks the
when
other
Tide
other
Turner
battlefield.
chooses the Rasa,
That was actually so well played. So Tide Turner targets your unit,
Brilliant
and
sequencing
that
there
way
to get
they
that
could
Raza over,
ready their
and then
Rasa
really
with
back
the
down
Irelia
action,
Legend.
Make Vendorti sweat a little and remove every last unit from
Senshin,
their board.
I don't think they
Really
have
showing the
67
strength of
cards in
Irelia
their
and kind of what we were
trash.
expecting from
I'm
game
sorry.
one,
I
and
think
we
you
just didn't
miscounted.
see it come into fruition. This time Vendorti's got a really big
Yeah,
uphill
Fiora is
struggle
so
now.
cooked here.
We can ready units. That's a positive. We love that. But we're
See?
still kind of
We heard-
looking right now and
we
having
heard
them
the casters
available to
there,
play. So
but the
we're gonna
stream
need to
lagged.
really look at what we have
So
available.
it's the
We had
stream
Akshan
that's
at the
lagging
back of
because we
that
still
hand
heard
last
the
turn,
casters.
that might come into play,
So
but I
it's
don't
not my
remember if there were any
internet.
other units of note.
I think it was only the Akshan.
Don't play with me, guys. Don't play with me.
Speaking of the devil,
We steal a gear. Like, cool. Go ahead. You're welcome to it. I don't think
Oh,
the
he meant
seal
he meant
is
6
gonna do
or
too
7
much
in trash.
for
Oh,
you.
I see, I
Only
see,
pay
I
those
see, I see.
purple, chaos power costs. Although if something has a pay any power, you can.
Oh,
use the seal
guys, how
for
how
it,
long do
so
you think the 6-7 will
still denying
will
something
stay
from
alive?
LSU, denying the ability to,
it's
not
been
have to
it's been like a
cycle those
half a
moves
year
does work.
soon with the
Akshan now
6-7.
equipped with that Dorman's blade.
Guys,
being able
how
to
long can
use
this
the
go
Aura to
on?
channel another
How long
rune,
can this go on?
exhausted, so we're
Oh
keeping up the
my
pace,
god,
even
come
though we're
on,
having to
Senshin, come
recycle to
on.
be able to do these
Come on.
attaches, going for another attach, just really using
Oh, come
our
on. Oh.
only unit in play to be as big and beastly as it can be.
Oh, true, Trent.
Currently
Yeah, I
7.
don't think it's worth to
Sorry, 9, in fact.
steal the
That's why I should
seal
do the maths
anymore.
first
Like,
before I say something. I was trying to do it as I was talking.
that's such
so
a
immediately
desperation
failed.
play.
9 is big challenge, the
The
Rasa.
challenge does come off,
You win
which
that
is pretty good.
challenge. Not enough
But,
runes for the not so fast out of LSU.
Stealing the
I love a good
seal really
challenge.
doesn't do much.
You don't have to go into combat. You're not risking any comebacks. If they can't counter the challenge straight away, you know that that's gone. It just limits the amount LSU gets going into the
What
next
do you
turn, as they
think
only get one hold point,
if
putting them on 5,
Fiora
which is a much more awkward
didn't
position
cheat
to
on
be
game
in
1?
when you're
Could
looking
I
at
really have
kind of
won? I don't think
that
I really
straight
could have won the
down
first
to
game.
victory.
was
I
trying
don't
to
think
just
they could have won. I don't think so.
quickly do some
I don't think so.
maths, some thinking about where I'd be going here as LSU, because you still have double Rasa, right? So I'm
I guess
wondering
it's
if you
one more
just
power cost
all
that
in
I really
on
has to
the
pay
Candle Example.
each
I'm
turn.
just saying,
Yeah.
Look, I'm at 5.
I mean,
you're at a couple of points.
right now,
If I just
Irelia
Rasa
doesn't really
here,
need runes because
sounds
their
like
hand is so
not even a
cheap
couple, just at one point
that
at the moment,
they
Vendorti
don't
instead
care
is
about
gonna
the
put
seal
it into
anymore.
base.
I think you do have the option
They
of
can
kind of
just-
taking it slow here, but then you don't
They
wanna
can
give
just play
Vendorti too much
their
time
whole
to
hand
come back.
for
The risk is
like
if
2
you do
energy
go
right
double
now.
Rasa into Candle Exactum, a single punch first and a call to glory is +8.
Yeah, I really
That puts
I
you in
really
a
probably
really
couldn't have
difficult
won the first
position
game, but
overall.
it
So
still
we're just gonna sit with
leaves
this
a
Rasa back
sour
base, hold the
taste
second one in our
in your
hand,
mouth
look
when
to
that
try and
happens, you
go
know.
to 6, see if
I really
Vendorti
could look to
overextends with the Akshan.
unguard the Rasa,
Go for
then
an
accelerate
on-guard,
it to
okay,
the Sunken
yeah.
Temple
Guards
to
Able
draw one,
ready,
Yeah.
and that's what they're doing
and
right
then,
now.
yeah, move on in and
So the
grab
Rasa
that
is
sixth
accelerated.
point.
Card as well as big.
It's
They
huge
need to
right
pay
now, but
one.
unfortunately,
Remember
the
to
other
pay
card in
one.
hand is Rasa, so we don't have a lot
Okay,
to come
pay
back
one.
with.
Well,
Okay,
you do have the
no
Sunken Temple
cheating.
trigger, right?
So
That is
we
fair.
pay
You
one
pay
to
the
draw,
the card here. It's a cold shot, which
Ooh.
is good, but not really
and it is
what
a
you
cold
wanted
shot.
right now.
So
No, but it can help us to
Yeah.
flow through and see
now
what's-
now the
Looks like
seal
we're
of
gonna bring
Discord
Traveling Merchant
would
back
come in
for that
handy.
discard draw,
Okay,
and
maybe
it allows us to see more cards
maybe the
because of that.
auction
So we're gonna
stealing the
discard.
seal was
Okay,
right
okay,
because
Not enough runes to
now
play
it's
it right
pretty
now.
annoying
Looks
for the
like we might
Irelia
retreat
having
the
to
Tide Turner 2.
having to
Say that 3 times fast.
recycle their
thanks.
runes,
Tide
but
Turner 2.
a big booty.
I think
big butt.
retreating the Titanner is good here. You know the Vendorti
Fiora has no
these really
way
strong units ready.
of
I think they're
accelerating
just building
units
up in base
when
and
their
then going
Fiora is
in
dead.
for the win.
So
Going to the 7th and 8th points on the same turn.
Irelia
If
could
this
just
Raza
punish that
is
and
in
win this
Sunken
game by
Temple, gets
holding.
taken
I
down, you're
think
kind of okay with it
I
because
think
you're
that's like
intending
the
on taking the
easiest
7th and
way to
8th
win
point
this.
in the same turn.
You're gonna have to work your way
Getting your
through an
Fiora
auction.
killed with no
Vendorti
matrons
a
or
long way behind
no
currently. Has the Call to Glory
glass
challenge for a pops
mixologists
hidden
is a
blade.
little, it's very
Auction's gonna
bad.
go in.
It's
We're
Kill
going
very,
for
very
it.
bad.
So we'll get that draw nice and early from Sunken Temple. Go to 2. LSU doesn't have a huge amount of might on board.
No, it's an uphill climb for Vendorti, but they can do it.
Yeah. Pay the energy, draw the card. I wonder if you
and why
challenge
is
the
the
Rasa
stream
just to
camera always shaking.
remove some more of the power that LSU does have.
I think if you can, you should.
Yeah, looks like that's
Come
what
on,
we're
guys.
gonna
Come on,
go
guys.
for.
Okay,
Get
it
rid
doesn't
of the
matter. It
Rasa.
doesn't actually matter. I like being over dramatic, you know?
Yep.
The challenge
And there's
comes
no
out,
response. We know
so
there's no
that's
response
2
to that.
Rasas dead.
One card in hand, we know what it is. But I
Maybe
think
Fiora
that
player
is
is
a tell.
angry.
That tells Vendorti it's not anything they need to worry about.
But wait,
And now we can start investing a little
What's
bit
happening
more on
right
our
now?
side of the board. Will be an epic comeback, 1-6. Getting
A
back into the
Lucian
game.
gets played.
Lucian will come down
The
with the Weapon Master, steals
Weapon
away the
Master
Doran's
comes
blade,
out.
becomes mighty. You can't ready it. We don't
Fiora
have the,
is
Fiora
accelerating
ready, but we
their
can channel
runes.
one rune
They pass.
exhausted, and now just a traveling merchant and a Titan. There is one free
Yeah.
point for you.
Playing Hidden
if
Blade
you
from
so
Seal.
desire it.
Crazy, crazy moves, crazy,
Double-
crazy
double
moves.
Ezreal in hand now.
Ezreal in
Yeah.
hand, so we
A
have
double
bunch of
Ezreal.
cards, but is it going to be enough because we also need the runes to be able to play that?
The
So
double
we get
Ezreal.
little bit more
Oh, a Blade
Defiant
Dance.
and a Discipline.
I mean,
I
Defiant
like the
Dance and a
Defiant Dance in this
Discipline. Is that
instance.
enough?
Yeah, so do I.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have enough
I
runes.
think you go in, you get
He
the
doesn't
one
have enough
candle,
runes
and then you just
for
you
Defiant
don't
Dance
really
and
look to try and
Discipline.
kill the Akshan this turn. You're waiting for next turn, but the problem is then Vendorti is
And
really
Fiora,
strong.
I mean,
Now Vendorti
Irelia
playing
would
onto
have
the
enough
Ezreal to
runes
take him to 5, ready with
if
Blade Dancer,
their
and
seal
then we
wasn't
have the
stolen.
Defiant Dance, which takes Akshan down, but
Oh yeah,
there's
Fiora
still
does have
enough
riposte.
runes on
True, true,
Vendorti's
true, true.
side for a punch first.
You're right,
And
you're
they
right.
have a riposte in hand,
Yeah.
so these are the things you have to play
Did
around.
Fiora actually come
LSU
back here?
Wisely, I think,
Yes.
deciding not to go
Did
all
Fiora
in
actually
to try
come
and
back here?
kill off
That's
the game
crazy.
this turn.
That's
I
crazy.
think honestly, it's a very wise decision. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Note that you are so far ahead
Yeah.
that you do have the option to take your time. and then try
Irelia
and deal
needs
with
to now
Vendorti's kind of
set
oncoming
back.
onslaught, as you would
The
expect
only
to
way
get like
Fiora
this
loses this is
within
if
time.
they
You've got a little
overcommit
bit of pace
to a
behind you,
battlefield,
you've got a little more
and
card draw now, and hopefully
with no
Vendorti's
Fiora
running out of
champion
resources of their
on
own.
board,
Maybe not
they can't
units, 'cause
double
that's
move
not
their
really
units.
how these decks go, but hopefully
The
things like a
4-cost
punch versus
Fiora
aren't quite there.
that
Going
has
into the
ganking
Titurner with
would
Lucian,
be insane
looks
right
like
now.
we're going for the
The
Defiant
Defiant
here,
Dance comes out, but
Make
the
it 4
riposte
into
probably gets
3.
played.
trying to see if we can just eke out combats and just whittle Vendorti down.
Okay, the
No
Call to
Glory,
Glory
no
gets played
Define.
out, so they're saving
And
their
it's Titurner
Use
loses
that
riposte
one, so
for
we're going up
something
to
more
the
important.
Vendorti's uphill battle is still crushing onwards.
That it is. Lucian will be
But
readied after the conquer. And he
yeah,
wants
right
the
now it's
first
looking
time.
like
Gonna hit the
Fiora will
candle
win
with
this
Sanctum
game
Trigger. You can look at the top 2, put them back
if
in. Alright, put any amount of them
they
back on
don't
the bottom, recycle
overcommit
them, and then
and
put the
get
ones that you
punished
keep
because they
on
can't
the top
double
in
move their
any
units
order. So
anymore.
one on the top, one on the bottom.
So their
So that top card
their
is now something
3-cost
we
Fiora
want.
champion
Yes.
dying
I mean,
earlier
you would hope so.
Yeah.
is
Because otherwise, perhaps not
so
the
bad right
wisest
now.
choice to put it on
Like
the
if
top.
they
The amount
had
of
the
times I've been
Fiora
playing the card
champion on
game,
board,
and I've
this game would
in
be
other card games
unwinnable
not scribed,
for
right?
the
I
Irelia.
scribed
And
one,
there's the
looked at
Seal
it,
of Discord
been
Hidden
like, yes,
Blade,
I would like to
like
keep
you
that.
said.
And then when
Like
it
you
gets around to my
said.
turn again, forgotten what the card
Yeah.
was and been surprised.
And you're like, oh my
So
goodness.
insane
And that
Seal of
speaks to
Discord
my
value.
skill. A hidden blade, hidden
Irelia
blade
is
for
like on the
Vendorti, I
on the
believe,
cock chair
on
in
that
the
top
corner,
battlefield.
watching their Seal of Discord be
Yeah, one of
used
the main hidden,
and crying.
cards that you do play in this Fiora
They're like,
deck.
no,
Makes
that's
it
my
harder
Seal of
for
Discord.
LSU to try and gain
Stop.
control of that area. Cold shot to kick us off. One
What am
power
I saying? What am I
recycled.
saying?
Another Akshan, of course, in base as well. Now
Um,
ready to go as well. We don't really get anything from the
what
effect of
did
that, but just having another really strong
the-
unit on board
Oh.
there.
Posting
The
the
cold
cold
shot gets
shot.
riposted.
I mean, I love it.
The
There's one
cold
card in hand
shot
for LSU, why give him two
Gets
more?
riposted.
And you kind of know that the previous
Now-
turn there wasn't a threat in
Yeah.
hand, so you
Fiora
assume that actually
is
this might still not be a
almost
threat,
out of
and indeed we
options,
see it
so
as
the
Discipline
Discipline
goes in
is
just to
pretty
draw a
good.
card, I imagine, to try and
The
hopefully
Discipline
get out of
draws
the
a seal.
situation.
Seal.
Ooh, not that helpful.
Yeah, not helpful whatsoever.
Ain't
However,
no way.
Traveling Merchant can be sacrificed.
Ain't
if you
no
so
way they draw a
desire. The
seal. Oh,
is
that's
going to
sad.
come down.
But the Traveling
you
Merchant
still get the
will now draw
even
for
if you
free.
don't discard, so we're going to go in here
So the
with
Traveling Merchant
5
draws for
and
free
2, making 7 into
because the
7
Irelia's hand is
of
empty
the Akshan.
and they find
Draw
a
is
right to
alive,
win.
The win from the Traveling Merchant move. No conquer happening.
Oh,
It's an
it
exact
feels
trade.
So bad. LSU's just so far behind at this point in
Yeah.
regards to now board
They
presence. So
oh,
close yet
Fiora
so
actually
far,
won.
because we're so
Yeah.
close
Fiora
to the
actually won
win
this
on
game.
Points, but the board is empty.
Yeah.
That's
It's
crazy.
incredibly well played by
That is
Vendorti
crazy.
to stabilize after LSU was
And
able
this
to take
time,
such a
no
lead early on.
No cheated
picking apart
riposts.
that
No,
board.
no
It was
nothing.
then-
Triple Rasta in the
No
graveyard.
nothing.
Like, what
Yeah.
are you looking for at this point?
What what's left? What's left that can handle
Even no
lost
Fear
rights.
Champion
a
because
lost
they
rights?
Yeah.
That's kind of
they
it, but
misplayed
they
and
need
their
to be
Fear
able to
Champion
conquer
died.
with that, or to hold
So,
a battlefield. And
right
at the
now,
moment, Vendorti's probably going to be looking at putting things into those battlefields that you can't deal with these smaller units. That
Irelia could draw a unit, accelerate it, but Fiora has another Hidden Blade in hand and a dragon.
Just sat on these battlefields. It's not necessarily about the points, although we do
so now they can
making it really hard
they equip
LSU
the sword, they conquer the bottom battlefield, they're gonna draw one, and now they're looking for something so they don't have to play the dragon this turn, because playing the dragon would be a misplay for sure.
Three and a oh, that's his hand. Yeah, that's
and
painful. That is painful.
That's what I'm
what
saying. It's a really tough situation to be in.
What
Fiora's
did
done this
the Fiora
incredible
draw?
job this game of keeping all of their resources really high strung and making sure that they're replenishing what they need to be able to make these
Looks
really
like
big
they're
plays.
playing the dragon just to have more might on the board.
This is the second game of the best of 3.
And they don't even hide the second Hidden Blade.
Looking at a draw, rather going to
I think
rather than the 9-2-0
think
they are currently
they're
looking at. Defy
holding
by the
one
win is nothing
energy up to
The uphill struggle is being successful. We've got both
threaten a punch first, but Fiora, I mean, Irelia has a Defy and a right to win, and it's GG.
Then that's game over, and it doesn't look like we can. We have no
That's game
units.
over. That is game over. And Fiora made it
6-1 down.
Top cut.
And being able to claim the win there on the Fiora.
Fiora made it to
Superb
top
stuff
cut.
all round by Vendorsi.
Vendorsi makes the climb. That is
They were
biggest
5 points
climb I
behind,
have seen during this
and they turned the game
tournament
around.
thus far, from going to
Feels
such
bad
low
win though,
and
yeah.
just sticking in there, believing in
It
what
did
his
feel
deck
like
can do
Irelia
and
maybe
taking
deserved
it
to win
back
one
from
there,
your
but
opponent
the
by
only
just
problem,
whistling them down.
if let me
Really
put this,
impressive stuff from
let me
Vendorsi.
explain.
LSU
The only problem
game one
is
a
that
bit of an overextension,
if
but he has realized
that
in
game
two,
or
so
match went to a draw,
losing their units
none of
over
those guys would have made it a top
into it.
cut,
And as soon
I
as
think.
Vendorsi took control of the game,
So
really
it was
felt it.
either
Great stuff all round
Fiora
from
wins that
Vendorsi
game,
as we round out
or
round
basically both lose.
RQ Bologna.
If it was a draw, then they both drop out of the top cut, and then nobody's happy. So in that sense, it's like it's okay. It's okay.
How are you doing? Are you enjoying Riftbound?
Having a great time, honestly.
I think it would have been deserved for both to lose. Yeah, well, that's also true. But
True. It was a lot of fun to watch.
yeah, at least it's one less miracle player.
As opposed to an interview. Goodbye.
At least it's one less miracle player.
Auf
So
Wiedersehen.
that is true. That is true. Now I am going to go on a break, and I'm gonna come back when the top cut starts. I'm probably gonna close the stream and make another announcement when I start streaming the top cut. So either go watch the official Riftbound live or come back here. We can do some more yapping. I could leave it on. That is true. Okay, I'm just gonna leave the stream on. I'm just gonna put this for you guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2
The top
of
cut.
the regional qualifier
Yeah,
here in Bologna,
the
Italy.
top cut
James Hiller,
takes,
joined by
I
Leonard
think,
Koenig for
1 hour
Bologna.
before it starts.
We're running
So
a Swiss round.
go make some food,
Not many
chill for a
left
bit.
to cast here, and
We
it's,
the
our
top
round
cut
today,
is
which puts us at round
not
14.
time limited,
This might
so
not
it's
be
probably gonna end around 9 or 10 p.m. So be sure to hydrate, eat some, and take a little break. And be back in 1 hour. And thanks for joining, and I'll be back when the top cut starts.
Afterwards, which is round 12, and then there's also round 13, if I'm not completely mistaken.
You know what? There's going to be a graphic at some point that's going to come up, and it's going to tell us. It's been a long weekend full of magic. Full of Riftbound action here
magic.
today. Exactly, magical plays coming through here. We have a big match this round for you. 2 heavyweights in the scene for Riftbound as we get ourselves ready to go. Marcus Bartel, a former European champion in Yu-Gi-Oh, going up against Alan ZQ, a very, very, very well-known player for, of course, Legends Runeterra World Champion, and the best of Kaiser from Houston from the regionals there.
Yeah, he is surely one of a kind, and I think at this point he is just aura farming. He has announced on X that he is going to win multiple metal best of cards of Ezreal, the Prodigal Explorer, and he's absolutely crushing it. He's the only undefeated Riftbounder in this tournament. You can see a tech on the bottom right of this deck that is so absolutely genius. We've seen it before yesterday from Ludwig, who was also running Ezreal Prodigal Explorer. That is the Vex, a card that you actually mentioned in the beginning. I think it was one of your favorite picks.
Yeah,
it was crazy good.
Weirdly, it was one I picked because it's a card that I like, not a card that I thought was going to be played so much. So I guess I'll take a win on that one. And then we look over on the opposite side of the table. As I said, a very formidable player in their own right, playing the Draven. This is the first time you and I are going to actually get to cast a Draven game. And this version is the mid-range Draven. Ooh, wow. Okay, there's a card in this list that we haven't seen too much. Like, we've not seen a whole lot of Darius recently. Sometimes throughout this tournament, you and I haven't been able to see it too much. Obviously, saw it a heck of a lot in Origins, in the Kaiser decks.
Absolutely. It's one of the easiest units to just play and then push into a battlefield immediately. It was always used with the Cleave card, so you could imagine immediately for 6 energy, just have a ready unit that goes up to 10 might, which is absolutely crazy, especially if you're looking at the power level of Origins. However, in the Draven deck, in Draven you want to have some tempo. This card is also incredibly useful, paired with some units that are incredibly sticky. So you can push a Ferris Forerunner, you develop it, you already have a great presence on board, and then in the next turn you're following that up with a Darius. It's really hard to beat them. That is also why, so far, Draven has been the best deck of the tournament.
And Draven on the first turn of the game is always a good sign if you're a Draven player. One of the reasons that Draven is quite so so consistent is it curves out extremely well. 2 might into 4 might into 2 power into 4 power, for instance, goes very well throughout the early game. It's going to be a very early Ezreal play from Alan, getting that draw.
Immediately developing it. Also, he forgot to put his headphones on, which is not too bad, but now we know we fixed that.
One thing about that, we of course do play with some delay there, so it's not that he will be able to hear us at any point. Thankfully, these games have already at least begun and started taking place, so we are working with a little bit of a buffer there. So Treasure Hunter goes to the battlefield, over to Reaver's Row. We'll get the gold. And that's one of the things, getting these gold tokens early on just allows you to kind of compensate for recycling at any point, whether it's with the Draven ability on the attack or defender trigger, or there are multiple other cards in the deck that force recruitment, force recycling. Treasure Hunter going to use the Reaver's Row to back away as Ezreal goes to the base.
That is already inherently broken, right? You have a 2-drop, of course only 1 might, but you scored a point, and then you had the Reaver's Row as well to just immediately generate another piece of gold. But the Bellows Breath is being used afterwards in base, so you can also hit the Draven with it and then go for a Frigid Touch, immediately making so much use out of this passive ability of Ezreal. And then ZQ is showing everyone, hey, here I am, and I'm going to rock you like a hurricane.
I've seen a lot of chatter around this Ezreal deck being very, very strong into a lot of the matchups like Draven. Of course, Ezreal with Reaver's Row, for once you can actually move it to a battlefield and say, yeah, I'll just take that defense trigger. However, the problem with that is you, of course, essentially losing a combat, which Draven is fine with that. It's like, yeah, I'll get benefit from doing that.
Especially versus a Kaiser, right? So that was 2 draws immediately. It was very good for Marcus. However, LNZQ, I mean, he is playing the Ezreal deck. He is going to repeat so many card effects. So you really want this Ezreal Prodigy in your base. You want it to be safe and sound. But now, how are we going to follow this up? I think this is a Ravenbloom student. That is a 2-drop that has been falling out of favor when Spirit Forge released. Oh, we are going to actually play the Seal of Discord. So important in that deck. Oh, we're going to go for the combination that shouldn't be possible. Fizz plus the Arcane Shift.
Oh, hard bargain in response. So Arcane Shift ends up in the bin. Will now, of course, try and take Kai'Sa out from the battlefield, as that will come through. Hard bargain.
So we're dealing the damage here Fight or flight is not happening. Have we done any damage to that Kai'Sa before?
Well, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Am I missing something? It's possible I am.
I think we might be missing something. This did...
Because typically Arcane... Oh, there's...
3 damage.
Yeah, Bellow's Breath wasn't cast as well.
There may be something on the Fizz that makes
No, and it's not on the Void Gate. Are we assuming that Void Gate is the battlefield? Because we're on Reaver's Row, right? Void Gate is the other battlefield. Kai'Sa was set on Reaver's Row. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but
So for the moment...
I feel like Kai'Sa should have been alive on 1. Yeah. Does Void Gate, is it asymmetrical? Is it just units at this battlefield?
I think you blinked out. I think I have it.
Okay.
I think you might have blinked out the Fizz and then replay it and then get the Frigid Touch from the discard pile to lower the Kai'Sa's might. Then again, we did not see
shortcutting potentially? Okay, sorry.
But I'm going to clarify this. I'm going to try and clarify this with some of the judges. Of course, this game has already happened. It has happened in the past. We're working with a slight delay here. So even if we realize something that would be wrong with the game, which I honestly, when we were playing with Alan ZQ versus Marcus Patel,
I'm going to assume they know what they're doing.
Absolutely. We couldn't help it. So we're going with what we got here. Next is Hopeful. Nox is Hopeful. It's going to be played in the base after a Falling Star. Vex is now ready.
I'm pretty sure you're right. It was the Fizz, Arcane Shift, Fizz again, and then it gets the Frigid Touch out of the trash.
So the Reaver's Row is absolutely pivotal for the Draven strategy. If you are playing Reaver's Row in Game 1, especially because you probably know what your opponent is on. Maybe you have a different battlefield you want to play when you know that you're playing a Draven matchup or when you don't know what you're playing. But Reaver's Row is incredibly powerful because every time you use it, you save a unit. You can have something like an Overzealous Fan that gets you very important points. And then again, if your opponent uses it, you get a free draw. So now the Morbid Return gets you back the Ezreal. This is also a really nice way to play around the scenario where you think, hey, maybe I need to play 2 Ezreal or 3 Ezreal in my deck to constantly have Ezreals. You can play Morbid Return in case your Ezreal gets removed from the battlefield. However, you can also use it on other cards like the Fizz Trickster.
Yeah, and then so there's a couple of really unique interactions here. I think you saw Alan like ready 1 rune because he paid extra. There actually was, I believe, a combat showdown going on with Vex. Even though the defender trigger comes in and Reaver's Row, you move back. Technically, Vex is involved in a combat, so it allows you to pay less for a spell that happens during a combat Vex is involved with. Just catching up on the current state of the game from this. I will say, Alan being 11-0 with a deck that constantly recurs things from the graveyard and is relatively complex to play is impressive at this point. To be very clean on exactly what's happening. Clearly, I've lost what
I'm gonna say it's scary to go up against as well because this is also a deck that really needs some time. You have grinded out games. LZQ deciding, oh, I love this about Reaver's Row. I'm going to go into that later on. But this is a deck that really takes quite some time.
Yeah.
And I'm very impressed that he actually managed to not draw a single time or lose to timeout, but just went 11-0. That is absolutely massive.
Yeah, huge. No. I mean, you expect that from a player that you know, was getting the best of Kai'Sa in a meta that Kai'Sa was very, very prevalent of back in Houston.
Now, I really enjoy what Alan ZQ is doing with the Reaver's Row here. You have this Vex 5 might, and he just shies away from an Overzealous Fan, which is only at 2 might, knowing, hey, I do not have any combat tricks, and I don't want my opponent to commit heavily into this play so that they can get the actual kill on my Vex.
And I find it interesting, we were talking about this a little bit, knowing that we were going to kind of be looking at this matchup for a few minutes before we started. We were talking about the prevalence of Vex in this list maybe not hitting Draven as much as it hits other matchups, because, for instance, like an Aurelia, Vex will shut down pretty hard, but Draven has Spitting Axes, which I'm pretty sure Vex doesn't actually affect. I'm pretty sure it spells during the turn, and of course gear do not get affected by that.
Exactly, especially not if it's quick draw.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't change anything.
No, but quick draw makes it nice and difficult to play around.
That's the one you can use in combat. On the Q, carefully sequencing out his turn in his mind. All right, we are going to maybe do something with the Ravenbloom student. Of course, you have just drawn into Singularity, a card that is really well used by Ezreal. However, Ezreal, especially in this version, if you do not have gold tokens from, for example, a card shop, you will not be able to use your Seal of Discord to reduce the power cost you have to pay for Singularity.
I wonder, though, Singularity here, is there a danger that it whiffs? Because we know there's multiple Spinning Axes in hand. So do you just, like, with the targets when they get selected, you go Spinning Axe, I'm up and above? Because you imagine Darius is the one that's you're going to try and Singularity, and I would assume Nox is hopeful, potentially, on top of that. But Spinning Axe will put both of those. Although Void Gate would prevent the Noxus hopeful, so you might have to put both, or at least cast 2 spells just to untap Darius to keep it safe on that 7.
I mean, if your opponent uses a Singularity just to get rid of a Noxus hopeful, I think you just take it, right? You don't need to necessarily preserve it and put 2 Spinning Axes on it.
I guess my point is more that Alan has to think about through all of these lines. Is like which two cards or you know, what 2 abilities are going to be able to nullify a Singularity. So it's one of many, many, many options at this point. And this is why I'm impressed at the clean gameplay that is required from an Ezreal list like this.
Now, Marcus even said, I don't even need to play a combat with this. Is not going to use the Spinning Axes on the Vex fight with his Noxus hopeful. Now, Seal of Discord is now going to be tapped so that the Vex comes in for free. Vex cheerless. Those stack, right? So if you're attacking with 2 Vex, your opponent has to pay so much for each of their spells.
Yeah, that's the really important thing to be aware of. It does have to be a combat that involves Vex. So yeah, if you're attacking or defending with both of them, you'll get both triggers. But other than that, they do not both apply in that regard.
That sounds like it's made for the Irelia matchup, which is otherwise a really tough matchup for the Ezreal deck. But if you're playing versus Irelia, they just have one big unit, and you tell them all of a sudden your discipline is costing 4 energy and 2 power.
Oh, that's painful if that is the case. I think one thing that we're going to see the Spinning Axe potentially here. I was going to say one thing that might be pretty influential in this matchup. The Brynn here that we just saw in hand may very well come into importance later.
Thundersong is also a card you need to learn how to play around it.
Yeah.
Because there's many different things your opponent can force you to do when they play it. So if you play it and you have 10 runes open, you kind of need to throw all of your cards in hand into it, or just accept that the Brynn here is going to be a massive turn for your opponent. So what you want to do is keep some runes open, but try to play as efficient as possible on your turn still, so that you don't give them a great Brynn here turn, but also don't force them to not play it because you're tapped out, because then you're always tapped out and that doesn't help you.
Right, I was going to say, Alan looked like he was going for Arcane Shift to cost reduction. That is going to be a double hard bargain. That is paid 5 for the repeat, which is a significant investment, but it will cause Darius to ready and get that additional might.
Marcus is driving a hard bargain here. Rebuke is going to be played for 1 energy. Oh, wow.
And then, that is painful. After that hard bargain, you have to assume there's probably not another one coming.
And then that forces something else. If the Darius is going to get removed here, that forces the following thing. The Spinning Axe.
Do you have to equip it then so that you don't lose it on the next turn?
You kind of have to put it, either you play another Darius, or you have to put it on the Overzealous Fan. There's already 1 trigger on the Ravenbloom student. So this one is at 3 now, because, you know, the other one got negated.
Yeah, and you can't afford the Darius either.
Yeah, so
it has to go on the Fan.
I mean, you keep the Spinning Axe around, but your opponent just steals 1 more power from you, which is really, really strong. And in those grindy games, I mean, sometimes it doesn't sound that bad that you have to pay 1 extra power cost, right? But if you're looking over the next future turns, right? If you're looking at the next 4 turns, that is in total 4 energy that you are missing just because you had to pay 1 more cost if you're trying to be very efficient.
Hey, here's the second Spinning Axe. Again, not affected by Vex, so this time Vex will head to the trash.
But then again, this is a unit that definitely can be gotten rid of. I don't know if that's even a sentence, actually. Sorry.
That makes sense.
But
I'll take that.
I mean, if you now get rid of the Overzealous Fan, which you really can't necessarily do by combat. Ah, no, wait, actually, it's not the reverse row effect. It's sacrifice this card and then push 1 from your opponent back. But if you just singularity it, which in the Void Gate still works, you're going to get rid of the double spinning damage.
Yeah, now that becomes a question of like, what's the importance of that? Does Alan also have any additional ways to do it? Are there any like mainboard rebukes? I wish I'd have paid more attention to the deck list.
I mean, we saw one.
We've seen one already. Yeah. Okay. So how many are there going to be? I guess then is the answer to that. Like, are there any left? I mean, the deck?
You have Fizz, Trickster, so
yeah, you can bring it back. That's another very, very solid point. This is, again, what I mean about this deck is, like, there's so much to follow in the sense of, like, your trash is not out of the game. Like, the only thing so far that's banished is the Arcane Shift. And I believe the second one was Hard Bargained, right? So that's also a target for Fizz.
Yeah, definitely.
In future.
Oh, it's really, really strong what Alan ZQ can do with those Fizzes here. The only thing that is not as efficient about Fizz than with just hard playing the card is if you're pushing Vex into the battlefield and you have an action spell that is going to save you from the overzealous fan with 2 spinning axes, or get rid of it rather, then it's going to be much cheaper than when you're just playing a Fizz, right?
Very true, very true. But you know, that would be broken if Fizz could be used at any speed other than the regular speed. Pretty sure we just got a quote unquote free called shot with the first seal. There is a Fizz in hand. There is a Mind Splitter, so sometimes the best option is just find out what you're playing against and get rid of something.
Oh, we're going to use a spinning axe again. This is the biggest overzealous fan I've seen in quite a long time. But this looks like an absolute destruction. Alan ZQ is going through this matchup like nothing else. Now gets complete information. There's Darius, there's a Ferris Forerunner.
These are huge units.
Yeah,
huge units that if they stick on the battlefield, here comes the Fizz. Do we go for the Rebuke and then get
free Rebuke from the Fizz effect? And Alan ZQ just gives up and says, yep, that's gonna do it. Wow, Alan ZQ, that looked like child's play for him, honestly. He just went through this matchup.
That is very clean. Very, very, very clean. Impressive at that point. I mean, I think most people would be quite panicked with seeing 3 spinning axes come out. And, very impressed by Alan's first game in this series.
Look at him rolling up his sleeves here, going into game 2 soon. There you can see the deck list. Look at it. Remember it. Write some notes down, because this is what it's all about. We have 1000 Tailed Watcher, 1 Mind Splitter. Those are cards that you are seeing quite frequently with triple Cold Shot and of course also stacked decks. So you have quite the draw power in this deck, especially when you're considering that most of your cards just alone trigger the Prodigal Explorer ability, so you can draw cards and then you can combine those with more Arcane Shifts.
And there are some interesting ones, like 1 copy of Smokescreen, 1 copy of Morbid Return, some very like finely tuned details to this deck, which I like. It's impressive, but you know, when you're net decking and you're taking someone's deck, not having the rationale for why specific cards are one-offs in there, like you might think you know, but actually until you've played out the amount of reps that a deck deserves, it can be very difficult to play it out. Now we see Marcus's sideboard.
That's true. So sometimes if you just net deck a deck, you don't know what it's all about. But for random one-offs, there's always one reasoning that is always going to be true. It's going to make the game for your opponent much harder. First of all, if they don't play around it because they think you might not play it. And second of all, if they play around it constantly because they have seen it in either on your table in the previous round or in game 1, and they play around a Smokescreen and you never had a Smokescreen, but it's in their head. So you're going to make... You might not even draw it, but it's still going to affect the game.
I think that might have potentially an impact in this matchup as well, if it comes to it. 1 copy of Edge of Night in Marcus's deck, and at least 1 copy of Switcheroo that we saw coming from this. So very interesting matchup. I would say, of all the matchups we've had so far, this I would say is like a heavyweight contest of names in card games playing now on day 2, looking for a spot in the top 8. 11-0 against 10-1.
You know, Marcus Patel.
Yeah.
I've seen him play other games so far already. I know how great of a TCG player he is. He's super experienced. He has the titles to his name as well. We're immediately going down in power again, starting off with the Ezreal. We want to find our seals. We want to find our cards. But also, I talked to him before the round. I was like, did you play versus Alan already? And he said, no, dude, thankfully not, because if I see Alan, if I play versus Alan, I'm just gonna scoop, man.
Well, that at the end of the game happened for Marcus in game 1, knowing when he was done and saying, okay, let's get into the next game. Interestingly, Targon's Peak, a battlefield we haven't seen so much in Spirit Forge. Marcus is saying, yeah, I kind of just want to play Annie.
Exactly.
Like, let me play Annie.
There are people who play Annie over Draven because it's so strong to get your 2 runes back at the end of the turn. Targon's Peak makes your deck just Annie on default, plus the Draven ability. It is phenomenal. You can just play out in most of these turns, especially when decks do not want you to get those combats and they shy away from combats. They give you a few free points, maybe with something like the Pit Rookie combination with Cull.
Yep.
You know, they are giving you some points, they take those points back, but if you can be more energy efficient, you can play a Ferris Forerunner on 6 runes and then ready 2 runes. There is so much Draven can do with 2 energy open.
Yeah, and we've just seen some of it in hand with a Ferris Forerunner as well, but it's actually going to be Marcus saying, go. With a Ferris Forerunner, didn't want to commit into it. Of course, this turn wouldn't have been able to untap because you're not conquering Targon's Peak, so wouldn't have access to that. It would have to be on a subsequent turn. But there are multiple spinning axes, and here is potentially the way, already flipping one rune. It is Alan's priority first, though, in the showdown. This is one of the ways where you can kind of play around this Vex. Spinning X, again, we mentioned it in game 1, does not get affected by Vex's asymmetrical ability. For those of you that are not familiar with Vex, it will make your opponent's spells during combat with Vex cost more. It's 1 and a recycle, and your spells will cost 1 and 1 recycle less during combat that Vex is involved with.
And it's so funny because you can just, you know, you don't have a seal yet. You think, hey, Call Shot might be expensive.
Free Call Shot.
Exactly, together with your Ezreal.
The Ezreal? Cool, I'll look at 4 cards and take 2 of them.
It's so good. You basically essentially play 6 seals now.
Oh, and then an Arcane Shift is another great choice. That looks like a retreat.
We are getting just through so many cards already in this turn. You just need to make sure that you can save the Vex if your opponent has enough combat tricks, because when you're playing versus Draven and they leave open 6 runes, there's going to be something coming your way. And
now you basically are just looking at like all these cards that are low cost. It is to a minimum of 1, so Stupefy does not become free. But you're looking at all of these cards and you're like, well, that costs 1, that costs 1, that costs 1. Like, everything is so cheap.
This is half a binder in LNZQ's hand. Can also go for the Prodigal Explorer. Gets more cards. We want more cards. We want more cards. Double Stupefy equals triple draw. Now, the first response for Marcus, he's like, hey, can I play some cards
please.
too?
I would like to play a card in this showdown, please.
No, that is very interesting. Puts up the Draven to a total of 9 might -2, so it's 7 again. We're going to resolve the Stupefy, as this was a reaction response onto the Stupefy. And now LNZQ has the priority again and is going to just use Rebuke for 1 power cost and 1 energy cost. Vex all of a sudden.
Disgusting.
It was so overlooked, but it feels like it's the obvious choice for every deck, no?
And Alan, okay, hard bargain, important, spending a lot. That's a 6 cost repeated hard bargain.
But LNZQ drives a hard bargain too, is gonna hard bargain the hard bargain. You can get your Draven back and the Spinning Axe preemptively put to the trash. This card is not going anywhere. It's another game where LNZQ is dominating.
And Marcus took an entire turn off calculating like, okay, I'm going to need the Spinning Axe. I'm going to need the repeated hard bargain in order to win through this. And Alan says, no, I've seen half of my deck. I have the cost reduction in play, and I'm just going to have every single answer that I need in this situation.
Dude, you're onto something with your Vex prediction. This card is absolutely phenomenal. It's looking so strong.
I am that annoying hand destruction, like tax you kind of player when I play card games. So I'm so sorry to anybody that ever has to play against Vex against this, but Alan is making it look incredibly strong.
It's so crazy, and honestly, this Obelisk of Power is not going to be attacked next turn, because, let's be honest, we have now conquered the Targon's Peak. That is going to give us 2 runes at the end of the turn. It's going to refresh them. We're going to put them active again. Now, double seals, triple seals. We're never going to pay any power cost again.
And when your spells are getting reduced in cost anyway, and you're like, okay, well, I just need to skirt around the whole I need to recycle thing part of things, and that's a Rasa. I'm assuming that is, yeah, for one, probably for the number of cards. Alan's just counting, proving it that it is at least low cost. Who even needs to pay for spells and units anymore in Riftbound?
Exactly, not if you're LNZQ. This is just an utter destruction. Goes in with the spinning axe onto that Vex. We are now at even might. Does LNZQ even want to respond this? Is it possible?
Okay.
No, I think he actually forgot the Targon's Peak trigger.
I think you might be right, because there was a conquer through, right? That did happen. As mentioned, we are these games were played out a little bit in the past, so nothing we can say or do at this point in time would affect the state of play. I think you may very well be correct on that, which is costly at that point, if it indeed is the correct.
Got rid of that Vex somehow. Targon's Peak is gonna be held, and now the situation isn't even changing so much. You only have 6 runes for this turn, so you only have 6 energy. I mean, power cost is not something you're going to be very likely to pay with your 3 Seals of Discord. But there's only so much energy you can pay.
Yes. Alan does also have another Vex in hand. Of course, again, it's quite a costly unit to actually get out onto the battlefield to get it into base, and then it obviously takes another turn from there.
Well, he's giving him a run for his money, though.
Yeah.
I feel like those 2 runes could have really done a lot there, especially since there's cards like Wages of Pain in hand or the Arcane Shift. Those could have been used on the attack onto the Vex. Now we're going to develop a Vex. We're going to hide the Wages of Pain into the Targon's Peak. Of course, just paying with the Seal of Discord. Again, we're never gonna pay power cost ever again in this game unless it has to be mined.
Yeah, that's... if you're Ezreal and you have 3 seals out, something has gone well in the game so far. However, it's a very strong, like scary hand on the side of Marcus, having big units, having, you know, the Ferris Forerunner there. This is setting up to be next turn contesting battlefields, trying to go over the top, trying to establish presence and say, okay, it doesn't matter if I have to pay a lot for spells, if I'm just stronger than you in the moment, and so strong that you cannot get past me.
I can see that. Now, all of a sudden, Marcus Patel is in a really advantageous position, has bigger units on board, and I think it always felt like to me that LNZQ was really far ahead in both of these games, but I think that's just his aura at this point.
But look at the spells that are in hand. There's an Arcane Shift, there's, you know, if you hold a battlefield, you can Arcane Shift, and as long as you control it, sorry, when I say hold, I mean if you're controlling a battlefield, you're able to play the unit back to it. So it's something like, do you deal 3 damage, blink the Rasa from one battlefield to the other if the Vex is there, so that you immediately bring more power over. You know you've got the hidden card as well. There's like a lot of tricky options that Alan has. I think from Marcus' side, that is like, okay, what crazy line is Alan going to do if I try and go into a showdown?
I mean, if you're playing versus Ezreal that is controlling 2 battlefields currently,
that's scary.
It becomes just so much scarier with the Arcane Shift. You're absolutely right about that. On the spot. So, LNZQ, he hasn't targeted cards in a long time. He also, we cannot forget about the Wages of Pain that is being hidden right now. I think about 4 to 5 cards in hand. We're still going to consider what we're taking back for the Morbid Return. It is another Vex.
Wow.
So not only for the Irelia matchup.
That's crazy.
This card is being highly valued by LNZQ. Of course, Seal of Discord is going to be exhausted to pay the power cost.
Like crazy in a good way is what I mean. I'm not saying crazy bad decision. I'm saying crazy that like Vex is a card that was not on people's radar coming into this, and we're seeing it have such a high prevalence in a game where somebody is 11-0. Alan is 11-0, undefeated with this, and we're seeing it come back with a Morbid Return. Again, another card that is on nobody's radar for being in the meta right now. We've all talked about and heard about Draven all the time. The League of Draven is what we were expecting this weekend, and it's not over for Marcus yet. Still has the point lead, still is developing a board, but I am in awe of just how this matchup is playing out.
100%. It's really, really interesting. Now, I'm quite curious. Oh, against the odds, putting 2 extra might on this Ferris Forerunner, and LNZQ is just answering with the Wages of Pain. There could have been some potential play with the Arcane Shift as well to deal 6 damage to the Ferris Forerunner, but now that it's boosted anyways, I feel like you just take the even trade, and I'm saying even in quotation marks because there is still going to be 6 smite in the base of Marcus Patel. Can now conquer the Targon's Peak, is gonna ready 2 runes at the end of the turn, place another Draven and the overzealous fan.
It is a big battlefield. I think there's a Kai'Sa in hand as well, so we're looking at accelerated units at the end of the turn. Marcus will get the untap, readies 2 runes because of the conquer on Targon's Peak. Now, Alan, this is where the million lines in front of you make this very tricky. Marcus has a very clear strategy. The board has been established. Now how do you just conquer both on the next turn in order to take this to a game 3?
And I mean, this is what Draven does best, right? People have been talking about how incredibly strong Draven is in these scenarios.
Double Vex.
If you're at 6 points.
Spells are going to become basically free at this point.
The good thing is I think you know at LZQ side that there can't be spinning X's anymore.
Okay, Alan does take a step back from that showdown starting. Moves Ezreal to the Obelisk of Power first, now moves Vex in to begin the showdown on Targon's.
Oh, is
and then you're going to blink the Ezreal back, because of course it then, of course, is going to go back to safety.
Ezreal taking this and is of course going to be able to draw more cards. We have another body. We don't
need a third Vex. get out of here.
Oh my goodness! Instead of drawing into useful combat tricks, he found 2 Raven Blue
2 students. That is rough.
But you do have Bellows Breath and Smokescreen, so those cards can help you. There's also Frigid Touch. So if you are, the thing is, he put 2 Vex into 1 battlefield. So
I mean that makes Smokescreen and Bellows Breath and Frigid Touch very much cheaper on a following turn, but
that is true, but only if the combat is happening with the Vexes. If you spread out the Vexes evenly, you don't really get the full discount of 2 energy that you're paying less. I think I like it. You can give your opponent 1 Obelisk of Power Conquer, and then you're holding with double Vex. That is a pretty decent line. Bellows Breath is just going to be used now on 3 units in the base. Are we just
We're still in the combat.
Yeah.
So the reduction cost is still going. Again, even though we're not dealing with anything within the battlefield that Vex is at, there is still a combat showdown going on.
So you can't play these cards for free with Vex, right?
No, it's to a minimum of 1. So I'm pretty sure.
1 energy, right? So
yes, I'm gonna double check that.
So you're not
pretty
going to
sure it is.
Pay the power cost, of course. Ezreal is going to trigger as the legend ability, so that's another way of finding cards to draw. I think you only need to pay 1 energy in total for the double Bellows Breath because you have Ezreal Prodigy in your base as well, so you use that one to not pay the extra energy, and the Vexes take away the power cost of the Bellows Breath.
You are correct. It is to a minimum of 1 energy specifically. It's important to be very clear on that, especially at this point when you're fighting for top 8 potentially. I mean, you have to believe Alan ZQ being in an 11-0 position, you're thinking about, okay, you never want to say you're guaranteed until mathematically it's done, but Bellows Breath is going to come out, put damage on the backline. Now, does that mean while we stay in the combat, here we see Smokescreen, Frigid Touch
I think
on
Frigid
the backline
Touch.
Units?
Frigid Touch looks good here.
Repeat for 2 different units. Yeah, there we go.
The Draven gets killed immediately, and with the Overzealous Fan.
Yeah, Smokescreen goes on it as well. Is that enough? It is. It will eat through the Overzealous Fan. So just utilizing combat phases to deal with totally different parts of the game is the level of in-depth that Alan is going to in this matchup.
I am in awe about this. This is so fantastic what LNZQ is doing here. And Marcus Patel, he is one of the best TCG players in the world, but
here comes the Fizz. I mean, there are more options. Is it Bellows Breath again, or okay, Cold Shot? Okay, we're not going for more kills. We're going for I need to refill my hand again. Free Cold Shots just by tapping that seal.
Yep, and remember, you still have to play the power cost. You're ignoring the energy cost, so Cold Shot is not the most efficient card you would want to use with a Fizz, but I mean, at this point, you have seals.
If it's a seal of Discord, yeah.
You have 20 seals basically at this point.
I feel like we've had more arcane shifts in this one round than I've seen
in my life.
Anybody, yeah, I was gonna say anybody play.
Also, very interesting to note, there is going to be another Targon's Peak trigger, because we have just conquered this battlefield. So actually also making good use of that. If he remembers this time, I can see players forgetting battlefield triggers way more often when it's actually about battlefields of the other player.
Yeah, there is the untap. This time Alan ZQ will ready the 2 runes at the end. And also, never to underestimate, regardless of the fact that both of these are extremely experienced players, playing in a feature match, in a high-pressure match, is always going to be the time where, you know, you have to focus on so much. I can 100%. Always understand something at the end of a turn, just sneaking by and, I knew I forgot to do that type of thing. Can never underestimate. It's easy to watch a game and say, oh, I forgot this bit.
And we even miss stuff. We are watching the game, we see both players end.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
But there's also, of course, this is such a nice dynamic game, Riftbound that is. You are having so many different interactions. There's so many things that can happen to you. So Kaiser is going to try and take the Obelisk of Power. Wants to get another point, wants to get another draw.
Is this the same thing? You do it on, are we doing it on the Fizz in order to get that spell cast? We are.
Are you rebuking? Are you rebuking the Kaiser?
Or it's just to deal, like, get a minus. Is it Stupefy? You find a Stupefy, get the -1, get a card draw, get...
And deal 3 damage.
Because, you know, looking at it, okay, could be Frigid Touch or whatever, but no, go for the Stupefy, get the card draw, refill. The amount of cleanliness, I mean, that's the way I'm going to keep saying it. Alan is playing very cleanly, and Marcus is putting up such a fight, such a good fight. Now we'll go up to 7. But I mean, with the Conquer.
Going up to 7 is not really going to help him. He's trying to hold that battlefield with everything he got. This is hiding another card. This is another game shot.
And hiding all the units at the battlefield. I was like, we need to be able to calculate the math. So it's 2 mechs, plus a Noxus Hopeful, plus a Fight or Flight. And now Alan is going to ready. At this point, it's to go to 12-0. If Alan can go and hold this first battlefield and then conquer the second, it's a Watcher. Draws into Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Surely that is going to be enough. With the Ravenbloom, with the Ezreal, with the Watcher.
There can still be Fight or Flight. So when you play Watcher, most of the time you don't have enough runes to do anything else. Held onto 7, by the way, of course, on the Targon's Peak. So now, if you are going for that Watcher, you have 4 runes left to do some shenanigans with. Vex is not going to help you. Now we're going to do something really smart and we start poking. We start going for some combat
here. Out. Surely that means it's it then, right? What else is in hand? That is the handshake, and Alan ZQ will take the game 2-0, 12-0, undefeated here in Bologna. That is incredible.
Look at that smirk on his face. Look at that smile. Alan ZQ is absolutely aura farming to the max. He's dominating the Riftbound scene. He has announced that he wants to go for multiple Ezreal, Prodigal Explorer, best of cards.
And surely in with a shot. Surely in a great position for that.
I think if he is playing that deck at every tournament, I think that is going to mean that the numbers for Ezreal players at these tournaments trying to go for the best of cards, they are going down, surely, because this is a player, this is the player you will have to compete with if you want to go for the best of Ezreal.
That is a scary deck to play against, because there are so many lines. You literally cannot account for everything in that situation. The mid-combat, okay, I'll target Fizz, I'll grab something from my trash, I'll play it. There are so many options, even if you're just grabbing Cold Shot, looking for other things. And bringing the Vex tech in for those showdowns where you're going to focus on other parts of the game, I think is genius. It's so good. So credit to Alan, and I know Alan has testing partners that they're always talking about. So the team that have kind of workshopped on that, I would love to hear more about that as we see Alan go through the rest of the tournament. 12-0 is in such a wonderful position for Alan. And I mean, Marcus is a player we're expecting still to be competing. We're still looking at will they be able to make top 8, but that is a big name to take down on your way to an undefeated run so far for Alan ZQ.
Yeah, that should mean actually that we have Alan ZQ guaranteed in the top cut. Of course, I don't trust my words completely here, but I think that should be just one more round of Swiss. We were going to confirm that later on, of course, but
yeah. We're not done. Let's go for another game. Let's get another one from this round. Let's jump into our second feature match as we head in ever closer to a top 8. And I think I knew what this was before we sat down, but I'm so excited. I'm pretty sure it is Kai'Sa and a Rek'Sai. We'll have that confirmed. I'm seeing red and yellow. We're getting there. I'm going to need to take the next couple of minutes just to ramp down for a little moment, as I am excited to see Rek'Sai, but that was such a cool first feature match. Rek'Sai we haven't seen for our games so far. So this is the version, you know, with Void Rush, Under Titan, trying to get cheaper units with a bit of a finish on that Under Titan.
Rek'Sai Breacher is a gorgeous card.
It is.
I love it. But these decks, in the beginning, they were very unit heavy, but now people have started to play a lot of removal. You're going to get free cards from the top of your deck most of the time, and therefore you're finding so many cards that you can play cheaper.
And there's another asymmetrical interaction with this, where when you cull the weak an Immortal Phoenix, it will see itself die to the spell and come back. So if you have the Accelerate, like Sun Disk that we've seen being played, it will be able to come in, accelerate with the Assault, kind of get onto battlefields very, very quickly. So I think that's a bit of tech that throws people when you see it for the first time. Whereas Kai'Sa, this feels like I'm looking at an Origins list other than Progress Day, if I'm being honest, and I don't say that in any bad way. You and I talked about this off camera a lot coming into this. Now up to 3 copies of Time Warp in Kai'Sa. A lot of Kaisas in Origins were running a lot less. There's a few extra cards here with the Get Excited, allows you to discard Time Warp. You've been a big fan of that combination to deal with big units on the battlefield.
I do like it more if you play more Progress Days. I will be very clear on that. That is my personal opinion on that matter, because Get Excited is a card that loses value, of course, most of the time. There's not always going to be the scenario where you discard Time Warp for Get Excited and you get rid of an exactly 10 might unit. So to use the tempo that you're gaining with Get Excited by removing big units, you will have to have the value of resolving Progress Day so that you do not fall behind on card advantage, which is why I prefer more Progress Day, more Time Warp, and then Get Excited.
And as we head into this one, 8-3 for both players, Bulat and the Duffin.
That is 3 different runes immediately, and something in me screams that this is wrong.
Well, you know, sometimes you just like a little bit of variance. 8-3, so this is a very important round for both these players. You would have to imagine a win here keeps you alive, a loss pretty much removes you from contention. Again, we'll have to run the math exactly, but knowing an XM4 is not necessarily going to be able to hold on. So, cheap early game units for Rek'Sai, dropping the Poro, and also Noxus Hopeful.
I think already X2 is going to be really tough to get into the top 8. So top 8 from over 1,500 to 1,800 people.
But that's where we're looking at best of cards, because we're looking at Rek'Sai contention.
That is true.
Like, who is in contention for that? So yeah, very, very, very true as we head through our final set of Swiss rounds.
Can't you just say I love daring Poro?
Yeah, you can.
He's so daring.
Very daring. There is a Void Rush in hand. Rek'Sai, not, as I said, it's the first time we're casting it. Rek'Sai, of course, when you conquer, you'll be able to, is it look or reveal on Rek'Sai legend ability? You are
revealing.
I thought so, yeah. This is where it's reveal. You're revealing from the top of the deck, and you can play one of the cards.
Yep.
Here comes.
And now you're going to use that Seal of Rage that you just played for nothing so far. So I think we're just generating some Fury power to see what is going to happen from the top of our deck. I was already seeing some Immortal Phoenixes being played there. I was looking forward for that, because I can imagine that this is a card that is tough for Kai'Sa to handle with the recurring
because it keeps coming back.
Yeah.
Every time you use a kill spell on it, it's going to just recur, come back from the trash, and kind of sit there. And always when you have like Call the Weak interaction, that's always nice. Hidden Blade, Piercing Light.
Well, those are not necessarily the cards that you wanted to hit. But we're going to see how we continue. Piercing Light.
Hidden Blade is a relatively important card here, because this deck can struggle with card draw a little bit. The Rek'Sai side, it's very rune intensive is one of the ways I would put it. Ooh, Piercing Light to just deal with the Kai'Sa. Just say, okay, yeah, I'm going to repeat it. I'm fine leaving my Paro, job is done, and end up taking out the base copy of Kai'Sa.
honestly, heavy investment on the turn.
Yep.
Think you're losing a little bit of tempo, but you're also taking away some of your opponents, of course. And you deny card draw, which is always important, especially versus Kai'Sa, especially when there's only one progress day in the deck. If they do not find it, the deck can struggle from time to time. You have the lecturing Yordle, but I don't I mean, that's a very stupid statement that I'm going to make. I'm already sorry for that.
It's okay. You're welcome. I'm ready.
I don't necessarily consider this card draw because it just replaces itself, right? It's a small body that helps you find other cards faster, so you're basically playing less cards in your deck.
Oh, there is progress.
But it's not going to give you the card advantage.
Had the one
that you
of.
want. All right, never mind.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, we can
have
just circumvent that issue by having the card. Sometimes, you know, the best thing to do is just have the answer.
Exactly.
Leo.
Just draw
the card you need.
if you have it, you have it, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Look at how many cards you got in hand. Card draw, not a problem.
And now you're never going to top deck into another progress day, which you don't have the time to play. So great. Going to go into the Veiled Temple. Veiled Temple, also another interesting battlefield. When you conquer, I believe, you get to either unequip an equipment or you get to ready a gear. So this also helps Rek'Sai with being so power hungry, as the community calls it, because you can Seal of Rage, then go into the Veiled Temple, and then Seal of Rage again. I think that's also what we did earlier, by the way. That's why we went, oh,
that's what I was going to say. That's one of the reasons why I love when we see players of this caliber at an event like this, because every time we think we have a good read on a deck of like, okay, Rek'Sai's kind of hungry for recycling, somebody's like, yeah, but why haven't you tested this? And I'm like, well, let me tell you, there's not enough time in the day, but if you've tested it and you want to bring it to an event and you do really well with it, I will be happy to steal that tech and bring it in. So always love seeing new things, or at least, you know, things that people perhaps haven't originally thought of with the deck.
And honestly, I'm a big fan of all of the seals basically at this point. I think every single seal is going to find a way to become meta relevant. Cards are so good, and you can already see that the players are really valuing either gold tokens or seals in most of their decks, because they say, hey, you know, the cards that cost power, they are usually a little bit stronger.
Yes. So not having to do that, not having to pay for them.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai Breacher is going to come in. Ooh, quick Hextech Ray.
That should take care of it rather quickly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is one of the other areas where this deck can slow down on the side of Rek'Sai. So you've got a couple of mechanisms.
I was going to say, the Lecturing Yordle dies too because it has Assault +1, so it was already declared as an attacker, so it goes up to 4 might.
Correct, yes. So yeah, that the way it will play it. What was I was going to say, the Accelerate that Rek'Sai Breacher gives to other units can be quite influential as you start getting Phoenixes to come back from the trash. The Sun Disk is the other way of doing that. I do find in the games I've seen from Rek'Sai and the players that I've spoken to, I did an interview actually with Alexander the Great from Challenger TCG talking about like how important is Accelerate, and it does slow the game down a little bit if you aren't able to get Phoenixes out through the mid game and into the late game, because look at how low economy now we're going in this matchup. Watcher into removal with the Bellows Breath is not backbreaking, but it is difficult for Rek'Sai to now re-establish a board.
You know, I was just going to say to you that for now, you're losing the ability to accelerate all of those cards, but you have a developed field. You have a developed board, you have so many units, boom, gone.
Yeah, boom, gone. And you have to get the Phoenixes out in order to get rid of the Phoenixes. I believe there was a... Is there a Color Week in hand? I know we know there's saw a Hidden Blade earlier, so... If there is a Color Week, you're totally fine taking the trade on the Phoenix.
That does not look like it. If
no,
you get a Color Week on a Watcher, you do it.
I know, that's what I mean. It's like, that's a great trade. If you are happy to take that, you take out a Watcher with it. But no, not indeed. There is a Bryn here and a Piercing Light. I do appreciate it when the players put their hand far enough on screen that we get to see it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
There we go, both of them. There was a lot of cards in Duffin's hand, and a lot of them with damage spells. I saw a Singularity. I think I saw a Piercing Light as well, with all of the runes in the world that the Duffin needs. Only, it looks like 3 left in the rune deck.
The situation looks rather good for the Duffin, I want to say. You have so many more cards in your hand. You just need to... The thing is, Rek'Sai can play without many cards in hand, right? Because you can look at the top cards of your deck. You gotta stop them from conquering the open battlefield. And Kai'Sa is not necessarily the greatest at that. If there is a developed board, it's tough to stop your opponent from conquering if they do not die to something like an Hextech Ray.
I was going to say, I think I saw a Falling Star in hand for the Duffin. Oh, it's a piercing light this time. I was going to say that there's a lot of options now to clear the back line.
Oh, that screams singularity to me. Something here screams singularity after the piercing light. Because you hit your own Watcher, you clear off the Broker.
And you're not particularly worried about the Watcher taking damage at this point. There's not really anything, at least from my perspective, that can happen. We know it's a Bryn here in hand.
Exactly. So I think what you want to do is you want to stop them from conquering by just never letting them go there. Oh, actually, there is not enough runes after paying this for a singularity.
Right.
So quite curious.
So that was with a repeat now. So double, and the Noxus hopefully is going to take 2. Is it then Falling Star will be the finish on top? Yep, there we go. Just do the math. Make sure everything is less than 3, and you'll be more than okay with that trade. Again, just keeping Rek'Sai down. If you can't conquer, you don't get the ability to utilize the Rek'Sai Legend.
And that is also massive. Just like having such a power turn, clearing the entire board, and then following up.
The turn after, you get the Call of the Week. It's always how it happens.
Yeah, this is one of those cards that is incredibly situational.
But you had a situation where it's Immortal Phoenix and just a Watcher on the other side of the battlefield, and you're like, if I just had a Call of the Week, you get your whole board gets cleared, and the next card off the top is Call of the Week.
Yeah, it is really sad, especially that the Lecturing Yordle was found as well. That almost found its way into the runes, because otherwise I think it would have been worth to just Call of the Week your Bryn here and
take the trade,
take the trade for the Watcher. Exactly, I think that would have actually been the play, even though it does not sound like the best one. But since the Lecturing Yordle is there, that means that Call of the Week is borderline useless, and your opponent is going to get more points. Falling Star is going to take care of your next unit. Rek'Sai is being completely starved out.
Yeah, that is a very painful situation. That Lecturing Yordle is really frustrating if you're Bulat in this game, who is, by the way, leading the series 1-0. I think that's something we hadn't really touched on at this point. The Rek'Sai did take game 1, so this is post-sideboard, as we can kind of lay the playing field a little bit more for this match. 8-3, likely playing for best of, just playing the small units at this point. Watchful Sentry, Watchful Sentry. A lot of people have gone away from playing them, just because the Draven matchup kind of is miserable.
It's interesting that we put one Watchful Sentry into the Veiled Temple and the other one stays in base, because I was thinking about units that you could accelerate, and I'm immediately thinking of Kai'Sa. Now Kai'Sa would just get a very positive trade against that, unless you have a Stupefy, of course. Now, Piercing Light onto the Lecturing Yordle and the Watchful Sentry, so we are denying the hold. I think we at first pointed at the good old Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Yeah, it looked like Watcher took twice. Yeah, it was repeated, so four to the Watcher. So that tells you something else is coming.
Yeah, that is going to be, first of all, your Immortal Phoenix that is coming back, and now Call of the Week also still not great. But
so Falling Star will... Yeah, okay, there was a double tap on the Sentry there. I was like, I don't think that's what's happening. But yeah, the 3 points will finish off the Watcher. So the Phoenix is here now. Watcher has been dealt with.
Is that a Kai'Sa mirror match? Everyone is just removing units all the time.
Hey, turns out Falling Star is still pretty good.
Yeah,
Spirit Forge didn't change that much in the spells available. I'm hearing a lot of commotion from the player area, so somebody is clearly happy as we are heading towards our top 8. This is really the right down to it moments that we're seeing, is we're basically just one more round to go after this.
Just clearing the units back with a singularity, but all of those 2-drops, this is what the, I want to say, modern build of Kai'Sa is all about. You clear, and then you play a little bit like Victor, actually. You have those 1-drops, those 2-drops that you're, okay, barely any 1-drops, but you have your 2-drops and your Lecturing Yordles, those cards that replace themselves, that give you a little bit of value, but they can also score some points, because, I mean, you need to win the game at some point. You can't only clear stuff.
Yeah, clearing units doesn't win you the game, unfortunately. There has to be follow-up.
So you're trading away your points with your opponent, and then in the end you're trying to win the game, most of the time with Time Warps or with your Thousand-Tailed Watchers. And I mean, just being able to use a singularity, clear your entire opponent's board, and then setting up a Watchful Sentry is so valuable, because you know, if my opponent removes that Watchful Sentry, great, I get to draw a card. If they don't, I might even be able to hold with this.
So where does Bulat go from here?
We know he has a Call of the Week in hand. We don't know Are we going to see a Call of the Week? Oh my goodness, Call of the Week on Watchful Sentry. I cannot believe what my eyes are seeing. It seems to be the right play, but how is
Getting
this
the Phoenix
legal?
back.
How is Call of the Week on a Watchful Sentry the best play that you can make? That is a desperate scenario for Bulat.
Yeah, definitely the desperation coming through in that situation. Sometimes it's like I have to work with the tools that I've got at this point.
Yeah.
My opponent has half their deck in their hand. I'll just give him another card. Hey, when you got 10, what's 11?
I know the card is called Immortal Phoenix, but you know it's gonna die. Singularity again, taking off that card. Rek'Sai basically has infinite value in its ability of the legend, because every time you conquer, you can look at 2 cards, you can play with those, but if you can't conquer...
But is this a meat grinder? Is this like, I'll just burn through every single unit Kai'Sa has? Although, I will say, yeah, okay, no, there is a scoop. I was going to say we'd be in here for the long haul if we weren't going to game 3. So, this matchup, as you said, potentially really important for the best of Rek'Sai determining factors. And of course, best of Kai'Sa likely, I would imagine from the number of Kaisers we had coming into day 2, likely we're going to see it in top 8, but it is possible that the Duffin is playing for that.
So we've seen earlier there is more progress days cited. I dig that kinda. Depending on the matchup, you want more value. For some, you want more tempo. And also, of course, Thermo Beam is a card that can be used. What I liked to see in some of the Mind decks is Pickpocket in the side.
Ooh,
just
okay.
because against specific decks, like those Miracle versions, or like something like Rek'Sai that is really relying on the Seals of Rage, or okay, I'll give it to Medic on.
yeah.
You can just get rid of Seals, and that is so huge. I mean, you have seen how many power costs the Rek'Sai has played in the last game.
Yeah, significant number. Sideboard for Bulat, mostly, you know, there was a couple of units in there, an Imperial Decree as well, some salvages.
The Scout is soaring, flying. There's, of course, also the Under Titan. That is a card that I have liked in Victor so far. If you're playing Victor Leader, the order-heavy deck, Under Titan really helps your unit-based strategies to go crazy. And if you reveal it, you actually get 2 energy for completely free.
Which is very helpful in that situation. Also, that nice big, as you said, the finish that we've seen in Victor, getting the extra might. I wonder where. So we only saw game 2. So I know Bulat's battlefields include Arena's Greatest, and that is where we're going. Which, giving Kai'Sa Arena's Greatest is not always the optimal situation, because of course Kai'Sa can just conquer very quickly and get up to 8. Reaver's Row, both kind of like unit heavy-ish decks in that regard. This version of Kai'Sa is playing a lot of low cost, and that's a no 2-drop turn from Bulat.
It's actually interesting to see a Kai'Sa player on Reaver's Row. I didn't really pay attention to that when we saw the entire deck list, because Reaver's Row, it has been seeing a lot of play in Origins, of course. However, as Draven is such a pivotal part of the meta, just giving so many Dravens their best battlefield possible, it's brave.
That is brave. That is a really good consideration around battlefield choice with deck building. Falling Star comes through, takes out both units, and this is where Kai'Sa plus Arena's Greatest, you're like, okay, I'm going to take that. I'm going to keep this tempo up. I will go up to 2. I'll play out another unit, I'm going to imagine, on the back end. Because then you're looking to go into 4 on your next turn if Bulat can't remove the sentry. No, we'll say go. Okay.
I like how the Duffin has a very clear game plan here. He is just getting rid of those units. The Void Burrow ability from the Legend Rek'Sai, it cannot do anything if you can't conquer. So if you don't have any units, you will also not be able to conquer. However, Rek'Sai Breacher can be accelerated. So if you have 4 energy to spare and 1 power, then you can just bring that in and start to conquer. However, then you have very little energy left over.
Okay, there's a Sun Disk, so we'll allow the accelerated Phoenixes when they come in, and I think that's what we're about potentially to see.
That card is definitely going to help.
Yeah, Phoenix does have Assault, So it's going to get stronger when it is attacking. So goes towards Reaver's Row. Of course, we'll have the option for the Defender's Trigger here for the Watchful Sentry.
I mean, this is usually a unit you would easily get rid of with the Hextech Ray. I believe that is something that the Duffin can do on his next turn if he wants to. It looks like he has two, so he's contemplating whether he wants to use two, but actually there's only one Fury Rune, so you cannot use both of those, and I think it's a little bit more card efficient if you just wait for your turn, take the Assault boost from the Immortal Phoenix, and then just Hextech Ray, boom, take one away.
Yeah, that is very fair. Of course, that Assault only really only active when the Phoenix is an attacker in a showdown, like a combat showdown. So yeah, there you go. I'll just do it on my turn, it's fine.
Kai'Sa, Daughter of the Void, is such a powerful legend. It's incredible. You keep ramping with your good card.
It's so ingrained that after playing Kai'Sa for a while, I forgot I needed to recycle runes when I was playing other decks. I was like, what do you mean these spells aren't free?
What do you mean this stops me from winning the game in the end?
So could very well have played both, but I think the decision there not to deramp and to just say, yeah, okay, I'll just deal with it. You take the point, have your one activation if you want it to. I'll end up getting things back.
Question is, are we going to play Kai'Sa now from our champion zone? Accelerated into the Reaver's Row.
4, tidy for the Duffin. And this is the pace of Kai'Sa. And Arena's Greatest does give kind of like that little hop ahead for Kai'Sa.
There is a world, especially with the Immortal Phoenix in the trash, that we see a huge Rek'Sai turn. If you can get a unit readied on to the board.
There's a Phoenix in hand as well.
Yeah, you have the Sun Disk, then you clear off the Watchful Sentry, and then you cull the weak, then you get back your Immortal Phoenix. The question is, do we have enough runes for that?
Yeah, we'll have to count it. There's also Falling Star as an option if you want it. There's a Void Rush if you're having a dig.
I think Void Rush is a nice choice. So every card you could play from this costs 2 less, and I think the Broker is a really... Wait, you would have had to exhaust the Sun Disk before, right?
Yeah, if you want to play it accelerated.
Or can you
which is going to be the next unit, I suppose, will come in accelerated.
Okay, oh, we're Falling Starring. Okay, so that line that I put myself there did not work out, but of course that is again because these players are sitting there.
Okay, so the Phoenix comes in accelerated from the Sun Disk.
Yeah.
That is where that was going.
That still absolutely works, but you're double deramped. Look at this. There's only 2 Order Runes.
And this is the situation that we were saying. The high cost, but then when you have the accelerated Phoenix is the high payoff in, okay, I can actually contest battlefields, I can make sure that I have presence, and what looked like a very strong position for the Duffin. Now there's a rebuilding moment where you're without units, you don't have your chosen champion, and suddenly you're like, okay, I have a lot of damage spells, but I've got to stop my opponent from climbing up and up and up in the points.
You know what, I think the position is actually still really good for the Duffin. There's so much removal in that. Oh no, is that going to be a piercing light? That is so nasty! With the Stupefy taking out 2 units with the 1 piercing light, the only units that your opponent has.
There's a Yordle to re-establish some presence on the board, so it's... we'll have to see what comes off the top for the Duffin off that draw plus the next turn. If there's an accelerate unit, or at least a unit that can be present on the battlefield, we can still keep the pace going up to 6 on the next turn. That's a slow Phoenix, or at least non-accelerated Phoenix coming on. That's 2 Colder Weeks in hand as well. So setting up potentially for the return of the Phoenix next turn, plus the accelerate.
The big turn that the Rek'Sai player had, completely recycling almost all of these runes, really hurt the tempo of the deck and the recursion as well, because now you cannot go for a Cult Weak play and get back your Immortal Phoenix. You will have to just stabilize your first Immortal Phoenix and then use that card with the Cult Weak. Then you will get a huge one off. If you call the weak next turn with your Immortal Phoenix, you get both Phoenix back, right?
I think there's a Progress Day in hand. Oh no, maybe not. This looks...
if the Duffin...
It's a Ferris Forerunner, yeah.
Develops. If the Duffin was to just remove the Immortal Phoenix, that would have been really, really huge there, not being able to drop the Call the Weak anymore. Another Plundering Poro in base. So this time around, we are not going for any kind of spell shenanigans. We're like, hey, I have a huge chunky unit. just try to beat that. First Foreigner is truly a rogue deck slayer.
Because even if you... At this point, Call the Week's not getting many good targets.
No.
This sounds really weird, but even Ferris Forerunner is going to leave behind 2-3 Might Mechs.
Yeah.
So the efficiency of the trade makes it really tough. You're like, well, yeah, I get rid of 1 unit, but now I'm left with 2 that I've got to deal with.
I think, oh, we're going into the big battlefield. And I think that trade is just going to be taken. It's 9. Oh, if you can somehow manipulate the might of your opponent or yours, the Ferris Forerunner actually might stick onto that battlefield because the Electric Yordle has the tank ability. So 9 damage so far coming through onto this battlefield. There is Electric Yordle, there is Ferris Forerunner. Do you have anything to stop some damage? You're only on 1 rune left. That could only be a Stupefy, which would mean an absolute quadra kill.
Yeah, looks like the players are just determining where we're at. Of course, it's going to be attacker triggers go on the stack, defender triggers go on the stack, and we're going to see where Duffin reacts to, because there is a Reaver's Row trigger, I believe, before the Phoenix does get the assault from attacker triggers. That was what they were clarifying. Okay, we're just going to trade. Okay, that's where we're at.
It's a quadra, and I think that is still fine for the Duffin, but if there was, I don't even think Minded Fury has anything for that situation on 1 rune, but if it was an on guard, actually on guard only gives +1 when you're not alone. If you could manipulate the tank ability from the Lecturing Yordle, would have been pivotal. But I think if your opponent pushes all of their units into 1 battlefield and you get to get an even trade with 2 mech tokens out, you can double conquer in the next turn, plus a Plundering Toro gold token, you're golden.
Yeah, you are at that point. I may actually have been wrong about that assault. Chat, I'm going to look it up after this. Okay, I will educate myself just to make sure I have that sequencing correct, because we're going to focus on this round, focus in on this game as the Duffin goes up to 7 points. And we know what a Kai'Sa can do from this moment where you're looking to win. It's a piercing light, keeps the battlefield trimmed.
So you just play around Call the Week and the Immortal Phoenixes. You
just playing unit after unit after unit.
It's just also mainly about removing all of those units. Look at those Plundering Poros. They are not going to probably conquer anything next turn unless there are some accelerated units that trade away the Plundering Poro from the Reaver's Row. Can you imagine a triple conquer with Plundering Poros?
I don't know what you can do. It's going to have to be up to the top of the deck with Void Gate. For Bulat reveals the Poro, reveals the Hidden Blade, looks at the hand.
What are you going to do with just merely a single Poro? You have the Hidden Blade, but what's it going to do? You're not going to want to use the Hidden Blade on your opponent's units, and you don't have any units on your own side. So that is super tough.
There's the fist bump. The Duffin will take the win and advance to 9-3 in the second day of Swiss. Very tense.
Great performance. They crushed his cup there. We love to see it. He's been cooking some tea with the Kai'Sa deck.
Yeah, just piping hot with all that removal in that matchup. And we are getting really close to the end of the Swiss rounds today. Nearly at that point where we're looking at top 8 in the bracket. I cannot wait to see exactly who is coming out of our final round. Maybe undefeated in the case of Alan. I believe he's the only undefeated player as of the finish of this round. But a lot of other players still in contention for that top 8, still in contention for best of cards, and we'll keep you up to date with exactly where everybody is as we go through the day. So some fun stuff. But after 2 series like that, I need a couple of minutes, and I'm sure you do too. So stick with us. We'll be back with the last round of Swiss in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to regional qualifier here in Bologna. A very fast caster swap. I think we're going to challenge Ferrari for their pit stop speed at the moment. Unfortunately, we do not have dynamic aerodynamics, so we aren't able to, you know, flip over our aerodynamics. I can't remember what the name of the thing is, but the spoilers, that's the one. Have you seen the new Formula 1 regulations? Do you care about Formula 1?
I haven't seen the new regulations,
Ferrari
no.
have done this really cool thing where the back of the car, they can 180 degree the top spoiler. I can't remember what it's called.
That sounds really
and
cool.
it gives them a bunch of extra speed. Anyway.
I was thinking more of a pit rookie myself. But
yes.
yeah.
This is why you're here, for the
B,
cool
I'm sorry.
relations. Yeah, we're going to get some flavor text before we get on into the final round of Swiss. So let's have a look. Oh yeah, you've been reading the map, so I am ready for you. They call it the Noxian Hello.
Oh, they call it the Noxian Hello.
See, I think Cleave. Because Noxious, Draven, Darius, it could be spinning axes. But I feel like Cleave is like an axe
more
to the
generic.
face. Yeah.
So I feel like that is, yeah, I feel like that's more telling.
Okay.
I feel like we just go in with Cleave. I think we're happy with
Lock
Cleave.
it in, Cleave. Battering ram. Similar idea.
Yeah.
Similar idea.
We were in the right ballpark.
That we were.
Just not on the money.
That we were. Okay, next up. Here we go.
See if you guys at home could get it quicker than us.
I mean, they can because we didn't get it. So
I mean, yeah, in
even
that
if they
instance,
took
yes, very much
millennia,
so.
They would have managed to get it quicker than us. What are we going for the next? It's a hidden one.
A hidden card,
yeah,
right?
Timo.
Okay. We switcheroo. No, I like to think of her as a pre-boarding party.
Okay, so it could be in reference to Misfortune's weapons or a unit Misfortune has. So like, I'm thinking bullet time.
I was thinking weapons.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, here's my pre-boarding part
This is it,
time.
yeah.
Bullet
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
But maybe we're getting distracted by the Misfortune. Maybe there's something else that goes in before pre-boarding. What do you need to do? Well, women and children go on first. And then after that, people in business class, first class, always get to go on whenever they want. Check your seat number. I'm a bullet time Andy.
I don't know. I think it's gotta
here.
be. I've got to say, I'm not well versed in the Misfortune kind of deck core.
Yeah, I mean,
so I think bullet time's the most I know from that, other than the core units themselves. And she's not gonna say that about herself, is
no,
she?
exactly,
so
right? I mean, it could be Misfortune talking about Misfortune in the third person. No, I don't think so
know if
either.
that's her jam. I'm gonna be real.
Okay, well, we'll go flavor text for
bullet time.
Bullet time. Sneaky deckhand.
No, you're
How
joking.
do we not get it? She's a deckhand and she's sneaky.
I get it.
She sneaks on. Pre-boarding.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
It was the Misfortune. It did. It threw us off.
It 100%
threw us
did.
off. We thought it was a Misfortune card. We were wrong.
I will say, I didn't study any of the flavor texts getting ready to cast this. So I feel foolish because I should have done it. These are the important segments, you know?
Are they?
Yes.
So we should have been studying the flavor text instead, not our matchups at all.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Nothing's free. All I ask for is your loyalty. I have a big vibe on this one. A big vibe.
Do you?
But I would like you to go first, because I feel like I've gone first all the time so far.
I don't know why. I feel like this is sort of maybe a hard bargain angle or something like that.
I get hard bargain. I think this is a Chem Baroness. I think this is a Renata card, hostile takeover, because nothing is free. I have taken you over, and you take the loyalty.
I like that.
That is where I'm going with
that.
Yeah, that's where I'm feeling this one.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you've got that on the money there.
Okay, here we go. Hostile takeover. Our final answer. Have we watched Arcane? Oh, it's just Renata Glass.
It's just
okay. Then you know, then I feel good.
Then it's okay.
You know, it could have been hostile takeover. It could have been Renata Glass.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Oh, there's a fourth.
Ooh.
There's a fourth. We're going for one last one before we get into the final round of Swiss. Okay,
what
are we getting? What are we getting? Come on. I'm faster than I look. Older 2, if you can believe it. Wizened Elder. It's an Origins card, I believe. I mean, that's just because it has old in the name. I'm faster than I look. Older 2, if you can believe it. Who else looks old? Heimerdinger looks very old.
But
I feel like he'd be more like.
They don't look old. That's the thing. They are old, but they don't look it. Is the implication, right?
Wait. It's older than I look, if you can believe it, which kind of implies you look.
Faster than I look.
Yeah,
older
but
too,
older,
if you believe it. So they're saying like.
Older than I look. So it's faster than I look. I'm also older than I look, if you can believe it.
Yeah. So like a case of like, I don't look old.
Okay, I would read it the other way, but so far I've got all of them wrong. So do you want to play the guess here for the casters?
No, because I have no idea what this could be. I'm just trying to think of like a character that maybe like could be misconstrued because of their age or status.
I mean, Heimerdinger does like to talk about how old he is, but I don't get the fast bit.
He's definitely not fast.
He's not fast at all.
Come on.
Yeah, Wizened Elder is just an old card. I feel like this is like, we're looking at a blue, a purple, you know, we're going into those sorts of, you know, that sort of space.
Maybe Victor or something? Like,
Victor's quite young though. But I mean, that does vibe with your thing, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, take something out of the hat. Grab it out there, pull it out, see what you think.
I genuinely don't know. I think I give up on this one.
Okay, I'll go Heimerdinger just to have a guess for us here at the caster desk.
Bite myself.
Simian Ancestor. Okay, so older than I look. Yeah, okay. Simian Ancestor. I guess the buff ready makes sense as well for the I'm faster than I look, because you get, you know, buffed and then ready and then straight in. That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
I feel like we were dealt hard hands there.
I was definitely flummoxed by pretty much all of those, actually. I did a much better job yesterday.
Did we?
Yeah, I feel like we did.
Did we get one right last time?
Yeah, we got Lux.
Oh, we got Trusty Ramhound, didn't we?
Ramhound. Yeah, we got Lux and Ramhound.
Yes.
So yeah, we did quite well yesterday, actually. So, but speaking of things that hopefully we'll get right this time, our game is ready to go. We are going to jump back into the action for our final Swiss round.
Here we go. We'll have a look at what we have for the final rounds of Swiss. These players playing on the cusp of making it into our top 64 and top 8 contention, I believe.
Yep, both
on
still
our
in top 8
feature
contention.
Stage. We're going to start off with Novagees, who is playing Sivir Battle Mistress, one of my favorites to win the whole thing. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. 3 Nocturnes in the main, alongside the Edges of Night. One Edge of Night, one Switcheroo.
I must correct myself. I thought it was the other match that we were showing.
Yep.
This is a top 64 contention match.
That it is.
Indeed, and this is one of the top Sivers of the day right now, kind of on par with another. So we've got 2 Sivers still in contention for that best of as well, but top 64 is still incredibly desirable at this stage, getting you that invitational to the regionals.
Yes, Kuba Kulp is playing for that top 64. Can't get best of because Alan ZQ is playing Ezreal and has gone, I think, 11-0, maybe 12. Well, playing around right now to look for that 12-0. In the main here for our Ezreal, only 2 Arcane Shifts. We do often see one being left behind. It's the Pack of Wonders Treasure Trove Mind Splitter combination, though, that we did see at Runes and Rift, and they're invitational. So I really like this combo. You can bounce the Mind Splitter back with a Pack of Wonders, then play it again. Ciao, ciao to your hand, I believe is what they say in Italy when their Mind Splitter comes down. No Mauser Heart to align with it, but it really does give you a lot of control as the game goes on. Kind of this this base lock setup that you can have. It takes you a while to get there though, so you want to be able to control the early board, plan a couple of moves ahead, plan a couple of turns ahead at least, to make sure that the Sivir doesn't overwhelm, which it doesn't tend to do anyway.
Okay, here we go. We're starting off the turn. Novagees is going first with Sivir. Let's see if they can play any units nice and early. Looks like we're going in strong with that. A nice 2-drop, or maybe just a seal? No, we do have the Traveling Merchant. Always a fortuitous start.
Yeah, always nice to be able to get that discard draw early on. You've also got the Zorn Warrants to help with that. Pack of Wonders going to come down from Kuba Kulp. If you don't know what this does, you can tap it to bounce a gear or a unit back to or a hidden card, sorry, to your owner's hand. Often we see it in combination with the Treasure Trove, which works really well because you're getting those extra card draws. Can also be used to bounce the Mind Splitter, then replay the Mind Splitter to remove plenty of cards from your opponent's hands.
Ooh, okie dokie. Looks like we're going for the Warren, kind of avoiding Sigil of the Storm at the moment, as it can be disadvantageous. One of those battlefields I was talking about earlier where it might not affect you as much as your opponent, and so it's kind of nice to put that threat on the board. This is not a very nice place to go.
Yeah, not at all. You don't really want to be in there recycling your runes. Gust back to get the Traveling Merchant out of the board. Pack of Wonders, Discord going to come down. The Sivir, they're able to generate a gold when we do recycle that rune, and those golds so valuable to Sivir later on in the game, especially Sivir Mercenary, where if you are spending that 2 power, you get a bunch of bonuses out of her.
Absolutely, and that's the nice thing about it. At least we're gaining something for having to recycle runes, which is great. And again, fortuitous for yourself, but not for your opponent. So a very nice start there. But not a lot going on in this hand right now. We can stack deck, and hopefully that will provide more options for Kablet here, but...
Rebuke.
Okay.
Another Thousand Tail Watcher. And was it Superfly as the final card? I think so, but I can't be, yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't
it was. It's Stupefy at the back of the hand there. So
there we are. Yes.
The thing is here, you do always have the Ezreal to play. Put the seal down. You can play the Ezreal for that, discard, and then get that next couple of draws. You have the Pack of Wonders as well to bounce the Ezreal if you so desired. Will, of course, cost you the power coming back down, but getting those extra couple of draws is really powerful. Here, looks like we're going to discard the Mind Splitter. So we have more in the deck to go and search for.
Nothing at the moment, just taking it slow. Ezreal's at least in base, so we've got a little bit of kind of a starting go there. Just managing to get off and just kick things off really, but both going quite slow for where their decks kind of usually sit in these first 2 turns.
And both these decks can play from a relatively slow position if they want. They kind of want to control the board in the early game if they can, and then look to create these sort of unassailable board states later on. With the Sivir Mercenary out, we are going to see no veggies, which I think I called Novagees first time, and now I realize it's just no veggies, which is I think a mantra that a lot of us have when we come to events like this. I've been eating predominantly arancino, or arancini, I guess, because I've been eating more than one of them across the course of the event. Ezreal down for no veggies, who is now going to use that gold, get the discard and the draw out of this. It's looking like it might be... Ooh, I was wondering if it would be the Ezreal going out of the hand, but instead going to be that fight or flight discarded to a draw. I think that's a challenge. Both decks really want to control their opponent's hands to a degree as well. You can see the Sabotage sitting there for no veggies. Challenge discarded.
Recycle and okay, yep.
You have the Zorn Warren's trigger from the Conqueror as well, right? So.
And that deals with the Ezreal nicely. So again, you're kind of just putting Kuba Club.
Oh, the challenge wasn't discarded, it was played. Just went straight into the trash. Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Yeah, challenge played.
It's been played, and of course that takes out the Ezreal, and then that threat is kind of off the board, and Kuba Club can now kind of, it really does have the pressure on, and with not many units going on in hand, it's kind of why we had to go for the Ezreal earlier. So really we're going to be looking at just trying to draw some cards. So we're going for the Stupefy on the Sivir just to draw a card and hope that we can get some momentum going. Yeah,
this is now, you're going to be looking at the Treasure Trove into bounce. Wages of Pain after the Stupefy to kill off the Sivir. Then you can play the Treasure Trove, get that card draw, use the Ezreal for another card draw because you target it and you've chosen 2 units with spells.
Seal into a seal makes it free.
Seal into seal makes it free. Treasure Trove down, Pack of Wonders, bounces the Treasure Trove back.
Oh my goodness.
Get the rune, get the card draw, and then go to no veggies turn. Only has that Ezreal up, as you can see, relatively slow in terms of point scoring early game for both of these decks.
But unfortunately, with no units left, Kuba Club is gonna have to really ramp things up late game to be able to bring anything to the table, because no veggies at this point can finally just start to put things in, grab those points, and just really push forward. We're going with the Sabotage, noticing that Kuba Club is really struggling to kind of get into this game at all. Using the Sabotage at that point to say, right, okay, it's clear that you're really struggling for units, so I know that I'm going to be able to take something, pop it at the bottom of your deck here, and I don't want you to have. Yeah,
get rid of the Cold Shot, take your time, write down all of the cards, make sure you know exactly what's there. I think between the Cold Shot and the Treasure Trove, those were your 2 options. Cold Shot a little bit cheaper, of course, and having the double seal means you can pay for both the repeat costs without actually having to recycle any of your power. So you get rid of that. Treasure Trove likely to come back on the next turn for Kuba Club. As you're going in to Zorn Warrens, we'll have the discard draw trigger alongside the point. It's a Cold Shot drawn, seal for that. And this is 4 cards that we're going to be looking at 2 a time and drawing one of these. Cold Shot into hand.
Love a Cold Shot into a Cold Shot. More card draw, yes please.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Nocturne.
When we see the Nocturne, we can play it just for spending 1 instead when we see it from an effect that isn't just it being in your hand. So this was a perfect Nocturne play.
Yeah, when you're looking at the top cards of your deck, if you do see it, you can play it for that power. which is exactly what happens. Nocturne comes out, isn't going to bolster up the defenses with that Ezreal in the battlefield. That one is just going to sit there by itself. You want to get that extra power for later on. Another Ezreal coming down into the discard draw. It's a challenge being discarded, double draw, but look at how big the hand for No Veggies is now.
Last rights, we've got a punch. We've got a lot of combat tricks going on now. So not only does Kuba need to really get some units on the board, but they're also going to struggle potentially into actually then taking over these battlefields and strong-holding them, which is what Ezreal likes to do, is kind of make that like board lock position. Oh my gosh, we've got more seals on the go. Triple seal, but
needs to get
not
the wax out and like one of those signets, the ring to really stamp it down. Pack of Wonders.
Treasure trove.
Yeah, it's going to bounce that treasure trove back.
We want to draw the card.
And channel that rune.
Hopefully we've got something off of that, but it doesn't.
I think it's a Bellows Breath and a, well, the treasure trove was already in hand, yeah. We've got the Gust, acceptable losses as well. Not really going to do too much for us in this game state.
Again, we're just struggling for a unit. We need guys on the board. We need to be able to score points. We can't score points without units.
Treasure trove back down. We have 2 for another pack that can immediately bounce our treasure trove back up. And there we are, another draw, another channel.
Please, with the draw card, it's got to be, oh,
Thousand Tail Watcher. Okay, so the good thing for Kuba on the right side of the screen here is they're not too far behind in terms of No Veggies is at 2.
Yes.
Right, in terms of board state, obviously double Ezreal Nocturne, really strong position for No Veggies, and they will start to continue to scale up through the game. And acceptable losses coming out. It's going to kill off the gold apiece. Kuba actually trying to deny as many Mind Runes as possible from No Veggies. Currently sitting on none. Likely going to channel 1. I can't remember the exact rune split, I'll be honest. If it's 6 and 6, the high likelihood is that, sorry, not Mind Runes,
Chaos.
Yeah, Chaos runes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they have the Chaos runes. It's the body runes I was talking about.
Runes,
so,
yes.
yeah, I was, yeah. But with the gold would have had 2 here, still only has 1, which means punch first actually not an option
not
right now.
But do we need it right now? We're in a really solid position, so I think at the moment you kind of don't mind not having the access to the punch first. We'll go for another seal of Discord there, just to keep everything in check, make sure that we have enough for the late game as well. Going for a cold shot. I think that's, again, really advantageous at this point. We've got that happened a minute ago. Is this a repeat? That was like the same cold shot from earlier.
Well, this is the repeat, actually, as we see the Rasa in the stack deck on the top. Rasa going to the bottom there. Something you really want to do when you're playing these Sivir decks is have either a very good memory or enough intuition to remember what you put at the bottom of your deck. Some people write it out, you can do it untimed. Obviously, when you're not untimed, it becomes a lot harder to do so. Nocturne going into the Sigil of the Storm, we will see the recycle coming out. Sivir will generate us a gold off that recycled rune, and another point for No Veggies, halfway to that 8-point mark.
Rocketing into a very commanding position. Another stacked deck, just not letting up. You know, you got to keep the heat on. I like the switcheroo at this point. Being able to even implement that now as a hidden card would be great. So honestly, we're in a really strong position here. Kuba Club does have a lot of runes on board, which would be fantastic, but I don't know if it's going to be too little too late. We're going for the last rites. Again, a really great recursion card for us, as well as giving some might to our units. We absolutely love it. No need to equip it yet, though. Yeah. That can come in time.
Holding 2 up for the fight or flight if you want to use it in this sort of position. Can also look towards that switcheroo. And switcheroo great into things like Thousand Tail Watcher. It gives you so much power in terms of, well, so much might in terms of switching it around with the Thousand Tail Watcher coming in.
But here we go. We're probably going to see that Thousand Tail Watcher.
But
first,
a Bellows Breath. Aiming for both those Nocturne. No, they have to be at the same location. So repeated, I guess. 1 damage to each. And then Thousand Tail Watcher to reduce all of those down below the threshold.
See if we can do a bit of a board wipe, really. See if that's going to go down. If we can get the Thousand Tail Watcher to just then take those Ezreal out of the base and the Nocturne from the battlefield, we really start to see how Kuba Club can actually finally start to bring this back into their favor, but they're still going to need a little bit more in regards to units. Just 1 Thousand Tail Watcher might not be enough.
2 treasure troves in hand, though, does mean they have quite a lot of draw pressure. Going to go with the stack deck first. Have a look at the top.
Oh,
Double
it's very
fizz.
fizzy.
Yeah, well, the cold shot is what we are going to choose for now. Those fizzes will go down towards the ball. I wouldn't mind a fizz. I would not mind the fizz. Oh! What are we doing? What are we doing?
He's keeping on us on our toes.
Yeah. So I think Kubakulp there, when you are deciding on the card you want to take, it is better to lay it to the side of your hand,
Yeah,
just
I
to
always
make
do,
sure
just
it's
to
very
be
obviously
sure.
separate. No Veggies was like, hey, is that okay? It's like, yes, we know it was the one that he put on the top. So just for ease of your opponent's knowledge sake, just put it to the side, make sure you know exactly where it is. Treasure Trove is going to come out. I believe there's a second pack of wonders that is not being used to activate it, but doesn't really matter for the moment because you are going to channel 2 runes anyway on the next turn, so having an extra rune channeled here would actually mean that you are wasting one of those channels at the start of your next turn.
Ever so true.
Nocturne was the draw. Confront is going to allow us to have our units enter ready and give us that draw for no veggies. Picks up a stack deck, currently pretty low on those units, needs something to equip the last rights onto.
Oh, speaking of units, that's 2, and we did see the Nocturnes.
Yep.
We can play that just for 1 cost instead, which is very lovely. So that has definitely helped us out a little bit in replenishing the board after Kubakulp managed to absolutely tremendously use that 1000 Tail Watcher with Bellows Breath combination. So this time we're going to be able to get those units back on the board a little bit faster, hopefully. Going for the second called shot, I believe, there before we do any other actions.
Yeah, using the repeat, we're going to put Sabotage into hand. I think there was a small question about technically the card drawn from the first part of the called shot was put into hand before the Nocturne was revealed, and you should reveal it before you draw. But the judge, they're like, it's okay, we know exactly what was going on. It is fine overall. Sabotage going to come out, second one of the game here. Gust, Singularity, Treasure Trove, and a Fizz. Can't hit the Fizz, we'll take the Singularity. No surprises at all. Puts it onto the bottom of the deck with that Recycle. It's the difference between Mind Splitter and Sabotage. Firstly, Sabotage can't hit can only hit non-units, and then also Sabotage recycles rather than discarding the card.
And again, just gaining that hand knowledge, right? Knowing what can come your way allows you to more effectively choose which resources you're going to expel and when. And knowing that kind of we do have another unit now, which is why we kind of went for that Fizz, because it was getting really tricky to keep a board state alive here, because No Veggies was really doing quite well at managing their own units in the beginning. Of course, we're going for the attach there of the last rights, and now just having a look at what's going to go back to the bottom of the deck.
Putting the Nocturne and the stack deck back on the bottom. Expect this when it conquers to get an Ezreal back for us. I don't think I saw a Rasa in the graveyard, although in the trash. There's definitely one in hand. I have the discard draw from the Zorn Warrens. Now we'll have a look. Traveling Merchant.
Lovely. Okay, so just opting for more card draw, more movement.
It's interesting to me because like Traveling Merchant obviously does give you that card draw movement, and I guess you want to keep the 2 up for the switcheroo or the fight or flight.
Yeah.
So Ezreal would have pushed you over that boundary to only having 1 rune available on your opponent's turn. And
but I guess we kind of like the discard draw as well because it gets us closer to the Raza.
That's true. That's true. We're going to discard that switcheroo, so we really are playing around the fight or flight, and spending the power. And now we will move on to Kubakulp's turn. Still only the 1000 Tail Watcher available to them.
We've got a Fizz in hand, as we saw taken earlier, and that will allow us to kind of recycle a spell as well.
And we got a Gust, a Fizz, a Bellows Breath, and a Treasure Trove.
Treasure Trove. So we do have a bit of card draw as well.
Yeah, the thing with the Treasure Trove is we don't really want to bounce it without being able to channel that rune. We are just doing this for the card draw to make sure we have as much information as possible at the start of the turn. Can move into the Traveling Merchant, but we're going to get Foft back. We know that. Kubakulp can expect that, let's be honest.
Yes.
With the discard of a Switcheroo, only a 1-of in No Veggies main. So
and No Veggies has used a lot of cards that show him cards. So he's been able to use a lot that actually allows him to cherry pick exactly what he wants off the top of the deck, keep that in hand for later. And I think, you know, that's what's going to be seen here. Obviously giving them a count as well so they know how fearful they need to be of a Raza.
Yeah, also do have to be fearful of a punch first. The fist bump comes out, Kubakulp realizing I cannot stop the advance from 6 to 8. And because of that, we will see No Veggies taking game 1 of this round.
No Veggies just keeping that board state seamless and coming back from every pushback. And then it's a little bit of hand control on top of that. The threat of the Raza was just too much. And knowing that it's probably unlikely to come back from that, it's sideboarding time into the second game.
Yeah, I don't think there's a huge... I mean, maybe there's a couple of changes you want to make. Don't think Cannon Barrage does too much. Hard bargaining I could see you wanting to bring in when you're playing around on these this counter wars. Invert tie lines kind of gives your opponent as much benefit as it gives you, but if your opponent has carefully crafted their hand, then there is the argument. It's like, okay, I know my hand is bad, and I kind of know your hand is likely good at this position to chuck in and invert timelines there. But No Veggies deck did what it expects to do. Gets those Nocturnes out, didn't even need to use the Rasas.
No.
Was able to put themselves in a really good position there in game 1.
Yeah, they kept it all really sleek. I mean, hitting those Nocturnes was absolutely beautiful. That's what we want to see. We want to see them off the top of the deck when you're using a card effect rather than drawing them so that you can play them really cheap. Okay, we've got some interesting decisions here to make. I like the Dr. Mundo. We haven't seen one of those all day. You know, a big chunky unit can be helpful when you're struggling. I think that was our biggest problem. It was just not having enough units. We had spells galore. We were doing well for kind of just keeping our opponent's board state under control for a while, but then we just weren't able to create that lock that Ezreal really loves to do, where you kind of just push your opponent out from being able to do much. And unfortunately, with the lack of singularity because of the sabotage, we just weren't able to keep that pushback going.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing perhaps the, not the pickpocket. Yeah, no, the pickpocket out in this Ezreal lineup. Getting rid of the gold for No Veggies actually helps slow them down quite a lot. They do generate it quite a bit, but the ability to remove an effective power from the Sivir and get yourself an effective power with that pickpocket can be pretty strong. We'll see if Kubakulp decides to go down that route. For the moment, we'll get into game 2. Huge game for both these players.
Okay, we've got Obelisk of Power and Varmor's Lair this time.
And it is Kubakulp who will go first, so 3 runes for them. Can just play the Ezreal out if they so desire. Has I want to say a Wages of Pain in hand is there as well, but it does look like it is just going to be Ezreal. Play with the known information, put out the one you have, discard the Wages of Pain, draw 2, and then pass over to No Veggies, who points at the Obelisk of Power, says, okay, I will take my extra rune as well,
I will
please.
have that, please. That'll be quite lovely at the start of the game, and they've got a lot of cards that, you know, will be able to be employed with this as a really big advantage for No Veggies as well. We're getting the seal down, which is great. We get to create a gold token early. We get, again, going with the known information on the board by just playing that Sivir out. Really similar turns, but actually No Veggies has a lot more resources going on now than before, and that's just a really nice kick off the mark for them to try and overwhelm the board state like they did last game.
Also, 4 might into 3 is always a nice number to look at as the Sivir into the Ezreal. There is a Stupefy in hand, Singularity off the top.
I like this.
Not going to be drawn. Instead, the seal, trying to make sure that they have good rune economy through this early game for Kubakulp. Does mean that there's a Singularity all the way at that bottom of the main deck.
That was the only thing that made me sad a little bit, because it would have been useful last game, but I suppose knowing that sabotage can happen as well, going for the seal and just making sure that you're creating consistency for yourself is also important.
Yeah, court shot out. I have another look at the top 2. Pretty snap keep there for Kubakulp on the first set.
It must have been a good one.
I think this might be a treasure trove going to hand. Okay, we'll put them to the side. Have a look through our hands, see exactly what we do have at the moment.
And make that decision, and it's a tricky one by the looks of it. It's an important decision to make. We need a lot of things going on. We don't want to repeat a last game. We're going for the treasure trove. We love that. Get that card draw on board.
Acceptable losses. And we're going to see that gear go to it. And then also the treasure trove does the same. There's the channel and the draw. And Kubakulp then will pass the turn back over to No Veggies.
I love that little combination.
Yeah.
It's such a little sly one. You're like, oh, actually, I get rid of your gold, which is really great because you need that. And actually, then I get a card draw and channel. It's lovely.
I think it's one of those, people will often, I mean, with Treasure Trove, obviously it's relatively obvious that you do want it to die, but people will often overlook how important rune economy is.
Oh yeah.
And especially in a game like Riftbound where you can't play multiple runes on a, you don't have abilities to put extra stuff on that easily, right? Yeah, you usually channel exhausted. Making sure that you have the right runes on the right turn is so important, and trying to keep your opponents off the right runes at the right times is great as well. Challenge coming out here is going to kill off the Ezreal with the Sivir, and Kubakub did have a Stupefy in hand, but no runes to be able to play it.
And that's what we were talking about just then, rune economy as well, and just having some standing. No Veggies knew that there was no threat. They were like, well, if this is safe, I can safely play this and it not be contested, and now I can start to rebuild that hand again, and once again, cherry pick exactly what I want.
We talked about the invert timelines. Like, often you see you don't really want to get rid of your hand because you've kind of curated your hand a little bit, but when you're in a sticky situation, or if you haven't got the draw that you were looking for, making sure your opponent doesn't get to keep the hand that they have so carefully cultivated can do a world of good. Sivir going to be here and get another gold token for no Veggies. We'll have a look at the top two with this cold shot.
The Ezreal's tempting.
I think the Ezreal is the play. Better than the confront overall.
No,
Instead,
for the
confront for the card draw. On the hunt, and Nocturne will need to be revealed.
Can we afford it? We could, yeah, we've got more runes. Yes, okay.
But, I mean, we are down to only 2 and 2 gold on next turn alongside that seal for a power cost.
The gold does help out a lot, but we still need the runes to do the initial cast. Sabotage time, knowing that we're low ourselves, try and restrict our opponent and also kind of grasp what they've got going on. Right, so what do you take here?
There's 2 Stupefies, a Treasure Trove, a Bellows Breath of Fizz, and 1 Mystery card.
Oh, it's the
That's the one that was picked. And it gets recycled, so we don't know what it was.
If you guys had a keen eye and know what it was, pop it in chat and make us feel foolish.
I mean, it's happened many times this weekend that I felt foolish, Amy. It's not a one-off.
Oh, don't you worry. Same here. The players are just setting up that next little turn, going on in again, fresh with this board now. Ready to stupefy, to draw cards.
Draw 1.
We've got to try and rebuild this board once again.
Stupefy, draw 1 again for the Ezreal trigger, perhaps?
Yeah, should be, I would have thought.
We did draw an Arcane Shift. We have the Fizz as well. Put it down this turn. Shift next. 3 damage with the Stupefy would be enough to kill off that Sivir. There's also a Nocturne that we need to be wary of. So it looks like it is going to be Fizz. We'll bring back the Wages of Pain that we discarded to the Ezreal on the first turn of the game. That kills Sivir, gets us a gold, and that mitigates the fact that, like, the idea of shifting the Fizz to get that damage.
Yeah, and we get a gold token as well, which is really advantageous for next turn. Just keeping that going, keeping that economy on board, get the card draw from the Ezreal.
And we get, as you say, the Ezreal Legend ability. Treasure Trove back down. Can't remember, there wasn't a Pack of Wonders in hand, was there?
I don't think so, no. Not that I saw anyway, but I very well could be wrong. Hey. And we're on to No Veggies' turn in a really good position now for Cooper Club, with a really strong board state, lots of runes, and a great hand going on. And No Veggies kind of knows at least some of that information from having spied their hand last turn.
It's another Nocturne coming off the cold shot, first stage of the repeat.
Nocturne. I never see them when I do this.
But also, you know, No Veggies has looked about 15 cards deep into their main deck so far. So
and we can keep going. There's still stacked decks there, but we're just going to go in with this Nocturne, take a point there.
Into the Vile Moors. I think, like, you now have good threat for Kubakub to kill off that Nocturne anyway. You've got Bellows Breath, you have the Stupefy, you have the ability just to take enough damage onto that Nocturne. Ezreal and Last Rites.
Or Ezreal, I think Last Rites.
The Unyielding Spirit is going to go into hand to try and deal with Singularity.
Makes sense.
It also works obviously on things like Wages of Pain, but
it just really hurts when all 3 cards are excellent, and you're like, oh, I really would like all of these, but I've got to pick one, and you've got to think about what your opponent can do, what the biggest threat to you is, and if it's going to be Singularity, then that kind of makes a lot of sense, especially with the amount of runes right now that we have in play on the other side of the board. You do have to think that that threat is there. Moving on with Fizz into Obelisk of Power to go ahead and grab that first point there, and we're finally on the board.
Yeah, Arcane Shift. Targeting the Nocturne. We have the Stupefy to back it up. But it looks like No Veggies is just going to deny the ability damage.
Yep, by spending the extra, using some gold. and saying, no, actually, please don't.
We'll still get the Fizz trigger, even though you don't get the 3 damage to the Nocturne of the battlefield. Fizz can allow us to play that spell for free. What are we looking for, Kubakulp?
Maybe it's...
Is it a cold shot or a stack deck?
I
think are the
maybe
options.
A stack deck would be
stack
a good idea.
makes sense to me too.
Just to, again, see more cards, we need to keep filtering through. That's what Ezreal's good at.
Instead,
Stupefy.
a Stupefy
Still
to
get to draw a
kick us
card.
off. Recycles the Stupefy as well. We have another in hand. There's the card draw. Ezreal for the choose. Okay, that makes sense if you want more draw out of the sequence.
Ooh, okay, we got Thousand Tail Watcher. We don't have enough runes to play it yet, but that is good for the future.
Repeated Bellows Breath isn't enough.
No.
Instead, we talked about the pickpocket. Takes out the seal. A nice addition from the board for Kubakulp.
Yeah,
gets you a gold token. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like it into these gold generating decks because you can kill off the seals, sure, and if it's just a seal deck, then you're okay. But also, if you're just getting rid of some of those golds, again, you see no body runes on the side of no veggies. Pack of Wonders down, bounces the treasure trove, gives us a rune, more card draw. Kubakulp here investing more in allowing the Nocturnes to survive to a degree, just to get as many cards into hand as possible. The problem is, they do not know that No Veggies has an invert. That's it's my German coming out there. Invert timelines.
In hand. And we didn't see it game 1, so we don't know that necessarily the threat exists. We ganked over to take over another battlefield there with our Nocturne, producing another gold token. Up to 4 points, so Veggies is kind of starting to make that very apparent that they're now going down that pipeline to the win.
Yep, there we go.
Here comes the invert timelines.
Timelines have been inverted. Kubakulp just spent a long time building up this hand, and it is all for naught. The Pack of Wonders gone, the treasure trove gone as well. We're going to draw 4, and we will see where we are. A seal, a challenge, a cold shot on the side of No Veggies. Didn't quite see the 4th. Kubakulp, what you got?
Let's have a look, because we're passing over to his turn. Now, we have a lot of runes, we have gold, we have a seal. So depending on what came about in that hand, we might have something absolutely off the chain, or it could all be falling apart.
Well, a Pack of Wonders off the top.
Okay, we got stacked
another
deck at
pickpocket,
least.
another fizz as well, which is nice in this
good.
sort of situation. A seal for a seal, very commonly seen play. Now we'll go and look at the top
deck.
3.
Again, we need as much information as we can before we commit too many runes to anything.
Yeah, this is kind of the point for Kubakulp where he really needs to get in control of the game.
Oh,
Singularity and Double Wages of Pain. They'll go to the bottom. Singularity will be able to deal with both of these Nocturnes. We have the runes for it as well. No real response for No Veggies to that.
So it looks like it's just going to be the Singularity coming through. Yep, that's a hard cost to pay. So there goes the 2 Nocturnes, and that hidden card has to go as well. So the Fight or Flight goes away. Very unhelpful in this situation, sadly, but understandable why it was played. And then Fizz could just head on in there. Again, just waltz into a battlefield, into Valmor's lair, because there's no threat coming back immediately.
Yeah, we start to march up the board. Up to 3 here for Kubakulp with the pickpocket and the Fizz going in. Valmor's lair, obviously a little bit difficult to play around, but when you have a Pack of Wonders, it becomes a lot easier. Bounce the Fizz to hand, replay the Fizz, and use, instead just play the Pack of Wonders. I did think perhaps we would see the Fizz being played, but I guess you want to be able to utilize your trash effectively.
Ooh,
we're going to bounce the pickpocket
as
too.
well.
Often, I mean, this kind of, what are we going to call it? It's a bounce deck, I guess. Boomerang deck, yeah. I mean, Boomerang is much more in keeping for Sivir.
Yeah, that's the thing. But that's kind of what Ezreal's doing right now. The only concern I have is now getting units into play that are going to be ready to kind of make effective movements next turn for Kubakulp. But I appreciate that, similarly, No Veggies hasn't got anything going on either at the moment, but can potentially bring some scary units into play, like the Nocturne of the top deck again!
Oh, those Nocturnes have done so much work for No Veggies. It is his 3rd coming out. Looking at a Fizz and a Sabotage, and he's just going to take the Fizz from that second part of the cold shot.
Those cold shots have been calling the shots all day. They've been absolutely bringing the fire when it comes to these top decks. Those Nocturnes, might as well just be on the top each time, I swear.
It's very true. It's very true. The problem for No Veggies is double Wages of Pain is enough to kill off a Nocturne.
So true.
It doesn't have Deflect, and Kubakulp is in a riches of energy right now. Basically got all of his runes out on that battlefield. In fact, does have all 12.
All of them.
6 cards in hand. We've seen they do have those double wages. Also the Mind Splitter, double fizz. Oh, they put the wages on the bottom, didn't they?
Yes.
Did they? Yeah, they don't have those double wages.
But
they have
I do
the Mind
like
Splitter.
the Mind Splitter in
yeah,
this
I
instance.
like the Mind Splitter. So, and that is where we're going to go. Splits the mind of No Veggies. We'll have a look. Fizz, challenge, hard bargain, and a fizz.
Get to remove anything from that hand.
Yeah, it's just what do we want to take?
I
Get
think,
rid of the hard bargain for the counter war.
Yep. I think that's wise. You know, the challenge isn't doing loads because your units aren't big enough to challenge the Mind Splitter itself, and then the fizz are quite little. They can get spells back, but
can't get a hard bargain back.
No.
Well, you can, but it doesn't do anything.
No, exactly.
You know?
So I think that was the wisest choice.
Yeah. Pickpocket going to kill off that Seal of Discord, make a gold for Kubakulp. Still the Nocturne and the Traveling Merchant available for No Veggies. Needs to get up to 6 if they can.
This turn would be a great turn to do so. And looks like, I mean, they're uncontested on battlefield, so they could. It's then just about having the backup for next turn to be able to continue, because you need to, you're getting onto that 6 is all well and good, but we need the 8 to win. So we need then the backup. We are going up to the 6, and now it's going to be about whether he's able to hold on to those, or whether they're going to be able to put enough into the base now to have an appropriate response next turn.
It's how you deal with the Mind Splitter, really,
100%.
isn't it? 7 might on it.
Oh,
Rasa. Okay, I think we'll take a Rasa, please.
Oh, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it might be the best choice. I'm gonna sunder some people, put it into hand. Unfortunately, the other 2 Rasas on the bottom here, unable to be discarded or brought back with the last rites.
Yeah, that is a bit of a shame, I suppose. Like, because they are the cheaper, larger units you've got, and they're the kind of appropriate backup you want at this point. It is a shame they're on the bottom of the deck, but equally, at least we have one, and it's going to be cheap as chips at the moment.
Yeah, Fizz using the gold, going to play out. What are we looking at an invert timelines?
I was thinking about stack deck maybe just because we need to draw more cards at this point. Like, we're limited and getting a bit low on resources, and I think that realistically we need to do something to start replenishing the hand. And okay, we got
Unyielding Spirit, a Fight or Flight, and an Ezreal. It looks like Ezreal's going to be the play. Can't play it this turn though.
No, I think that was the Fight or Flight.
Was that the Fight or Flight? I mean,
oh, he's keeping us in suspense.
Not hiding a card implies not the Fight or Flight for now, at least. But,
I think it was the Sabotage then.
Well, it was Unyielding Spirit, wasn't it?
Unyielding, Sabotage, sorry, yes.
That's okay. I mean, like, we've been doing this for as long as the players have been doing this, so also a complicated board state to work your way through. Kubakulp fighting back well, though.
Got so many resources on board. I think that's the thing at the moment. We are absolutely lush with resources, and now it's just about getting the cards in hand to be able to make the plays to bring it back. We're on 3 points to 6, but that's not that far behind in the grand scheme of things when you think about how many resources are just clearly on the board. And the Mind Splitter really, No Veggies doesn't have a way of dealing with that. It's just so big, going in with 7 might to 4.
So we've got an acceptable losses in hand. Doesn't really do too much for us now as Kubakulp. The Mind Splitter going in alongside the Pickpocket. No Veggies at 4. Nocturne will die. Point for Kubakulp. Pickpocket gets traded. Yeah. I mean, that's why you want to chuck in the Pickpocket there as well, to make sure that you are over that punch first threshold. Gonna banish the Mind Splitter, targeting the Traveling Merchant. Unyielding Spirit means the damage won't go through, but the Mind Splitter will come back, and we'll have another look at No Veggies' hand.
Getting that effect of being able to bring it back and reactivate that effect on a Mind Splitter is overwhelmingly powerful. Being able to take a card from your opponent's hand and then know what threats are available is just one of the most powerful effects in this game, hands down.
Yeah, smart from Kubacorp as well to play around the punch first, because it was in hand alongside a Rasa and a Fizz. It must have been the Unyielding Spirit that they drew off the stack deck. So where are we going, Kuba? Let's have a think. If it were me, I'd be scouring that trash right now. I'd be like, okay, no veggies, what can you get back with this Fizz? If I put the punch first in there, you can then play it back out. If I put the Rasa in there, there's a risk of you drawing a last rites, conquering a battlefield, and then cracking out the Rasa as well.
I think the Fizz is the scarier point here.
Yeah,
surprisingly, Fizz is the scarier one than Rasa. And the Rasa you can play around, right? You've got ways to play around that. You've got big units, you've got your Mind Splitter down. But the Fizz just being able to bounce spells back is just too troublesome.
Yeah, here comes the Fizz for Kuba. Both the Arcane Shifts have been used for Kubacorp. Bellows Breath will be the target. You're paying to repeat
that so that we've got some extra damage going on, going for the Fizz. So that's got 2 damage on it now. 1 remaining to have an effect to remove it from the board.
Yeah, and the Traveling Merchant's also been stupefied. So that's sitting at, it was stupefied at the start of the turn. So that's sitting at 1 as well. We have 4 runes left up. And we're having a quick look through our trash.
Seeing what's available, what's been used.
It's acceptable losses, Fizz, and 1 other card that I can't quite remember right now. The Fizz could try and get back. You could get back like a stack deck or something if you're still looking, but Fizz is going to use so many of our runes.
I think that's the issue at this point. Is like we've got the runes, we've got resources on the board, but we've had to do so much to climb back up this ladder at this point that actually I'm not sure that we've got enough momentum now to just keep going. And that's been kind of the story of this back and forth, is that each player has been quite successfully managing to do what they can to manage each other's board and hands. But it's getting to the point where Kuba just can't see the line out of the sand, and we go into a straight victory for No Veggies.
Big from No Veggies there. I was trying to work out, there was another Bellows Breath in the trash. The Fizz into Bellows Breath, I think, would have killed off both the units on the battlefield. So,
but whether there was
whether it was
a continuation,
yeah,
I think
after that point does make sense. It's very difficult after that point. So obviously, congratulations to No Veggies. Huge win for them, taking the victory on the Sivir. One of the final 2 Sivirs remaining here in the tournament. So still playing for that best of. For Kubacorp, a little bit disappointing that they weren't able to close it out with Ezreal, but after so long, over 2 days of play, no real surprises that endurance does come into these things.
Absolutely, and we have a lot to hear, I'm sure, from our winner of that feature match, so we'll see you in a second.
Welcome, Riftbounders. I am joined by the winner of the last round of Swiss here in Bologna, No Veggies. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. Glad I got that out of the way, finally.
I mean, you were already top 8 in Houston with the Annie deck. What made you change decks?
So I felt like Annie got a little bit too slow compared to the other decks, weirdly enough, because she was super fast in set 1. But the other decks were just doing more unfair things, in my opinion. Like, Sivir making a gold is really impactful, and like the orange cards, like just sabotaging your opponent to death is pretty good. Yeah, and I felt like there was no reason to play Annie over Draven, and I didn't really want to play Draven as well, so I kind of went for the option C, technically, but I like Sivir. I like Sivir more.
I mean, when you don't want to play Draven, I mean, when you're playing Draven, you have a little chance of getting that metal card, I want to say. With Sivir, that's a lot better. There's only one other player who can threaten a tiebreak for you. How are you feeling? What would that mean for you to finally win a best-of?
It'd be pretty cool. I'm kind of sad it's Sivir, because I've never played Sivir in the game. I think she's extremely boring, but she's cool here.
Well, I mean, you can have a spell shield, you can run fast.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you play a pretty interesting Sivir deck, actually. You're playing a Miracle version. We have seen plenty of Aurora recently. Why have you decided to not play Aurora Sivir?
So the reason I didn't play Aurora is because I felt like, first of all, it's not my play style. I don't really like slow control decks. I tested it and I hate it. You don't really depend on the Aurora, but like sometimes you kind of depend on the Aurora, and I didn't really like that. I'm a combo player at the end of the day. So the Miracle package just like fit me perfect. Like it's flexible. I can be an aggro deck when I can be an aggro deck, and I can like be a slow control deck that just wears your hand down, and until I know I have a lock on the game, I can play accordingly. You know, the Sabotage, again, not to rave on Sabotage, but the fact that, in this game at least, the hand rip is cool, but the hand information is even better.
Yeah.
It's very important.
There's so many crazy combat tricks. If you know what's coming, it's absolutely massive. But also, you know, most Miracle decks, they are either Mind or they are Fury plus Chaos. So you're running Orange, you're running Body. Why? What are you playing to compensate for not being Mind or Fury?
Obviously the unfair cards. Sabotage, of course. Punch First is a big one. And the MVP, in my opinion, is Challenge.
Okay.
Challenge has been a card that a lot of people have forgotten about this weekend. They play out their Draven, they don't hold for an axe, and you challenge their Draven, and they're like, okay, 4-4. No, it's 6. Like, oh.
How many times did you catch people off guard with a challenge?
A lot of times. I caught more people off guard by the fact that Sivir suddenly was a 6.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because she gains the buff in the middle of the chain.
All right.
So a lot of people don't account for that.
Well, very strong. So that's a reason for success. People at home, play around Challenge
Play
a
around
little
Challenge.
bit.
I can't play this deck anymore.
As I said earlier, there's only one more player that can also go to an extra record. Still, maybe in contention for the top cut if you have a good tiebreaker. Is there anything else you would like to say to the other Sivir players still in contention for the best of?
I hope you don't draw Aurora.
All right, maybe the luck is with them, maybe it is not with the Miracle version. You're very much less relying on drawing your good cards because you're going to see half your deck anyways. No veggies. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day for this interview. And we're going live back to the coverage.
Well, welcome back to regional qualifier here in Bologna as we are getting ready for the second feature match of our final round of Swiss. I think No Veggies, for someone that has played that deck for so long over the last 2 days, incredibly coherent. If I played that for a single round, I think I would be gobbledygook at best.
I think my brain would just leak out of my ears
Yeah, it's just mush, mush.
Yeah. But the power of Sabotage and hand knowledge, clearly something very important to No Veggies among other players. We've seen it used to such great effect, and that match more than any had it from both sides. So we really got to see how that knowledge and that clarity guides the players.
Should we move into more Riftbound action?
Oh,
I feel like we must, you know? I think we might as well. Let's get into our next feature match as we see a Draven taking on a Victor.
Oh, what?
Looking for a Victor, my friend. Will they be the Victor is the question, looking for those top 8 spots.
Absolutely. I haven't seen a Victor yet, but I love the gameplay of this deck. It hasn't had a huge shift from set 1 to 2 in regards to mechanics, but let's take a look at the Draven list first.
Yeah, looking like the sort of conventional Miracle Draven, a few Nocturnes in there as well, alongside the Bushwhack for a later game closing out of the matchups. Couple of spinning axes, the last rights, nothing too surprising overall here, only the single switcheroo which we are seeing a few times in these decks as well.
Absolutely, and of course moving on to talk about our Victor deck. So really from set 1 to set 2 there are a lot more removal cards available, and that's where it's really starting to shine. And we have the Xin Shao as well in here, which is really helping the deck to kind of find its place in this meta. And I like the Riptide Rex edition as well.
Yeah, the ability to do a bunch of damage to a unit at a battlefield does a huge amount of work in here. Also, the Glass Mixologist and the Xin Shao, a little bit of recursion coming out from Glass Mixologist, that's the one, does help you out quite a bit in these fights. A lot of removal, as you say, a little bit of gear removal as well with the salvages. We'll be getting on into the action. The fist bump between the two players goes to Driver piloting the Victor, and Dysel?
I think Dysel.
Dysel 97 here, piloting the Draven.
Draven has been one of the big baddies of the event, showing that its uncontested might, strength, and perseverance can push through practically anything, but can it push through all of Victor's tricks and units and recruits?
And Zorn Warren's on the top, Treasure Hoard on the bottom here in terms of battlefields. It is a Victor to go first. Ghost of Driver is going to kick us off, and we'll see what we decide to do for our turn 1 play. Looks like it's just going to be the Honest Broker. Death Knell effect on that, really nice, and you can use it well with the Cull the Meek effects as well. Allowing, or Cull the Weak, Cull the Meek is Renekton Q effects, allowing us to kill it off, get the Death Knell, and then make your enemy sacrifice a unit as well.
Excellent Traveling Merchant play, nice and easy. So we're able to just start to get that draw on the board, which we love to see early on. Back over to Ghost turn, I think, after this. I don't think there's much more we can play. Nope, so we're back on over and looking at already moving a unit forward just to really start the pace of the game and set the scale.
Yeah, deciding to go for the discard draw, wants a little bit more of hand manipulation early on here. Could go towards the Treasure Hoard instead, get that gold token for paying 1, but decides that instead of that, we want to make sure we are getting through our cards properly. Uses the Victor's ability to make a recruit, discards the salvage. Factory Manufacture is going to make another recruit there in the base. And Factory Manufacture, something you don't see really outside of Victor decks at all, so don't really blame Dazzle. How do we say we were going to say his name?
Dazzle?
Wait, it's an A now instead of an I, which I think it was earlier, unless we just both misread it. Dackle. Dackle will
Let's
work.
go for it.
Yeah,
Move the Traveling Merchant, let's do it. Discard and draw. Want to start cycling through and cherry picking those cards that we desperately need to just get off the mark. We've got the Scrap Heap.
Drew a Nocturne for turn as well, which is not really what you want to happen. Is going to pay the 1 on the Treasure Hoards to make that gold token, then bring out Vanquisher Draven for the 4. And request there from Ghost of Driver, can you just use your gold not next to your runes? I think that's a valid request overall.
Just to make it super clear of what is available to Dackle at this point, and then Ghost Driver able to start their turn with a flurry of units, which is exactly what Victor likes to do, is overwhelm the opponent, make more units than they can handle. The recruits, yes, they have low might, but they are mighty in friendship.
That they are. I think if you're Dackle, you're a little worried about something like a Blood Money into Cull the Weak here. It would wipe away your board. Cull the Weak by itself, obviously not too effective with Dackle having 2 units on the board, but if you are able to get a couple out, it could work. You can also move in with the Factory Manufacturer and the Recruit to make sure this Traveling Merchant dies, then go for the Cull the Weak. Factory Manufacturer is going to trade in there. We'll get the point for Ghost Driver, moves up to 3. And we're paying the 1? We are paying the 1.
Yeah. Get that gold token.
Yeah.
It's important. It's an important resource in this matchup, especially because Ghost Driver needs to make sure that all of their resources are still ready to use, because they want to be able to keep making those recruit tokens again and again and again, and just keep up and keep having as many units as they can. The Pickpocket is back on the board as well. Another gold token joins us, and now we're going to be able to just keep up this pressure, bringing things back, keeping things safe. And honestly, this is a great base, and it's full of guys. That's exactly what we want to see.
We were talking to some of the production staff here, and they were saying, maybe sometimes when we have a Victor deck, we need a slightly bigger area in the base, because already units are getting stacked on top of each other. It's like Hoth here, just everyone in a very small combined space. Recruit getting a knockback here by the Draven Vanquisher. We will get the combat trigger from Glorious Executioner for the draw.
That's the only thing I don't love about Victor into Draven, is that Draven loves to win a fight, and it's really easy against those recruit tokens. So almost leaving them at a base isn't great. You kind of want to remove them with some of your own removal effects. Take the gold tokens and such from those, and then don't allow them to draw a card by having to, by getting to conquer easily.
Now Dackle moving into that, hey, I drew one of the cards of my let me look at all of my cards combo. It's drawn me another one of my cards of my let me draw all of my cards combo. The Ezreal comes down, and there's the cold shot.
We're still going!
With the Scrap Heap getting discarded, drawing 3 off that Ezreal instead. You now have the cold shot in hand. Instead, we'll go for the seal first, and can then use that for the cold shot and look at the top 4.
Yeah, we're doing it twice.
Yeah.
It's so nice. We're doing it twice.
Hard bargain and a Nocturne. Oh, that is perfection.
Goodness gracious. What is it with these Nocturnes today? They are absolutely coming out on these stack decks and called shots every time. I'm so impressed.
Piercing light to hand works really well into these low might units, and like the recruits can kill them off pretty effectively.
Oh, it's looking a bit scary if you're Ghost Driver at this point. Those card draws were incredible. Just, I think, having a little word about the effect there. Yeah, it's got ganking. I think we were just checking what that effect was on the Nocturne there. Another traveling merchant. It's, wow, this is really stacking up to be quite the battle, with two armies on both sides of the battlefields ready to close in on one another.
And Ghost Driver will be needing to work towards a glorious evolution if he is going to be able to take down Dackel's board. They have the readying of these runes coming out. We'll move into channel and then we'll see what the draw is. Haven't really had a very fine look at Ghost Driver's hand. I think it was a Bellows Breath that they were able to pull out here. But it's becoming harder and harder to find that spot removal.
Yeah, we kind of need something like some Cold Week here to kind of force Dackel into a position where they have to get rid of some bigger units, and you're just going to say, well, I'll let a recruit go.
I mean, you have options like Imperial Decree into Bellows Breath, which would do a lot of work as well.
That's true.
Recruit going in here, discard draw. There's the point for Ghost Driver, halfway to the finishing line in this first game of the this featured match. Xin Shao seems like is going to go to the trash. And it will. Do have some ways to recur that. It's like a Spectral Matron, I believe, can bring it back.
The Bellows Breath, that was a good call.
I mean, but without the Imperial Decree, it's not as powerful.
No.
Bellows Breath, are we repeating it?
I think that's a yes, based on the cost that was paid.
Hitting the units in the base. A second Bellows Breath here as well would make sense, but a Thousand Tail Watcher works really well with it. Gonna kill off all of the units in base for Dackel. And did we repeat it and hit the Draven? Or did we
I don't think so. I think it was everything in base. I
Yeah.
think they left the Draven. I think it's just everything in base.
Yeah.
I believe it was those three.
Okay, looks like they are gonna die off. You could Spinning Axe out here to save one of them. The question is it worth it? The answer is yes. For Dackel. Puts the Spinning Axe down. Where are we putting it? Nocturne or Ezreal?
I like the Ezreal. I think the Nocturne, like we can bring that back a little bit easier later, and Nocturne's an easy play if you find another one. Keeping an Ezreal around for its secondary effect is kind of a bit more advantageous at this stage. I think saving Ezreal with that Spinning Axe is just enough to give Dackel the advantage into a combat later on.
Yeah, I agree with that. Having the repeat for the called shots as well is really nice overall. Goes to Driver. And we're going in. It looks like it. No real runes available for Dackel. No fake runes available for them either.
No, nothing at all. So Ghost Driver does kind of have the advantage, though, of just being able to go in a bit uncontested. You can just go in. You don't even need to take over. You just want to stop the whole point. So you can just go in and stop. I guess you could trade into that, which might be quite nice. Well, the problem is
Draven has Fury runes available. So
that's true. They can recycle.
If Dackel decides they could go down to one rune here and give the +4, just going to go for the +2 up to 6, knowing that Ghost Driver doesn't have the energy left and it's the trade.
Yep, just going for the trade again, just trying to get rid and mitigate the hold point there, not really needing to get one themselves for the conquer because they can just now put this pickpocket in, which was already ready in base. So regardless, was really nice for Ghost Driver because they had that backup.
They did. And now Ghost Driver goes up to 5.
Might be worth making another recruit here.
They're tapped out, I believe. Gonna recycle for a hidden card.
Yeah, I didn't notice they were tapped out, but yeah, recycling one to hide, and that's all you can do. It's such a shame because it does kind of slow the assault. We still have the Thousand Tail Watcher and a gold token, but you know, Draven could really come back at you if you leave them alone too long. Yeah.
We'll see if Dackel is able to get a bit of semblance of control on the board, because you do need to take at least one of these battlefields here. Ghost Driver would be going up to 7, doesn't need another round before they can win, but still in a good spot overall.
Stack deck or fight or flight? I like the stack deck, I think. Yeah. Just keep pushing forward. We need to try and find a way to take these battlefields. One is easy. That's the thing.
Yeah.
These units aren't difficult to defeat. But we're going to go into the one with a hidden card, trying to remove that threat.
Do you hidden blade the Ezreal, assuming it's a hidden blade, or do you hidden blade the pickpocket to get... It's a Wages of Pain instead. 3 damage marked on that Ezreal. Will trade in. Now we see the hard bargain for the wages. No ability to pay it, so that will get put into the trash. Ezreal winning the combat. Does get a card draw for Dackel. Only 2 runes available on this turn though, Amy.
It's not enough, really. It's just not enough. They're going to struggle to come back from this. It's just not giving, and we don't have enough in the discard pile yet for the Raza. So I think this is where we kind of have to slow our ropes a bit.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you really need to get some of that rune economy back. You could look for like a stack deck, yeah.
Making sure that your hand has what it wants in it, just to give you flexibility for the future.
Yeah. You have a gold as well. You could play the cold shot with the Ezreal's optional ability, not reusing your runes. Oh, you have the seal as well. Don't even need to use the gold, but we pass
it over, keep our runes ready, kind of leave a threat on the board, right, to your opponent. You're saying, okay, well, anything you can do, I might have something better. I might have a reaction to that. So leaving that just as a tell to your opponent that you have something that can go down during their turn is an important structural element of this game.
Yeah, another hidden blade drawn to hand as well for Ghost to Driver. Goes to 6, has that Thousand Tail Watcher that will beat out the Ezreal in pure combat right now, but as you can see, there's a rebuke in the hand of Dackel. Riptide Rex targeting Ezreal, played to a battlefield.
Having to read that one. Like I said, it's an unusual inclusion, but I love it. You just get to deal that pure 6 damage.
Ezreal dead. Oh, the spinning axe would be given temporary, so putting it in the trash right now doesn't matter too much, but technically should still be on the battlefield. Rebuke comes out onto the Thousand Tail Watcher for the knockback to hand. Ghost to Driver still in a really strong spot here. 7 might on that Zorn. Warren's on the top side. It's going to make another recruit. Disposable infantry here.
Still can leave a couple of runes up and just kind of pass into Dackel's turn in quite a strong position here. Dackel now doesn't have anything on board currently. Going to bring that recruit token back just to have bodies and leave Riptide Rex into Dackel's turn.
To hand.
Okay.
Do we have like a bushwhack to ready it to get out onto?
I think we do have a bushwhack.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in hand, I guess.
I think it is.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm certain I saw a bushwhack.
I believe you.
I think it's there.
Yeah, I could see it. I could see it.
So I think we can get a ready unit into play. It's just whether we're spreading ourselves too thin.
Yeah. The other option is try and wipe away the board a little bit. Yes, you're 100% right. Second card back there. Good spot on that, Amy. As also, if we're going to play something like a stack deck, you want to play it early. So we're going to stack deck, see a cold shot on Ezreal and a switcheroo.
Ooh, I do like the switcheroo there.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing into something like a Thousand Tail Watcher.
Yeah, you know what's coming.
Yeah.
You just put it back in their hand.
Where are we going to try and make our stand here?
It's a troublesome call because you've got limited resources. We need to try and recreate that board state. You need to put your stance back on this game, but you know what's coming. You know the Thousand Tail Watcher's right there in the hand. You know that can just jump back out at you. So it's a troublesome situation to be in where you kind of know what is on the horizon, but don't have the methods in hand right now to combat it.
There's the bushwhack that we talked about. Units enter ready this turn. You have the card draw. Oh, sorry, gold gear made from that. Exhausted doesn't really apply too much, doesn't really do anything for us right now. Goes to Driver, sitting pretty at 6. The Raza goes into the treasure hoard.
Just gonna score a point, nice and easy, go up to 4 to Ghost Driver's 6, which is a really scary number to be on because if they're able to then kind of dip in and out, if this Rextide is left alone, then we're able to just take the 8th point.
I mean, we know there's a hidden blade in hand for Ghost Driver.
Exactly.
Right, so you need a hard bargain or some way to stop the advance, but Ghost Driver has enough tools right now. Ezreal in ready, discard draw 2. No runes up for Dackel. Really hanging his hopes on this defense from Rasa.
Kind of hanging on by a thread here. I think it's important to put the switcheroo in place.
Yep. Hides the card. Switcheroo goes in. Hidden Blade is going to cost Darkle this game. No real way for you to react to it.
No, Ghost Driver goes up to 7 now.
Yep.
All they need to do is conquer the treasure hoard. That is it.
And they have 2 recruits to do so.
That is the game.
What are they playing around with? Hidden card could be something like a fight or flight, but even that doesn't really do anything with Hidden Blade.
But we don't currently have enough power to do so. We've only got 2 recruit tokens, so we're going to need some jiggery-pokery and some shenanigans to make it happen.
Yep, Thousand-Tailed Watcher will be the play.
We knew it was coming. We knew it was there. And certainly going to be a very helpful hand. Thousand-Tailed Watcher going to reduce the Nocturne's might by 3.
Yeah, take it down to 1.
And then, do we just like poke with a recruit token? Do we put both in?
I think going at one at a time does make sense. Accelerated Thousand-Tail, they're all going to go in together.
We're all in this together.
Reveal
and then
the switcheroo. We'll put the Thousand-Tailed Watcher down to 1, so 3 into 7 now.
So that's no good. Switcheroo definitely putting
resolves.
in a lot of work.
And there's the Hidden Blade.
There it is!
And down goes Rasa. Don't blame Ghost
Driver
Driver for taking the time to make sure, because you don't know what the hidden card is. Make sure it is what you think it is, and then play the Hidden Blade when it is required.
Yep, I like that. It was a very clever play, just kind of poking the bear and going, okay, I know the threat now, and I still have the means to take this win. Ghost Driver in the driving seat for the majority of that game, taking Victor to a 1-0 victory against Draven.
A 1-0 victory.
Hey, very good. We're just having a little look at the side deck there. I don't know if Ghost Driver's going to be wanting to do much different. That all seemed to go quite well.
Yeah, it really did. Have the salvage in for something like the spinning axe, if so required. Did a good job with the early recruits, trying to deal with the board well as well from the side of Darkle. I wonder if Darkle's going to change things up at all going into game 2.
I'm not sure what would be particularly helpful. I don't think Victor is what you're expecting to come up against.
Against the odds. Against the odds, I think, is particularly helpful. And the ability to really buff up a single unit depending on the amount of enemies there. Brynhir Thundersong as well to try and stop some of those sneaky hidden blades and such. Could do a little bit of work, but I do like against the odds.
Maybe even a Ferris Forerunner just to kind of start to match how many units your opponent has on board. You want something almost smaller than you're used to. You know, Draven's used to having some big old units on the board, right? But actually when you've got things like Cull the Weak, you kind of want some mech tokens, right?
Yeah, you want some stuff you can sack.
You might want to be like, actually, yeah, that's fine, don't worry about it.
Or things with Death Knell, is even if you have to sack the first Forerunner, as you say, you're still getting 6 might back for it. We will move to game 2 of this final round of Swiss here in Bologna. And we'll see if Ghost Driver can take it home with a 2-0 and go to 11-1.
What will the battlefield choices here be?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Candlelit Sanctum and Voidgate.
Okay, Voidgate coming out of our Victor player. A little bit of extra damage on things like Wages of Pain, on the Singularity, on the Bellows Breath. Can do work.
Yeah, I'm surprised at Voidgate, but honestly, kind of impressed.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good choice.
Especially if you're trying to just like ping off, you know, these Ezreals, these Fizzes, even a Draven Vanquisher, having the extra damage for Wages of Pain, putting it up to 4 is huge. Recruit is the turn 1 play for Ghost Driver. Darkle didn't put anything out for their own turn 1. Now it's going to be Draven Vanquisher.
Nice, easy, ready, very typical of the previous turn. I think just asking which one that is.
Right, just clarifying, there's no point not doing it, right?
Yep, exactly, but it is Candlelit Sanctum, so we've seen that one today already.
Yep. Look at the top 2. You can decide to recycle 1 or 2 of them and then put the ones that you haven't recycled back on the top of your main deck in any order on the Conquer. Here's the Recruit. Ghost Driver will thankfully immediately show us what we were just talking about.
Oh yes, and I like this. So, you know, it's an easy Victor kind of turn one typical play of recruit in, recruit out, and absolutely shake it all about and grab those top 2 cards to have a little cheeky peek. And I think that's important. You're wanting to kind of distill your deck of the things that you don't need right now.
Yeah. Thin it out, find the things you want, put the rest on the bottom. Currently sitting with a 1,000 tail watch, an Imperial Decree and a Bellows Breath in hand. A huge combo there. Also a Cull and a Singularity, I believe. The choice is between Hidden Blade and I didn't see, I think it was Pickpocket on the top.
Maybe.
Yeah, not
this is exactly what Victor kind of gained from set 2, was actually all of this removal became not only great for other decks in dealing with Victor, but actually helps Victor itself to kind of help these recruit tokens. Speaking of, here's our first call of the week, forcing Draven Vanquisher to the trash this early and only for a recruit token. Yeah,
it's such a nice trade for Ghost Driver overall. Only has to kill off one of his recruits, decides it is the one in base rather than the one sitting on Candlelit Sanctum. Wants the whole point from there. Let's see the draw coming out with the channel as well. Slightly missed sequence there from Dackle, but it's fine in the end. Did all of the things that you're meant to do in your ABCDs. Seal into Ezreal, into discard, Scrap Heap, and to draw 3 cards. A Cold Shot, a Fizz, and a Hard Bargain all go to hand.
Looks like it might be time for another Cold Shot. Might be trying to dig for a Nocturne just to try and get a body on the board at this point.
I mean, I really think getting through the Cold Shot here makes sense. You've got double Fizz and the Spinning Axe as well for forces later on. Seal and Last Rites.
We've got a couple of seals already, so yeah, I like the Last Rites here instead.
Double Ezreal, I think I know what I'm taking.
I think we'll take an Ezreal, which I mean, it's a great choice anyway. We can continue to, again, cherry pick what we need, just make sure that we're developing the board. We get units and card draw from Ezreal as well as a passive effect. Brilliant card, and we've seen it to great success today in many decks.
The Ezreal as well, you can use it to get your Draven back out of the trash if you so desire with that Last Rites. Does win out on the combats, but Ghost Driver already at 2 points. Can kind of play this one a little bit more slow roll. Doesn't have to try and dominate the board. Can just use the recruits for the holds, allow Dackle to conquer himself, and then in return, start looking at some of those kill spells, looking at the Wages of Pain, at the Bellows Breath, Imperial Decree combination that we already see in hand.
Here we go. Pickpocket down first.
Take a seal.
We love that. Get a gold. Pickpocket doing its thing. And then we're going to bring that recruit token back.
Yeah, don't want to give free combats to the Draven.
We didn't like that last time.
No.
We're not going to like it now, but we're going to make some more recruits because that's what Victor loves to do.
Yeah, just a couple of them stacked up on each other there. Not the easiest for Ghost Driver to maintain a very easily visualized board state, but it's doing the best job that they can.
And we move on to Dackle's turn. Now we've got open battlefields, we've got an Ezreal ready to go. So we do have some point scoring potential here, but it's all about then keeping that pace up. Now maybe, I was thinking about maybe using a Last Rites first to get the Conquer effect. But just going straight in with the Ezreal for the point first, and then looks like we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think the risk is if you do Last Rites in, that costs 3. You then have 3 runes left, so you can't recur the Draven because you don't have enough runes on this turn. Alongside that, if the Ezreal then dies, you've paid 3, you've paid a power, you've recycled 2 from your trash, and you don't even get the effect, right?
That's so true.
With 2 up on the side of Ghostabuster, I think it would make sense to play a little bit more cautiously for this Draven. Traveling Merchant seems to be the next option that is going to come down on the board. It'll take a second to think about it, and there it goes.
Going for it, going for the seals. So now looking at hiding a card.
Yeah, we know that's a fight or flight, as you say, but Ghost Driver does not. Could be something like a Tide Turner. If Dackle decides that he wants to switch around the Traveling Merchant and and the Tide Turner to get the extra discard draw. Double Imperial Decree is a little bit pricey for my blood, but still with the Bellows Birth, it does do a lot of work. And you've got the Wages of Pain as well for later on, just to at least kill off one enemy unit. But really, Imperial Decree works most effectively when you have either a slew of recruits that you can constantly throw in.
Oh, okay, we've got a reactionary Spinning Axe coming after a Pickpocket, heading on in to Ezreal. So now that's going to be attached instead. With the quick draw, we can just equip that straight away.
Now, Ghost Driver with the focus. We know there's a FOF there. Does Ghost Driver play effectively around it? Do you want to invest much more into this? Because Dackel plays the Spinning Axe, you might be thinking, well, wouldn't he just have fight or flighted my unit back? Why is he investing more in this?
Why is there more going on than meets the eye?
Yeah, and can be for future turns, right? You can play the Spinning Axe now to keep the fight or flight around, to deal with bigger threats. Pickpocket just allowed to die. Combat 1 for Dackel means that he draws a card. Now Ghost Driver is going to go Singularity.
Ooh, that's probably why we didn't want to invest too much into that, because actually just using the Singularity now takes out the Spinning Axe as well out of play, which is a huge advantage.
Perfect runes available as well. There's a hard bargain in hand for Dackel, but there's 2 runes up for Ghost Driver, so he's played around the fact that this hard bargain can come out. Dackel might just use it to make the runes be paid.
Maybe just to kind of force your opponent to use resources.
Yeah.
And then you kind of know that that's the end of their turn, right?
Exactly.
They can move some recruits, but that's about it.
Instead, they all go to the trash.
Just decided, okay, nope, you absolutely take that. Everything goes to the trash. Dackel once again with a limited board state. Ghost Driver just moving recruits around to gain those early points. And now Dackel is once again having to fight their way through their deck to be able to get units and get them on the board. And I think we didn't hit anything more than some more kind of card draw. We do get to see more, which is great. We're cycling through the deck as quickly as we can. But it's not looking great. We're running out of resources, running out of time, and we're really just not able to get much going to tackle Ghost Driver's onslaught of recruit tokens.
Just recruit after recruit. Victor leading that glorious evolution. Ghost Driver having a think here as we prepare to end their turn. Does have 2 runes still available.
Still can do something, it's whether it's worthwhile.
It's the Candlelit Sanctum trigger, right? So from the recruit coming in, having a think about what they want to put on the top, on the bottom. Second recruit goes into the Void Gate, gets us up to 4.
Taking those easy points.
Yep.
The only bad thing here is you're giving Dackel some card draw potential.
Yes, but also Dackel needs to accelerate something out for that to be effective, right?
Oh, yes.
So,
oh, I think that...
It's a Nocturne.
It was a Nocturne off the top deck, which is not what we want. We want to be seeing that with the effect of a card. So that was a shame, so we're just going to discard that.
Hard bargain and a Bushwhack going to hand. You can see, not...
The Bushwhack at least will help to potentially get something accelerated later into play, or pseudo-accelerated, but right now, really unhelpful.
Yeah, we'll go for the cold shot. Battering Ram and stack deck off the top. Battering Ram is the one that goes into hand. Then something that was snuck, a very nice jacket being worn here. Unfortunately covering out slightly the cards that did go in. I think it was a stack deck, perhaps.
Okay,
Bushwhack down.
Now.
This means that you draw, and then you can get the Battering Ram in, win a combat, get another draw. Sorry, gold gear from the Bushwhack. Then you can get the Battering Ram down, then you can get a draw from winning the combat.
So at least then we do finally see something coming kind of pseudo-accelerated.
Stack deck
first.
Ferris, Battering Ram, and a cold shot. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a second Ram here.
I think it would be.
Could also go for the cold shot just for more card draw.
Cycling through the deck once again. I think it's, it's
going
to be the
down,
cold shot.
Deciding to hold on to that second Battering Ram in the main deck. And here we go. Battering Ram down. Played to base and then readied and immediately gone into the Candlelit Sanctum. We'll have the trigger from the combat. Glorious Executioner drawing us a card. Then we'll look at the top 2. Could have stacked those differently if they had wanted.
Spinning Axe and Battering Ram, going for the Battering Ram on the top, putting the Spinning Axe to the bottom, so we don't have that option.
Yeah, I think that's one of those moments where you tell the players are a little bit tired, because to me, optimally, look at the top two, organize how you want them, then draw a card. But maybe drawing first and then setting up a subsequent draw is slightly better. I'm not sure on the statistics. I'll trust Dackel. They're 10-2, and I am 0-2 because I wasn't dropped from the tournament fast enough.
I heard a rumor that they paired us round 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But then, so someone beat me round 1.
Oh,
someone
really?
2-0'd me round 1 because I wasn't there.
Yeah, but I
so
wasn't there either.
Well,
We'll
I've been shown Medic 0-2, so yeah.
Oh, there we go then. But here we go, moving on to Ghost Driver's turn. Can they start to bring it back now that Dackel has a little bit of momentum?
It's still only a couple of points away for Ghost Driver, right? Sitting at 5 right now.
And they got a lot of removal in their deck, and they got a lot of runes ready to go.
We have Bellows Breath, Imperial Decree in hand.
Exactly.
That's an easy wipe of Dackel's side of the board. Hard Bargain Energy not available for Dackel right now.
No, Dackel doesn't have any standing runes either, so we don't have any energy left to be able to spend. Going in with a 1,000-tail Watcher accelerated.
Yep, straight in to that battlefield. Gonna cycle the runes. The Battering Ram loses out. Watcher, Candlelit Sanctum trigger now. Go to 6 for Ghost Driver.
Oh, this is such a scary position to be in if you're Dackel.
Stupefying Cull, the Weak, the 2 off the top. In hand still 2 of those decrees, a Bellows Breath, and something else.
Well, I reckon we're going to be able to take out that Ezreal with ease as well this turn now.
It's also, do we really need to? Put them both on the bottom. Have 1 left, 1 rune left. It's a Wages of Pain at the back. Could hide that if we wanted. Could also just make a recruit and play for next turn.
Which,
so close here for Ghost Driver. Yeah, bring the recruit back. Play another one. Leave the 1,000-tail Watcher out.
Pass it along.
Threat. Yeah.
Pass it along. We're 2 points away from the win. You've got to expect they're going to want to take both battlefields next turn. Kind of probably expecting the 1,000-tail Watcher to fall.
So, Ezreal is there. We need to get through the 1,000-tail Watcher. We don't have that Bushwhack, but we have a Fizz that can replay it. Cold Shot first, using the seal.
Nocturne.
Nocturne revealed from the Cold Shot. Gold used to play it.
Was that another one? Another one!
2 Nocturnes, but unfortunately, because we didn't Fizz before this and pull back the Bushwhack, they don't enter ready.
No.
Obviously hard to think about that sequence because you also want to look at more cards before you make decisions for your turn.
Exactly, and that's the really difficult part about sequencing in Riftbound is that the obvious, which is normally always look at more cards, may not be quite as advantageous. We still have a few more tricks up our sleeve.
We have the last rights. Pushes Ezreal to 5.
Does mean we'll be able to
get a conquer.
Get a conquer up to 3. But it's still lagging very seriously behind Ghost Driver.
I mean, I think the attempt now is to try and make Void Gate big enough in terms of might of your units so that Ghost Driver can't take it back away from you.
But we're going to need to be able to put some units in there, and right now we don't have any way of getting anything else ready to go.
Well, we can play straight to the battlefield, right? Because we control it currently. So a Ferris Forerunner could go in there, perhaps.
That would be a nice one.
Yeah. What are we gonna do, Dackel? Traveling merchant to base. Okay. No longer have the energy for the first one. A Battering Ram to base as well. Okay.
No, changing their mind. That's actually
acceptable.
Yeah.
We changed the mind there on where we go. Just making sure we played the 5 cards for the turn to let that Battering Ram get out. So now, Ghost Driver needs to get through 2. Do they have the runes for Imperial Decree and Bellows Breath? You need 6 energy and 2 order and a mind.
We have it.
Hold to 7. We do have it. The problem is, do we have it with a hard bargain repeated, which is available?
That's the problem. And we've left runes available. So both players are very in the know that that is a possibility. They haven't seen the hands, so they don't know it's there for sure. but the threat is there, and that's what it's about. It's
There we are.
debating what could happen.
Imperial Decree.
When any unit takes damage this turn, kill it. With a word, I end you.
The other problem is here, you can move 2 recruits in, do damage to the ram, do damage to the Ezreal, and the 3rd recruit comes in as well. So Ghost of Driver just looking for this. Dackel thinking about that hard bargain you have to feel. But even if you hard bargain repeated at this point, you only have 1 energy left to do anything else on this turn. Imperial Decree will leave the chain and will have been played. Ghost of Driver, do you just go in with 2 to kick us off, or do you try to Bellows Breath first? That's the debate you have to feel.
I think you go in with the recruits.
I
think
so
at this
too.
point, but
Bellows Breath is the play.
Yep.
I will target the ram and the Ezreal, not
This
repeat
has to
it.
be the
There's
hard
the
bargain.
bargain.
So that didn't quite
Was
work.
repeated. Ghost of Driver can't pay 4. So Bellows Breath will not be played. But now you've got 1 rune up, Dackel. What can you do with a single rune? A Wages of Pain to try and take out
and
1.
there
The
it
handshake,
is!
Ghost of Driver taking the 2-0.
With Victor of all decks. We weren't expecting that, but boy, am I glad to see Victor being victorious in our last round of Swiss today.
Huge performance all around by Ghost of Driver. Really well done. Such patience as well. I get the line using the Bellows Breath and the Wages of Pain first, because if you go in with the units and they're bounced and they're not ready, then you have to wait another turn. Really nice stuff all round from Ghost of Driver. A bit unfortunate for Dackel. I think at times just wasn't able to keep up with the amount of kill, the amount of spells that Ghost of Driver was able to bring out.
They were just absolutely on it with making sure that those units and recruits were just seamlessly dancing around the board and just overwhelming Dackel's defenses. But let's talk more about all of their units with the man themselves.
Hey, James here with Matthias in between rounds before we get to the top 8, and I have to say congratulations. Not only have you made top 8, you are the best of Victor here in Bologna. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. It's unbelievable. I went today, stood up, I couldn't sleep much at night, but I was like, I'm gonna lose to something, I'm gonna face the Dravens today and I'm gonna lose it. So last match Miracle Draven was fine, but mid-range is like the worst, but I only got 1 and somehow won 2 times with top decks.
So you played Miracle Draven recently. What else have you faced on your road to the top 8? What's been tough for you so far?
So the awesome thing is I nearly faced everything. I've faced 3 Dravens, 2 of them mid-range, and I faced, other than that, totally different legends. I faced Ornn, Ahri, Irelia,
plenty. Lots of different legends.
Everyone played something else and it was awesome. Maybe due to me tying the first game, I got into the kind of off bracket of Swiss-wise and faced all those matches. And yeah, it's been a blast.
Well, congratulations so far on your performance. I wanted to ask a little of your Victor. Which version of the deck are you playing?
So maybe you know the Houston list that got pretty far. So I think Riptide Rex is a good card still. And Xinsao made the deck better. Xinsao is like the card that makes me want to play Victor still. And there are some improvements with Wages of Pain. So it's kind of similar to the Houston list if you know it. So it's like 20 units, 20 spells. I'm playing Ravenbloom and sometimes spraying. I'm not playing the best deck, so I have to hope sometimes. And it's working quite well.
Well, you've made top 8, and that is the important thing so far. So I'm going to let you get ready for top 8. We'll leave it there, and good luck in your next rounds. Hopefully we'll hear more from you later today.
Thank you very much.
Okay guys, did you have fun watching a Victor absolutely blast a Draven? Holy, that was good. Holy, that was good. You're playing TCGA? So you missed the Victor game entirely? Oh, that's such an L. That's such an L though. I'm not gonna lie. I did fall asleep for 1.5 hours, but I woke up in time to watch the Victor. Okay. Well, yeah, I did fall asleep for a little while there. But I'm glad even a Victor made it to the top cut. That's so cool. That's so cool. Imagine the aura the Victor player has right now.
Welcome everyone to the top 8 stage of the regional qualifier here in Bologna for Riftbound. James O'Leary joined by Leonard Koenig to take you to top 8 action. That feels so good to say. For the first time here in Europe, we have 8 players determined as the best of the weekend.
Yep, 4 different legends, in fact, so quite the variety. Of course, the most represented one is Draven.
I need to lock in. I need to lock in.
I would assume so. I think that is a very good guess. We will take a look at the bracket
my
in
brains
just
are
a couple
mush,
of seconds
streaming and
time.
sleeping.
As you said, a bunch of different champions represented, legends here. Draven, I believe we got a misfortune in
No hook decks on stream.
in the mix.
Of course, as we have seen.
There have been like couple Dariuses, but they have been a little unoptimized in my opinion. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for those who were trying to snipe a Darius medal card, the competition seems to be pretty bad. Also had to cave in and get an energy drink. Unfortunately.
We've said goodbye to the likes of the Aurelia,
But
and the Ari and the Jinx.
yeah. You're gonna see a hook Darius in France when I'm going to France. You're gonna see a hook Darius. While I was watching these games on the break, I got some good ideas for my Darius list. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited.
Has really put a cat amongst the pigeons, proverbially, with a very different play style of games.
I mean, it is the card that you predicted to be so good in.
Do you think I will make day 2?
Mm.
Well, I would be confident into making it top 120. I would be confident in that. Are you leaning towards more Swarm or Aggro Darius? Well, full aggro gets punished by purple, which is the biggest problem of full aggro. So gonna go very swarmy, but I won't reveal everything. I got some ideas. And we will see. I will maybe play some Darius games with the new list in a couple of weeks after optimizing it more. Good morning, Iso. Good morning. The top cut is crazy. Yeah, like you said, no Kai'Sa, no Kai'Sa. 3 Dravens, Irelia, Victor. Do I need to say the 3rd time? A Victor made it. Then Ezreal, obviously. And a misfortune. So there are two set 1 legends in the top 8. 2 set 1 legends. And actually,
happened with the competitive rule set, just to make sure that everyone is on the page coming into this event. If you have a higher seed, you get selection in game 1 of whether you play first or second. So no more dice rolls, no nothing like that. It's like higher seed gets to pick in that match.
And
I'm thinking of should I make a poll? Should I make a poll and you guys can predict which legend will win now? So
keep it also on your
So
second
what
turn with
legends
Vex.
were there?
Yeah, I'm a going second hater. Just,
Let me just,
it betrays everything in my being
just,
to go second. As
zoom
you know,
this.
from games I've played in the past, that is typically not the favorite thing. I understand there are situations where people feel like it is fair.
Yeah.
We will
Let's just,
indeed take a look at that as we get closer. We will be keeping an eye on as much of the top 8 as we can. And
where is it?
there has been a lot this weekend of interesting stuff. We, of course, that means are still determining a bunch of the best of cards, but a lot of them have been given away.
Okay.
The
That's better.
champions we were talking about have not
So-
made it to the top 8. So congratulations to any best
So-
of winners from the event. We know that there's a best of Victor
So
still in the top
slash-
8. 2 players
Wait, this is
fighting
the wrong
for
one,
that
this is the
Israel
wrong
best
one.
of as well.
Definitely.
This
And
is
some
the
players
wrong
like
one.
Crowns, who was playing Irelia
Twitch.tv.
earlier on the stream versus Specimen.
Riftbound.
He got, of course, the best of Irelia. Funnily enough,
Wait, where am I?
got the
Here?
best of Timo. So
I'm gonna
that
start
was
a-
match. We didn't know it back then of two
What the
best
hell is wrong with
offs.
Twitch?
Riftbounders.
Yeah, sometimes
What?
you just don't
What
know
i-
the
what is happening in
significance
Yeah.
until it's happened, but that is indeed the case.
It's just
been
perma-loading.
Such an interesting weekend.
So I'm gonna
far. We
start
do
a
have just
prediction.
couple of moments as
I'm
the
gonna start
players
a
get ready-
prediction.
ready for everything
Slash
to do with the top 8.
prediction. So I'm gonna start a
Such an
prediction.
interesting weekend
And I'm
in
gonna
the sense
close
of
this.
I feel like we've seen a lot of matchups in the higher tables
Oh, no.
with legends we weren't expecting. Like our Rumble game
Do I
we
have
saw
to-
yesterday, I was not expecting
No, I don't want to
Rumble,
close that
to
yet because
really
we don't know.
swiftly
We don't
enter
know. We
day
don't know.
2 with a really good set of results.
Yeah, the deck looked like
Yeah, you
a
can still win the
enhanced
prediction, which is pretty
version
funny.
of the mid-range Kaiser we have seen so much of in Origin.
Prediction?
We had these big tempo plays with the Darius.
Oh
but you
no,
also
I have to
have this
close the
nice
first
back
one.
engine and this passive
Oh.
legend ability of Rumble that all of your mechs have
I have to
defender,
close
and
the
that goes
first one
so
before
well together
I can
with the
make
Ferris
another one.
Forerunner, because if that one dies, as a defender with
Oh
7, if that
man.
one dies, you get 2 mechs. Those are
Oh
4
man, I have
defenders,
to close
so
the
you get
other
even
one
more value
first.
out of that card. That
Oh,
makes
that's-
Ferris Forerunner,
that's
which
bad.
is already a basically 12 might card, a 15 might card, and that really helps with your tempo and developing your board state.
So it as always is a good indicator that, you know, if you want to be like a local hero, run your favorite deck and just grind it until you've got
Yeah.
all of the matchups down in your head. You can go from Nexus Knights into your Summoner Skirmish, maybe get that buy at a regional qualifier and maybe put up some results yourself. We've seen a lot of fun stuff. Saw some Renata Glask yesterday as well, which I got to admit, I
Well,
wasn't
no
necessarily
predictions for you guys, I'm
expecting
sorry.
either, but we've seen some interesting rounds play out with the Renata Glask scoring mechanisms.
You know, I wasn't the biggest
If
fan
Calm
of
Splash
the
was
deck
there,
before
Fiora
then,
would
but
be in the
now
top
I'm really
8.
intrigued to give it a shot, just because you can generate so much gold and then
Oh
cheese
my
out some
god.
nice
When
side
will you
options.
change your
There
Riot
are
name,
times in which if
Trent
your
Lover?
opponent leaves up open some battlefields,
Your
you just
Riot
jump
name is a
from
little
3
sus.
to 8 in one
It's a little
turn. That's
sus.
just absolutely fabulous.
And then accounting for time
The
warp, we saw
Misfortune
Echo,
is like
attempted
a
to play, so
miracle
really
version
interesting
in the
deck
top 8.
construction on that one. I'm
So
trying
it's
to
a
think of,
miracle
I do feel
Misfortune.
a little vindicated. I didn't say Vex was going to be played in this tournament.
And
It just
yeah, no
is my
Fiora.
play
No
style.
Fiora.
So coming into Spirit Forge was like,
I
this
think the
card,
problem with
I
Fiora
love
is
it,
that
but
it
nobody
has
seems to rate
the
it
deck
yet,
has
and I will
no
just
clear
champion decks.
line
So
right
seeing
now.
Alan play like multiple copies is music to my ears.
Like
I think
Fiora
the
wants a
success
little
of
bit of
Vex
everything,
is based on
and the deck
multiple
just
factors.
doesn't have
First of
enough
all,
room for all the
best of cards.
cards.
There is
Like
not
legit,
everyone on Draven,
which is very
because
funny.
Draven, as we have seen earlier, can really struggle with Vex, but
The
has
top
some
8
tools. Some
legends
people
were
play the long sword, which is not
Victor,
affected by Vex, but you also have these
Misfortune,
spinning axes, you know,
Ezreal,
and they are not
Draven,
affected by Vex.
Irelia.
All other matchups,
So
there are
Victor,
so many
Ezreal,
combat tricks that are being used, that
Misfortune,
are spells.
Draven,
You
Irelia.
don't want to use them versus Vex, but also against the Draven. This deck, this card is really good.
And
because
now
you're
I will
just
put
making your
the
own
so
spells,
we can
but
hear
your
these guys
review
more.
all of a sudden
Let me
is
just
not
put
as painful
this.
anymore. And I think
Let me
that's
just put
multiple
this
factors.
for
Some
you
matchups
guys.
I think that Ezreal otherwise struggles with. You are destroying with Vex. Irelia has one unit. You push it, you have your 5-6.
You try and play a bunch of spells, you can't. You haven't got the runes available for it. Vex is a card that you really
Yeah,
need to know
Zenith is, yeah,
exact
yeah.
text on the entirety of the card.
Yes.
So
Like,
there's a lot on it.
what if someone
And now we're
actually
gonna
has like
test
a
us with how well
a little crazy name in Riot, and they make it top 8? Then what happens then?
We got a moment where they're going to ask us to guess the flavor.
We
text.
all have a
all
place among
place
the divine. We have
We have
only to accept it. Is this like a divine judgment?
I will say, I normally do stop reading cards after the rules text, so I think I'm going to be particularly bad at this one if it's
Is
not
this
a champion.
divine judgment?
I would say same, but most of the time in my career as a trading card game player,
Yeah, no,
I've realized that
no, Kaisa, no Kaisa.
You don't even finish the rules text.
Yeah, reading
Divine. So obviously divine is like a key word. It's pushing me in the way of like something to do with divine judgment, but probably not on that card.
Yeah, there is a
we all have
card
a
that
place
is an
on
absolute
divine.
removal, right? I think it is mind.
Okay.
7 energy.
Okay.
Just kill everything.
Okay.
Which one is that though?
It doesn't see a lot of play, that's what I'll tell you.
Yeah, I don't even know the name. Actually, it found its way to some side decks, but I'm
Or
just
what
not
else
really
could it be? Does anybody know?
It's a full art
Does
card
anybody
that
know
is
what this
very
could be?
yellow.
Okay, are we gonna see a full art card that is very yellow? I'm just gonna leave it at that because I have no real guess for this. Oh,
Karthus.
Okay. So this isn't about the flavor text. I understand now the
How is it
flavor of this
Karthus?
text.
But
Karthus, I think, is a card that is like one
Karthus
or
is like
two
from
mechanics in like a new set away from being absolutely broken.
I don't know
Like,
where.
once we see
Shadow
a card
Isles?
that
I
has,
don't
like,
know.
a death knell effect that is like unbelievably exploitable. Karthus is gonna like skyrocket. We've seen
They
it.
called my
pretty much
crew
anytime
Scarby
we do a
Dogs.
duplicate effect,
Is
with
this like
mechanics, it feels pretty good.
first mate?
We're actually immediately going into the next one. They called my crew scurvy dogs, and I took that personally.
Is that
That's something
like
Bilgewater.
Misfortune Buccaneer or something like that, where it's
Is
something
it first
Bilgewater,
mate?
I'm like, it's something a captain. Yeah, I'm like, it's not Gangplank because that's not in the game yet. For League of Legends,
When
players
is
know what
Rek'Sai
we're doing.
playing?
Yeah, it's a Bilgewater card.
I have some
It won't
news
be
for you.
Riptide Rex because I feel like Riptide Rex is not too
Unfortunately, Rek'Sai did not make it top 8.
Yeah, I tried.
But there is one Victor. There is one Victor.
Yeah,
Is what happened. He showed up,
I
punched
just
you.
got shot with the cannon barrages. But I think
Cannon
I think
barrage.
you're onto something with the Misfortune Buccaneer.
Maybe.
Want to lock that in?
I'll lock it in, but I think it's a bad guess. Chat probably have it already. What are we gonna see?
Oh, hello, Haikala, by the way.
Oh, Brazen Buccaneer. I
No,
got
nobody
Buccaneer,
plays this
man.
card.
I'll take that. You know, close enough. Okay, makes sense. Again,
Probably
not another
70%
card that we see too
of
much, but
Riftbound
Campbell's
players
like that
have
discard
never
card.
seen this
And
card
then I'm like,
being
4
played.
for 5 is... It's not bad, but as a vanilla card.
That is true, but I mean, in something like decks that want to be mighty, like for example Volibear, this can be quite good.
So, Haikala, how has your Riftbound experience been? You started like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
My first thought was Teemo, but it's not, I'm guessing. That's more like a Singed
Poisonous,
type
but I didn't know what
line,
that at the
something
time.
Kentek.
So I do not know enough about the lore of Renata Glask.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm sorry to say League of Legends.
Maybe like
Renata is like a blind
I have
spot.
no idea what this card could be.
Could be.
I have no idea.
Like the type of person to accidentally poison someone.
Sweeping statements.
So I'm going to go with Renata Glask.
Cool.
And
Why
that
is
the
there
cheese.
no
Ooh, okay. You're gonna get it.
sleep
If you get
dart
this,
or
get the Renata
or
Glask.
blinding
That's
dart
genius
in
or
League of
something.
Legends, like the
No,
Teemo's
you don't.
Teemo's
I don't have
blinding
that power.
dart.
I do not have that power to give. What do we got?
Give me Renata Glask. Come on, please.
I'm glad to hear that, Haikala. I'm glad to hear that.
Huh? Oh, Lecturing Yordle. That is a card I've seen so much. I've literally never read. I stop
Lecturing
at draw
Yordle.
a card and I'm good. I forget this card has tank so many times. I've never read it like to the bottom.
Okay, you know what? I want Vindication. I want one more. Can we get one more?
I've been. Okay, I was about to say I've been told we can't, but we can get one more. You want to prove yourself by getting at least one?
I mean, we have nothing to lose. We can go 0-3 and then give up. We can also go 0-4 with a small 2%.
When will you
chance of
come
going
and
on.
play in
We're
Tampere,
in the
Haikala?
losers bracket at this point.
Absolutely.
Just a reminder, we are getting things ready for the top 8 on stage. So we're not doing this out of choice. I promise you. We're not
Okay.
keeping you here.
Hey.
Okay.
Is it a Master Yi card, you think?
Is this a bait?
It's
True
from
Master is
Master.
an eternal
What
student
could this
Master
card
Yi.
be?
Is the word student the key here?
Production, are you messing with us?
It's
Are you
a
messing
quote.
with us?
They're saying it's correct. They're saying it's correct. So
A true
clearly
master
this
is an
on the
eternal
card.
student.
But I mean, I don't think it would say Master Yi
It may.
if it was on
wasn't.
Master Yi, so maybe on
I
Highlander.
think it's baited hook.
Maybe. I'm
Good
still
one, good
confused.
one.
Still a key. I'm not cheating and bringing up chat. Otherwise, I'm really tempted because I know chat. I know you.
Haikala, I have no idea what Tampere
The
Kupli is.
collective knowledge in chat is always omnipotent. I'm terrible at this, so I'm sorry.
I'm saying it is the Master Yi signature spell, and you're going to see it in 3, 2, maybe a little bit more. I'm putting a lot of pressure on production right now. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Zephyr Sage.
It's a bird.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
I would have known this card, by the way. Of course.
Checks out.
I figured. I mean,
I would have known that card.
Zephyr Sage.
100%.
The ever-present in the meta Zephyr Sage.
Of course, yeah. And I mean, I am going to.
On
my lesson, guys.
Haikala, on 29th
of
of next month, we have the local legends in Tampere. The like bigger money tournament in Tampere.
Nailed it.
If I am ever going to be invited back to those events, I will only read flavor text before that. But of course, we're some meta heads, right?
Yeah,
we do like our
But obviously,
response
because there's money, people
people
are gonna be tryharding in the event.
Before this tournament, and there it is. Your Vex.
You know what? I'm going to take the win on this one. I'm going to take the win. Vex and Fizz being present.
Pit Crew,
at least the
this combo is
Swift.
ass.
I will appreciate that apparently other people appreciate
Someday
my
Jace
style of
will
playing
be
too. I will say,
giga broken.
I would not have been able to pilot it to the level that Alan has.
And
I think I'd cast like one spell and be done. And be like,
we're probably gonna see a Vex in the finals at this rate. The zero losses Alan's Q plays 3x Vex in their deck.
Taking that W, even though apparently in those Ezreal deck lists, this combo is really falling off, and I think that also has something to do with the good old dropping of Draven.
Who could have guessed that like the possible winner of Bologna runs 3 Vex? That's crazy.
I talked to our best of Victor. I asked him why he went for the Zoo version.
Yeah.
Of Victor,
The Vex was insane.
of Jace and Vanguard Armory.
The Vex was insane.
Anytime you can cheat out a big part of a mid game or end game, I think it's very effective.
Yeah, Haikala, the tournament is like 20 euros. There's some raffle prizes, money prizes, some playmat prizes, etc. And it's like in the literally in the middle of Tampere.
I'm surprised we didn't see more on with the Svelsonger. I do think there's something there, but I think it's one of those ones where we've seen a
The
lot
caster said they're surprised they didn't see more Ornn.
You can just play through the deflect, and it doesn't really
Bro.
matter. Like when you have Rek'Sais that are running like Cold Wheat,
What do you mean you're surprised? Or Ornn is...
I mean, there's a lot of ways to deal
I
with
don't
it.
want to ruin anybody's dreams, but Ornn is probably not the most competitive card in the game. I'm sorry for all the Ornn lovers.
Almost infinite combo, well, also takes infinite turns, right? To make your Ornn better with infinite gold tokens.
Wasn't Ornn statistically the worst by far? I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then again,
What gave it away? The fact that
if Ornn was so bad now, wouldn't it be easy to snipe Ornn medal legend in France? Think about it. Nobody will be playing Ornn in France.
Without this card, the deck would not exist like it does right now.
Yeah, and you see
It had 20% win rate. Oh, that's pretty bad.
These two have been
That is pretty bad.
all in the player area. The tables were full of Dravens and Aurelias all weekend. So the fact that Aurelia only has one deck represented in the
So
top
go snipe that Ornn
you know, not quite
medal
right
card
now,
from
maybe
France.
2 or 3, but still having some presence.
It feels surprising, but then again, if you
I don't know who
consider
wants an
how
Ornn medal,
little
but
people,
the
8
cheapest
out of
medal card in
1,800
general
approximately,
has sold
then considering
for
how big of a share
14,000
would be
euros.
when
So
Draven
you're gonna
really
get
is
at
the most
least
dominant deck, and
10k
Aurelia was, I
from
think,
the Ornn.
third most played deck only. I think it was still Kai'Sa ahead of it.
Yeah, or you can donate it to Pixels for free.
Ferris Forerunner, I think we talked about Ferris Forerunner pretty much to death, so then it's going to spawn 2 mechs.
Little donation for the greater good.
And Treasure Hunter, one that kind of sneaks through the early game. We don't talk about it all that much because it's like, hey, well, I'll just play a Treasure Hunter.
Yes,
and I'll
thank
move
you.
and I'll do things. But that passive, like, I just get more
Then you would have to sign a waiver that you promise
with your runes
to never
attached
sell
as
the
you go
Ornn metal
forward.
card.
Especially in these mid-range Draven decks, we have seen that in the matchup of Alan ZQ versus Marcus Patel. Marcus Patel in the matchup with Reaver's Row started with a Treasure Hunter, pushed it in there, gold token, Reaver's Row, push it back, gold token, push
I
it
know
into
the
other
main
battlefield,
event
gold token
medals are
was not
like,
enough to beat this incredibly well, but
how do you
built
say,
deck by
like
Alan ZQ, but it still
they're
built
like
up a lot
foiled
of pressure and
foiled
resources.
medal.
That was a previous match for
It's
Alan
like
ZQ. Let's
the
take a look at Alan ZQ's,
side event medal is a
bracket
normal medal
to,
card,
I say Alan ZQ's,
and
that's
the
actually not
winners
case. It's
medals
top eight
are
bracket.
like
We're gonna
foiled
see who
medal
Alan
cards.
ZQ
I don't know how to
will
explain
be
it.
facing in the bracket, as we do have an updated version of that for you to look at our matchups. I believe this should now show, yes, Alan ZQ facing up against another Ezreal in the Manaland.
Israel Mirror.
Rarely seen mirror matches this week. And of course, I mean, on the tables, there were plenty of
Israel
mirror matches,
Mirror, so
every mirror match, but
there is a
it's going to be
possibility
quite exciting to see
that
this
there
perhaps
will
on
be
stream. Then we, of course, have
as
crowds
many
of Irelia
victors
playing
in
Dancer
top 4
versus Randy. This
as
is also
there are
such a
Ezreals in
stacked
top
match
4. Think
already.
about that.
It's 3 Draven still competing for
Who
that
could
best
have
of
guessed
card.
that
Well,
there could be
from Zevik
as many victors as
has
Ezreals in
already
top 4?
gotten it. And then, of course, also the victor.
Yeah, going up against Marcus is Sebi, and then Prismaticism going up against Ghost Driver, Draven versus Victor.
Wait, there's
So,
still
we
40
heard
minutes?
from Ghost Driver earlier, just you know, he's kind of faced
Are
everything.
you serious? Did I just
Said,
scam you
even
guys?
Yesterday and today, just I've faced a whole load of different legends, and I kind of felt confident into most of them.
Joker,
So I'm excited to
probably
see that
because
matchup potentially,
maybe
how
there's some
that's mixed
visual
up between
problems
Prismaticism
or
and Ghost
were,
Driver
so maybe they
later.
were wrong
I
before.
believe
There have been a lot of
focusing in on
visual
Sebi,
mistakes
Marcus as our
in the whole
first
stream in
featured
general,
matchup.
so
And if that is
could
the
have just
case,
been
then
an
Misfortune
accident.
is one that people, I think it's fair to say we're not expecting to see at this point in the tournament. I think if there was going to be a Chaos Embody champion,
Are
it
you
would
for
be
real that
Sivir instead of the
we
Misfortune.
still
Like
have
that,
40
the
minutes till the
new
first game?
fresh take on Aurora, where you get, you know, access to the same good
Because
cards,
if that's so,
potentially
then
another,
I'm a little
champion
cooked.
from the Chosen
What am I gonna talk about?
Yeah,
Talk
I mean,
about to you guys?
access to gold easily,
Yeah, the
so
legend
you have-
ability is a big difference.
Yeah, you have a little bit of better room management. However, you can argue that when you are playing a Aurora deck, your room management is not that important after you played Aurora.
So did you guys know Slay the Spire 2 is coming in 2 weeks?
Your opponent does not have the hard answer to the Aurora immediately, and you need to get back to the next one. I mean, you're going to be able to play it back to back anyways, if you have multiple.
Just play a game. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Joker is excited. Next week,
of Aurora over the weekend while we've been here
either on Wednesday or Thursday, I will try to beat Ascension 20, like Slay the Spire 1. I have only beat Ascension 5 ever.
Cool. Nailed it. Got it.
That is a lot of tempo. You're getting basically.
So I'm gonna try to beat Ascension 20 before Slay the Spire 2 comes out. So that will be pretty fun. And my only rule is that I can't use poison, because I know poison is broken. So my only rule for Ascension 20 is that I can't use poison.
Very little, so it's either extremely rewarding, like a Dead Room Predator, and you can immediately go into a combat with a deflect unit at the end of your turn,
Mugenics was
or you get this
very
huge
fun.
Volibear
I'm not
Fury
too sure if
and
it's like
draw you a bunch
as
of
fun to
cards,
watch
or you find your
as it
Mind
is to
Splitter
play.
make sure that your Dazzling
Because
Aurora
it is
going
a
to
little
find another
slow
card and live another
compared to, for example, Slay the Spire is way more. Slay the Spire is way more fast-paced than Mugenics, for example. So it's fun to play, but I don't know if it's that fun to watch.
There's more gear removal, but I think it's kind of stabilized at the point where you can kind of, depending on which list you're playing, some people have been playing
not very far. I haven't gotten very far in the
units
Mugenics.
once they're gone, which means you can actually trim the number of units you play in your deck, because Aurora's
Oh
just
yeah,
get the first
true.
few
The
out,
Slay the Spire 2
then you
is
just play around
multiplayer.
it.
That is true. That is true.
It is still obviously dependent on what is left in the deck and what is left in the
Then we can have
trash, but it has been
viewer
interesting to
runs
see
in
how
Slay the
the
Spire
tools
2. That would be
have
pretty fun.
adapted going into a second set of cards.
Exactly. Even if your opponent removes your cards, you have the last rights to get those
Then we can do
cards back,
viewer
especially
runs,
also when you're
and
holding and conquering. So there's so many
if you
options
guys
to get your Mind Splitters back.
troll our run, you get
However,
banned.
the argument again,
Insta ban
there's a
to
lot of gear
those
removal
guys
right
who
now
suck at Slay the Spire 2.
really work out too well because you have to side a lot of gear removal into the Aurora deck because again, Mind Splitter is gonna snipe it from hand. So
Yeah, I will
two
always
more
play
units are
silent,
taking into
Joker.
it.
I will
Otherwise,
always
you're
play silent.
Probably not gonna get rid of the Dazzling Aurora.
And Sabotage as well. Is there just in a lot of main boards?
Yeah,
as well.
culture
Some people play
kick.
a sideboard, some people play a main board. So we will dive into the intricacies of Aurora and how that plays out when we get into our featured match, which is very, 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 very close. I do promise it is on the way. But while we've got a moment,
So
left,
there are
if
some
you have any
problems
thoughts to
with the
share
feature
about
match
your
right
experience, if you were
right
here at
about
the venue
now.
in Bologna, or if you've been watching the stream, hello, thank you very much for joining us all weekend. You can get involved on social media, use the hashtag RQBologna, which
Use the hashtag RQBologna. Okay, that's crazy, bro.
no, I think that's correct. You'll be able to find it there on social media. It'll be good.
But are you guys ready for the
very
RQ
close. So close, in fact, I
France?
can tell you.
That's where
We
the
can
heat is
start
at.
the top 8 here for Rift
That's
Round.
where the
Regional
Darius
qualifier
in top 8
Bologna. We're
finals
going
is at.
into
The
game
RQ
1 of
France.
this best of
I'm
three.
just
A reminder,
kidding.
These are now untimed rounds, so we're here until we have a winner.
So now we're at the no time limit anymore. No slow play, no time limit, no ties.
That they were questioning who they were playing against. What
It was actually Aurora Misfortune that ended up getting the best of the Misfortunes. There were 2 Misfortunes, Aurora and Miracle.
Aurora, you have the Sabotage. Not 3, you have Challenge, which also of course helps you. And
Thank God that the Teemo didn't make in.
I will say as well, 2 copies
Yeah, the
of
Teemo was
Volleyball,
brutal. The Teemo was
which
brutal.
I've seen a lot of lists running 1. Volleyball
Bro, I think
opposing,
Bro was like reading
great
what
if
his
it comes out
cards
from
do
Aurora.
in the middle of the game.
Feels
Like,
bad if you have it in hand.
Like
at
he was
any
like,
point.
oh, I didn't even know my deck
the
has
couple
this
games I
card.
played, sometimes it would be like, okay, I check my mulligan hand, I send 2 to the bottom, off the top comes a volley bear, and I'm like, well, that's not getting
Not to
played
brag,
ever.
but the last
Isn't it
time
DJ
I
two
played
after,
on
Dazzling Aurora? Yeah, exactly.
Sebi
Imagine.
Q,
Whereas
you
on the
won.
other side,
Maybe
we
he
have
was
Marcus, you did see
just
this list earlier
playtesting.
today, where we have
Maybe
a
you
good
were
mix
his
of,
test subject.
Draven that we've come to expect
So
from
who
the
really
Aurora,
won
so
there?
many axes, you've got the Edge
He
of Light
used
in
you
there.
to now
just look
win
at all of
in
those
Bologna.
different combat tricks, all of those cards you have to play around versus Draven when 2 runes are up. Tide Turner, Hard Bargain, Edge of Night, Hidden.
I could never play Aurora, only 5 units.
Fight or flight, all of those cards are interactions.
Well,
Don't forget the Spinning Axe, the probably best
I
card
played
for you.
against,
All of
I
those
think
cards
that
have
that
to
exact
take into
Aurora
account by
list
your opponent when you
in
have just
Runes and
2
Rift
runes up
ranked
against
when I
red
was
Targos.
practicing
This is
Darius.
the deck of Marcus Patel.
And
I don't know that this is
I saw the
100% case with
potential,
Sebi. I would
but
say game 1
Darius like
is probably
absolutely
that moment, and this is something I am sure. Game 1 will be
absolutely
the easiest one for dodging
ran
and
over
attacking,
the
because there's only one
Mind
Mind
Splitter
Splitter in Marcus'
Aurora
list.
Misfortune. Like it
Aurora
was
basically,
so easy.
unless
I think like the biggest counter
gets
of
to
Aurora
where there's no
is
Aurora online,
yellow,
this is where,
but nobody plays
choosing to
yellow.
play first or second is gonna be a big
And
factor.
I guess
Sebi
that's the
should be
biggest
able
strength of
to get
Aurora,
the Aurora
right
down
now, because
with
there's
a
no
very
yellow in the
short
meta.
window on what Marcus has availability for
Aurora,
Mind Split.
I mean
So
the
we're off to
Misfortune
races. Gonna start
starts with
things off
a
as well. Catalyst is what you wanna see,
stack
but
deck,
also
finds a
there was an
Catalyst,
Aurora
doesn't
in
take the
that
Aurora because they
3
already have an
Tell me that
Aurora
Sebi
in
probably
hand.
has one in hand, one to ramp up into it, but putting one to the bottom means you're not going to see it.
And
Yeah, okay, there is
they do
Sebi.
have a
That
Gust,
is,
which is actually huge in this
I'd love to
matchup.
see that from
Also,
from
they
Sebi,
have
otherwise,
the,
like, you need
when you
that.
conquer here, recycle a
What's at the
rune
bottom of the
battlefield,
table doing?
which is gonna be
We
very
are set
tough
up
for the
also with
Draven.
list of Iron, so that's a pretty good
And
sign, of course.
the
In an
Draven
ideal
does
world,
get a
you
2-drop
will also
out,
find
but
more
Aurora,
lines
I mean,
before you stack deck.
Misfortune
So, there's also
has
a little bit
the
of
Gust,
passive
so
pressure on
the
board here
biggest
as well.
fan
I know we touched
doesn't
on
really matter.
battlefields.
Now,
Still,
if you are
Vestige of the
Misfortune, do you
Storm
play the
does
Catalyst?
slow down your opponent. Double Catalyst
I
is,
think
nice
that's a
to
yes.
see if you're
So
the Aurora
the
player,
Catalyst
that
is played.
Draven probably not
So
gonna
the
be so happy
Misfortune
to see that. Vestige of the Storm
prioritized
stops people from
Catalyst
going
more
storing
than
both
denying the
battlefields very
Draven
frequently.
a
So
point,
it passively stops the attack that Draven wants to
which
do
is,
early.
I think it's right because the Catalyst does ramp up pretty quickly. So now they're gonna be one of the Aurora next turn. The same person that got the first best of Garen got the second best of Garen. the one guy has just been farming all the best of Garens. Now they have an
Perfect
insane
information. We
best
know
of
there's no
Garen's
mind
Monopoly,
splitter
and they can
markers.
ask for
Obviously, Sebi does not
50,000
know at this point.
because nobody
So
else
it
has
means
them.
that as long as the top card of Marcus's deck is not a mind splitter, the first Aurora
I think you only
will
gust if you
resolve.
don't have Aurora in
Marcus,
hand.
if a mind
Yeah,
splitter comes
that
off
could
the
be
top,
true.
this
That
is
could
gonna
be
be
true.
a
The
pivotal moment
the Misfortune
early
is
on
gonna
in
go
our
up
debate.
to.
First, third
Is it
turn,
already 12
Aurora,
runes
fourth
next
turn,
turn?
rather. Marcus
Am I
is now
crazy?
going up to 7. Is he going to find a mind splitter? Is only playing one. That kind of looked like
It
one,
did
right?
look like
Yeah, they're going to 12 runes next turn.
So close to the Overlord
What?
turn. Draven is going to the Sigil of the Storm. You
So-
have to
So,
know
so the
some of your
Misfortune
runes
goes to 12
before,
runes next turn. That's
and then
crazy.
you can
Draven
put
gets
it
to
back
3 points, I think.
I'm waiting with bated breath.
They have to recycle a
I
rune
keep getting tiny flicks
for
through
conquering the
hand.
top battlefield.
that, I mean, if your opponent is
And
like this
Aurora
much
is
on
going
the
to
wizard
have
play
12
a
runes, while
Darius here,
Draven has
we're
6.
preparing for a big push as well.
12
I think if your
runes
opponent only
versus
plays
5 actually
assassin
right
Aurora
now.
and doesn't find a bad dead bloom predator, which
That's
I'm not really sure
crazy.
we
That's
saw in that
crazy.
necklace.
No, I didn't see any in the list. It was Mind Splitters and
The
the Volley
Draven
Bells, were the primary.
has
I will
built
say, keep
a
in
pretty
mind,
aggressive
just
board.
resolving
Seems to
against
seems to
Aurora
be the
getting into
mid-range
battlefield
version of
does not win you
Draven.
the game immediately. There's a bunch of
Usually
points on the
the
side of
Miracle
Marcus.
Dravens don't run
Potential to hold
Darius.
next turn, go up to 5. There's no
The
Esperance
Aurora
time in the
gets
game, so
slammed
you're
down.
almost there
There's
then.
still
Yeah, I think
3
that's
runes
fair.
left.
So
I mean,
focused
3
on
energy
this
left to be
first
used,
Aurora, which does
which
take a few
could
turns
do
off in the
something.
early game, and then it just allows Draven to
And
like, cool, I'll play
I
efficient
didn't
defense on
see the
curve,
list
and
fully.
I'll basically
Were they
just
only
conquer
running
battlefields, and I'm okay recycling
Volley
them then.
Bears and
We're going to
Mind
see
Splitters?
some big
Because if
information
so,
here.
then all of
Sabotage,
these
it was
Auroras
the
are gonna
play
be
on last
insanely
rights, fight or flight, and I
huge.
think this is already the point.
There's the
They
last
start
right,
taking
and
some
this
notes.
version
So
of
many
Aurora
cards
really
until
really
the
relies on
first
the
turn
last
is
right.
revealed. Of
So
course, when you're looking closely at your opponent's deck, you know which cards they
there's the
can
Mind
or
Splitter,
cannot
Tensi
have
Mind
in
Splitter.
hand.
But yeah, the Misfortune needs to
Let's
find a
really
last
keep
right,
in
because
mind
at some
sometimes.
point
Now,
you're gonna
of
run out of
course,
units.
other information
And the
is going
only
to be
thing that saves
exchanged.
you
So Q is
from
going
running
to
out of
see
units
this
are the
hand
last
that
right
Marcus Patel offers him here.
recycles.
Overzealous fan, a treasure hunter, a spinning axe, and I think it is a hard bargain.
Okay, so he runs
That's
one
actually
Volley
not
Bear.
the
Let's see what he takes
strongest
out.
hand when you're thinking about going into a
I mean, the
heavy mid
Overzealous
here,
fan
but
is a little annoying for the Aurora
this turn
player,
also did
so
not
they could
get a
just
lot of tempo
throw away
going
the
for it,
Overzealous
right?
fan.
Because he played
But then again, the Spinning Axe is
9 energy to
pretty
power
good.
cost just to play a Mind Splitter, basically. I mean, the Mind
But
Splitter
right
goes
now,
for
the
free
only
and it's gonna
thing that can
accelerate.
really...
Theoretically, not the keyword
Yeah,
accelerate, but
maybe the
it's going to
Spinning Axe, maybe the
accelerate
Spinning
in
Axe.
means of
Yeah,
next
okay, the
turns,
Spinning Axe goes
there's
away.
going to be many
You could
more
take the Overzealous
big
fan,
guys coming along.
because
That's
it is
one
pretty
way of dealing
pretty
with
annoying
this
when a
is,
2-drop
taking it out of hand
pushes back
with the
your
Mind
Volley
Splitter.
Bear,
And
which is
you know,
kind of
you're
crazy.
so right about
But
how
still chose to go
the
with
turn
the
that Draven is
Spinning
able
Axe.
to
And
have
yeah,
much
like I
more
was saying
pressure on
before,
it. It now
the Aurora
looks to
player
what
is
Sebi
gonna
do
be in a lot of trouble if
in
they don't
response.
get
That is
a
big
last right on
card
board
in this matchup.
fast enough,
Switcheroo
because
off
they
the
only
top
have
from
4 units
Marcus.
in
Again,
their deck.
the thing about playing big units
And
is
when you
if,
have 4
we
units
just
in
say,
your
"I'll
deck,
take your might,"
you're
I'll take
gonna
that.
run out of your
Now,
units pretty
ooh, an
quickly
overzealous fan,
if you
I'll
can't
take that. I was
recycle
gonna
them
trade it
back.
anyway.
I mean, Overzealous fan is actually
So
also
they're
still
they're
strong at
really
that matchup.
relying
If
on
you push
drawing
your
the
opponents, you
last
would
right
you don't have that
Delays.
many.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like, okay, I'll
weapon.
just keep my timer ticking.
Yeah.
I don't think the Draven really has any way to also kill the Aurora, which is a little problematic.
When you can. I think is this the moment where you immediately
Goes to
push
conquer
in
the reverse
Overzealous
row.
fan? No, what you can do is
Yeah, at
also
least the
push in
reverse
the
row is pretty
Darius,
safe,
then play
because
2 cards, ready it again, and then push it back
it's
to
very hard
base
to
just
kill
so you can secure your
kill
units.
units from the
Also
reverse
Reavers,
row
so
for the
we'll
enemy.
have that
Yeah.
defender trigger if needed on a further one. And this is the combo when it comes to
And
2 cards from the set that I think is
right
synonymous.
now,
And
the
now we
Draven
play
is
off.
at
It
5
is so
points,
fine,
so they
but,
are
not
accelerating the
so. I was
game
gonna
as
say,
fast as
Overzealous
they
fan on the
can.
battlefield with a unit
Aurora
only Draven
has like
means you just get so
2
much
turns
value.
to
Just,
accelerate themselves and get back into the game before Draven is looking to end the game right now. So the Aurora really has to hit good mind splitters, for example, and they also need to somehow break the battlefield where the Overzeal fan is at and the hidden card is at. I don't know what the hidden card is, but if it is a switcheroo, then the Misfortune is in trouble. So let's hope, if you're on the side of Misfortune, you gotta hope the hidden card is not a switcheroo.
I think you can just freely
It's also very cursed that their cards are the wrong way. Why are the cards the wrong way? I don't know.
Because you're not playing Sivir, you're playing Misfortune.
You're not getting them in exchange.
Yeah, it is looking pretty rough for the Aurora, but at least the Draven doesn't have any way to kinda delete your gear. So at least your Aurora will not be broken from the board. Now all you need are some good board wipes. There is the bullet time, and you could just use the bullet time to recycle, you know, maybe 4 runes. There's also a challenge, so we're instantly seeing some cards that can stabilize the game. The challenge can obviously, for example, get rid of the Darius. The bullet time can just wipe the whole Overzealous fan battlefield. The Misfortune does have the Gust, so the Overzealous fan isn't really a problem. And there's the challenge on the Darius. Now, is the Gust gonna come out on the Overzealous fan and then attack there, or are they just gonna conquer the bottom battlefield? Because now if they attack the top battlefield, the Mind Splitter still has 5 damage on them. So it's gonna be very dangerous to attack the top battlefield with 5 damage on your Mind Splitter. But if you conquer the bottom battlefield, your unit heals to full, which is obviously a very ideal play. They go for the early bullet time, and now the Draven has to choose if they respond in any way. Then the Aurora gets to choose how many runes they recycle. Draven didn't use anything, so all the Aurora needs to do is recycle 4 runes and the battlefield is gone. It was the switcheroo. So, if Misfortune attacked the top battlefield without using the bullet time, the game would have been instantly over. The switcheroo would have just kind of instantly lost the game on the spot for the Misfortune. So the bullet time was a very good pull from the cold shot. Unfortunately, Misfortune has 2 units in hand. This means there's only 2 units in their deck left. So if they don't start finding the last right pretty soon, they're gonna be in a lot of trouble because their Aurora is gonna start hitting blanks. So basically their Aurora is just not gonna find any units because they have used them all.
Absolutely nothing except for the dazzling Aurora and perhaps a Volibear Furies that you might pick up.
So right now the game has been stabilized. The Mind Splitter comes out. Draven only has 2 cards in hand. I would imagine you probably get rid of... Okay, they got rid of the Hard Bargain. I was thinking that there could be an argument to get rid of the Treasure Hunter just because of how lacking the Draven's units are right now. So just getting rid of their units could be a win con on their own. The Overzealous fan conquers the Sigil of the Storm, which forces them to recycle a rune once again. The Treasure Hunter goes down, and see that this is the problem of the Treasure Hunter now, because now gusting the Overzealous fan isn't enough. So I think they should have rather got rid of the Treasure Hunter before, because I don't think the Hard Bargain really does anything in this matchup anymore. The bullet time has been used. The only thing the Hard Bargain can hit is Fight or Flight and Gust.
That's fine. Of course, you have to play around things like Overzealous fan, Fight or Flight, Rebukes. Gust is
yeah,
come through on
the Misfortune
fan.
does have ganking, so yeah, the Treasure Hunter is gone with the Gust. That is true, that is true. So, I always forget that the Misfortune legend does indeed give ganking. I don't even want to know how many games Misfortune has won only because your opponents forget about the ganking. Because hands down, I forget about the ganking very often. Very often.
Well, there's another volley bear. I think there's one in hand, right?
There's 2 volley bear and 1 mind splitter, so I think we're going through the entire deck.
Now we're going through the
that is
entire deck.
unfortunate draws.
And are there any units left?
Pedantic. Because you're not shuffling, we are seeing the exact order of cards left instead of... Yeah, okay, you're correct. And now
So
Marcus gets...
this game basically comes down to will Misfortune find last right?
I have never seen a player shuffle in Riftbound. that is completely
And
new to me, except for, of course,
yeah, that's the risk and reward of this deck. If you have last right, you infinitely play Mind Splitters. If you don't get your last right, you infinitely play nothing. So it's kind of a high risk, high reward. And sometimes when you play high risk, high reward, you hit the high risk and then you get no reward. The Kai'Sa top deck can be pretty good. Unfortunately, Draven doesn't have any combat tricks right now because their hand is empty. So it's gonna be very hard to try to get and conquer with the Kai'Sa. And there is bullet time, punch first, and fight or flight in hand. I don't think the Misfortune even needs the Aurora anymore. They have punch first, they have bullet time, and they have fight or flight. That is everything you need in combat, especially when Draven only relies on their top decks. So there isn't much you need to play around.
You can recycle back into the deck the units that are in the trash already.
So I think Misfortune has this game in the bag right now. There could be some kind of a top deck that Draven could hit. For example, the Draven can hit Rebuke. If the Draven hits Rebuke, they get to conquer with the Kai'Sa. They get to draw from their legend if they use Rebuke during the combat.
So we're not even looking through the deck at this point.
And
we're gonna reveal it.
It's gonna be very top deck reliant on both players.
Just to make sure, I guess if you're paying attention,
and the opponent can choose whether the Aurora proc will be used every single time, or whether they can skip the Aurora proc. They know there's no more units left. So technically they could skip the Aurora proc if they chose to, but the opponent told him he wants to see the cards again. And you know, it's the opponent's decision if the Aurora is being used every turn or not.
I'm so not used to it.
It's crazy. This is absolutely crazy, and I think this is exactly what Marcus is saying right now too.
Who had trash turn 1?
But now, all of those runes are still
turn
open.
2.
Holding 2 for now is at 5, so theoretically Marcus could have another turn off a little bit, but I don't think that you want to.
The Misfortune is relying on last right,
it really comes down to the cards
and the Draven is relying on Rebuke.
Yeah, I feel like I jinxed.
Except the Misfortune doesn't really need
Aurora drawing your
the last right.
And you were like, drawing both.
But Draven needs the Rebuke. That's the difference here. Now, if the Draven goes all in, the bullet time is probably gonna be used, and it's GG.
As we're actually getting into some action on the game,
somebody said in the beginning of this game that Misfortune was in trouble, and all it took was finding one bullet time from cold shot, and the game was over. That's crazy. That's crazy. And that's just how strong bullet time is. You really need to find one, and if you use it well, think about it, only one card can just win the entire game. But it is also risky, but it's pretty dangerous. It's pretty dangerous. I'm a little sad I sold my bullet times a while ago. They're probably rising in price as we speak. Shouldn't have sold my bullet times. Such a cool deck, yeah. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't know what the point of the volley bears is. I would imagine you would rather have death balloons instead of the volley bears, because Dead Blooms can have an instant effect, unlike the Volibear, that's just a big beefy dude.
Yes. I do want to come back to this.
So I would really want to know what the what the Volibears have over having Dead Bloom, for example.
Invert timelines, don't know so much. So where would you think we're going with this?
What do you mean hooked?
Another Gust. Gust did have some effect.
This is Aurora. This is not
Gust
hooked.
is, I think, a very important tool against the Draven matchup for specifically this
But
deck, because overzealous
for example, if you play Volibear instead of Dead Bloom, you're sacrificing
big boys onto the board.
like
Those big heavy might
how much might, like 6 or 4 might to play Dead Bloom rather than Volibear. But the Dead Bloom has an instant effect. And
do we care about fading memories? Is
the difference between having 8 might or having 12 might doesn't really make a difference anymore. So I would like to know why the Volibear has been chosen instead of the Dead Bloom.
Pretty much playing as we're bringing you the actual.
Oh yeah, true. I see. I just woke up, by the way, Seepow. I don't know if you were here, but while I was on the break, I fell asleep and I slept for 1.5 hours.
Make sure I can contend through this next game and 2-0 my way.
Yeah, you can also play the Death Bloom from hand. Yeah. So the Aurora deck is cool, but I do personally think the Death Bloom could be better than the Volibear. For example, you can play Dead Bloom from your Aurora, and if you have Bullet Time in hand, then the Dead Bloom starts a combat and you can instantly use Bullet Time at the end of your turn on the battlefield where the Dead Bloom is at. So, you know, the Dead Bloom does give more options for sure.
But it is surprising to see literally none, because it does mean that...
Yeah, Izo, yeah. But what's your opinion, Izo? Do you think the Volibear, or which do you think is better, Volibear or Dead Bloom in the Aurora? I would think Dead Bloom should be better, but also Dead Bloom costs like, how much does it cost right now? Is it still like 40 euros? So Dead Bloom is pretty expensive.
Yeah, but not in this. As you said, exactly, not in this scenario.
The other one would be Factory Recall, right? And that card just bumps
there are 2 Brunhirs, and there is the hard bargain, but I'm not too sold on the hard bargain against Aurora. Aurora is gonna have so many runes that you're gonna have a really difficult time getting value out of your hard bargain. Also, all of the spells from the Misfortune are gonna cost like 2 energy. So you can't really easily punish the Misfortune with your hard bargain. So if I was the Draven, I would probably side out hard bargain right now.
I think that is where so much of the deck was strong.
Yeah, you think Dead Bloom is better, yeah. But it does cost a lot of money. The Volibear probably costs like €1, and the Dead Bloom costs like 40 euros.
That side of why Draven is good has somewhat been figured out to a little bit, but the one thing that I think is really important, and a lot of people...
Yeah, Volibear is stronger in like against multiple units.
Can be key.
But yeah.
Like, can I just draw
let's see if now Volibear rises in price after Bologna.
Efficient units and spells to be able to consistently make my deck work.
The Aurora Misfortune won the first game just from finding the bullet time from a cold shot, and the game was instantly over.
Into double Volibear, that's a 12 energy double power cost card. I feel like if you are
so bullet time is pretty strong. It's pretty strong.
The format, apparently.
I would say most
so unlucky. I think you shouldn't win.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think consistency, like most consistent deck for sure, in like especially in a grueling Swiss, like 13 rounds. I'm like, yeah, you just want that consistency to be able to.
I'm so much more energetic now because I slept for a little bit. I went outside first, then I took a little nap, then I watched a Victor beat the shit out of a Draven, and that energized me, that inspired me. The Victor
watching this matchup.
the hero Victor beat the evil Draven.
Also, we do have
That's like a children's,
other matchup
you
that
know,
we're having on
night
camera, so
story.
this one ends rather quickly.
The hero
We can
Victor
also
versus the
watch
evil
other game. I
Draven
don't know whether
villain.
we're going to watch it live or whether we're going to watch the full record of some of the games there, but we have the Ezreal
Yeah, you do
matchup
have to
as
keep
we
energy for your
It,
control
depends
spells,
on
but
how Alan's games go with that,
it's
the
still better than
Ezreal,
playing Volibear from your hand.
mirror match could take a while. Could indeed take some time as we head.
I
to a
wonder
second
what
game
the battlefields
between
are
Marcus
gonna
and
be
Sebi.
played now. Does the Aurora
Marcus has the option to go first. I
play
think this is a very
the
important thing that you want to have
Obelisk
versus
of
the
Power?
Aurora. You play
I
a
would
bunch of two
think
drops,
so,
you can't miss it, really. You
because they're
can't
probably
miss
going
that
second.
because that's 2 points you're missing in the long run.
And if the
You will have to
Aurora
have the first
plays
one,
Obelisk
and
of
then,
Power,
course, a hold again.
does Draven go
Opponent is
first
trying
or
to ramp you
second?
up, so really
So now if you're
miss that one.
Draven,
So playing in
do you
Talon
go
speed
first
and
or
at the
second
Obelisk of Power,
when
so
Obelisk
you
of
can
Power
also
is on the
hit a
board?
3-drop. Does
So-
Draven even play those?
Draven
the
chose to
few
go
different things
first,
that happen with Obelisk here, right, is
so
yes,
now
if you're the
Aurora
you're like, cool, I get to
has the
Aurora
chance to
Draven gets
play
to play Draven, like,
play the
I guess
plus
this is
2
when you're on, when you're
runes
going
on
second,
turn
you get to play
1.
it pretty much right away, but you get to play Draven plus
We saw an
have some
Aurora in their hand,
additional,
so the Misfortune has
utility
been
on that turn
pretty
with an
fortunate
extra-
with finding
an
the
extra rune
Auroras
available,
pretty
but
early
that's gonna
on.
be a quick Noxus
A
Hopeful
stacked
gets the
deck
Legion
and
cost
a
reduction
Noxus Hopeful
thanks
comes
to
out,
the stacked deck.
which
This
is
is
pretty
an
good because
incredibly
Noxus
powerful
Hopeful
first turn.
obviously
Yeah,
cannot
yes,
be
of course,
gusted,
but Rift
for
Bomb
example,
is unique in the way
so
that
Noxus
all
Hopeful
of
is
your
very
units, doesn't
problematic.
matter how mighty they are, they can only score 1 point.
The Mobilize
And this
comes
pressure
out,
on the board really does not
and
do a lot for
the
Marcus.
Aurora
So there was
passes,
no catalyst
so
from
no
Sebi,
Catalyst this time,
on
and no
the
double
opening tip. There
Mobilize,
was a Mobilize
but
to,
at least
just
they have
get
the Aurora in hand,
one
you
rune.
know? At least that's a
But that is
positive.
still decent.
Yep,
so
yeah, still helps you get to
And
the
at this
Aurora.
rate,
So I think
the
Marcus probably has
Aurora
given a
can
little
be
bit of sigh of
played
relief that it wasn't Catalyst
in
immediately
2
after when
turns.
you're really ramping heavily. Stack deck again.
Yeah, this is
final
Mr.
reveal.
F- Mis-
Immediately finds Winnipeg's hand. No surprises on that either.
So
Yeah, it's not.
Targon's Peak decides to go into this.
Yeah, it's
find that
Mr.
very
Fortunate,
interesting.
not
I think
misfortunate.
that in the next turn there is a decent
Good
chance
one, good
there
one.
could be something that is dropped and you want to prolong.
Yeah,
Targon's
if they
Peak
had the
schedule for
Catalyst, the
you,
game
right?
would
So
probably be
if you
over
do not
already,
take it
but
now,
no
because the
Catalyst
next
this
turn,
time.
Kinda unlikely that something's
But
gonna
the
happen.
Draven is
You would
once again on a
rather
clock
want to take the
because
next one, so you Mind Splitter and then have to
at
lose.
this rate the Aurora is getting played next
Aurora
turn,
in hand. Now, if Sebi
and I am
has
not too
luck
sure
to
if this
draw a
Draven has
second,
any.
ooh,
Oh, that's 2
two
Mind
Splitters
Splitters.
and a cold
Oh,
shot.
you want those to go on
That's
the
a little
back.
awkward.
Yeah, you obviously
So
need the cold
obviously
shot. The cold
chooses to
shot
put the
is
Mind
what I'm
Splitters
worrying
back
about
to the
because
bottom,
it's gonna be able to at least
because
give you the option
I
to
mean you
dig
don't
for
want to
some
play them
more.
from your
You'll do
hand.
ramp to do it, but we've already seen that Sebi is no.
But I
has no
wonder if the
worries
Draven
about
has
deramping when
any
necessary.
gear
After
hate at all.
Aurora has been played. Because if you do that before, you're going to
Because
take away your pivotal Aurora.
That
if
is
the
very
Draven
true,
has
that
some
is very
gear
true.
hate,
Yeah,
it's
you are totally
probably
right.
a
You
1
can't
or
deramp
1
too
off or
early
a
on,
2
so it will still
off
be a
at
problem if
best.
this, Aurora
I don't
gets
think the Draven
mind
has
splitted out of
any
hand.
more
I'm
gear
sure
hate
it will.
than
I think
a
the
1 off.
coolest thing you can have in this
The
deck
Misfortune
actually
gets played
brings in
out,
the Misfortune Captain. I
which
think
is
the
fine
coolest thing you can
because
do in this deck is stack deck,
it
reveal
doesn't
2 units and
delay
put them on the bottom of the deck, so
the
you can
playing
make
Aurora
sure
at all.
that you're not
Actually,
drawing
does
them
it?
if you have enough Aurora cards.
Now, is this
No,
Misfortune
it doesn't, because they can
potentially
tap
knowing
their
that Mind
rune,
Splitter's coming? It's like, I have to have a backup
then
plan
they can
because
move
you're gonna tap
Misfortune
your
to
Aurora immediately
untap
here.
their
It's like
rune when
almost-
Misfortune moves,
I would
and
be-
that way they can cheat an extra
That's all I'm
energy.
Suggesting.
But
doesn't even
the
wait for
Mind
his money. He's like, "You
Splitter
want this?
hits
Yeah,
the
you want
Aurora.
this?"
Yeah, well, you want this, you'll get it. Next time there could be a potential super
The Mind
risky
Splitter
turn.
hits the
Actually,
Aurora.
no, we
That
have
is an
with the
insane play from the
Misfortune
Draven.
Captain, we've deramped ourselves in a way that we hit 8 runes next turn.
Wow, how many Mind
So that is
Splitters
not
was the
even going to
Draven
be
running? Do you guys
Aurora
remember?
turn already predicting that there might
Because
be a
no
Mind Splitter
way
going
the
first.
Mind
And
Splitter
that's what I mean, is like, if you
hits
have
the
now a
Aurora
challenge
that
in
well.
hand, you're like, okay,
Wow.
it's going to push me back
Just had
in order to
enough
Aurora.
runes for
So
the
do I have
Mind
to fight
Splitter
for the
Maybe the Draven is just 2 steps ahead. And yeah, so they had 2 inside. Okay. So it wasn't that unlikely. Imagine if the Mind Splitter was a one-off. That would have been pretty brutal. But just like in game 1, where the bullet time kind of insta won the game, let's see if the Mind Splitter insta wins this one, because that is a pretty big hit on the
holding it.
on the
And now
Aurora.
we're going to cold shot.
Now they play cold shot,
figured
and
that
if they
maybe
find
if you
Aurora
play
from
cold
these
shot,
cold
you want
shots,
to wait
then they can
until
still
you
play
have
it this
enough runes
turn,
to play your dazzling
which is
Aurora
very
on that
huge.
turn, so you can float the runes.
So
and
there's
then Aurora
the
at the same
bullet time,
Volley back goes to the
which
bottom,
is a
bullet time
little
went to hand. There's two catalysts,
too
so
early,
no
two
surprises in there.
catalysts,
Problem is there's no
which is
Aurora in
also a
hand,
little
right?
too
So you
late.
can be waiting
So
forever.
the bullet
If you
time
never draw
came
into
in
it,
too
doesn't matter
early,
if
and the
you've got the runes up
catalysts
or not.
came in
If
too
you
late.
sat there with 9 runes up,
There's
you'd be like,
also
"Oh, my Aurora,
another
I'll get
cold
cast
shot,
anytime." Yeah,
so we're
deramping
recycling 4
heavily
runes.
into
We're
this.
going
Gonna
all in
deramp all the
on
way
finding
down. Again, it's a gust,
finding
and
the
I didn't see
Aurora.
a second card is a hard bargain.
Feels like this game
So
set
we're
she was playing a
getting really
completely
desperate here.
different deck.
And if we don't find Aurora
This is the downside,
on this
right,
turn,
of
then
Aurora when it gets taken out of hand
the game might be over.
early. Punch first will help
Punch
you
first
get
would be
past
cool, but
the
you have
Mind
already
Splitter.
recycled
That is
4
gonna be
power,
priority, but
so using punch
is
first in the
heavy
near future is
deramping
gonna be even
spell.
worse.
You have to take away 2
But
orange
if you're
runes to do
Draven
it.
right now, you'd
If you
probably
punch first,
you'd
you're
probably
never
love to see
Auroraing,
No.
see this
especially
what's
after
happening.
You went down to 4. Now you are at 4 runes. Of course, you're still floating, and you can play a catalyst off
The catalyst
here.
does
Yeah, so we'll
save
get 2 more. So you'll
the
be able
misfortune
to,
from all
at
the
least stabilize.
recycled runes
So next
from
turn,
the cold
again,
shots.
If we do not play something like a mobilize, next turn there
So
is
the
again
catalyst
no
was
chance to
basically
play a good
4
old
energy,
dazzling Aurora, because you are right now at 6, would go up to
pay
8.
2 power
We're going to
on
play
this
challenge,
turn.
so we're going to
A
play
challenge
another
gets
rune and
used on
recycle,
the
and Draven is
Draven.
being taken out, and Marcus Patel looks
And
like
I
he's
wonder
fine.
if the Aurora
There's so
just
much of
passes
what
here.
Sebi is playing for is
They
just
choose to
slowing
go
you down
on the
just a little
Targon's
bit.
Peak,
Just, like, take away
and
one
when they move
unit,
with
be able to play
Misfortune, they
around
can
it, okay,
ready
maybe
their
that's enough,
rune,
and just say,
and
okay,
with
harder
Targon's
for you
Peak
to
they can
take
ready
multiple points.
2 more
Targon's Peak
runes.
is
So
gonna allow
now they have all their
readying
runes
of
up,
runes at the end. There's a gust in hand.
5 in total.
That's cool. At this point,
And if you're
Sebi is just
Draven,
playing Misfortune. It's just an actual Misfortune deck.
don't know what you would be afraid of. They play Brune here, and it's looking very, very tough for the Aurora. We also saw another Mind Splitter in Draven's hand, so when the Misfortune gets close to having 9 runes, I can imagine the second Mind Splitter is coming out, and at that point, if you're Misfortune, you most likely just concede. Or that's what I would do, but I'm not the Misfortune.
Keeps the pressure up so much that his
0 units in the hand of Misfortune, and the Catalyst gets played. They don't have the Aurora in hand, so they could bait out the second Mind Splitter here, and the Mind Splitter doesn't even hit the Aurora.
Well, is this where Marcus goes
And this is the position where Dead Bloom would be infinitely better than the Volibear, because now if the Misfortune had Dead Blooms in their deck, and then if they find Aurora, they could get Dead Bloom outside of Aurora, and they would be instantly on the board, fighting for the battlefields. Now, Draven takes out the bullet time. Draven is looking to hold to win the game, and if you're Misfortune and you find a Volibear here, it's a little useless. Draven chose to draw back their units. Maybe they are afraid of the Dead Bloom, because Dead Bloom obviously can only be played on a battlefield that your enemy owns. So no Aurora, they scoop up, and we go to game 3. Also, a thing to keep in mind, the Misfortune is the second seed. So the Misfortune was the second most successful player in the whole tournament.
Unlucky, but still won with the double Mind Splitter, and now
that's crazy. So the Misfortune didn't, get there by being the 8th seed, like just barely. They were the second best player, second best performing player in the whole tournament. I mean, you gotta respect that. You gotta respect that.
But I think you can hit your opponent very hard on a hard.
Well, good thing for us viewers is that if the match ended on the game 2 right there, we probably would have waited for the next match for a very, very long time, because that match would have ended so fast. So, you know, there is one mind splitter in main, and there were two inside, so the Draven is possibly running 3 mind splitters against this Aurora.
Keep it in hand, or you're mulliganing for both, right? You keep a mind splitter in hand if you draw one, but you're still going to try hard to get a...
He had to have insane luck to dodge all yellow. Yeah, that's true. Yellow is the pain of Aurora, but, you know, yellow is also probably the least played color in set 2. So that kind of buffs Aurora in itself, because nobody plays yellow, nobody plays your biggest counter. Just like in League, when you know, some champions counter gets debuffed, nobody plays a certain champion, it indirectly buffs other champions, because now the other champions are stronger when their counter matchups are weaker. So that's kind of what we're probably seeing right now from the Misfortune. They have a very, very low chance of, you know, actually running into those biggest counters they have. This is also the Aspirations Climb game, so a very, very Misfortune-favored game. It all comes down to the Aurora right now. Like we saw in the last game, the Misfortune was kind of a bot. When they didn't find Aurora, they were kind of a bot. It was kind of a co-op versus AI for the Draven. They were like the punching bag of the Draven, you know? So they really need to find that Aurora, and they need to find it quickly. Because if they don't find it quickly, then the Mind Splitter gets dropped, and the game just can just be over on the spot. So the Aurora is a very risky deck. I would just like to see the hands the Aurora has had in the tournament previously, because how have they gotten this far? Only losing, I think, one match. That's crazy. How did they get this far only losing one match in the whole tournament?
For the first time in any game in Riftbound as well. So
that's crazy, that's crazy.
Really heartening to see just how much.
But also, Cold Shot in set 2 does make Aurora way more consistent, because now there's three Cold Shots and 3 stacked decks, and that's already like, if you play 3 stacked decks, that's already like 25% of your deck. Looking through 25% of your deck, on top of mulliganing 2 cards, then playing a Cold Shot, and it's surprisingly consistent. It's surprisingly consistent, but then when the one time it isn't consistent, you really feel like you can't do anything, and that's the biggest problem of Aurora. Draven can always play the Mind Spear before Aurora. Well,
we are aspirants climbing an obelisk of power.
Yes and no. If the Aurora now plays Mobilize, and next turn they play Catalyst, they have Aurora before Draven can play Mind Splitter, because the Aurora is going first. So in this game, if they find the cards necessary, they can play Aurora before Mind Splitter can even be played. But it all depends on the first couple of rounds, and it's a little funny. It's a little funny that, like, the crazy ramp deck that relies on, you know, big stuff, big expensive gear, relies so much on the first couple of turns. And if they miss the first couple of turns, they can possibly lose the whole game right then and there. Which is a little silly compared to like other card games where, you know, control decks, you know, don't mind missing a turn or two, they know they are in control. There is the Catalyst, there is the Aurora in hand,
Not gonna be
and
able to come
Mind Splitter
from the top of the deck. Gets
can't
to the point
get on the board
where
fast
we're at.
enough.
Dazzling
So
Aurora next
you can
turn.
already count the Aurora on being on the board.
This is going to be an uphill climb for Marcus.
And we know there is no gear.
Yeah, that is a god roll. That is a god roll. You feel like maybe the Draven should have played Kai'Sa. I think you're right. I think you are absolutely right. Now they accelerated the Kai'Sa. Oh, so they wanted to save the Kai'Sa for the acceleration, because, you know, Draven cannot be accelerated. And I think the Draven knows that the Aurora isn't playing Mind Splitters, so even now, a Mind Splitter can't punish this acceleration from Draven. So that's one of the problems of not having a Mind Splitter. Your opponent can just, you know, slam down everything without worrying about anything for now. The Volibear comes out. Wow, that is a very early Volibear. Holy. But the Volibear doesn't even have Deflect, so it is very vulnerable to Rebuke. And that's the biggest problem of big units in set 2. Playing against purple, it doesn't matter if your unit is 50 might. If it gets rebuked, it's gone. There is the Mind Splitter, and it's too late. It can basically do nothing. Even if it gets rid of the Aurora, it doesn't matter. Maybe getting rid of the Mind Splitter is the right play. Getting rid of the Gust doesn't always also matter. And like I said, the Aurora got played before the Mind Splitter even could have been played, so that's the power of going first. That is the power of going first.
You have to second guess because it wasn't coming down immediately, but it is going to be the Aurora. I don't want to have to face too quick.
But I still feel like Mind Splitter, I mean, not Mind Splitter, I still feel like the Dead Bloom would have made such a bigger impact than his Volibear. It could have attacked the Kai'Sa, and if the Dead Bloom gets Rebuke, then it can be replayed and attack instantly next turn. 2 hidden cards is very risky. The Draven is kind of putting all the eggs in the same basket here. They have 3 runes up. They're kind of betting on the Aurora not getting through these hidden cards this turn. Unfortunately, there is the challenge, and the top battlefield is already cleared, basically. Kai'Sa goes to the trash, and it is looking like Aurora is favored to win the first match of the top 8. And we could be looking at a Victor, an Aurora, an Ezreal, and a Draven in the top 4. That is crazy. We could be looking at 4 different legends in the top 4, which is pretty cool. Okay, thanks for dropping by, Trent. Thanks for dropping by. Victor is very favored in Aurora. And I'm also love watching Victor. It is the underdog for sure. It is the only yellow. Every single other legend is running purple except for the Victor. So obviously we're rooting for the Victor. I think Victor might have been the only legend in top 8 that didn't run purple. So what does that tell us about the power level of purple in set 2? Because think about it, 7 out of 8 in the top cut ran purple color, ran chaos. So maybe they went a little overboard with the power level of purple in set 2. Maybe. You loved playing Victor set 1. Do you know what I loved playing? There's a card called Baited Hook. Have you heard about it? But yeah, the Aurora trigger comes through, and are we gonna see a Mind Splitter?
be excited on the crowd. They want to see what
everybody's rooting for the Misfortune.
Oh my goodness,
Everybody's
bullet
hate
time
watching the
everywhere.
Draven. So the top battlefield looks to be gone.
Aspirant's climb.
Gonna be very, very hard for the Draven to break through the top battlefield. Aurora, once again, no last right. So, I think that's one thing that Draven could, you know, play around. Aurora having no last right. But I think the Misfortune already has bullet time in their hand. So, the game is looking pretty favored for the Aurora. Draven gets to 5 points. So they need to double score 2 turns right now to win the game.
That is indeed true, but
I just always like looking at the outs here.
Yeah.
For the player that we perhaps think has.
I'm cheering for any deck that isn't Draven. Well, I also don't enjoy playing against and watching Ezreal, so I think I'm like very 50-50. Do I hate watch Draven more or do I hate watch Ezreal more, you know? I'm very 50-50 on that.
Just one battlefield, and we know there are no more units there. So it's on drawing last rights.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2 extra draws. Marcus deciding to push the
What's happening here?
Into this obelisk of power.
Okay, the last right is in the hand. Okay, so the game is basically over. And Misfortune Aurora has made it to the top 4 in Bologna, the first regionals of EU.
And there's one more unit.
Who could have guessed? And the spinning axe is gone. Only 2 units in Draven's hand. Probably a Mind Splitter coming out of the Aurora next. So the Kai'Sa is gonna be gone. Then there's only a Tide Turner left. And the Draven is just watching the Aurora kind of do whatever they want. Draven is basically just watching Aurora do and play whatever they want. Aurora is probably already thinking about the next match.
You need a lot of pressure with the deck. There is going to be, for every overzealous fan that is going to be played, a gust will find its way. We know that SebiQ has another one of those.
Seepwow carrying the chat while I'm streaming, adding the emotes. You guys can pay Seepwow under the table, and he will add anything you want. I'm just kidding. We're not sellouts here, right, Seepwow? We don't sell out, right?
I mean, there's also a world where I believe there's another bullet time left for Sebi, where Sebi just grabs.
I really want to see how the Victor is doing though. So if this game ends quick enough, I hope they will transfer to the table where Victor is playing.
I don't think it will happen this turn, just because we have seen the
so a Mind Splitter is being played right now, is what I assume. And this also leaves Misfortune up 1 rune, so they can still play bullet time whenever they want.
We're going to see a new organization of our runes.
Okay, it's an accelerated Misfortune. I was wrong. They can now double move a Volibear, which is gonna be huge. The only problem with double moving a Volibear is the switcheroo. So now they move the Volibear back. They move the Misfortune to the battlefield. They attack with everything. Oh, it's beautiful, it's beautiful. Unfortunately, a switcheroo would be insanely bad right now. It would be insanely bad right now if the Draven was sitting on a switcheroo. And it's a fight or flight, and that's a handshake. Wow. SebiQ made it top 4. Aurora Misfortune beating a Draven abuser, the misfortune enjoyer. That probably was one of the fastest top 8 matches we have seen in regionals, and it was by an Aurora misfortune. I won 2-1 against that guy, by the way. So technically, you should be winning the Bologna right now, right? Senjev, you should be winning the Bologna right now. Why didn't you go and compete? I think the misfortune now owes you what, $10,000.
No discounting Marcus' performance. Top 8 performance, 1 and 2 in the round of 8. Really had a good showing across the weekend. So excited to see what Marcus has.
But Seepwow, the butt swing emote, not true, not true. The butt swing emote is fake news.
Everyone thought was gone. No one was
it's fake news. Don't listen to Seepwow.
But nevertheless,
he owes you the medal card. True. That's how it works. That's how it works.
To attack. Yeah. Like not even just defending with it. He's able to
with a little bit of butt swing, everybody. Whoa. I think the butt swing emote should be it should be a picture of Albert Einstein. That should be the butt swing emote. So how much do I owe you guys? I think I have lost like a couple of matches to my viewers in TCGA. So do I now need to pay every one of you like 2,000 euros when I win the Darius Medal Legend, or how does it work then? Sensei. We're watching the master at work, the Alan Skill. You're watching a master at work. They're even running one Dr. Mundo and a Downwell. By the way, I said literally this week in my last Riftbound stream, I said Downwell Ezreal is probably in the top 2 decks with Draven. So am I just 2 steps ahead or what?
From a lot of co-streams and also the regional qualifiers from North America.
Am I just 2 steps ahead or what? I called it out even. Oh my god, I'm smart. So is Alan's Q butt swing now or what?
It really has been a surprise to most people.
Yeah, that is true, but now
so the Ezreal lists are looking very different. No Downwell, no Mundo on the other Ezreal. And in general, it looked like the Alan's kill list is way more control heavy. Look, Downwell. Okay, there is the Downwell. See guys? I literally told you guys, Downwell Ezreal.
As you said, triple arcane shift here. We've seen how well that combos with Fizz.
And I was actually on Friday in our Nexus night. I was telling my friend in Nexus night that Downwell is like a top 2 deck for sure, and they didn't believe me. So now they owe me. No Vex. True. So yeah, it's over. We can go next. No Vex. We can go next.
Over the Swiss leader, which is one heck of a feather in the cap on your way potentially.
Yeah, we don't know how good it is in the mirror, but Theman has won game 1. I wonder if the game 1 win is because of the Downwell in the main deck. Alan's only has Downwell in the side, and Theman had Downwell in the main deck. So could the reason why Theman won game 1 be simply because they had the Downwell in the main deck?
We have not only the top 8 match with the first after Swiss versus the player who got in as 8th, a player with an X2 record actually after Swiss, so got in on tiebreak. And both of
Mirrors
them,
usually
they
favor the
have-
greedy
they are
deck
telling
over the
us,
fast deck.
This is how you
Yeah,
play Ezreal. You just,
but
you just throw it out in
so
the first
I mean, Downwell is the greedy version of Ezreal.
Arcane shift to the bin. We know that it won't stay there for very long. Eventually, a Fizz is going to come back. Arcane shift will target the Fizz. Fizz will get the Superfly. Everything goes through.
Man.
Now, this is a weird one for a mirror matchup.
Maybe I should have.
Arcane
Imagine
shift
if
is
I would have
actually
went to
pretty good
Bologna
against
with the
Ezreal.
Downwell Ezreal.
You
No,
can pop
no.
the opponent's Ezreal with
No.
an Arcane shift pretty handily.
That is true.
And by the way, I just bought a Downwell on Friday because I was telling my friends that I really want to build Downwell. I think it's a top 2 deck. I bought the Downwell for like €3 last Friday. So I just scammed one of my friends out of a €3 Downwell.
Because Arcane Shift and I think Wages of Pain 2, they only hit units at battlefields.
Ah, thank you. That is a
Easy
very good
scam.
clarification, to know. However, something that will be able to hit the back
The Bellows Breath is getting played
is the Bellows
with the
Breath.
Stupefies, and the Ezreal gets killed from the other Ezreal.
Yep, and since you have your
So
own Ezreal,
Alans
that
is the
also
first
going to be
Ezreal
much cheaper.
and
I was gonna
Theman
say
is
the
the other
seal doesn't
Ezreal.
really help you too much
So you guys don't
if
get confused when
Bellows
I
Breath
talk about
is
these
going to
Ezreals.
cost you 2 mind runes, but of course Ezreal is going to make the optional cost.
So Alans has the edge right now
I was about to say
with an
how
Ezreal
important
on
to see,
board,
'cause at
but
one point,
Theman
you have
has
seen
another
the
Ezreal,
Manland
which just
but
instantly
Ezreal's
gets
there,
played.
Ezreal's there.
They
C1, see another at this
recycle
point,
the rune for the
as,
seal.
Ezreal
Now
will
both have an
find his
Ezreal
way
and a
into
seal on
face
board.
of Manland.
This is gonna get weird.
From the seals.
Buckle up, because this is gonna get weird.
I gotta say, the Spirit Forge one is very pretty.
The cold shot
You
gets
know
played
what,
out.
I have, I think,
Do
2
they
copies of
take the second
regular seal.
cold
I'm
shot?
not unhappy to have that, is the way that I will phrase it. But the
I
tasty
think they.
Spirit Forge
Oh,
ones,
they only.
yeah.
What happened there? I don't know what happened there.
Now, easy
Okay, but the
pass
cold
we
shot got
have.
played.
Just
This is
play
the second
another
game.
Ezreal.
The first game took 40
So
minutes,
we are seeing multiple
so
different
we might be
versions
here
of
for another
the
hour.
deck.
The second game just
Ezreal
started,
set Manland.
while the first
We
game
know
took 40 minutes.
There are more ways to get your own Ezreal back. On the side of LNZQ, I don't think he plays more than one Ezreal, but he is definitely playing Morbid Return, a card that if you're
Alans has more swag.
back from your discard, from your trash.
But Alans didn't listen to
Now, since we
Batsu
have 2 Polish
when I
players in
said
the feature matches, the
Downwell
crowd
is
going
the
ballistic
greatest
here
deck in the game,
Bologna. So
and Alans
many
has
of
Downwell in
these
the side
Rift
deck.
have traveled to support their
The
friends.
other Ezreal has
I
Downwell
feel
in the
like I
main
saw
deck,
a tweet that there was like 100
so the other
Polish
Ezreal won
players
game
traveling,
1.
like, it was a giant number
Yeah.
of the
So-
players, yeah, a big picture of them all outside the venue. So thank
Should
you
have
for
listened to
travel,
Amsky.
to the event.
Gets the pickpocket
Okay,
out,
so
immediately gets rid of the seal
they're
before
just
they
both
can do a lot
drawing
of
an
value
insane amount of
generated
cards.
from the
I
man
wonder
land.
if Alans still kept
Now we're
the
thinking of
Vexes
another stack
in the deck.
completely exhausted.
They
And
play a stacked
this
deck,
is very
a
interesting
promo
because, you know, this
stacked
matchup
deck,
has been going on for
I
a
would
few
say,
rounds already. We have recycled so
and
many
they
runes.
take a recall,
hasn't been
which
a
is very
single
good because
point
now
that
they can
has been
protect
scored
their
so far.
Ezreal when
Control
the other
matchups.
Ezreal
It's
starts
perhaps
swinging.
Maybe not the first time we've seen it in Riftbound, but
Yeah.
definitely the Ezreal mirror is something.
I
that
wonder
on
what those
our
Alans
broadcast we
cues
haven't seen this weekend. So get ready. These are untimed rounds.
card
Everyone at home,
sleeves are on the bottom.
more beverage
What is that
choice
like?
to,
A little
to
poro
weather the
holding.
storm through this.
If
the
anybody
first game took
knows.
40 minutes
Is it some
already.
like
I know,
Polish stuff
right?
or what is it?
We are here for
We're
a
here.
The other Ezreal only has a
cold
gust.
shot. I think found
Oh,
a
oh no,
hard
that was a
bargain.
cold shot. My bad, my
I
bad.
know
Don't
that
don't
we
listen to
have
me.
added
Don't
a
listen to
seal of
me.
Discord.
Also, Alan's played the pickpocket, which means the other
Very good
Ezreal
way for you
doesn't
to
have a
just
seal anymore,
pickpocket
but
them.
they have another
If
seal in
the seal of
hand,
Discord is being played, is it worth it?
and they
Try
play
to
the third
pickpocket. This
cold
was
shot
so
already.
good. Immediately seal of Discord and then call shot with the
They find a
Ezreal
second
in
last
your base.
last
Just going
right,
to draw
or is
two
it the
cards
first
for
one?
free, but it's
Man,
not
it's
only
it's
drawing,
it's
just
so hard
shooting.
to
what's
keep
better
track
than,
of track of what's
getting a
happening in an Ezreal versus Ezreal
Get-
mirror,
get another
where
card.
there's 20
You're not
cold
even
shots,
spending any kind of
20
energy for it.
20 stack decks.
I genuinely
Another
feel
stack
like
deck gets played.
if there was a way
They
to track
see the
runes once you've
Downwell.
cycled
They
through
take
deck,
the
we're going
other
to need
stack
to-
deck.
to find that for this game,
So
because we are
cold
gonna
shot,
see
cold
multiple
shot,
versions
stack
through
deck,
of
stack deck,
every deck.
another
By
stack
the way,
deck,
drawing cards is
and
a
they keep
great
the other stack
mechanic.
deck.
It's a very very strong thing to do in Riftbound, and when you can do it consistently like this.
So
Wow, the mana is
now
really going
they
through it right
kept the pickpocket, which will get rid of the Alan's Q's seal, which is very good in this matchup.
But there's a pickpocket being played on his
And
side too.
the
Gets
Thema
rid
Ezreal
of the seals
has
and then gets a
now
gold token
accelerated
for it in
their
exchange,
trash
which
very
just makes it
quickly.
so much better.
So if they now get to downwell range, they can start blasting with some Rasas.
Is this going to be a situation where you do take out the
Alan's
seals on the
Q
opponent's
scores the
side?
first
I
point,
think there might be a better way
plays
of doing it.
recall
You
to
push
get
tree.
one rune
After you push
exhausted,
into the dreaming tree, so
and
you get a
draw
point,
one
you get a
card from the
draw,
dreaming
get a rune
tree.
exhausted, you play that
Now they can
pick
play
again, you get
pickpocket
gold,
back
you get
to
rid
get rid of the
second
seal
seal, and
on the
I
other
think there's enough
Ezreal,
recursion for
and
those seals.
now the other Ezreal only has one seal left in their deck, which is gonna be very problematic trying to hit the downwell plus Rasa combos when you don't have any seals left.
Have been very impressive for the cleanliness of like lines, knowing what's coming next. What
Oh,
your
it's a
accurate
gold
way of
token
playing is.
proxy.
It clearly
I
Manas
see,
has
so that's what it is.
you know, exceptional to
There's
game one.
okay, we saw a
We
Vex there,
unfortunately did not see it on
which
the broadcast
I
as we were
think
watching our
Alan's
first
Q
featured
kept,
matchup
and we see
of
two
this
seals
round.
there.
Well, when you get rid of your opponent's
So
seal, I guess like, it's pretty good to get
Alan's
one of your own.
has
Yeah,
now
especially
has
when you pick up
probably
two
gonna
calls.
play
You do
one
have to say
seal on
goodbye
board,
to the other one for,
and
like, 3
the
turns
third
worth.
seal is at the bottom of the deck.
We'll see it again pretty soon.
You're gonna cycle
At this
through it in
rate,
no time.
That's how we'll know.
all seals will be destroyed by the
When we
pickpockets,
see that seal of Discord again, we've gone
and
through
the Ezreals are gonna be in
entire
trouble.
deck.
Alright,
Alan's
okay,
is
that's
running
good, that's
Fizzes.
good.
I haven't seen the other
That's the
Ezreal play any
timestamp.
Fizzes
Yeah,
yet,
exactly.
so
Timestamp.
I don't know how many Fizz they're running.
Turn pass after finally excitingly
I also wonder if
point
it's
was
worth
taken by
to
Alan ZQ.
play last
And
right, to
after
equip,
considering that
to
you took, like,
recycle
5
those
turns to
seals
get a
back
point,
into
this
your
is a
deck, because right
crazy
now
lead now.
the biggest problem of
This is the
Thema
only
is
Ezreal we're
that
having on
they
top
don't
eight, so
have
just to
any
put it out
seals.
there,
Is
This
this
is a
repeat?
one seal
Alan's
side.
has
A
one
repeat
seal in
retreat.
hand and
We
one
just
seal
go
at the
to
bottom of their
mirror
deck.
our opponent, but Alan ZQ has, of
So at
course,
some point,
played
having no
the seal
seals
knowing
will become a
doesn't have to
problem.
use it on that turn.
Alan's
Wages of Pain
plays
is being used
Wages of
rather
Pain on the
aggressively.
Trying to say
pickpocket.
no repeat for you, but a gust,
The
because it
pickpocket
does
gets
fulfill
gusted
the,
by
under three
Thema,
might
which allows them to
part
draw
of
from the
that, so
Dreaming
we'll
Tree, and
return to
now
hand. It's
Alan's can
repeat retreat at home.
never play the seal
That's
again
true.
because
Basically
the
does the same thing
pickpocket
in
is in
this
the hand
matchup.
of
Just
Thema.
don't channel a rune,
And if
exhaust them,
Alan's
but you
goes
do
ahead
get
and
the
plays
draw.
a
You've
seal,
taken
the seal
draw
just
from the tree,
gets
but
destroyed
That's
instantly.
really interesting. In this matchup, you probably never want to gust your opponent's stuff at all. So it
Always
really is just another copy of retreat.
This
We
this is
do
something that
see.
you haven't
Was
really
that a
seen in
Vex?
Origins,
No,
right?
what was
Control
that card
matchups
in
that
the?
just
Oh,
play
it's
so
it's another
heavily
Ezreal.
for
So
value
there is
that you
one
are
Ezreal
not taking points. Oh, we're
in the hand
taking
of
away
Thema.
gold tokens. I think that
They
LCQ
use
might
pickpocket to
incredibly
break
happy to see this.
one
Trade
gold
gold.
token from
If he
Alan's
just added a seal
and
of
get
Discord
a
to his
gold
hand,
token of
and
their
he would
own.
rather have a seal of Discord than a gold token.
Then they
How many
stupefy
ways are we gonna have?
something,
How many ways of bouncing that pickpocket are going to come through?
and
This is
this
Quite
matchup
literally
seems
death
to
by 1,000
be
cuts for both player of like
just
how do
about
you just eat through the economy
how many
one
gears
single
can you
interaction
destroy
at a
from the
time.
enemy Ezreal,
I
which
think
is
the
pretty
great
funny.
thing about Riftbound in this regard is also
This
that
is
you
gonna
don't
be a
have to
long
necessarily
journey.
eat through your opponent's
It's gonna be a
economy.
long
You just
journey.
need to score
We're gonna have to see. Will the game
Sure,
end
yeah,
before
yeah.
I lose
You're
my
right.
voice?
Going to, like, at some point you're forcing
Streaming.
out resources from your opponent when you try to take too
It's
many
gonna
points
be
with your
my
pickpocket, for example.
my
You
voice
throw that
versus
pickpocket in,
the game
There
here.
is a Dr.
So
Mundo in
we're
hand.
playing like two
push,
games in one
push
game.
to the win, maybe.
The seal
That is
comes
one
out,
way of dealing with a lot of
but
these
I don't
small
think the seal
light
will
units and
see the
small,
light of day for long,
like
because
might carrying
most likely the
spells like
pickpocket is
Gust, and
going
obviously
back
you
into the hand of
talked about
Thema
not
next
wanting
turn,
to bounce your
and
enemy
then
units, but
the
Dr. Mundo
pickpocket is gonna be
eventually,
played
you
out
would think,
again,
going to get through. There is a
and
Bellows Breath,
rinse and repeat.
and
The
with
Bellows
Fizz,
Breath
we're gonna get
comes
that combination
out
that we saw a little bit earlier of, like, you get the Bellows
doing
Breath, Fizz will, end up
1 damage
potentially
on
recurring things,
2 damage
you know, dealing
to
damage
each
through
of
to
the
base.
units
We'll see
in Thema's base.
exactly where that
This
goes
allows
through
Alans to
from
draw
Alan.
from their legend,
Haven't seen the damage applied yet. We have just seen a draw from Ezreal.
And
Explode.
at some point these players need to start playing their last rights, because they're really going through their decks very, very fast. Another Fizz gets played. I wonder if they're gonna recall their Pickpocket now. Okay, no. They play Frigid Touch, and now all the units in Thema's base gets killed, because they already had 2 damage on them. And now Frigid Touch gave them minus 2 each, so this just kills them straight up.
Play for either of the battlefields, and I would say that's probably one area that Alan.
It's looking pretty rough for Thema suddenly. Even if Downwell now gets used by Thema, Alan's is gonna get the Pickpocket back in their hand, both of the Fizzes back in their hand, and it's almost a positive for Alan's now if the Downwell gets played, which is pretty funny. It's pretty funny that sometimes if you play down well, it's better for the enemy than it is for yourself.
Play something like a Wages of Pain. You have nothing that makes it cheaper right now.
Thema can only win this game if they can get their last right recycles rolling, and the biggest problem of that is to get their last right recalls rolling, they need a seal on board. And the seal probably gets played soon, but they also know that the instant the seal gets played, it's just gonna get destroyed by the Pickpocket. So they're kind of in a lose-lose situation right now. If they play down well, it's a positive for Alan's. If they play a seal, it gets killed by a Pickpocket, like Thema just showed us how it works. So now Thema killed their seal with the Pickpocket, plays their own Pickpocket, and we already know that Alan's is probably gonna kill the seal next turn, so that seal won't be there for long. The Fizz gets played, and what do they play from the Fizz?
So we're gonna shortcut, I think, to kill one of the Fizz.
What do they play from the Fizz? Because most of the Ezreals in Bologna don't even play the Ezreal signature card, and that's like the biggest difference between Alan's list and the others. So we took a Stupefy from the Fizz, which now allows for the Ezreal Legend trigger, and they drew 2 because their Pickpocket also targeted an enemy card. Or I don't know how that works, but I think that's why they could proc their Ezreal Legend from that.
Look at playing Ezreal yourself, because it is an incredibly complex deck, and it is credit to both of these players.
I would imagine the last rights are probably getting played out pretty soon. Alan's is already setting up their trash to probably start recycling their cards in their deck. The biggest problem of last right is that the Pickpocket can destroy your last right, and if your last right gets destroyed, it's most likely an instant GG.
Just like pickpocketing, I feel like this sequence has been illegal.
Okay, so Thema has three arcane shifts. Okay. So that they both have 3 arcane shifts. Thema also has 2 last rights, if I saw correctly. So this way they can play around the enemy Ezreal's Pickpocket by playing last right. It gets destroyed, they play another last right, from which they recycle the destroyed last right back in their deck. Then the other last right gets destroyed, but then they play the other last right, and with the other last right they can again recycle the other last right back into their deck. Okay, so Pickpocket cannot do that. Okay, so I wonder, are the 2 last rights just like a safety feature if one of them gets destroyed somehow?
is now currently
because
in the
when you have
obelisk
two
of power.
last rights
I really like that
in your deck,
Alan Secure, he just
there's basically no way
almost on the
to
side scored a few points,
kinda
and now,
stop your game
the
plan.
Manland, he
The
has to
Vex is
actually
finally out,
play
which
really
means that the Vex
remove
wasn't
desperately
side-decked out.
those units from the
It's
battlefield.
gonna
So you
be
need to, first of all,
a little
catch up,
interesting to
and second of all,
see
you need
if
to make
Alans
sure
will
that Alan is not
get
holding, that
the
he's not getting
Vex
any points
triggers
back,
in this
because
game,
you are
because
so
I
far
imagine there
behind.
won't be a lot
So
of
you have to
combat
start
happening.
making less value plays, right? You have to start throwing your cards
Yep,
at
Seeplow.
Alan in the hopes of not losing the game.
Now
and
that emote is
probably
very
going to lead
very
for a bigger
relevant
card
for
advantage
this
for
one,
Execute.
because
Well, Manland has
holy,
enough cards to start playing them. I'm pretty sure he's
it's
at the
getting
point
too
where having
complicated.
enough
It's getting too
cards in hand,
complicated.
probably comparable to the number of cards remaining in the deck.
It is.
And the trash, I think, is actually a bigger pile than cards remaining in the deck. So we're
Yeah,
at
he
that
probably
stage
boarded
where,
out some of the Vexes.
you know, Manland should have options.
Alans
There's
is already
pretty
at
much
5
everything you can
points,
imagine as Ezreal
which is a
last
little
rights.
alarming
I think it's another last
for
rights
the
in
other
hand.
Ezreal, and the other Ezreal is only
Barrage,
at
Fight or
0
Flight. I
points,
think that's two hard bargains.
so they're
not too
they're
many
gonna have to
options. You know, I
start
said find the options, but there actually aren't
start
too many
playing
for
the game
this
soon.
Situation
No,
in order to slow Alan down. That's actually quite surprising. We've focused so much on the economy of like attacking the seals that Alan has kind of quietly got to this point. And that's going to be the game.
And that's a scoop.
You know, there is something to be said for understanding when you can't turn the aggression
And
back, and Alan will.
that is
even
a
the series
scoop.
up one
The
apiece.
Ezreal did
That's the other
realize
half
that
of
there was
this,
nothing they could do, I
situation is
guess.
knowing, yeah, I'm toast in this
Alan's
game.
being
Let's
at
go game 3.
5
I don't wanna spend
made
brain
it
power on
so
this.
Yeah, and Alan just takes this
the
game
Ezreal
swimmingly
would be
with the
playing
Fizz
behind
Trickster,
all
where
game.
he is accompanied by Ezreal. Now you get to actually
And I
see
wonder
this side deck
if
again.
Alans
Dr.
will
Mundo was sided
put
in,
their
but
Dr.
has not
Mundo
seen
in.
it.
I would imagine it's alright in this matchup, because the Dr. Mundo can eventually just solo all the Rasas from the other Ezreal.
That is one
The other Ezreal is also only running 2 Rasas, so they think
Yeah, they were definitely
3 Rasas is too much,
and we had gusts.
Yeah.
that were working
which is
as retreats.
which is
So the
a
decks,
good
they do look
optimization
kind of similar if you're
deck
just
building,
looking at them,
because
but actually
I
there is
mean you
quite
don't
a few
need 3
differences, of course,
Rasas
where there is
when you
the
play
Vex,
down
which
well.
is a unit that is pressure
Two
hero,
Rasas should be
encompass
enough for
quite
you
heavily.
to conquer 2
There's so
points
many
after
different,
playing
like,
down well, and
value
then
cards
you know
like
playing
Gust just
Rasas
help you in
for
some
free
matchups
from
and
your
stops
hand.
opponent from
So
taking
that is a
easy
very
points, takes
very
away a
good
lot of the tempo sometimes in the early turns,
building
but also
building
gives you a lot of value
optimization
in
from
those
Tema,
matchups when you're bouncing your
having only 2
pickpockets.
Rasas.
Yes, we know the pickpockets were sideboarded.
Wait, that was
in
Alan's.
Manland,
That was Alan's, no.
And
Wait,
with a list like this, it
so
is quite
Alan's is big brain.
tricky to see exactly what has come out
Alan's is
for it.
huge brain, running only 2 Rasas.
Trying to remember what we saw. The problem
Tema is running
with
3
this deck,
Rasas with the downwell.
we see
I think
so
the
many cards
Alan's
recurring
version
from
was
the graveyard.
way better, running
It's
only
like,
2
I don't know
Rasas.
whether it was
Also,
one copy of that
Ravenbloom
spell,
Student
3 copies of that spell,
is
played
not very
4,
good.
like, how does that
Ravenbloom
come
Student
about?
is
'Cause you
not
arcane-
worth it
that's the other thing.
in the
Fizz
Ezreal
gets
version.
arcane shifted.
You would rather
You get
just
multiple
have a
Fizz
treasure
resolutions.
hunter
And then you
that
have the
will
potential for last rights to bring it back. There's
start
a lot of
stacking up
ways
you some
to
gold.
play cards for like 6
So
times.
when you guys
so
build
basically every
your
card you have in your
downwells
deck, you can
locally,
use multiple
you saw
times,
you saw
and
these
it's on
Ezreals
you as the player to
running the
decide
tournament
which
with the
card has
downwell
the
decks.
highest values in those matchups. The only
Don't
card that I'm pretty sure we're going
play
to see use this is, I
Ravenbloom.
think Pickpocket is
If you
going to
play the
a
deck
pivotal
perfectly,
role
you
again.
will
I think
end up
players are
getting
heavily
more
marketing
value
for
out of the treasure hunters
Voidgate,
and the
Mirror,
gold
in
they
Ezreal,
provide.
Mirror.
So
That is
the
going to be
Ravenbloom is
really tough
very
to score
very
points.
useless,
This is gonna be
especially in the mirror
the,
matchup.
hardest an arcane shift has hit. Because
Yeah.
no matter which battlefield you're at,
It's always full.
it's gonna. Although again, in this matchup, most of the units are 3 anyway, so it doesn't
That's true,
truly
yeah.
matter.
True, there is
Bellow's
nothing to
breath.
rebuke here,
Oh, that's
because if you
actually a
do rebuke the
significant change
pickpockets,
for
then
that. Bellow's
then you
breath
do
now
a
has the ability
favor
to
for
take
the
out
enemy.
units on
Ooh,
battlefields
Alan's
in this
instantly
matchup.
starts with the
More so than
seal plus
before.
Ezreal.
Alan's EQ actually finding the seals.
The easily the
immediately,
strongest start
plays
in
it
this
out, so
matchup.
the Ezreal actually discards a Morbid Return, which is I think a card that I would have
The
thought
stacked deck
had
comes
a lot
out.
of value in the matchup, but we're going to see actually hasn't seen too many cards.
The pickpocket
That's
is
a
already
pickpocket, while
in the hand of Alan's,
shifts get
so
through.
Alan's
Arcane
really
shifts to
has
the bottom, so we now know there's
everything
less potency from
they
that in
need.
this matchup. And that's what I was going to say.
They
is, like,
literally
with the
don't
Fizz, we
need
probably
anything
will see
else
more
right now. They
content
have
somewhere
these seals.
potentially
I mean, they
if
have the
it's
seal, they have the
there, at
pickpocket,
least
and they
to,
have the
to be
Ezreal.
able
They
to
have
come
all the
back.
combo pieces they need to control this game.
We never saw the Seal of Discord again, so we didn't get to the bottom of the deck last game.
Bro, Alan high rolling every game.
This game, Arcane Shift was one of
Yeah,
the
that
choices
is
there
a
with Stupefy.
kind of a dream start here for Alan's. And the other Ezreal cannot seem to find a seal, which is very sad. They play out the pickpocket, not, I mean, killing the enemy seal, which is very good. And this is the edge of going first, because now Thema is kind of threatening to start scoring points with the pickpocket in the upcoming turns. Alan's has 3 called shots, but like we just saw, they don't have a seal anymore. So now they have a very hard decision. Do they start fishing with the called shots and start de-ramping themselves without seals? Because the rune economy is probably the most important factor in this matchup. And with no seal, even with the Ezreal on board, playing the cold shots feels pretty bad.
Is there a world in which you do not play your Seals of Discord in the mirror match when you know that there are
so the
in that game?
Pickpocket and Stupefy come out,
Pickpockets are being played, because on the side of the manland, if he has Seals of Discord, now one
and
pickpocket has
the
been played,
pickpocket is just a
token,
desperation
and then next turn
play,
you have a
because
protected
Alans
seal if
doesn't
you
want
have it.
to de-ramp themselves, so they have to desperately play the pickpocket down
I'm the right person to answer that
to get the
question
gold
specifically.
token.
Maybe we'll ask Alan or Manland.
And
whoever wins this match, maybe we'll get that
it's
question posed to them.
It's very crazy how important the seal ends up being in this matchup. And remember in set 1, when everybody was kinda trashing on seals, if you remember in set 1, everybody was kinda trashing on seals, how seals are flawly designed in the game, how seal being a -1 draw isn't strong enough for its effect. And right now we see seals in Jinx, Ezreal, some Dravens, in Rek'Sai, in Darius, and they're slowly starting to creep up on the meta. So you need to now start hunting those seal doubters down. I was always a seal believer myself. Thema could really take a free point here. Alan's is only at 1 energy.
What I mean with very good is
and
it is slightly advantageous.
It is very advantageous to go first in this matchup, when your pickpockets can start kind of grinding you those points when you're going first. And going first is just an insane advantage. I would be very interested in seeing if Thema went first in the first game of the match, because they won. I wouldn't be surprised if Thema was going first in that game, seeing how strong going first is in this matchup. And the winner of this best of 3 does get the Ezreal Medal Legend. So imagine the stakes and the pressure on these guys. They're both playing for upwards of at least 20,000 euros, which is very crazy to think about. It all comes down to the third game of the best of 3. It's a difference of 20,000 or 0 from the best of legend. So it's so crazy to think about. It's so crazy to think about. Now the seal is on board for Thema. This means Alans will probably start fishing out for a way to recall the pickpocket back in their hand, so they can get rid of the seal from Thema.
That is not a good sign. That is unusual. Is one way to put it.
Yeah. The cheapest metal card ever sold has been sold for 14,000, and the most expensive has been sold for 42,000. So I imagine the Ezreal is at least 20,000 euros. So there's a lot on the line here in this Ezreal mirror match. Alliance is still looking for a way to recall the pickpocket, and they find the exact card they were looking for. So this means Thema's seal is most likely gone on this turn already. You said you would be fine with banning Cold Shot. Yeah. Especially, it's especially strong with Ezreal. I don't think it's like insanely strong in other decks. It's very, very strong. It's at least as strong as stacked deck in other decks, but in Ezreal especially, Cold Shot is just insane. So.
That is a very good point.
And this is something we all knew the instant we saw the card from the like season where they gave us the teasers of cards. The instant we saw Cold Shot, we all knew that it was gonna be a very, very strong card.
It's 1-1 currently. If you're just tuning in, it is the top.
Honestly, this Miracle meta is boring and slow. Yeah, except I wouldn't really call these versions of Ezreal like a Miracle Ezreal per se. The only Miracle card they're playing is a Rasa, and the rest are like combat tricks and the pickpockets to destroy gears, etc, etc. They're like a very controlly deck. So these Ezreals aren't really like a Miracle version per se, because the only Miracle card is the Rasa. The rest is just to control and slow down the game.
Discard is now being tapped as well, so we do have two seals in play. One is in the trash, one is exhausted.
And Manland may end up playing towards the Rasa. Again, have not seen a lot of this matchup, so the knowledge of when you're dropping Rasa.
The second Ezreal, the second seal has hit the board. The second Ezreal is very, very unnecessary and greedy. Alliance could look to now Bellows Breath both Ezreals and, you know, stupefy them, for example, to get rid of both. So this is a very greedy and a little bit strange from Thema, I would say. We just have to hope that Alliance doesn't just instantly delete both of the Ezreals. The seals come down, the Cold Shot is out, played for 0 power with the seal on board and the Ezreal on board. Drawing 2 cards gets to look at 4 cards, which is a little insane.
It was a blank card if it gets popped immediately.
I am desperate to have the sweeping statements coming from this event to be like, Draven is bad now, seals are bad now.
I said this is where
Is Fiora Hook good versus Ezreal?
In a situation where you never get draws, okay?
No.
I don't want all the Draven fans to rage on me, but we're going in.
Or yes, actually, it's okay, it's okay. The more wide hook is a little bit better on Ezreal, but
if that is going to be the case, you're all out of seals.
Yeah, exactly.
I think a Death Knell hook
a lot of fans
is the best version of hook against Ezreal meta. A little spoiler for you guys for what I've been cooking. So I think the Death Knell version of hook has been probably the best version against like this Ezreal purple meta.
But you know what? It could be worth it.
Yeah, if you're playing this with Vex, then you might not pay too much to use it. Is it an action?
I believe so.
Yes. Yeah, with a Carthus, of course.
No,
yeah.
It's always the repeat line on that. I gotta admit, the repeat line I always read is action.
No sip, wow. I have
It's like us doing
been
a flavor text earlier, but
cooking
with rules text.
some hook
Oh, another pickpocket
like
followed up by
offline
LNCQ. You don't need to
for a
bounce it if
long
you have it in
time.
the right moment. Next seal of Discord is gone for the
I just
Mad
wasn't
Lantern. He
confident
has
in it
none
yet,
on
but
the
then
field.
I
If that stays
then
that
I
way,
realized
you're
I wasn't
going to
wrong, you know.
lose the grind game.
I wasn't
However,
wrong about it.
there is a hesitation
The Deca's
on
list
one of the
isn't
runes that he has.
fully
Does
optimized for
have
sure.
a retreat and has deck in hand,
There are
while
some
the
optimization to be
pickpocket,
done,
thinking about it,
especially into this meta, for
visiting
example.
Void Gate.
But the only
Retreat
reason
came to
why
the
it's
front of the hand.
okay is it just goes so wide
This is it's such a
that
weird control matchup in
a
the sense
single, you
of
know, bellows
it's
breath
not control in the
won't
countering spells
save your enemy.
type of control. It's controlling economy. It's grinding your opponent down and down and down to get very small advantages.
Now,
and it's impressive that both of
getting
these
back to the
players
game,
managed to pilot this deck
there is
to
a recall
avoid
in the
a
hand of
control
Thema,
bracket in Swiss
so that is
and
one
get
more
through
pickpocket
in the
to be
time
played.
required.
Alans is looking
Yeah.
to
Okay, I'm glad you agree.
score some points, and Thema needs to be very careful here, so the game doesn't get out of hand really quickly like in the last one. Thema has been way too careful with scoring their points, and Alans is kind of looking to really punish that, I would say. I think Thema should be at least at 3 points right now. They went first, they had first pickpocket on board, they have had more units on board. It's a little weird of how careful they have been, and against Alans, you don't win by being overly careful and playing around everything. You win by being confident and tempoing, because Alans does know how to slow down the game and whittle you down and, you know, stabilize the game. So you really have to be careful of how much respect do you give the opponent. If you respect your opponent too much, then that's also gonna be, you know, that's gonna hinder your game plan too much.
Well, LNCQ already has a pretty threatening unit, which is a 2-drop, but in this matchup quite threatening.
Yeah, Seepwow and Jericho.
I think that this card actually is
you can just play and see what works,
because, you know,
and slowly after every game maybe change one or two cards, and after 50 games the deck will start looking like it's optimized. So all the time change a couple of cards, see how they work, change more cards, see how they work, and slowly you will grind the deck. It's like a, you know how blacksmiths make swords, you know? They slowly sharpen it up until it becomes perfect, and that's how you build decks. It's a slow process, but it's worth it and it's fun. So try it out yourself, and maybe you'll find something none of us even thought about before.
Question is, when are we going to see the Rasa? The Manland has quite.
And aren't we glad these games don't have a time limit, because this is already looking like it's gonna go to 100 minutes. So 1.5 hours of Ezreal versus Ezreal. 100 minutes, I mean 100 minutes of Ezreal versus Ezreal. 100 minutes of cold shots and stack decks being played, and pickpockets being played over and over again. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. What has Riftbound come to, man? But Alans is at 3 points, and Thema really has to go ahead and...
if we do that, like 7 more times.
Thema really has to go ahead and accelerate their game plan right now. I think Alans is really noticing how insanely careful Thema is, and I think they are punishing it well by going on the aggression and
is actually going in
actually
heavy
scoring
here with
points.
so many units. Let's say
So Alans goes to 4 points already. Thema is still at 1 and they went first. So
saying, do or die, I'm going
that's a very
to force you to deal
very
with my units. Otherwise,
risky
I'm going aggressive.
Also, I think
risky way to play this matchup. They have 1 energy up, which is a recall in their hand. And let's see if this catches Alans off guard. I would imagine Alans would go and try to kind of blow out Thema's home base here. Yep, they go for the Bellows Breath twice. It goes through.
Is there enough there to
and
Bellows enough time
damages everything once.
In order to like take out most
There's
the
Watcher and the game is over.
Is there enough of a follow-up?
And this is really the problem Thema had in this game. They were playing the long game against a deck that had more damage in their deck. So they were playing the long game against a deck that would eventually win this matchup.
What's the target?
They can retreat the Fizz, but I think this is too big of a tempo swing. I think this is too big of a tempo swing here.
It must have been that Ezreal.
I think they talked
and
about it,
everything
that just gets out everything.
dies.
Frigid touch as well. This is a complete board wipe from LNZQ out of nowhere.
And everything dies. The Frigid touch seals the deal. And I think either the pressure got to Thema or just inexperience with the mirror matchup. But they gave way too much space for Alans. Alans was never on a clock, and Thema was never really forcing Alans to end the game. Alans was doing whatever he wanted, got the 5 points, while Thema was doing nothing.
But it wasn't necessary in this situation. I know Alan didn't have the runes available for it, but
you really wonder how Thema won game 1. Yeah.
Everything, including the retreat.
It seems to me they are very inexperienced with this matchup, giving way too much space for Alan. And Alans might be the first owner of an English Ezreal Best of Metal card. And the Polish team is going crazy.
Fantastic.
The Polish team is going crazy.
We have to at least see what happens in the rest of the game, because Manland is really struggling. We saw in the last game, recognizing that the game was done.
Thema's list is very light on interaction, and that's why they should have, put Alans on a clock, because eventually Alans will blow out your units.
There's not enough left in my deck. What is left in the deck to turn this around? There's a lot of
it is looking like Alans is the first owner of the English Best of Ezreal Legend.
Double Ezreal this turn, discarded a last rites and also a hard
the Rasa comes out.
Kind of
Alans gets to 6 points. Thema is still at 1 point. Thema still has a downwell in hand, but I don't think a downwell is enough to win this game, per se.
Very precarious positions. That's 7 runes being tapped into mind splitting. You get all the knowledge, you get everything.
Yeah, sell the legend.
Those are these huge drops.
And the downwell is gone with the mind splitter. So now the only lifeline of Thema has been discarded. And even if Thema now somehow gets downwell, Alans gets a Watcher back in their hand, a Mind Splitter back in their hand, an Ezreal back in their hand, and Thema was for the whole game they were playing defensive, even though they went first, and they should have put Alans on a clock.
Is there to remove gear. You are not
Any guesses on how much Alans will get from the Ezreal Legend best of one medal card? Any guesses? I would think the Ezreal would get you at least 30,000 euros. That would be my best guess. 30,000 euros.
Fully turn the game, you know, all we're doing is saying, okay, let's take a beat.
Ezreal is one of the faces of League, so I would imagine it would get like at least 25,000.
But to establish a board behind that, there's a Rasa as well. It does feel like
true, it's not a female character. True. But it is for sure one of the hardest best of ones to get. I think it will probably be even more expensive than the Draven, I would assume.
Are any of the answers good enough?
You do not have these great pushes with
you will know who got the best of medal cards, like probably after the event is over, like today evening.
That can turn games around, but then again, also keep in mind there's only 1 point on the side of the man.
Prices should go down on medals. Yeah, but some collectors like. I think like the amount of like English medal cards for best of medal cards for each legend is like around 12 or 15 in the whole world. So some collectors are insanely eager to get them. If you compare it to like some, I don't know, some Charizard from Pokemon, there are like hundreds of more, I mean 100 times more Charizards than there will ever be best of medal cards. If you think about it like that. And Alans wins the medal card at least, so congratulations to Alans. Man, man, the crowd is excited for Alans. That's so wholesome to see. That is so wholesome to see. And by the way, Alans was undefeated in the whole tournament, so Alans still hasn't lost a single best of 3.
Best of Kaiser in Houston, best of Ezreal in Bologna. What a resume line to add for Alans.
Yeah, the normal medal cards are like 1 to 2k around that price point. You are more likely to get. Somebody calculated that playing in the side events is in general more profitable than playing in the main event in that way. So for example, the reason why I'm playing in the main event is because I'm obviously fighting for the Darius medal best of one card. But if I wasn't going to hunt the Darius best of one card, I would probably play in the side events because it's insane how much money you can get from those cards from the side events.
Welcome back to the regional qualifier here in Bologna as well, getting into our final.
Yeah, the prize pool is less than the medal cards cost, so for example, a random Azir just made more money than the Ezreal that just lost to Alans, if you think about it in that way.
As we have Alan, well, not really a surprise for Alan going through on the Ezreal, but Sebek on the Misfortune is going to be matched by Ghost Driver on
Yeah.
the Victor, the Herald of the Arcane,
So
taking down Prismaticism to make it through to our semi-finals. Bracket not quite updated for us yet.
So Prismatism lost. No.
Things are heating up, and Draven can't handle the heat, apparently, because they're dropping out of our top 8 as we continue through, as others
Did Prismatism
prove that they can
lose?
triumph beyond that.
Well, let's get on into the action. Sebek, the crowd favorite alongside Alan ZQ, taking on Ghost Driver.
Okay, we're instantly going to the second match of the top cut, but seems like Prismatism lost in top 8, unfortunately. Trent, you missed nothing. Alan's won the game, got the best of Ezreal legend card.
Execute that to perfection, and you can overcome most things. You want to get that dazzling Aurora out.
And Prismatism lost, so there are 0 Dravens left in the top 4. Maybe?
It really is. Ghost Driver on the other side, relatively low on units as well, using those recruits predominantly, has cool combos at the end.
And it is a Victor versus Misfortune.
How many spells in this deck are targeted at taking out a unit?
A Victor versus Misfortune.
The Hidden Blade, the Cold of the Week, it is
What?
all about control of the board.
We have a Victor versus Misfortune in the top 4. In the semi-finals. And yes, all the hate watchers can now rejoice. Draven is officially out of the tournament. We can all go out to the streets and celebrate. Draven is out. Victor is in. Victor is still in the tournament. Yeah, it is Victor favored. It is Victor favored. Man, it sucks that the semifinals is Victor versus Misfortune. I would have wished that they wouldn't have gone against each other in the semifinals, because now one of these has to drop out. So either we lose Misfortune or we lose Victor here. But I think I'm rooting for the Victor. I think I'm rooting for the Victor personally. Yeah, I do feel like Misfortune loses this matchup. And our top 4 is Irelia and Ezreal and Victor and Misfortune. So the other semifinals right now have 2 set 2 legends, while this semifinal has 2 set 1 legends. So no matter what, we're gonna have a set 1 legend versus a set 2 legend in the finals. That is pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. We still had a set 1 legend in the finals. After all the doomers, after all the doubters, we still have a set 1 legend. What do you mean, Trent? Why do you want Misfortune to win? I'm always siding with the yellow player. As a hook enjoyer, I'm always siding with the yellow player.
And then we will see another recruit coming out to base. This is kind of how Ghost Driver has played before. It's relatively slow. You are looking for these points that you can get from things like the Plundering Power and the recruits.
So,
really,
Ghost Driver has a relatively slow start here. Misfortune has everything they could need. And this is very problematic for Victor. The Misfortune just passes, they know that they're very accelerated. Next turn they get the Aurora down, and Ghost Driver probably goes to the 3 points here, but for Misfortune, that's a win. that's a win. Victor only getting the 3 points before they get to play their lovely Aurora. That is all they really want. Very unfortunate for the Victor that they had lost the dice roll in the beginning. And there is also a challenge in the hand of Misfortune and a sabotage. And the problem with the sabotage is that if it hits a Imperial Decree, or is it Royal Decree? I can't remember. But if it hits the Royal Decree, Victor is in trouble. The best card for Victor right now is the Royal Decree and Salvage. Yes, wow, this is a very Victor favored match. I think it all comes down to what the Mind Splitters and the Sabotages hit here. So it is still a very skilled matchup for the Misfortune, playing the Sabotages at the right moments and the Mind Splitters to hit those Royal Decrees and Salvages. Unfortunately, that Victor champion on the board will probably not live for very long. I can imagine it's gonna get killed pretty quickly. And Victor is looking to enhance the top battlefield, which is obviously right, because you have to make sure that you don't have to conquer the top battlefield that often. Otherwise, you're gonna have to recycle a rune every single time you conquer the top battlefield. So they have to make sure that they keep units there always. That is the Aurora. But because Misfortune is not running the Death Bloom, they still can't do anything in this turn. A Death Bloom here would be pretty brutal for Victor. I don't think this Mind Splitter hits anything that relevant. Victor already has 2 kill spells, so they have the Call the Weak and the Vengeance. So the Mind Splitter is just gonna get killed here no matter what. And that's the strength of yellow. That's the strength of yellow. Any big units the Misfortune throws out will either get killed by Call the Weak, by Hidden Blade, by Vengeance, by Royal Decree. Their Aurora can get salvaged. How do you say it? But yeah, their Aurora can get hit by salvage, and they're really the guy on the sleeves that's rolling the boulder upwards. That's kind of the game Misfortune is playing right now. It's gonna be very, very, very tough to beat yellow as Aurora. But we'll have to see. Maybe the Mind Splitters do some work. And this is another example of why the Volibear is gonna be very useless. The Volibear just won't do anything against yellow. So you would always rather have the Death Bloom. And really the only card that can possibly save this game for Misfortune is the Bullet Time. Because Bullet Time obviously is very good into Victor because all of their units are so weak. So the Bullet Time only needs to recycle 1 or 2 cards in total. Also, they're running 2 salvages inside and even 1 more Imperial. I think Victor also had 1 salvage in main. So Victor is running 3 salvages in total and 2 to 3 Imperial decrees in total. So that means that does mean Misfortune is very, very in trouble. This play from Victor, I don't understand. Why would they stack their units on the top battlefield when Bullet Time can punish you pretty hard here? They also killed their token when they have the Victor champion on board. If they had killed their faithful manufacturer, for example, they would have gotten a token to base. Now what will happen is that they didn't get an extra token from the champion, and their champion is going to get challenged out next turn, I assume.
You equip the last rights and then you go in for that conquer, so not wanting to lose too much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Misfortune has already lost game 1. And like I said previously, the only reason why Aurora is so strong is because Yellow isn't being run in tournaments right now. The instant the Aurora faces a Yellow deck, it just looks very impossible. It just looks like the Aurora deck is the punching bag of this Victor right now. So, a very unfortunate misfortune. So, misfortune, a very big misfortune of running into Victor in the top 4. But it was bound to happen. I mean, obviously they were gonna run into a Yellow deck at some point.
Yes, maybe sort of a fight or flight.
It's not my internet. Okay, after this one, we'll go. Well, after this top cut, we'll go ahead and go to speed tester, and I'll show you guys my internet speed. Okay? Okay, you're pissing me off. The sabotage comes out, and the killing spell probably goes away, I imagine. Okay, yeah. So the Hidden Blade is gone. Hidden Blade is obviously very bad for the Misfortune, just because Hidden Blade can both draw Victor cards and it can kill Misfortune's units. So getting rid of the Hidden Blade is very important here. If Misfortune had Dead Blooms in their deck, they could look to conquer both battlefields this turn. Once again, where is the Dead Bloom? Also, Misfortune has 0 orange runes, so they can't even challenge the Victor champion right now, which is a huge deal. Now Victor will get another token to their base from the faithful manufacturer dying. And the Bellows Breath gets played out repeatedly, which is looking to trade with the Misfortune, but the Hard Bargain gets played out in reaction to the wages to the Bellows Breath. Yeah, Bellows Breath. I'm getting confused here. Why are they showing Wages of Pain in the bottom right when Bellows Breath was being played? They're confusing me. They're confusing me. They're showing the wrong cards in the UI. But a Volibear has hit the building. And most likely any killing spell here will win the game for Victor, so it's kind of coming down to the top decks right now for Victor. And that's one of the strengths of having Mind Splitters and Sabotages, when your opponent's hand is starting to dry out and they're just relying on top decks.
It's so difficult for you. You are looking for just instant kills. Unconditional kills.
The biggest strength of Misfortune's board right now is that because they have the Misfortune champion, they can double move their Volibear. So they can move their Volibear, they can move their Misfortune, then they can ready their Volibear when Misfortune moves and Volibear can move again. So that's the one strength of the Misfortune champion. Let's see if Victor finds a way to break this hold and win game 1.
They've only allowed
that is
smaller units
not
to
something
survive on
you
the
want to
stage.
see if you're
So now
Victor.
Ghost Rider's got this really difficult notion of
Really
trying to
couldn't
bring it
find
back and deal
anything.
with some of these larger
Also,
units. And all
the
they've got to do so is, well, spells. They can't
inverted
really dish out enough
timelines
active might
is
damage
a brick
to
in
win
Misfortune's
combats
hand
against
as of
these
now,
Titans.
because obviously
really
Misfortune
difficult
doesn't
for Ghost
want to let
Driver in this
Victor
situation.
draw cards with inverted timelines. Victor does get to 7 points here by holding,
Oh yeah.
which is a little dangerous for Misfortune, because after this, Victor will always get a rune. I mean, Victor will always get a draw when they conquer, because they can't get to 8 points by conquering one battlefield. So
Doesn't really look like we can do
I guess that's one of the advantages of Victor right now. But it does look like Misfortune has once again stabilized the game for now. Pickpocket comes out, doesn't do anything. The token gets drawn back. Misfortune Legend does give you ganking, so there's no reason to try to hold with the token. And the Xin Zhao just gets played for rune efficiency. Now Misfortune has to make sure that Victor cannot draw 2 points per turn from conquering battlefields.
That's the risk. You've got to build up in base with that risk of the bullet time. So you've got to
Yeah,
build up
Royal
in base and
Decree
then
is,
go in when you're ready,
or
but that
Imperial
just allows
Decree
them
is
to start
GG
gaining
instantly.
points finally.
There are
Hold points
many
given by
outs the
BBQ
Victor
just
can
ramps up now.
get here.
That 1 to 6 gap looks big,
So
but it isn't when you
it
consider
is
the
still
context.
in Victor's favor for sure. I mean, probably the rest of the game is in Victor's favor. I think you have like four turns to top deck everything you need. So so you have four turns to find a single killing spell or Royal Decree or even a, what's the card's name, that does 6 damage to 2 units. Oh my, how did I forget its name? But even that card could do some damage here, killing Misfortune and dealing 6 damage to another unit.
A little bit of a discussion about a rune being around, yes.
So it just looks like we're ironing that out for a moment, and then we're readying for the turn. Here we go, back over to SebiQ as we go ahead. And
So
just
Misfortune
straight
has
back
stabilized the
here
game.
to this
Did
heavy
Victor
control
miss
moment
a
that
hold trigger,
Misfortune
by
is
the way?
presenting. And we've
Did
still
Victor
got
just
Cadre in
miss
hand.
a
We've
hold
got
point, or am I
units in
tripping?
hand, I believe, as well now. So among the depths of the Dazzling Aurora, there might still be a couple in deck, but this is a very
Oh yeah,
low
Singularity
deck
trend.
in general.
But
You're
shouldn't
generally
Victor be
wanting
at
to
7
lead off the
points?
Dazzling Aurora and
By
then
the
kind
way,
of using your tips and tricks
they
in
held
hand to
with
kind of dig
the
through,
recruit token.
just like challenge. Okay, going to take out one of the bigger units, taking down that Victor so that recruit tokens can't keep spawning in.
What?
Yeah, killing out anything that can give more units over to Ghost Driver. MF Bounty Hunter being tapped to give the Volibear.
So the ganking has been given to the Volibear.
Appropriately paid for that
Misfortune
challenge.
forgot to
Now
pay for the
72%
challenge
have
power.
the runes for Punch First, but Punch First doesn't really matter too
And I'm
much
pretty
here.
sure Victor has
72 is gonna
missed
go
1
over to the
point,
Treasure Hoard, get their third
which is
point of the
crazy in
game.
such a high stakes game. But remember, both of these players have their medal cards in the pocket, so they're basically just playing for the champions card right now. The cash rewards aren't the differences between the cash rewards when you get to top 4 isn't that big. It's just the champion special Blade of the Ruined King that really is priceless. All of these players already have the one of medal card in the pocket, so
is going to get equipped to Misfortune here with the Sabotage, and can't see quite what was under it. Back onto the bottom of the main deck. It's Mines. Oh, Sabotage is going to stay. Mines.
so Misfortune didn't pay for the battlefield? Ain't no way.
Ghost Drivers here. Yeah, you shuffled them a few times.
That's
okay.
kinda
No need for any more
ain't no
shuffling of
way.
that.
Do I
Now,
believe you, chat? Do I believe you, chat?
probably just going to move towards the Aurora step. There we go. Gust off the top.
Would be crazy if the Misfortune missed the
creature-wise?
I don't know what we have left, but
the
another Mind
recycle
Splitter
from
will
the
do
battlefield.
quite nicely. Yeah, there wasn't one in hand, so that suits. And again, continues to chip away at Ghost Driver's hand. We once again get to have a little peek in there.
What do you mean I'm blind? I'm reading chat. I'm yapping. I'm
really
please, please. You should be happy that I'm reading chat, so we don't miss these things. If I was never reading chat, I would miss all of these things. So I'm giving you the power, and I'm just yapping, you know. So isn't this like a win-win for you guys? You just said, should I believe chat? Okay, okay, I believe you, chat. Okay? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I believe you, I believe you. Please. Please. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cheaters getting caught. Did the Misfortune at least get a warning for missing the battlefield? Because it's kind of getting crazy how many mistakes. Oh, that's such a useless draw. Oh man. Oh man, that's tough.
We needed something to bring us back into this game, and that top deck wasn't it. We can make another recruit token, but
that's
it's
tough.
looking like we've run out of steam. If you're Ghost Driver at this point, you're just gonna have to keep building that base as we assessed. You don't want
this Misfortune might be the luckiest guy on the planet, or this Victor is the unluckiest guy on the planet. Which is it? Which is it? Is the Victor just unlucky, or is the Misfortune just insanely lucky?
Ghost Driver has two more draws to try and find a way out of this situation.
Trent, you play into Irelia by having two grand stratagems in your deck. Grand stratagem insta wins you that matchup, so that's a good tip for you for the future. Grand stratagem is the best yellow card into Irelia. So they put the Aurora back, they take another cold shot, and I mean the Misfortune is digging through their deck, but there really isn't anything that can help the Misfortune in a sense. It just comes down to, does Victor find the Imperial Decree or not? No, if Victor finds Imperial Decree and just attacks with one unit at a time, no amount of bullet times is gonna save you, basically. So something like a Bellow's Breath that can just wipe away 6 of these recruits in one fell swoop. It's a fight, decree or bust right now, yeah. And you got to slowly while your way to victory. Dazzling Aurora trigger. The Dazzling Aurora coming out, Mind Splitter coming out.
And that's why Ghost Driver couldn't risk keeping any cards in their hand.
Yeah, Victor doesn't have any cards in hand, so the Mind Splitter is just a body. Even a Hidden Blade would be insane here, because then Victor could Hidden Blade their own unit to draw 2. So that could be a play.
Means Sebeku only has one creature left in their deck. It is a Mind Splitter with both the Volley Bears.
But guys, am I wrong about Victor missing 1 point? Because I'm pretty sure Victor forgot 1 hold point in the game. If I'm not too wrong, you can correct me, but I think Victor has forgotten 1 hold point, which is pretty bad.
Sebeku has the runes to do so. 1,000 Tail Watcher. Does that change the maths?
A 1,000 tailed Watcher. That is a -6. Now that's a -12 for the Board of Misfortune.
But we're still going to have to play this. Like, we can't not, otherwise it surely just gets taken away again by a Mind Splitter. So
yeah, they have to play the
Watcher. The choice is, how are we going to go about
I think the Watcher could be enough if the Victor attacks the bullet times perfectly.
14 in total. On the bottom,
And
you have the
chat
volleyball
said
imposing,
the
who
Victor
does have
missing
shield,
one
I believe
hold
shield
point
3,
doesn't
if I
matter.
remember
But
correctly.
right now, if the Watcher gets the Conquer 1 battlefield,
so that will be
Victor
20.
gets an extra draw
Yes,
because they would
which
be at
is
7
what's gonna
points
have to
already.
happen here, 'cause you
And
have
that could
no way
very well make
to
the
deal with
difference
it
right now.
otherwise. It is shield 3.
And the Victor's
So
hands are
Tell Watcher
shaking. You can
takes
see
6 off
the
the top. That's
pressure
8
getting to
might
them, and I
remain
don't
for
blame them.
Sebekyu.
I don't blame them.
On the bottom,
I would be shaking too. I
you
would be
have
shaking
6 off
too.
it as well. That's 14.
They
In
choose
hand, we have a hard
not
bargain, a court
to
shot,
accelerate the
invert
Watcher.
timelines, and
I
a
guess they
volley there.
calculated
Nothing to do about this
that
1,000 Watcher.
the Watcher is not enough.
And Ghoster Driver does not attack. Passes the turn,
Okay,
I believe.
okay.
We see the holds come out for Sebekyu. Ghoster Driver, no cards in hand, a bullet time.
Yeah, Sipwa, where is their heartbeat monitor now? That would be crazy to see the heart rate of this Victor right now.
Is they need to take both of them on the same turn, so they're building up to that
But
moment.
yeah,
You have to remember as well, we have perfect
having
information.
that
Ghoster Driver
plus
doesn't
one
know
draw
if there's
from
2 punch the purse in hand.
Absolutely.
Doesn't know
Possible to play.
from
fight or flight in hand as
missing
well.
the
So
hold
has to
point
play
could
around every possible out.
very well be
We'll
the
skip
difference.
to
But
basically the end
we
of
don't
the
know.
turn,
We don't
Sebekyu,
know.
I
We don't
think
know.
just realizing, well,
We just have to pray
I can just go for
to the
dazzling.
gods
Ghoster
of
Driver
Riftbound
truly looking, I believe,
and
for
see
an
what
Imperial
happens.
Decree. It will be a mind splitter off. How deep is it?
The
Near the bottom, it seems.
the car is out of our control,
Nothing in hand. Where is
and
this
we just
going?
leave it
On the
to the
bottom,
heart
I feel like
heart
you
of the
only need
cards.
to hold the
There's nothing we
one
can do.
right
We can
now,
just pray.
But splitting up your units forces Ghoster Driver to potentially do the same.
Yeah, it could have mattered on
that
this
bottom
turn for
battlefield, the volley
sure.
there was ganked across with the bounty hunter
But let's hope it
misfortune
didn't
ability.
matter, because
So
that
you
would
can see
be
Sebekyu
very
investing more on the
very
top side,
devastating.
thinking they need a little bit more defense there. What is off the top for Ghoster Driver for game 1 of this
This
best
is
of
the
3
most
in the
important
semi-finals
top
of the
deck
regional qualifier
of
here
the
in
Victor's
Bologna.
whole entire
Can
life
the
to this
herald
point.
of the arcane
What will the
get some
Victor top
hextech
deck?
magic from the top? It
Oh.
is a time warp. You buy a turn. Is that enough?
Ooh. It might be. Time warp does allow
Is
you
it
to
enough?
take another turn. You could play it just to draw another card.
Yeah, you will draw another card.
It's not impossible.
Can you get to hold the bottom battlefield with the bullet time? I don't think it's possible
Currently
to
sitting
get to
at
hold the
11
bottom
on the
battlefield.
field, I think, which means you wouldn't be able to pay for a
So the
hard
Victor
bargain.
should have attacked last turn. The Misfortune would have less units, and maybe the Victor could get hold of one battlefield this turn and
So it
time
looks
warp.
terrifying to try and take over any sort of battlefield, but that's gonna have
Oh
to
yeah,
happen at some
true.
point.
There is the hard bargain.
question
True,
is as
true,
well
true,
is
true, true.
If you are going to time
Oh
warp, do you
man.
want to go in, kill a few things, then time warp to try and be in a
Oh
more
man,
advantageous
poor
spot on the
Victor.
next turn?
Poor
That's what
Victor.
Ghoster Driver
But
is currently thinking about.
they
How
are
much
yellow
can I take off
into
one of these
Aurora, so
battlefields?
they
The
still
volley
do
bear
have
with
the
shield tree and
advantage in the
tank.
next games.
13 might you need to get through.
Is it a possibility to attempt to take one battlefield and then
So
hold
let's
it?
hope
It's
Victor has the
very
plot armor.
possible.
Let's hope Victor has the
You've got
plot
to play around
armor.
double punch
They're gonna
first.
come back. They're gonna come
The
back.
Mind Splitter battlefield is where we are going. 1,000 Tail Watcher in with an additional.
The bullet time probably
6
comes out
might.
now, and
7 might, in fact,
we go
14
next.
v 14.
Is there a response from Sebekyu? I don't know if they've got anything in hand that can come back at this, but apparently
No.
maybe.
It's
Oh, we've
cold
got a
shot.
cold
the
shot.
cold
We're
shot
gonna go
comes
searching.
out.
We're gonna go searching. Repeated call shot. Fight or flight catalyst. Fight or flight immediately.
Yeah, straight away. We don't need Catalyst right now. That was for early game, and we didn't get it, and we don't want it now.
Catalyst mobilize.
Not great.
Yeah,
We'll take the
neither
Catalyst
does
now.
much for us. I think we took the mobilize.
I would
in the
like to
end.
see the
Oh,
next
yeah, that
card
makes sense.
from
We
Victor's
have a
deck,
stacked deck in hand as well,
because
and a bullet time. Have a lot of tools.
I really want
Try and
to
deal with this.
know
Have
if
to go on
missing the
pushback.
point
Have
and
to
the
try
possible draw
just
from missing the
stabilize
point
and
made the
keep this
difference. So I would
battlefield
like to see one more
under
card
control
from
for Sebekyu
Victor's
here.
deck.
Use the 2. Fight or flight. Targeting Watcher.
Makes sense.
It
Push
gets
back.
bounced back. Your trade a Mind Splitter for the remaining 3.
Okay, we've got a lot of recruit tokens. Guys, how many recruit tokens? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 recruit tokens is enough. You could flurry them all in there, but you leave yourself so
Misfortune
volatile,
looks
because
like
then you've got nothing
they're
left
still
other than
holding
to
on
check
for the
in
hard
face.
bargain
I think the logic is
energy,
at this point, if
just
you are
in
looking for the
case
hold, you send
something
in
bad
7
happens.
Time Warp.
Here we go.
The time warp comes out and the hard
Time
bargain
warp
comes
by
out,
Ghost Driver. A
and
hard
we go next.
bargain is met, and the time will stop for
Wow.
Ghost Driver. No extra turn for you, says Sebiq. And Ghost Driver with a nod of the head extends the fist.
GG.
Game 1 to Sebiq.
It's time to set sail
G.
with Sebiq as we come
The Victor
into
does
our
look
first win
very,
of our
very
semi-finals.
nervous.
Let's see what game 2 has in store
So
for the
maybe
Ghost
it's
Rider.
kind of getting to him.
Can pull
It's
the
been a
ship
long
back
day.
their direction.
It was so
They're in
close
semi-finals,
as well. If you get an
and the
Imperial
Victor is shaking,
decree
but
a
I
little
believe
bit
in them.
earlier,
I believe in them.
would have done a lot of work in the sideboard. Maybe a gust could come in here for Sebiq. The unyielding
Trent, what do you
spirit
mean,
doesn't
let's
do a
go?
huge amount 'cause most of the
It's
kills
no.
are kills rather than damage deals.
We
It
were
does work
rooting for the
around
Victor. What do you
singularity.
mean?
Invert
What do you
timelines as
mean?
well. Not the best when you're looking to
Trent, I
remove so
believed in
many
you.
cards and
No,
you don't want to
Trent.
give the cards back
Yeah,
to
sideboard
your
is insane
opposition.
for the Victor. Victor's
What a
still
play from the
like.
Aurora. Widely
I would still
regarded
bet on
as
Victor
one
right
of the
now.
decks that was playing
I
the
would
best
still
of
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
bet on
But
Victor.
now
You don't
we're
like dirty
here in the
Victors. Come on, man.
semi-finals of Bologna Riftbound Regional Qualifier.
Misfortune
with the
gets one
Misfortune
gust from the
and
side deck.
Victor deck. And if you'd have asked me yesterday,
Ooh,
if
there's
I
the
could have
Imperial
predicted
Decree,
that,
2
I would have
salvages.
told you there's no shot, and I'm so glad to be wrong.
So am I.
The-
I think the 2 salvages very likely to come in here for Ghost
Is there
Driver,
anything
trying to
else?
slow
Is the
down
card
that
sharp
Aurora
or
plan.
mixologist
Alongside that, you
like?
could look for another Imperial Decree, just
like
make it a
good
bit
enough?
easier for you to find that out, because you are running 2 in the main though, and it is a bit of a brick if you draw it
So now
too
there's
early.
3 Imperial
I
Degrees,
do think having
3
the 2
salvages,
makes a lot of sense.
3
Probably
hidden
take out the
blades,
pickpockets. They're not
3
giving you a
Cold
huge
Weeks.
amount. Not too much gold being generated by the Dazzling
So
Aurora
that's
player. And
12
Dream Might
killing
doesn't really give
spells
you a
in the
lot
deck
overall.
of this
No,
Victor,
they're not
plus
helping that
1
much, as in you
Vengeance.
saw it really
So that's
not coming to
13
play
killing
that
spells.
much, and even when they did come into play, it
No,
was kinda like,
that's
oh, yeah,
10
well,
killing spells plus
there
3
it is,
salvages.
it's not
So
doing
that's
much, there
13
it is.
game-winning
So I think,
cards.
when you're, you know, killing a gear and drawing one instead,
Can't wait to
salvage is
face
doing a lot
Aurora
better
in
there, and then,
locals.
of course, you've got that extra last rights removal, so maybe you'll slow
Just
Sebi
play
down.
yellow,
Have
just
them
play
in their own
yellow.
game, be like, "Oh, you're taking things
Someday
away
you
from me, I'm
guys
gonna take
will
things
finally
away
wake
from
up
you."
and
Let's see what the
start
second battle
appreciating
fields are and whether they're going to
yellow
turn the tide of this
decks.
game.
Until that day comes,
It's always
I
an interesting pick.
I
I'm really bad at
embrace
picking
you
battlefields
with my
myself.
open
I'm
arms,
genuinely
and I
all-fat
forgive
here.
you.
It's such a-
I forgive you
it can be such an
for being a
important mechanic of this game.
purple
It really
abuser.
can. It's Obelisk of Power and the Ravenbloom Conservatory on the bottom side.
So now there is the Ravenbloom and
how
Obelisk of
effective this
Power.
Ravenbloom is.
Victor still chose to go first, so they do
Managed to
give the
defend there, and it's defend, not hold, importantly.
2
You are within the
runes
top card of your deck.
for
You
Misfortune.
use a spell. You
There
have
is a
listening
salvage
to your
already
hand
in the
and
deck of
Onspoken
Victor,
Recruit as the turn one for Ghost Driver with that extra
but
rune.
unfortunately,
Obelisk of Power, Sebiq very happy to
when
be at
the
4,
Aurora comes
even though they
down,
are the second
there's
player
probably
to
a
take
Mind
their
Splitter
turn one
coming
in the
with the
game.
Aurora.
Turn 2, I guess, but it kind of second turn
You will be
one
sad if
into
Jin
a
doesn't come on set
Catalyst.
4.
Immediate ramp.
You're a Jin player, huh? You're a Jin
Exactly
player,
what
huh?
we want. So many runes at the start of the game. You don't care about units at this point.
And
It's not the
Misfortune
point what
finds the
Misfortune's
Catalyst,
going for. We
which is
need
the
runes,
best
and runes we're getting
possible
are
start
plenty.
for Misfortune.
Turn 3, we will
Victor
have
goes to
enough
2
runes
points
for
here.
that Dazzling Aurora.
Gets the Ravenbloom Conservatory, I guess. There doesn't seem to be an Aurora in the hand of Misfortune finally. This is like the first game we see from Misfortune where they don't find the Aurora.
Trying to go heavy on those early points, I think it's completely fair. Considering what happened last game, you just want to get there quickly.
Yeah, because
So,
in the late game you are likely to get one turn. One chance to really
Victor
turn around.
is most likely
If an
looking
Imperial
to
Decree
get
had
to
come
4
out, you just
points
needed that one
next
or 2
turn.
points to really manage to close out the game. So you got to swarm. You got to be
Possibly, Victor could possibly get to 6 points before Aurora gets to be played. So this game is looking already insanely better for Victor than the last game.
On top of them, for Sebiq, It is the oncoming storm of this misfortune.
Oh, this is a bit of a not great hand,
And
to be
the
honest.
stack
We've got
deck
some
could
really
save
interesting
Misfortune
late
here.
and
Let's
mid-game
see.
cards, but really
There's the
at the moment, we're
Sabotage,
looking to
there's
dig more.
the
We got a cold shot there, so
Cold
thank
Shot.
goodness we managed to snap down this
Misfortune
cold shot,
chooses to
and that's
take the
kind of what
Cold
we
Shot
wanted to do at
just
this
to
stage of the
dig
game, as
further,
Misfortune
probably next
is
turn when they have
shred
9
through the
runes.
deck towards
So
the
they
Dazzling
can,
Aurora.
you know,
Now,
look to
got
play
the advantage with those runes, you're gonna be
the
able to keep the pace
Aurora
there,
when they
but
have
now
9
wanting to
runes.
shred quickly through the
They
deck to get to
can't play
our
anything
Aurora,
else,
we can play
so
as soon as possible.
they do play the Misfortune out. This is very risky. Very cold weak, vulnerable play. Yes, Wow. You need to start playing the Lucian Trinity Force combo into Misfortune. That would be pretty funny. The hand of Victor is pretty weak. There's 2 more Honest Brokers. There is a Riptide Rex, which is pretty weak in this whole matchup. I would have probably sided out the Riptide Rex. It doesn't really do much in this matchup.
It would make sense. It would make sense.
And I do feel like the salvage is unfortunately gonna get yeeted out of Victor's hand when the Aurora comes down. At least there's a Hidden Blade to, you know, possibly slow down the Misfortune.
Holding back in base, gonna make a recruit to kick things off, making sure the maths works. This energy is one that can be spent right now.
But this match has been surprisingly fast. It's already like halfway to game 2, and we're at 36 minutes. The Alan's Q's first game took over 40 minutes, so these guys are like twice as fast as the Ezreal match. Victor just looking to play as many units down as possible. Probably to threaten a Imperial Decree. I would probably hide the Hidden Blade just so when the Mind Splitter gets played, they can't throw away the Hidden Blade. No Aurora. So the Cold Shot gets played. And if there's no Aurora in the top 4 cards here, it's GG. Except if there's another Cold Shot. So there's another Cold Shot. But is there an Aurora? We didn't get to see if there was an Aurora or not because the camera changed their angle for some reason. No Aurora. A Sabotage though was being found. The second Cold Shot gets played. And the third Cold Shot has been found, which is crazy. Still no Aurora. Still no Aurora.
Gust definitely more helpful than the Catalyst right now, I'd say. Although Catalyst does give you the card draw.
That's true.
When you are all
I think we're going to game 3 with this one. They are fishing for the Auroras, but even if they do find it here, it's gonna be very tough to win the game with all the de-ramping the Misfortune has done.
At least the Gust does give us a bit of maneuverability to push our opponent's units back. But we're just gonna go
They're attacking the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Victor gets to look at their top card. It's not a spell, so now they just get a free gold token from the Death of the Honest Broker.
Because the victor's out, you also make a recruit.
Now Misfortune could still play Cold Shot once. And I think that's the only thing they can do, if I'm not too wrong. So just play Cold Shot. You find Aurora, you maybe are still in the game. If you don't find Aurora, you just forfeit.
And because of that, Sebeku has actually had to use a lot of their power. Now using that mobilize to try and get some of these runes back. You can see those 3 upturned runes with the
chose
Assistant
not to
Fiend
go
and Voltorb
for
sitting at the bottom. Those are gonna have to be
more
recycled at the
digging.
end of the turn, but
They're now at
flipped up
8
to show that there is still energy remaining.
8
Challenge
energy,
likely to go MF to
so
Victor here to stop that recruit engine
there's
from
no way they can
continuing.
play Aurora anytime
Yeah,
soon.
the challenge to just keep whittling away.
It's looking
Just
like
considering which one we were
Victor
gonna
is
recycle that,
winning game
to
2
just keep
right
whittling
now.
away,
The Victor champion gets killed with the challenge.
Units
Yeah,
once
base
again.
stats really.
There's 2
Double
fighter
or flight,
flights, a
hard
gust,
bargain in
a
hand.
cold shot,
Still without sabotage as well,
and
SMQ is holding
a
onto for
hard
now.
bargain in the hand of
Hidden fight or
Misfortune.
flight towards the
Fighter
bottom
flight
battlefield,
gets
adds a little bit of
hidden on the
protection to
battlefield.
Misfortune. Turn is passed. SMQ a long way
Unfortunately,
away from
Fighter flight
dazzling
doesn't
Aurora,
really
playing
do
very much
anything
like they
against
don't
Victor.
have one. Makes it pretty obvious, but
Pushing
having to
back
do so,
a
because otherwise you are
2
just
might
gonna fall
unit
behind in
doesn't really
points too
make
rapidly.
the difference
Two
at
goes
this
to Driver
point.
here on the Victor.
And that's the thing, you've got to just keep up because otherwise Ghost Driver's just going to
And
keep
it's
pushing
looking
those
like
cheap
we are
units,
going to
taking
game
those
3.
hold points, keeping on to those conkers. So
Now
there
if you're
had to be
Victor,
some sort of
it's a little
advance
scary
here.
to play
So
the
you
Hidden
had
Blade
to
now
respond
because
by
it's
putting
gonna
the
draw
Misfortune
more cards for
into
the
a
Misfortune.
battlefield just to slow
But
things down a little bit.
Misfortune can't
Now a bellows
play
to breath drawn for Ghost Driver.
play
For the first conker here on the
Aurora
obelisk
next
on
turn even if
power.
they draw it.
Just sending one
So
recruit in, like
Hidden
a little-
Blading isn't
a little
Hidden Blading
spy. He's
isn't
having a
like
little
the
scout, see if anyone's there. Nope, cool.
worst
I'll
play
avoid,
here.
thank you very much. Up to 5
Misfortune
there for
is
Ghost Driver.
I mean,
at
it's really
4
great for Ghost Driver if they can
runes.
find a way to try and
They
get through
won't
this
even have 7
Misfortune,
runes
and
next
Riptide
turn,
Rex
so
is
they can't
exactly
even
that.
play.
The fight or flight will need to be activated for Sebicu to bring that MF back to base.
Oh,
will keep her
Riptide
safe.
Rex is being played, so I was wrong.
You see the 2 recycles coming out
Riptide
there.
Rex is
Power cost on the
crazy.
Riptide Rex, not too commonly
Riptide
seen,
Rex
but
is
we
crazy.
talked about it as a possibility here.
Just as I said
Getting rid of
before
that
that
fight
I
or
would have
flight,
sided
another
Riptide
conker
Rex
goes
out,
to Driver to 6,
the
and they have
Riptide
just
Rex
one
proves me
good
wrong
turn
and gets
away
crazy
from
value.
equalizing this semi-final. I heard myself over the PA.
But
there for a
I'm
second.
glad I was proved wrong because
It's giving the players a moment
it's always
to
fun to see
think
these
about it. Honest
more
broken down.
niche cards being
Instead of
played.
having-
Rex is a great addition.
I love
Riptide
it.
Rex
I love
obviously
it.
not the most popular
The
card
fact
in
that
set
you've
2,
gone for that slightly more
so
aggressive unit,
it's
really
nice to
being
see
able
the
to
Rex getting some
fight your way in there, and
some
normally
good
that's not
value
something we
in the
know
matchup.
Victor decks for. We know them for these overwhelming smaller units, but
Victor
actually
is
being
at
able
6
to put a
points.
Riptide
Please
Rex in
don't
just
forget
to
your point
deal
this time,
some
Victor.
extra damage, but also then
Don't
keep
forget
the
your point.
larger unit swimming around for a little bit
Yep.
as well. It's really advantageous. At this point, I think you're just looking to
Hey,
keep
Victor,
with this exact pacing.
you're at 6 points, buddy.
And
Please.
chipping away
Please.
because Sebiq's just on this back foot of not having the dazzling Aurora yet. We haven't
Hey,
found
no.
it. It's just nowhere to
Is
be
he gonna
seen.
do it again?
Past the turn. We're not going to see it yet either.
Is he gonna do it again?
Gust, sabotage.
Victor,
Looks like it's a cold
you're at 6
shot,
points.
Or maybe a sabotage
No.
first.
You could go for it. There's a hidden blade.
And right now we see the biggest problem of Aurora Misfortune. When you don't find Aurora, it's just Misfortune.
I think seeing more runes always
Surely
makes
production
sense.
will
We'll
tell
have
him.
the EMF go
No,
in.
they
The
won't,
reveal
because
event
Victor
wages a
also
pain
missed
to
a
have
point
now.
last game. Now they remembered to take the point.
Misfortune looking like they are
Okay.
in
So the
fortunate
production
position to
forgot the
win
point last
this,
game. Okay, I
but
see.
we're coming through with the
Well-
hidden blade, and
It's
of
gonna be
course
met.
we have the
Well,
hard
fuck the
bargain
production.
to counter back at that.
You have one job, production. You have one
That
job.
means that you don't get the hold.
So please do
Doesn't
it
really have those
right.
Accelerate units to get out here as well, so really needed to take that battlefield. Well played around it, does it early. Pays for the hard bargain.
Managing to take that
So Victor is at 6 points,
conservatory back.
looking to
big.
hold to 7.
Ghost Driver's now gonna have to work a little harder
And
to
at
get
this point, Misfortune
kind of
should
out of the way.
probably
With
just
Riptide Rex there, it's a
forfeit the
little
game.
easier,
Victor
but
gets to
Sebiqu
7.
has a lot of runes still standing, so you can expect some punching action.
They have a
etc.
Rex on board,
Hidden
which is
as well,
already a
Sebiqu,
big
I think, does
big
still
problem
have a
for the
fight or flight
Misfortune.
in hand.
Misfortune does
If I
have
remember
2
correctly.
punch firsts,
So we'll be able to bounce
but
something. I think probably not hiding
if
it to
they're
give too much
required to
information over
play
to
those
Ghost
punch
Driver.
firsts,
Don't want
they're
them
gonna
knowing.
deramp
Holding on to the
deramp
punch first
themselves
as
so
well, you can
much
sequence as you like.
that
Wages of
it should be
Pain
game.
aimed at Misfortune.
A wages of pain,
Sabotage
wages of
punch
Pain
final
gets played
flight.
down.
A gust.
We'll get a gold here for Ghost Driver. Holds to 7.
A
Remember,
gold
on that
token
top
hits the base of
battlefield.
Victor.
Bellows Breath for 2 more.
Bellows
Repeated.
Breath gets played twice, and
Using
you
the
can't
gold and
punch first
that mind
in
rune.
response
Looking
to
for the 2
spells
damage.
because
Sebi
punch
Q.
first is an action,
That MF is dead.
and
Now the
we
recruits
go
can
to
make
game
their
3.
march towards the second
So that's the
battlefield.
biggest problem of punch first.
And look
Because
for
it's an
that
action,
gets
you
it, the
actually cannot
concession comes
play
in.
it
We're going to game 3
as a reaction
as
to
Sebi
damage
Q falls
spells.
to Ghosted Driver's swarm of
Victor
recruits.
still hasn't really drawn any royal decrees, Call the Weeks, and all the other killing spells, so they're due, you know, they're due. They have built up their good karma, and now they will... is that a warning for the Victor?
Are we going to see a repeat of that in game 3, or will Misfortune just overwhelm Victor's resources?
What is
as
that?
we saw in game 1?
Was that like a
You
warning?
see some
Like
of the
a...
inconsistencies
like
of
a,
Misfortune of Aurora generally as a playstyle here is when you don't get the Aurora.
And now Victor just
both
stalls.
you need to play
There's no
incredibly
time
well,
limit in
but
Top
also
Cut,
your opponent needs to not get their
so
game
you
plan
you
online as
can't
quickly as
slow
happened
play in
here for
Top Cut,
Ghosted Driver. So
unfortunately.
for Sebi Q, a little
I'm
bit
just
of a
kidding.
struggle. There was always
I'm
that
the
salvage in hand, as
opposite of slow
remember
play.
as
I
well for
always
Ghost
play too
Driver, so
fast.
did have ways to deal with
So
an
guys,
Aurora if
guys,
it came
don't
down.
overreact,
Sideboards,
okay? It was
I don't
just a
expect too
joke.
much
For
to
legal
change
reasons,
from
it was
game
just a
2.
joke.
As really, for Sebi Q, just didn't quite get online. We'll move into game 3 in a second as we look again at the main.
It's the
There's nothing
Aspirations
really
climb
here
game,
that
which is
you-
gonna
you're
be
thinking, I have to take this out.
a
The
little
invert
bit
timelines,
annoying for
I guess,
Victor
is an
because
option if you are using
there
those
isn't
lines
much
where
you
there's
can do
effectively, but that's
with
also reliant on you
one
getting
might
to the dazzling
tokens
aurora,
when
and
there's
invert timelines can
when the
often
game
help
has
you do
gone
that.
on for like
Exactly,
6
so
rounds.
Honestly, I'm not sure many changes would need to be
But
made. I
there
think
is
it
a
was
lot
just
you can
unlucky that we
do
didn't
with
see
a
the
Royal
dazzling
Decree,
aurora, so the
so
game plan wasn't
let's
able
hope
to
Victor draws their
kind of
Royal
push
Decree
its
now.
way forward. And that's the risk you take when you play a deck like either of these. They
What
both
was
have a very
the
clear
Victor's
game
last
plan.
battlefield? I
More
think
so
I
with
missed
Misfortune.
that
And
one.
if you just don't get there, then you kind of run out of steam. You just can't go any further with it. So it
Well,
can
they
be a
didn't
bit
even show it
troublesome.
to us, so...
We'll be going to Aspirant's Climb for Sebi Q. Takes
the
us to
production
9,
has a
which
little
obviously is great for him
little
to
bit of
ease the
work
game
to
just
do
that
for
little bit,
sure.
and it's a void
It is
gate
the
for
Void
Ghost Driver
Gate.
for those little bits of extra damage. The Bellows Breath
It is the
ticking up to
Void
4,
Gate.
The Wages of Pain going there as well.
Well, actually,
Let's see. Sebi Q on the
Riptide
plate,
Rex would
mobilized
now
to
kill
start us
a
off. Get that extra
kill a
rare
Mind
out.
Splitter in the
3 for
Void
Ghost
Gate,
Driver
if you think
draws,
about
I
it like
believe,
that.
Plundering Poro.
Useful at the beginning of
Misfortune
the game.
did find
Cheap
the
to play.
Mobilize,
We make
so
one
they're already
get
ramping
one
up.
recruit and then maybe play the borrow,
Victor
or just pass.
didn't
Pass?
find
Maybe
2
it wasn't
units,
Plundering Poro, maybe it was the
which
Super
is
Fight. Ghost
very,
Driver
very
draw here.
problematic.
And
So
that's the turn, yeah.
usually
I think
Victor
if it
would
was Poro, it would have
play
come
2
down.
units here, either
Maybe
a
just misread
Faithful
the card out
Manufacturer
there,
or a
finding out
token
for
plus a
Sebi
2-drop,
Q, building up towards that
but
9
unfortunately
mark, which
didn't
is the
find
vital
a second
mark for
unit,
Aurora
so now
decks.
they're already
Stack deck to look at the top 3,
a
puts one
little bit
immediately into
slower,
hand. Wonder if that was a catalyst.
while Misfortune had the Mobilize using stack deck. What do they see from the stack deck?
Many hours at this point, so I think I did see a
They
catalyst.
found the Catalyst,
Makes
so
sense.
they're going
Yeah,
insanely
plays it out.
fast
Channels
with the
four.
Aspirations Climb. Oh no.
We are
Oh
at 7.
no.
Next turn, there is an
Victor
Aurora
misses the
possibility.
double
Ghost Driver
conger,
has to play
while
around it.
Misfortune
See
gets
Imperial
everything they can
Decree
ever
in
want
hand
and
Vengeance.
need.
I do not see the salvage. It
So
could
Misfortune
be
is
waiting
insanely
there. A
accelerated.
recruit played out alongside
Victor
it.
does
Shout out.
play the Xin Zhao,
Shout
so
coming
I was
in,
wrong.
ready because there's
I
2
was wrong.
recruits in base, so that's handy. We can
The
push
Xin Zhao
forward,
gets
try and
the
get
second
those early
point here,
points again. This
and
time
a
we
nice
can
Manu
move
is
a
saying
recruit
that
and
Victor has
Xin Zhao
Imperial Decree
into
in hand,
a base each, and then that
which
kind of goes along with the game
is
plan
very
that
good
happened
news.
last
Let's
to-
hope
last
the Decree
game, which
doesn't
worked
get
out really well for
Mind
Ghost
Splitted.
Driver.
They
So
also
maybe
have
that's the way we
Vengeance,
go
which
forward
will
with this now
for sure
and
come in
try and
handy.
kind of hope the
So
Dazzling
right
Aurora
now the Victor
doesn't
has
manifest
2
next turn.
killing spells.
I mean, it's kind of a hope and dream, but the way
So
Sebi
one
Q's played
Mind
is,
Splitter
I have an
won't
Aurora.
like
I am
be
getting to
the
this
end of the
Aurora as
game.
quickly as
They also
possible.
have a
Not
salvage
even
if I saw
stopping
right.
to play
So Misfortune has to throw away the salvage first. Then they need to hit the Imperial Decree. And then they need to hit the Vengeance. So Victor does have at least 3 turns here where they will slow down the Misfortune. Oh no, the Aurora. gets played down. So Misfortune got mobilized into Catalyst into Aurora, going first in Aspirations Climb. That is crazy. That is crazy. The Mind Splitter comes out. Victor's hands are shaking. I want to see the heart rate monitor of this Victor. Poor guy. He's under so much pressure. I feel a little bad for this Victor. I feel a little bad for them. Yeah, that is true, Knock. There was a like 33% chance that the Misfortune could have, or a 40% chance that the Misfortune could have hit a Volibear and the game would have been insta over. So Victor lost the 40% chance here, while Misfortune got the mobilized Catalyst into Aurora. I feel a little bit bad for them. I feel a little bit bad for them. W Gambler. Yeah, Misfortune got the max win here. I don't know if they have Splitter in hand. Now, if Victor does top deck a salvage, the game is over. And there are a lot of things that will ruin the game for Misfortune, but an honest broker isn't one of them. An honest broker isn't one of them, unfortunately. Oh man. I mean, this is card games sometimes. Sometimes card games good, sometimes card games bad. Victor is not a W gambler, it seems. They're an Al gambler. Victor gets the 4 points, pulls back their units, taps their legend, probably plays down the honest broker.
Let's see what the plays are going to look like. We're just going to get some more units on the board. We got to keep building that base. We know how it's all about that base.
It's all about that base. No treble.
No,
it's all about that base, but the base. It's all about the base, but
What is this Game 5 blind pick in OGN?
We've just got to
Sorry, that was a very niche league reference right there.
That was so niche, my guy. Come on, I'm a TCG
What is this,
player.
2 Shens?
Now, will Misfortune hit another Mind Splitter? Somebody did say they have one. Okay, they do have one Mind Splitter in hand. Will they leave the... Will they leave it on the hands of Aurora, or will they play their own Mind Splitter here? It was 50-50, true actually, yeah. Because they had one Mind Splitter in hand. They had 2 Volibears and 2 Mind Splitters in the deck. That's crazy, that's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. I would hate to play a deck like this where every time you play your Aurora down, your game is kind of out of your hands for a turn. For one turn, you just hope. The second Mind Splitter hits the board, probably throws away the Royal Decree.
Honestly, a great time to play
I would imagine
from hand as well, being able to take a look at this hand once
that
more,
would make sense. Victor will still probably get to 6 points on the next turn.
I think it's the Decree, that's the only card there that can kill multiple units. Vengeance is going to kill one, but you have a last rights to recur that if that happens. Riptide Vesk as well.
The Vengeance.
Going for a change of mind? No, perhaps. Just wanted to make sure they knew that was the Imperial Decree. So
the Vengeance gets thrown away.
In the trash for Ghost Driver. It makes
so
sense. It directly kills a unit. I understand it.
They are more afraid of the Vengeance because it hits space.
However, you have to attack into it or have a Bella's Breath or a Singularity follow-up.
This now slows down the game of Victor by a ton because they obviously do not want to play the Royal Decree here, but they could be out of options.
And here we go in with the dazzling Aurora.
Probably the third Mind Splitter in a row.
Yeah, which one do you want to take?
The third
Decree or Riptide?
Mind Splitter in a row.
Yippee, Decree.
The crowd decrees.
The third Mind Splitter in a row.
Fantastic. Oh, the support from the community is absolutely exhilarating.
Yeah.
In before the Volibears are boarded out. True, actually. True. That could make sense though. That could make sense.
We watch Sabiq alongside all of you at home and the fans still here in the venue with us. Mindsplitter went to that top battlefield, want to avoid something like a Riptide Rex
So
doing
the Royal
extra
Decree
damage at the
gets
Void Gate.
thrown
We know
out.
that's the only card left
Now,
in hand.
because the two Mind Splitters are on the battlefield, a good top deck here would punish the greed of this misfortune.
They tower above that 6 at 7
A second
down,
Riptide
7
Rex
so actually they're kind of
comes
okay
out of
with it.
Victor.
They're not really the target of
Now
those
they could
Riptide
force
Rex.
the
We're looking at the
misfortune to
actually
use
a really
something. They
sticky
could
situation
Riptide Rex
here
one
where
of the Mind
finally
Splitters
Sabiq seems to
and
have that
then attack
block
with a single
of
token
Ghost Drivers,
and see how
game plan
misfortune
has
reacts
assembled the pieces.
to that.
And Ghost Driver doesn't have a spanner to undo the spanner that's been thrown into their works for this game. Didn't quite see what the card
Yeah, now
was
Victor
for
will
this
most
turn.
likely go ahead
Can't see
and
it from that angle either.
score
Thank
from
you
the
very
Void
much for
Gate.
trying, though. I appreciate it.
You have to kill the Mind Splitters
Here's the
because
Riptide Rex. Target the Mind
they have
Splitter.
ganking.
You can chuck
They
in
have
a
ganking
recruit to do
from
damage
the
here to
Misfortune
kill off
Legend
one of
ability.
these. We talked about already the recursion with the last rites. Recycle coming out. Those two
So
Mind
now
Rooms
the
needing
Riptide
to
Rex
go back.
hits the Mind
And it's gonna
Splitter.
be
Probably
two
will go
recruits
ahead
in
and
because of
attack
that hidden
with
expected fight or
2
flight.
tokens, so they're playing around a fight or
Threw them in.
flight.
Just want to kill off one of these Mind Splitters if we can. Fight or flight.
They
We'll
fight or
target
flight
our
the
own
Mind Splitter back to
Splitter
their
and the two
base,
recruits
which
will
fully
die
heals the
off.
Mind Splitter,
one Mind Splitter back, but it's only got 1 health
which
left, but
is
that
very
regenerates at the
problematic.
end of the turn. He's okay. He's gonna
Victor is
put a
going to
plaster
go
on and
ahead
get
and
on with
attack
his
the
day.
other
But
Mind Splitter,
two
and it goes
shall
through.
go ahead
So
and take
Victor
out the
will
other
go to
Mind
6
Splitter.
points this
Just doing
round,
whatever he can. Ghost Driver needs to
which
start
was a
regaining
risky
points
play,
and getting
but
back
they
in the
had to
game.
take the
Trying to get up
risk.
towards that 6 mark as well.
I
With the
wonder
efforts
if
climb, though, usually you look
if
increments of 2
Misfortune
even numbers.
would have
Here,
used
we're a little
a
bit off.
bullet
We're
time
looking
there
for
on
7.
both of the Xin's
If
house,
you
or
can,
no.
Honest Broker goes in to that Void Gate, and now Sabiq. No Mind Splitters left in the deck. Which means
No
only
Mind
one
Splitters
thing.
left in the
There's
deck.
a big
That is
bad
true.
bear
Now
on
the
its
dragon
way
comes in.
end
Oh,
of this
are you?
turn. Volibear
So
imposing.
so
It's gonna
he
get
hadn't.
cracked out from the dazzling Aurora. Sitting with a last
So
right
so
and
he
imposing
hadn't
in
taken
hand
the
as well, so
Volibears
only
out,
one
and he
unit
hit
left
3
in the
Mind
deck.
Splitters in a row.
Here for
What?
Sabiq.
We can get that out quite easily.
He
We
hit
can use the
Mobilize
Dazzling
into
Aurora
Catalyst, into Aurora,
to employ
into
that, but
triple Mind Splitter.
We also thankfully have the last rights in hand.
Oh
And so
my
we can use that for the
god.
recursion on the Mind Splitter that is currently sitting in our
Are you
trash.
the
serious?
one thing I love about Mind Splitter is just being
Are
able
you
to
serious?
use that on playability every
That's
single
crazy.
time. And a deck like this employs
That's
it
crazy.
so perfectly.
Yeah, he's just better. He's
Such
just
a
better.
good job. Goes
He
to
is
Driver,
just
though,
better.
sitting without
What
a
can I
hand.
say? What can I
Sinshao
say?
will die to the Mind Splitter. Sabiq will go up to 2.
Wow.
Second Mind Splitter is going to trade in
Wow.
with this Honest Broker. We'll have a gold
And this isn't the
tier
first
coming
time.
in
We have
as the Honest
seen
Broker leaves
like
behind a little present for
6
Ghost to
games
Driver.
from this guy,
I think Ghost Driver
and
will
out of the
take all
6
the
games, I
presents
think they
can
have
get in
hit
this scenario. It is
the
a
Mobilize in the
tense
Catalyst in the
top 4
Catalyst
game
like
here
4 out
between
of
these
6
two
games.
decks. Two unexpected
So Mobilize in the
rivals.
Catalyst into
It really
Aura,
is.
or
Sabiq as
Catalyst in
well.
the Catalyst into
I was
Aura.
gonna say holding
4
on
out
to
of
this
6 times.
misfortune might just be playing it out.
Without using stack
There's the
decks
risk
or
with something like
or
an
cold
Imperial
shots.
Decree or even a Cold a Week or a Hidden Blade that
That's
you do
crazy.
run out of units. And even if you have a Last Rites, if you don't have a unit to equip that Last Rites onto, you're not in a good spot because you can't recur anything.
So
'cause you
now
don't have a
the
unit to go and hold
last
and
right
conquer with.
recycling
The Last
starts.
Rites will come down.
So the last
Gonna be
right goes on the
equipped
Mind
to the
Splitter.
Mind Splitter.
Now the
Trying for the whole
other
way
Mind
match
Splitter
on that
gets
one.
Put the Mind
recycled
Splitter
to the
back
bottom
in
of the
deck.
deck.
to make it so that you don't need to recur it later.
And this way, the Misfortune can always ensure that they've hit the Mind Splitters in the future.
Is at the bottom.
Yeah.
We know
It
that.
must be beneath
At
it.
least they're gonna hit one Volibear here now. But it's pretty crazy that they hit the 3 Mind Splitters in a row.
Well, doesn't know there's only 1 unit left. Could think
Yep,
there's
there's the Volibear.
What a surprise! It goes down to the Void Gate.
Yeah, Victor can still win. Victor can still win, but it does require a top deck for sure.
An effective 13
If you're Victor here, you can't use Royal Decree this turn. You don't have enough units to use Royal Decree. So I wonder what Victor has to do here.
One last game. What are the chances of you getting around to another one somehow?
A Royal Decree and a Bellows Breath would do it.
Ghost Driver taking their time to make sure
Watcher wouldn't do it anymore. It's probably too late for Watcher.
Shuffle and a think. A relatively quick series this one so far. 60 minutes.
Yeah, see, wow, it is looking bad. I think Victor has like a maybe 10% chance to win right now.
Not just cycling through like a, Miracle
Yeah,
Draven
they will
players
hit
who
Mind
most
Splitter.
have specific game plans as well, but
There's the
tend to
Watcher,
be a lot
but
more about
unfortunately
looking at the top of your
it
deck.
doesn't matter.
These guys kind of have their engines going.
But
Yeah.
Misfortune is tapped out, so the Watcher could be played, and the Riptide Rex will solo
Yeah, and unfortunately,
the Mind
Zebedee is
Splitter
very much
on
the way to the top of that
the
climb.
Aspirations
Ghost
climb,
Driver
but
technically
this
ahead in
just
points,
lets...
but on board state alone, really
Okay,
struggling. Another Riptide Rex
one of the Mind
does
Splitters
come
is gone
down,
with the
takes
Riptide Rex alone,
damage there on the Mind Splitter.
but it doesn't matter because now the Shovel will just give Dazzling Aurora another Mind Splitter. So every time Victor kills one of the Mind Splitters, it just makes the Aurora even stronger,
no cards
which is
left,
crazy.
or no units left in Sebicu's deck. The Dazzling Aurora will trigger. Ghost Driver will be allowed to look through every card in that library when it does. Another Dazzling here, immobilize a Catalyst, and that Volibear imposing. Doesn't really need to use any of them, can just use the Catalyst for that little
I
bit
just
of
get so
extra
angry
Just
watching
got
this.
that little bit of
Yeah,
extra
it's
oomph so that we can kind of play things naturally. We can
It's a
hard
deck
cast
that
them, as some might
just
say.
makes me feel bad
So,
for the
we start off
opponent,
with the Catalyst.
because
Channel 2.
honestly,
The mobilize off the back of it, but also want to kind of represent that we
it's
have something.
it's a
We wanna
deck
have
that
hard bar
either
approach
you
first. Something to
high
make it a
roll
little bit harder for Ghost to drive,
and
so we
win,
keep the
or you
rest
don't
up.
and you lose.
We'll be looking through here.
There's really nothing
And
much
if
the
my
opponent
maths is
can do
correct,
if the Mind
it's
Splitters
often
just
not.
empty your hand
There
before you
shouldn't be
can
a
really
unit left for us
react to
fight.
anything.
We've got
Oh,
another
Mind Splitter!
It went
Oh,
back to
because of the
bottom
recycle
deck.
of the last rights. Yeah, there we are.
So
It was
there's
on
the
bottom
Mind
of all. I
Splitter.
told you it's
The
often
casters
not,
forgot that the
but I
last
forgot
right
about
had
the last rights recycle.
recycled a
It
Mind
was,
Splitter.
still in the trash, but there we are. That's the last unit. Definitely.
I don't
possibly,
think a
maybe.
salvage here
No, that is
would
definitely the
even
last unit
save
this time, but
Victor anymore.
yes, the other Mind
And
Splitter
if
went
they
back to the
do
bottom because of the
salvage,
last
they have
rights,
to
and that
salvage
was a
the
great
last
way of
right
using last
and not
rights
the
to kind
Aurora.
of cycle cards that you want back into the deck, which isn't often a thing. Often if it goes
they
to the
could
bottom,
salvage
it is stuck there
the
forever. Not in
the
this instance.
last
Dazzling
right,
decks do
then
have a great recursion
the
instance
Aurora
in its
couldn't
own
hit
right
more
there.
Mind Splitters,
Ghost
and
Driver can actually
then
work out
Victor would
the
have like
7Q has a Volibear
one
in
turn
hand.
left
That's
to
true,
try to
because we
finish
recycled the Mind
finish
Splitter
the
and hit it
units
before
of
hitting another Volibear.
Misfortune.
Whether that
Good day,
is
Pavel.
something that affects how Ghost Driver
Good thing
plays
you
the
didn't
next
see the start
turns
of this
is
game, because
something
it was a
that
little
only they know.
depressing.
They have much
It
more
was a little
experience with
depressing
how
for
they
sure.
wanna play the Victor deck than we have on the desk here.
So you missed some
Give away a lot. Volibear
good
doesn't
content.
have- I mean, like, it's got power. It's got
And
raw
we're in a
strength.
semi-finals
It doesn't have
with
any
a
abilities that
Victor
would
versus
otherwise
Misfortune.
kind of affect Ghost Driver's main game plan in
Semi-finals,
any
top 4,
considerable way
with a
than is
Victor.
already being achieved.
We'll see what we get off the top here for Ghost Driver.
What did the
This
Victor
top
find?
deck central, population 1, and a few recruits and a couple of sharks. Another
What did the
recruit
Victor
being
find? I couldn't
formed.
see what they pulled.
We're sitting at 7, I believe, available.
Oh, it is an honest
Broker
broker.
coming down,
Oh
not really what you
no.
wanna see.
Feels like we're in that same position
Yeah.
that we have been in before,
Oh
where the
no.
struggle becomes becomes that
Not the
Sebi Q
honest
is
broker
now
top deck.
gaining on us in points, and we just don't have the power to fight back.
Also, having that
Maybe
mindset to get rid of the
salvage
Thousand Tail Watcher that Ghost Driver
into
was sitting on
Royal
is
Decree.
huge. Makes it so
Copium,
much harder
Copium,
for
salvage
the
into
victim to
Royal
come back.
Decree.
We're looking at something again like an Imperial Decree. The hold trigger comes
Or Imperial
out
Decree,
before
Imperial
7Q,
Decree.
Can bring back the Mind Splitter. Would have to pay for it, importantly. Last Rites doesn't just give you it for free.
No, you got to pay for it, but we do have the money. Well, energy.
Yeah, Pavel, 7 out of the
So we could
top
well do
8
that.
were running
can come
purple,
back.
so
I have been
so
informed the other match has
like
concluded.
75% or
Going through
80%
2-1,
of
we
top
will
8
have
were on
a
purple colors.
non-Draven champion here. Ezreal versus the winner. It could be Sebiq versus Alan as well. What a finals that would be. Ghost Driver though trying to spoil it for a few of the fans here in the arena.
So
trying
Alan,
to upset the
seems
apple
like
cart.
Alan won
I'm a fan of Ghost
the
Driver.
other match.
I like the Victor deck very much. I think that it's doing a
Seems
great
like
job
Alan
thus
got
far.
to the
Showed
finals.
some real strength in this event, and honestly, I'm just excited to see who
He could
manages to
also
pull
salvage
forth
in the
and
decree.
just gain
He
those
could
last
decree.
few points. We're coming up to the end of this top
Hidden
four
Blade
best of
their
three.
own unit
We're in game
to
3 here
find a
in
decree.
Bologna,
There are a couple
and
of
we are
ways
making these
they could
battlefields
still break
big.
through,
That
but
we are.
it's
Volleyball
not looking
posing
good. It's not
hand.
looking good.
A fight or flight. We'll see where
Except,
Sebiq decides
did
to put
the
that.
Misfortune
Representing
have
double
a
punch first in terms of runes. As we see the
hard
dazzling
bargain?
aurora trigger go off.
Yeah.
And
Okay, they
Sebiq
still do
will
have a
to
hard bargain.
reveal the fact there are no more units
So
in
they,
the deck.
the only
This
thing
is
they
where
can
we're
do
wrong, and
is
there is another
top
one.
deck
I
a
mean,
decree
it would
here.
have been sideboarded in. Like, I'll be honest, I'm happy to accept that my maths was wrong once.
And
because I forgot about
that
the
would
last
be
rights.
enough.
I'm just kidding.
This
That would be
time,
enough.
I
Okay,
am
guys, pray.
highly correct.
Pray
That deck
together.
will be shuffled.
Please. Please, the top
Ghost
deck
Driver
decree.
writing out what could
Please, it would
in
be
the
cinema.
hand. Can take
It would
their
be
time
cinema.
about this as well. Can work it out. We'll see.
Come on, one time.
Aurora sitting there, meaning the other one must be in the hand. Can work out if there's a fight or flight
One
available too.
We
time.
have to remember this is open deck list. They
Yeah.
have had a chance to look at each other's list. They
One
know
decree,
what counts
guys.
are in there, and if they
Guys,
were able to
one
kind of
decree,
take
guys.
a good glance and a memorize of that, you could work out what's
Please,
in
sir.
hand here.
Please, sir, one
The
decree.
deduction method can be employed. The trash is
Why is the
visible.
Victor edging
We can
us?
look
Come
through
on.
that at any time. The only thing you don't have access to is their
Come on,
hand.
Victor.
So those 4 cards can be deducted if you're clever enough.
Here we go. Ghost Driver needs
One
something big this turn.
Decree.
A
Top
Watcher
deck.
might be enough. An Imperial Decree will definitely cause some problems. It is the
Ooh,
Watcher. Okay.
Oh, it is a
at the bottom we
Watcher.
have 20. Watcher goes down. Cheers coming out as we see the maths being done. I
GG.
wonder, is that just, is it done? No. Ghost Driver still paying for the Watcher.
GG. I think Victor got kind of robbed here. Victor did get kind of robbed, but
They've got
we
a
have
long way
a
to go. This is what
misfortune
you
in
want
the
here.
finals.
We need 3 more points to win because of the extra climb.
We'll put some dice on here just to mark the fact that everything is -3.
We
So,
need to make sure that we remember
I
and
mean-
do our mathematics correctly.
yeah, the important thing is, like Sebiq, if they hold both, they go to 9.
Yes.
Right, so Ghost Driver wants to make sure they don't do that, and
Don't
also wants to make
think
sure that the last rights doesn't hold to bring something back.
Victor has enough to
Because
break
then you
through
are still
this,
trying to conquer the other battlefield.
especially
Where are we gonna
because
go?
Misfortune
We have to try and
has,
top battlefield to
But
not
when
I
we
think,
do
a
that,
fight or
Volleyball
flight,
draws a card.
which will
Yeah.
So you're
instantly
moving to the other battlefield.
throw
Do you wanna
back the
give Sebiq
1000 belt
more
Watcher.
card draw, or do you
think
go
you've
to
got
this
to.
bottom, try and get through this 14?
First, I don't think we can't do both. But then the last right.
Yeah, I don't think you
What's
can
riskier?
attack both
One card
battlefields
or a
here.
guaranteed recursion?
I mean, it's a
I
great
think
question.
it's
At
way
the
too
top,
greedy to attack both
it's 21
battlefields.
minus 9 is 12. At the bottom is 14. Because of those -3s to all enemy units.
I think we gotta go for the climb. I think we gotta go Aspirin's climb. I'm wrong.
We're going
going
to
for
the
the
They
void.
chose to go to the bottom.
Taking a journey, taking a
So,
ride. The recruits have been recruited. A
that's
fight or flight
15
remains
might
in Sebiq's hand. Can bounce this
versus...
Watcher, can take the trade. Volibear has to be assigned
No, you
damage
can't leave
first
tokens
as
behind
well. Has that tank keyword.
because
On defense,
because the Misfortune has ganking.
Bounce the Watcher, there's only
Misfortune has ganking, so you can't do that.
Watcher is returning whence
The
it came.
fight or flight gets played.
And now you can't kill the volley.
Now you can't even kill the Volibear, and it's GG. Wow.
Tried to play around it, but couldn't escape the fight or flight.
The fight or flight, it
Poor
might be
big
a
Victor
cheap
got
spell, but it
got really robbed out. Victor got robbed
scenarios
here.
like this. Unfortunately, Ghost Driver just might not
We
have
need
enough
justice for this
now. We've
Victor.
got to try and take over
But
at least
GG.
one of these two battlefields. We still
Now,
have
do
the
you
Riptide
think
Rex, we have
the Misfortune
how much
can
power,
beat
otherwise we have
Ezreal?
Victor. We have enough to go back in for another swing, but whether SebiQ can then pull more tricks up there from up their sleeve, we've still got the potential of punches, we've still got the potential of more throwbacks.
So you're playing around that. We know SebiQ doesn't have that.
Oh yeah.
We know SebiQ just has the imposing volley.
GG.
The fist bump comes out. SebiQ
G.
will be going to the
G.
finals. For a match made in heaven against Alan ZQ, a destined arrival for
G.
the two in the top two.
Gods
G.
do not beg. We take what is ours. Volibear imposing
Wow.
amongst the
Wow.
absolute treasure trove of
That Victor
Misfortune
sucks
has
at
brought
gambling.
victory.
Yes,
That
and
Victor
so
sucks at gambling.
leading to it as well, getting rid of the salvage
But
early.
GG.
Huge elation.
SebiQ wins with the Misfortune.
Going to the finals, looking
They're going
for
to finals against Alan's Q.
lead of the Ruin King
And
and of course the prize money
do
will
you
face off
think
against Alan ZQ.
Israel,
What a
or
performance
actually, do you
all
think
round.
Misfortune
The
can
finals
beat
will be live
Israel?
and will be televised right here.
I am,
Cannot wait to see who brings home the trophy.
ooh, I am on the Israel side. I think, or I don't know, does Israel even have many ways to deal with the Aurora? I know the Israel has pickpockets, but pickpockets can't hit Aurora. There is the one.
In Bologna, in the Europe kind of region. It doesn't feel
Oh,
like it.
true.
It
They
feels
they
like
do
we've
have
been
the
here
factory. You mean
for a very
factory
long time,
recall,
and we
Trent?
have physically,
They do
but
have
the
factory
game is
recall.
still quite new, so
They
there's
also
still a long
have
way to go, and that
one of
gives in
the
regards to deck building,
one of the 4 cost
accomplishments,
cards
but
that
we're
destroy
making
a
some real
gear.
history here
That's
today.
repeatable.
Incredible performance all round by all of the players.
And they have a
Really
down
racing
well.
to drive
So
a
yeah, the
pretty
Ezreal does
victor
have
all
a lot of
the way
ways
the
to
semi-finals. I think
get rid of the
sequence not many
Aurora.
people expected to happen. We're going through the void gate. We're going into the portals. We're going
But
in and out. There is your bracket for the
what
top
if-
8. Alan
What if
ZQ
Aurora
going
just
all the
gambles
way
better?
with the Ezreal.
You know,
No
what if Aurora
Draven
just
in
gambles
the
better?
semi-finals.
Then
Goes
it doesn't matter what
taken
Ezreal can
out
do.
by ZQ.
Like we just saw against
I
Victor.
think a lot of people would have been surprised by this. I will say yesterday when
Like we
did
just
an
saw against
interview,
Victor.
I did predict
A
the
better
Ezreal winning the
better
whole
high
thing.
roll
So,
wins.
You know, I don't think anyone else predicted
Yeah,
this
downwell
bullshit.
is pretty crazy into Aurora for sure. True, Pavel, true. Alan is also the GOAT, so Alan has the plot armor. Alan does have the plot armor. He's the main character.
Lots of chaos.
That stack deck and cold shot package doing a lot of work alongside the fight or flights. We saw how powerful those could be in the dazzling Aurora.
Alan has the plot armor.
Performance all around. What a day it has been, and we still have one best
To
of
think
three
about it. Think
to round
about
it all out.
I'm so
the
excited. I'm sure
the
the players
the
are
first
shaking with anticipation.
Europe
All set up.
regionals
Crowd is going
champion
wild here.
is
I believe we are getting
chosen
ready for
here.
the finals. I heard that we are ready.
The first Europe regionals champion ever.
I believe Drake is ready. Is what
Yeah,
was
the
said
best
to me.
Legend of
I was
Runeterra
kind
player,
of
Pavel.
thrown into the break
I know
time.
because
We're getting
I have
ready for
played
the
against
finals.
Alans in
Let's get
Runeterra.
ready and we'll switch over
I
to
don't want to
the
flex,
last
but
let's go. One more
you know. What do you mean? Alan's won the first Worlds in Runeterra. Won the first Worlds in Runeterra, not the regionals, or do you mean like Riftbound regionals? Oh yeah. So won the first Runeterra ruined her Worlds, and now gonna win the first Riftbound regionals. Bro actually has the plot armor. It's all part of the Alan's Q script. It's all part of the script. It's over already. It's over already. So guys, thank you for coming, and I'll see you in the France regionals. Maybe the Misfortune will high roll an insanely fast Aurora, then high roll 3 Mind Splitters and empty Alan's Q's hand.
And no matter who wins, the winner will be Polish.
Yes, absolutely. The crowd has been going.
And no matter who wins, the winner will be Polish. Are Polish just the goat of card games, or what? Are Polish people just the card game goats?
Something that else won't be much of a surprise to all of you at home is that we need a moment. The players need a moment just to.
Yeah, Pavel, did you miss the start of the last game, because that was crazy. That was crazy. Got the three Mind Splitters in a row, even though they had 2 Volibears in the deck. It was crazy. It was crazy.
A lot has been learned about Spirit Forge today and yesterday as well.
But no Draven in top 4.
With Draven coming into the meta, everybody said this
no Draven in top 4. Well, Seepwow, the set 1 Aurora was actually pretty hard to play.
We at least have seen that yes, it's consistent,
but
it's not dominant.
That didn't look like there were any that crazy decisions being made. So
which is impressive.
So see, well, I might agree with you. I might agree with you on this one. It didn't look like they were doing any championship level moves in that game, for sure.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because we find ourselves in a situation where I'm like, you can't say that Draven's not a great deck, but at the same time, like, in these very high pressure
what
matches,
if I put it louder now?
Kind of very unique setups. Like, when we look at top 8, it was Draven's, it was an Irelia, a Victor, a Misfortune, and Ezreal. All of those are extremely different play styles. Yeah. Every single one is very unique, and it feels like perhaps while Draven was consistent and was able to outdraw a few matchups, maybe not having the specific targets, like ways to play against everything in a hyper-specific matchup, maybe that is one of the weaknesses. I'm going to have to review the footage myself, and I'm sure everyone will talk about it for a long time, but needless to say, being in this position, I was not expecting it to be Ezreal and Misfortune being the decks in our finals.
Absolutely. I mean, and Ezreal, I could have said yes before the event, because LNZQ has been very bold about his Ezreal plays for the next few tournaments. He even said that he's going to win multiple metal cards. That is already a good start to this, being in the finals. However, Misfortune might be a tall hill to climb for him, because the Aurora matchup could be difficult. But all of those 4 decks in the top 4, they have one specific goal, and that is beating Draven. All of these decks are built to beat Draven. The thing is,
only
the
one
Draven
deck
decks, they
with
are
no
also
purple.
built to beat other Draven.
Only one
if you are
deck
in this scenario where you're not playing versus
with no
Draven
purple.
anymore,
now where do you go? Yeah.
Draw the short end
Riot?
of the stick.
Yeah, we have a few more moments
Riot,
before
what
we
is
actually
this?
get into our finals, where we will dive deep into Ezreal and Misfortune. I feel like Irelia
Surprised Irelia
had
got a
good
game
placements.
versus the
We
Vex.
obviously saw Crows a couple of times on the stream playing that. I think it did a lot of work off stream. At the table area, playing against a lot of Kaisers.
I don't know, Trent. I don't know.
Matchups that people were successful with it. Likewise, I think Victor kind of flew under the radar for a little while. We, at the beginning of Spirit Forged, had the Plano units Victor, all kill spells. Then we had the Vanguard Armory. You're trying to cheat out Jace, Jace cheating out Vanguard Armory. Can you make that work? And it didn't really have the success that people were expecting. There's now this aggro Victor with the Xin Zhao, a little bit of a mix, kind of lots of kill spells, does have the ability to go wide. So I'm excited to see, obviously we have Las Vegas regionals next weekend. I'm excited to see where things go with the meta over in North America.
Yeah, I really like especially this Victor deck because it is an aggro deck. You know, you're trying to rush, especially against some slower decks, but with very little cards you're playing. You can keep your kill spells in your hand while you just go token, and then play a Xin Zhao. So on your first turn where you basically can move your units that are ready, you have a token and a Xin Zhao to already conquer, and you get 2 points by just playing one card in 2 turns. And that is, I think, not only very valuable, but that's also super fast just by abusing this leader ability. I love the playstyle of the deck.
Very efficient. Like, oh, I basically have to spend nothing to get to this point. So it does accelerate the game, and of course was there in the semi-finals match, losing
One
to
of our Finnish
Sebi,
guys
but it was a
got the
hard-fought match.
Holy Bear
I
side
genuinely,
event
as we were looking back
medal
and forth, I
card.
was like,
Let's
oh,
go.
if this wasn't Aspirant's Climb, there was a real shot for getting over to 8 points, but that 9th point, just one extra one against all of the Mind Splitters, the Volley Bears, everything, just too much to get through. And I think there was that clutch, like Imperial Decree, not a factor in that matchup anymore after it got removed.
Actually crazy. I mean, it's already really tough to play versus this deck if you're curving Mobilize into Catalyst of Aeons, into the Dazzling Aurora. But then, of course, we've been saying this so many times when talking about Aurora, you're trying to play more Mind Splitter than everything else, just so you can find that Mind Splitter, immediately get rid of the gear hate. And then in the next turn afterwards, there was another Mind Splitter being played from hand, get rid of the Vengeance, and then in the end step, Aurora got another, the 3rd Mind Splitter to get rid of the Imperial Decree.
Yeah,
that sequence was so big.
Whew, that sequence, it's those moments where it's right down to it. It's just the order of the cards, how it comes out, the way we've seen Sebi be, you know, blessed in the way that the Catalyst and Mobilize combo has come off a couple of times today to beat the Mind Splitter, to beat the way of getting some of the gear removal. So we'll see how that goes in a final against Alan, which is coming up very shortly. Again, the players are getting settled, getting themselves onto our featured match area. It is grand finals, so we don't want to rush them to get themselves together. Of course, both very experienced players. I mean, we've talked about Alan being best of Kaiser from Houston, the best of Ezreal here today. Naturally, that means Sebi is the best of Misfortune. But we do have the meta breakdown here, and I think it's interesting looking at day one's results into day two.
Breakdown.
This, of course, we saw
let's see. Where is the Darius? Where is my baby?
And also, very surprising actually, is the complete abundance of Kaiser in top 8. There was no Kaiser.
True. Kaisers didn't do that well.
So many other decks that can
I mean,
and apparently that
Irelia did way better than Kaiser, like making it a top 8 and having less players on Irelia. There were 2 Ezreals out of 77 in the top 8, which is crazy. And is Victor broken, guys? Is Victor broken?
In League of Legends and also in Riftbound as well. I've been told that we do have a little bit of time still before we get into our finals. Ezreal, a deck that has had many iterations already in
Darius had done surprisingly well in like win ratio. If you guys saw the chart that has been going around Discord and etc., Darius has been. It had a good win ratio, but it didn't get to top cuts.
Suddenly the strategy is not so good if you can't move to the battlefield. Then we saw the move to kind of a lot closer to what Alan's playing today, I would say.
Yeah, there was also the Pack of Wonders.
Yes,
the Treasure Trove iteration of the deck that was also quite strong, so you could just basically would ramp.
We saw that a little more recently, actually. That's a weird one where I felt like that might be something that we'd see come in the side, because there was like online tournaments over the last couple of weeks, and we saw one do quite well with the
No, Seep, you never lie.
Is this the
Seep, you never lied to me.
Keep playing the Mind Splitters, keep playing the Mind Splitters. Turns out, not for this tournament. Maybe we'll see it in future. Maybe this deck that Alan has put together with the rest of the team. I know a lot of the crew from Turnham Sideways have been putting together some practice sessions at least. I was speaking to Casanova and the team earlier saying, yeah, I've been playing against this Ezreal deck for like weeks and weeks and weeks, and it's a tough one to play against. So shout out to the entire crew there working with Alan to seemingly look at breaking the meta from a Draven focused meta to now, hey, there's
Seep,
a whole
you never
lot more
lie.
play.
Agreed, but I mean,
Not to me,
again,
not to me, Seep.
those decks are also meant to beat Draven. If you're playing a deck that is beating Draven, I think your Aurora matchup becomes significantly harder. Because what are you doing with all of your light removal? You have these big tempo turns with your 1000-tailed Watcher, and then you have double Frigid Touch, Bellows Breath, stuff like that. But if there's double Volibear imposing, what are you removing with this?
That's a really good question, and we'll come back to that because I want to talk about how ineffective the gear removal will be from the Ezreal matchup. That's something we'll pick up back in games. So put a pin in that point for now as we look at the day 2 conversion rates, or at least the share of the meta coming in to
33 Irelius made it, which is crazy. 33 Irelius.
Draven was
Only 14 Ezreals
it is no way
made it to the
to understate
top
how
200.
Dravens made it through. I think
What?
it's just shy of 40%
Only 14
of Dravens
Ezreals.
converted to day 2 when the math was all done.
38% of Dravens.
Yes, exactly.
Got through.
Just under 40%, that 38. The share of the top players in day 2, at least the players in day 2, was 34%. Both of those numbers are impressive for any deck to get through as a percentage of the field. So realistically, it is a solid choice. I think we may see iterations now on these deck lists of like, how do we play into some of these more unorthodox matches where we can't just be Mr. Consistent.
Yes, and then all of a sudden when you're trying to focus on other matchups, I think this is where Draven starts to shine again, because you can not simply disrespect this deck when you're building your own, when you're preparing, for example, the regional qualifier in Lille or Vegas. If you're preparing for these events, Draven, I mean, just look at the pure meta share, right?
Yeah.
There's so many of them, especially in day 2. Even if we do not have any in top 4, all of these decks just had to go through so many Draven.
I think the elephant in the room is Chaos. When you look at the percentage of champions coming through, I think it's hard to ignore. Not something that we should ignore, talking about the strength of a lot of the cards in Chaos right now. There's versatility all the way down. You need like spells that will push things away. Yeah, you got that. Rebuke will put things back to hand. You have card draw. You have solutions to many things, including combat tricks now with Switcheroo that can just kind of blow through a big unit. You can just stay there.
Well.
Exactly.
It's not only a strong combat trick, but also you have flexibility in playing it. You can bluff it with other cards as well. It's incredibly strong, and I think, honestly, the best card in the game might just be Fight or Flight.
It's hard to play around, for sure. You always have to be thinking about it, right? And that's the thing is, I think Chaos by name, Chaos by nature, in that all of the cards being very efficient, quite cheap, high impact cards that no matter whether you're running it with body or you know, any of the meta decks that we've seen today and the non-meta decks, regardless of what you're playing, you're able to just get through. Like red purple is such an intense combination that the multiple decks there, Jinx,
so good.
You see Draven as well.
I mean, there was this different iteration of the Draven deck that we haven't seen in top 8, I think. There was a Miracle Draven, right, where you were playing with Battering Ram, you were playing the Seals of Discord, trying to play so many cards in one turn with Rases. This is how so many Jinx players also got into day 2, right? We have 8 day 2s, and before that,
the caster is wrong. Prismatism was in top 8. And Prismatism was playing Miracle Draven.
Best of metal card. I'm just gonna play a basically Draven decklist without the Draven leader, and that was the Miracle Jinx iteration.
There indeed.
We did get to see Randy's game. I believe that was the list that Randy was playing. Did fall in the top 8 to the Aurelia matchup that you mentioned best of cards. I think that is one of the amazing, unique things that we get to bring you in these regional qualifiers in Riftband.
Oh, we didn't see on stream. I see.
We get to crown a champion of each legend, and that is something that we've enjoyed tracking the entire event. We, of course, with our top 8 have individuals that have determined that for themselves already. This finals, we know it's not a mirror matchup, so it is the best of Sivir, the best of Misfortune. Sorry, Ezreal. See, I keep thinking it's Sivir Aurora, but it's not. It's
easy
Misfortune.
mistake to make.
Ezreal and Misfortune. And there were 28 legends and 28 best of
yeah,
cards
Pavel.
sure have been given out.
He joined the dark side. He was a respectable good guy, and
very special memento
he
of their time here in Bologna.
he left us and joined the dark side.
Cool card. We have actually just seen some on stage, of course, and they are phenomenal. Would really like to have one of the... If you were going to a tournament to chase a best-of card, which one would it be?
Well, you know, I would say it was what I predicted for this event, but that means I'd be playing Draven along with everybody else that played Draven, and that is a crowded field, because I did predict that Draven would do really well. And I'll kind of take half of a win, because it's not going to win the tournament. In fact, none of us are going to take a win on this. The closest, ironically, is probably Medic, if I'm being honest. Because the Sivir deck is kind of the similar archetype, but none of us were right.
I mean, Fiora is close to Ezreal.
Yeah, Pavel, I'm the last non-Draven abuser standing. Prismat is already a Draven abuser. Everybody's a Draven abuser. I'm still a hook enjoyer.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I know I wouldn't get it anyway, but I think before the event and before some of the content that we saw from content creators around Rek'Sai, I was thinking like, maybe Rek'Sai's a good shout. Darius, I know that was quite a high level of competition for the Darius.
Really
what's up?
Later on in the tournament, but it was a high concentration of very, very good standing Darius at the end of day 1.
Yeah, there's honestly, someone's going to pull me up on this when I say this. I don't think that there was an easy best of to pick up, because every single champion had somebody contesting you for it. So I will very much enjoy looking at the standings and seeing where did every best of place, because we had so many players here. I mean, it was you know, I think between attendees and
Seep, wow, Nikki is a Jax in real life. He's a local Jax here in Finland.
I was stood by the door. That was my day 1.
While other people had breaks.
Yeah, no, I just counted. I just made sure that I kept an eye on everybody that came in. And people that came in participating, I'm going to start from the bottom and work up here. People that came in did get that participation promo of the Bone Shiver. Super cool art on that one. The top 8 got their promo of the Blade of the Ruin King, but we're determining the championship.
He is a Jax in real life. He doesn't play Jax. He is Jax in real life.
As of course, you know, the prizes for first through 32nd you see at the bottom of the screen. I'm pretty sure top 64.
Yeah, the Borg.
The qualifier through to
the champion Borg is so cool.
Which we of course will be building through. And as mentioned, there was the best of pricing throughout the day as well. So a lot to play for, even if you weren't aiming just for that top spot.
Definitely so many cool promos, cool prices as well. And if you're getting first $6,000, that's a lot of booster packs.
It is. Yeah, that would be an enjoyable, like,
that's a good
hour of
hello, Hampot.
Tearing into booster packs.
Hello.
That is
hello.
Hour, you have to take your time, you know, you have to worship every single booster packs, and you're there for half a week, basically.
Are you looking through the commons in every pack?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. When people skip right to the back, I'm like, no, do it in order. Do it in order. I want to see the whole pack.
Exactly. How many good commons do you actually pull? And some of these cards that haven't been paid a lot of attention to before have actually really shined in this tournament. Something like a Ruin Runner that was not the most anticipated card from the set has actually proven to be quite successful. We've seen some matches, for example, in day 1, the Set Brawler versus the Kai'Sa, which is already a tough matchup for Kai'Sa. However, as soon as the Ruin Runner hit the field, there was almost no out for Kai'Sa.
I think if you drew the humps of a camel, you would see the interest in Ruin Runner, because it was like, it got released and people went, ooh, this is a good card. And then for some reason, everybody just was like, no, let's not play that card. Let's not do that. And then people played Kai'Sa again, and people realized, hang on a second, Ruin Runner, and we went back up for the extra hump on the camel. I mean, you speak about commons. One of the most impactful, you know, lower than rare card in the set, Cold Shot, is an insane card.
I'm actually gonna have Cold Shot PTSD after set 2.
In my opinion, a little bit broken in that you just get to see 2 cards. Oh,
yeah, a little bit broken. A little bit broken.
Seal got tapped and that's it.
I really can't wait for an Echo Legend at some point, because we have multiple cards already that feature Echo on them. We of course also have one Echo that is usually only played in Renata Glask strategies to go for a big time mob, and then we have the big time warp, which has Echo on it, and of course Call Shot. You're seeing Echo's back facing somewhere, so Echo is causing quite the kerfuffle.
I'm interested to see what the mechanic ends up being with Echo, because as so in League of Legends I played a lot of Echo, and when you're an Echo player, I was bad, but I wouldn't say horrible, because as an Echo player at some point you kind of just always have to be thinking 4 seconds in the past, because the spirit that goes behind you that you can jump back to. So what, are we gonna jump back at the end of a turn or something like that? Instead of a time warp, there's like a mini time warp. We have no insight into what is coming next.
Very important to mention.
For Riftbound, yeah, extremely important to say. We have no idea, we're just speculating on that. And we enjoy hearing your speculation as well on everything, whether it's your thoughts on the results here at the tournament or what you think is coming next to Riftbound. If you are getting involved in the conversation, you use the hashtag #RQBologna on social media, and we will endeavor to read your tweets at some point, and wherever you're posting, we'll find it.
Definitely. And now I have another speculation for you. Okay. I'm going to ask you.
Van Purple at Lies got true trend.
Okay, let's get towards the matchup now. We're getting there.
Yeah, what do you think has the advantage there? Obviously, LNZQ has been aura farming so much so far, but all of these tiny removal-ish spells that he's playing, I don't think they threaten Volibear too much.
Yeah, and not only threaten Volibear, I think to look at it as a very first step, and you know, we're building our way towards understanding this matchup because it's not one that we see very often. No. I would say Ezreal has a tendency to take a few turns of just stack deck, you know, play smaller units maybe, and then kind of like try and get the seals out, and you're playing to discard, playing to set up your trash in order to do more on the back end. Aurora, I would imagine, takes a look at that and goes, okay, cool, I'll Catalyst, that's fine. Aside from maybe like a hard bargain on a Catalyst turn, I feel like those early turns could really not pressure the Aurora too much. I'm willing to be wrong on this. I would love to see how this plays out in game.
I've had the same feeling about the matchup. Obviously, I have also not seen too much of it. We can take a look at the deck list of our two finalists right now to see which particular single cards could help, because there's quite a few one-offs on the side of LNZQ.
Yeah, one copy of Hard Bargain. So to line that up with a Catalyst would be, you know, fortunate to say the least. Stack deck, of course, we talked about drawing into it. There's not a lot here that I feel like interacts too much.
Vex is also...
And I think something would have to have gone wrong for...
not that strong in this matchup.
Aurora to be that late that the Mind Splitter is that much of an impact, especially when there's only one main board.
I mean, if your opponent is at some point completely exhausted on runes and you have the Thousand-Tailed Watcher with Arcane Shift together in the combination, you can actually reduce Might to 6 if you can go, if you do have the time for a big turn, and then you do have a repeat Bellows Breath. So there is a possibility, if your opponent really does not have an answer to any of that, to get rid of the Mind Splitters. Volibear, different story.
I'm trying to think about that. Is there a way through the Volibears on a battlefield? Because it's 10 might without being in...
I wish the Misfortune was running the deflect Volibear.
Because we have seen how many cards, if given time, the Ezreal deck can assemble, and then you're already sitting at what, 10 cards in hand. Maybe if your opponent doesn't disturb you at all, you might be sitting at 12 or 13. There are multiple Wages of Pain, Frigid Touch as well. You can play Fizz, you can repeat those cards, then maybe even finding a smokescreen or something. You also have the Rebuke. However, Mind Splitter is going to make that more difficult.
Yeah, looking at it like Frigid Touch with Thousand-Tailed Watcher, I'm trying to do a little bit of the math. That would be 10, right? Do you have the repeat cost of availability? I think actually because of the extra, it's one too many. We'll get that in the middle of the game. I think the late game potentially is there for Alan if the sequencing of cards, like if the right set of cards to minus the enemy units and then go in comes through. But that is quite a lot of like late game that we have to get to with the right cards.
That is true, but I mean that is also the strength of the Miracle decks, right? You have so many cards like Stack Deck and the Call Shot that you can basically decide whenever your opponent is starting to pressure you which cards you do have in hand if your opponent is not pressuring you already so much. And now let's look at the other deck. I'm quite curious. I mean, we have seen Sabi just go all in and there is one card just in the middle of the screen that is looking terrifying for LNZQ.
Yeah, invert timelines. The important part is each player discards their hand. Doesn't matter how much you got in your hand, it's all going to the trash.
Yeah, the invert timelines will
Then
be
of course you draw more cards on the backside, but if you've
possibly
discarded
good.
20 and you're drawing 4, not a trade that you
And
want.
yeah, there's no gear
This is a
removal.
card that can at any point really threaten big disruption against LNZQ. So he will
There
have to
is no
find
gear
either
removal.
a
That is
way
true.
of
That is
playing
true.
around it, going,
Okay,
I
now
will
I'm
try to
ready
establish
to.
a board
I am
that
ready
is
to talk
big enough
about
that
this
I
game.
can
Okay,
threaten
okay,
you
okay.
if you
I
drop
had
your
to
Aurora,
take a
if you
little
get your units in.
little talking
Or
break because of my
he is going
my
for
voice
an
is starting to be
absolute high roll
gone.
and says, you know what, I know we're friends, I know you're only paying
But
invert timelines. You're not having that. You are not
I
going to
do
find
feel
another
like
interface
Ezreal
as soon as
is a
that
little bit in
Aurora is
trouble
being
with
played.
trying to
There
deal
is a decent chance with so
with
little
the
units in the
Misfortunes
deck
Aurora
that the dazzling
on
Aurora
game 1.
immediately reveals that the invert timeline
But
is
the
not
moment
in the
Ezreal
hands
gets
of
the
Sabiki.
downwell into
So
their
that
deck,
could give him the information of,
it's gonna be
hey,
very hard
if this
for
card was
Misfortune
revealed, it's
to
going to the
win
bottom of
those
the deck.
games.
We can chill for a moment. We can play around that. If you do not see the card,
And
starting to sweat a little bit more, maybe change of plans.
Yeah,
Misfortune
that's,
does have
certainly could
hard
the time
bargain
of the game. Just as a reminder,
for
we
the
are getting
downwell,
ready
possibly,
for our finals,
but
which is why
you
we're
can't
taking
hard bargain
some time to
downwell
just
if
build
Ezreal has 12
towards
runes,
this best of 3
because it will still go through.
Alan and
So
Sebi. It's been a hard-fought
if
road
Alan's
for both
plays
of
it
them to get to this
perfectly,
point.
Definitely. And now,
I
my
think the
question is
Misfortune
it still
can be in
possible for us to
trouble.
see
I
these
think the
side decks
Misfortune
of
can
these
be in
players
trouble.
again?
No,
Because
I'm going to say no.
Okay, all right. We're not
We
going
might.
to see any
I
side
hope
decks.
so. I hope so. I'm
Because-
not in control of that.
Because I mean, we have seen some gear removal on
Do
the
you have
side
to
of
pay
LNZQ
6
in
for
Pickpocket. This is
repeat hard
targeted by
bargain
all
with
of those
Vex?
other miracle decks. You know what Pickpocket does?
I don't know.
I'm glad we came back
Legit,
to
I
this.
don't
It
know.
doesn't
I don't know how Vex works. I have never seen Vex in
because,
play.
it is limited to what it can
I
do.
don't know how. I haven't seen Vex in play.
We are ready for the first ever finals for
Gaylord
Return
Nelson,
regional qualifying
thank you
in
for the
Europe,
Prime
live from Bologna.
subscription.
Let's get going.
Thank you. Thank you.
Introducing first. Undefeated
Thank you,
in
and,
the Swiss, the best of Ezreal today, the best of Kaiser from Houston.
I'm sorry for not
It is Alan ZQ.
casting a lot because my voice is gone.
What a man. The people are
My
cheering
voice
for
is
him. He
absolutely
has
gone. I've been
fleet
streaming
action.
for
Not only are they
10
cheering for
hours
Alan ZQ,
right
they are
now.
cheering for the best of Misfortune countryman,
The best of
playing the deck that
Misfortune.
everyone counted out from Origins.
I'll
It
put-
is Sebi Q.
Okay. Sebi Q. Crazy moves. Crazy. Did you see that
Definitely
those
is
boxing
going to
moves?
put up a hell of a
Holy.
fight against
Holy.
his friend, Alan ZQ.
The boxing
They're
moves on this
shaking
guy.
at Sebi as well with a phenomenal performance. The biggest upset of the tournament is Misfortune in the grand finals, and we are
Imagine
soon
if Misfortune
going
wins
into
the
our
first
finals
ever
match.
EU
Trophy is there.
regionals.
We know
That would
what's on the
low-key be
line.
so
Both
cool.
of these players, the best of, already for their champions, but who will take home
Big fan, been
The
lurking on
Blade of
YouTube.
promo,
I'm taking your
the playmat,
Darius or Fiora to
and the
Vegas.
glory of being not just the best of
My
Ezreal or
Darius
the
and
best of
Fiora
Misfortune,
aren't
but the best
optimized.
of the
I'm just gonna
best
tell you
today
this
here
straight from the
in
bat.
Bologna.
My Darius and
Is
Fiora for set 2 aren't
Very
optimized,
interesting matchup,
so
something that people have
I
not
recommend you
considered before Bologna, both of those decks, but we're actually already
optimize them
starting
a
to
little
play.
bit.
We have channeled the runes, so I think let's just swap over to the tables. A stacked deck start.
a stacked deck
Oh, we've
start.
actually had a 2-drop on the side of
Thank you for the
LNZQ there.
subscription.
I haven't seen that in a while.
A double
we
hard
were
bargain
raring
in
to
the
go
hand
to
of
get ready
Misfortune.
into this one,
Let's
so
see
Stack
if
Deck
they
comes
get
out
to
as well. There is,
use their
decision between
hard
the
bargains in this
challenge
game.
and the
They
called
both
shot.
have the same
Are we going to
sleeves.
find a mobilized
Huge,
Sebi Q?
huge.
He is smiling, he is grinning. No, he's actually passing. So we are delaying that ramp a little
So
bit.
no
There's a high
mobilize on the
chance now that there's a
Misfortune.
catalyst of Aeons
Already
in
very
hand,
behind.
just statistically
Also
speaking,
went
but LNZQ already
went second.
has a decent shot at scoring
So
points with the
Misfortune
Raven
is not
suit.
high
I think
rolling
for
right
this
now.
matchup, it's incredibly
Not good, not
important that
good.
you find that 2-drop,
Alan's
that you actually get to your
going
points early.
first.
Something
Already
interesting
has
going
a
to the
unit on
bottom of the
board,
deck
so
from
so
LNZQ,
found the
Singularity,
2-drop.
One of
Yes.
the big spells
Goes
that
for the
can
stacked
at
deck.
least set up
Gets the
the
first
way
point
through
already.
Mind Splitters, potentially through volley bears. Now not an option for a very long time in this
Misfortune.
game. After Alan ZQ earlier was playing a game where he didn't want to
Let
play
me
the seals
let's
out
not
at
get
any
ahead
point.
of
We'll
ahead
just
of
drop it early
ourselves.
and
So
be like, yeah, this
Ezreal
is
gets
good.
played
This matchup,
down
I
with
don't
the
even
seal. And
no pickpockets
I
staring at
wonder
you the
if
entire
Misfortune
time. That
has
is a heck of
has a
start
Gust, because
for
gusting the
LNZQ.
Raven
Discuss the
Bloom
stupefy
next turn would be
draws
pretty good,
2 cards
because Alan's
instead
is
and
out of
finds
runes, so they can't buff the
mighty,
Raven Bloom
one
with
and
spells
only
anymore.
Mind Splitter to his hand, which could be a card that if we're not ramping
Misfortune
up too fast on
really
the side of SeviQ, could
needs to
take away
find
a dazzling aurora from hand
a
before it
Mobilize
could
or a
replay
Catalyst.
the
I don't
win
know if they have a
conditioning.
Catalyst in hand,
Only
but
So, start
if he
counting.
doesn't
We're
find
at
either
5
of those
runes
here,
this time.
he's pretty
Catalyst
cooked.
is in hand.
He
You were
found the
correct.
Catalyst,
So, Catalyst will take you up to 7.
so it will take
Alan,
him
I
up to 7,
believe,
and
goes to
that
5 on the
means
next round when we get,
he will go up to 9
the
next
table view
turn.
again. Yeah, Alan will
So
go
he
up
could
to
be looking to
5.
play Aurora
Then Sebi
next
goes
turn
to
already.
7.
So
Alan,
the Catalyst
I
really
believe-
comes in clutch here.
Sebi will go to
Yeah,
9.
it's going to be
Um,
too late. Exactly. I was going to say
There's
7
one
now,
problem
and then
here.
his next
If
turn is gonna
Misfortune
untap,
hits the Volley Bear,
awaken the runes and go to 9.
it's gonna be a little
So
sad.
is there anything Alan can
Misfortune
do about this?
obviously
Finding
wants to
one-off
hit
Mind Splitter
the
early in the game
Mind
is
Splitter
huge,
like we
but
saw in the
you're
last
too
match,
late.
where
Catalyst of Eons is
Misfortune
such
hit
a strong
3 Mind
card,
Splitters in a
just
row.
channeling 2 runes,
So-
especially if there's
so,
not a high aggro deck. Now LNZQ will
if
have
Misfortune
to
hits
find
Volley Bear,
some
it's gonna
crazy
be
amount
very,
of
very, very
resources
tough.
in this turn alone. What can
Alan's
you even
goes
do
for
here?
a...
How
Is that
many
a Vex?
cards
Or
can
what
you
are they
set
going
up?
for?
How many resources can you get?
Why did they
And
tap
I'm
the seal?
sure
Okay, they don't
we
tap
have
the
held
seal.
already in the Void Gate with Ravenbloom student.
They go and
I'm sure
conquer the
you
bottom
are
battlefield.
de-ramping yourself now. You have
Alan's
the sigil,
probably
and you
knows
are
that
just
Misfortune
okay.
is not
Playing
running
effects now
Dead
too,
Blooms,
I think.
and that's my
I think
biggest
Alan's just
concern with this
accepting
deck.
that, yep,
I feel like
probably getting
Misfortune
Aurora next turn,
should
so
run
I
Dead
just
Blooms.
need
They
to
are
get some points early,
more
then establish a
impactful
little
than
bit
the
of
Volley Bears
control
for sure.
around the units that come from Aurora.
But no Dead Blooms, so
Yep. Oh
Alan's
my
doesn't care
goodness,
about
these
your
faces
Aurora
from
when
Sevi just
when
looking at
it doesn't
Alan.
affect the board in
He
any
is
way.
hovering over it and he wants
And
to
there
see it.
comes
He
the
has
Aurora.
it. Dazzling
There comes the Aurora.
Such a strong card, the ultimate win
And
condition, the ultimate weapon.
if your
for
deck now
Sevi
had
Q, and now LNZQ
Mind
takes
Splitters
it.
So,
and
the
Dead Blooms,
reveals
there wouldn't
off the
be
top.
any
What's
any
it
bad hits.
gonna be? Where do we go?
Let's see if they hit the Volley Bear.
Mind
Oh, they hit
Splitter
the
off
Mind
the
Splitter.
top.
Once
We'll
again, they
split
win.
the
They win the
hand
gamble.
Of LNZQ.
They do
What
have
we
2
get?
Volley
It's a
Bears in their
Mind
deck,
Splitter,
so
it's a
they
fizz,
won the
stack
gamble
deck,
here.
Ravenbloom, or a Smokescreen.
Yep,
Smokescreen
every
might be
time, every
surprisingly
time.
important in this matchup.
It's
Yes,
a
but I
big
do
hour
see
farming.
a world in which you're actually
But they
also
have
taking
literally
this
every
stack
time
deck
hit
because
the
none of these
Mind
cards
Splitter
are really
gamble, which
pushing
is
you.
very
Actually, you're
crazy.
discarding, so the stack deck would come out with a fizz.
Same with a Smokescreen.
Well,
it's
yeah,
like, it's
Amaf
one of
did
those
top deck the
really
Catalyst
awkward choices
into Aurora,
if I
but you
just
should
let
have
a
you should
spell,
have
Fizz
seen the
gets it.
last match
If I get
where
rid of the fizz,
they
okay, you keep the spell,
you
but
just
you don't get a
should have
unit
seen
in
the last
spell.
match,
But
Nikki.
at least
You weren't
fizz kind
you
of
weren't
keeps
here,
you
but
in a strange situation.
it was way
on
worse
things, so
worse on the last
there's
match.
always
Let me
something
tell you
to
that.
say about
Um,
like, the line that each player is going to choose going forward.
The Mind Splitter throws
Taking
away a card.
the smokescreen, then hard played fizz that is going to reduce your
And
might is not going to be the worst. Also, there's
Alan
Stupefy
still has
in the
stack deck
discard.
into Fizz, so
Fizz is a really
the
good card to take away
Misfortune
because it's the most
Misfortune
flexible.
can't
Yeah, you're
really
taking the
stop
Fizz.
Alans
There is gonna
from
be stack deck, there
fishing
is
through their
gonna
deck.
be
The
smoke
Fizz
screen.
gets thrown
Weirdly,
away,
you're actually taking away like the
and
options
Alan's
for both
gets
a smokescreen
to
and a stack deck and a Stupefy.
5
it's an odd one where
points
you're not getting those cards out
or
of the
4
hand, but you're getting
points.
the second
Okay, Alan's gets the 4 points
where,
here.
They could potentially draw into it.
Just picks up another Fizz.
Alan's gets the 4 points.
You can't mind split the top card of the deck.
And they play the stack deck. All purple always cheating, always stacking their deck. Finds a Watcher, takes the Watcher. Maybe he's two steps ahead. Maybe he has some item for the Watcher already. I mean, it's gonna be very, very tough to hold against Watcher. So it's gonna be very, very hard for Misfortune to try to stabilize the game here. The biggest job of Misfortune right now is to slow down the Ezreal, slow down the game, stabilize the game, try to find equal footing, and then try to accelerate and get ahead. So let's see if Misfortune can stabilize the game here, while the Ezreal is just looking through their deck. They can kind of pick and choose whatever they want.
You need to leave up like runes essentially to rebuke.
And there was the beautiful
if you can
beautiful
threaten
statue they're getting
options,
when
that
they win.
makes Sebi, like decision making quite tricky here.
The punch first
Sebi's gonna wanna
is
take control of
pretty
this game.
useless
He's
in
gonna
this
try and wanna
matchup
move to battlefields.
because
And
punch
you
first
always have
can't
to be
be
thinking, okay,
played
if there's a rebuke here, how do I
as
play on the back
reaction
end
to
with no
spells.
units?
Punch first can only be it's an action basically, so it can only be played in
Yeah,
combat,
of course that plays around
but
singularity
not in
on,
reaction
on
to
Alan's
spells.
next turn. It's a second Aurora.
The second
And that
Aurora
second Aurora
gets
is gonna
played
make
down,
almost entirely sure that you are going to hit another
So-
Mind Splitter unless you get 2 volley bears in a
now
row. And I
Misfortune
think
needs to
that
get
double volley bear would be
a last right
I was
on
gonna
the
say, is
board
volley bear better because
ASAP.
You don't get as affected by
A
the
last
Watcher, 'cause
right
you're gonna
on the
get that
board
shield off the top as well. It's a
ASAP.
Mind Splitter and a volley
Because
Mind Splitter is going to take care of that Watcher.
they only have 5
Oh,
units
Mind
in their
Splitter,
deck.
Well, you're totally right. That
If
is,
you want.
They
if you
have
want. I mean, when
5
you look at the
units
hand, you
in
gotta
their
look at what
deck,
else is there,
and they're
but
gonna run
I
out
feel
of
like that
units
is the
next
prime
turn,
target,
basically.
right?
Yeah, I think that is the best card that you could possibly
I
hit.
couldn't see if
Alan,
they had
the
last right in
back
hand, but I
against
don't
the
I don't
wall,
think
double
I don't think they
Aurora,
did. I don't think they
absolute
did.
massive stack on the sigil of the storm. It isn't
The
even the
stacking has
battlefield that you
already
really
started
want
at the
to go
bottom
into, and now
battlefield.
it is the battlefield
The
you can't
Watcher
go
gets
into.
thrown
totally
away,
right.
Immediate
so
Watcher taken out by
Alans
Sebi
can't
Q.
really
And we know the
punish
main board is
the
1.
stacking from
Main board is
Misfortune.
1 Watcher, so now we're looking at last rights.
And it
Potentially
does look like
to bring it
Misfortune
back
is
on
slowly
return.
stabilizing the
Yeah,
game
but
here.
then again,
It's
those
gonna be
cards do
it's gonna
really need a
require
setup,
Alans
especially with the runes that
spending
you're
quite a
having,
lot to
and
get
then
through the
there's
bottom
gonna be more Mind
battlefield.
Splitters, I would assume.
And
So now Sebi
the
Q
question is
with
how many
being
Fighter
at
Flies and
1
Rebukes
is
Ezreal is
giving
running.
Alan ZQ a little bit of
Ezreal
time
was
at
running
least.
Yes.
So I think what
maybe
you
like
can do
1
as Alan
Fighter
ZQ,
Flight in
you
main
can
deck
conquer the Void Gate
and
with your
2
most
Rebukes, if I
disparable
remember
unit,
right.
which would be
So
the
they aren't
Fizz,
running that many
I would say,
um,
and then you are at
Fighter
6,
Flights and Rebukes in
and
their
then you
main
can
deck.
see what's going to happen. But the thing is, this is not a setup.
They also
You
Alans
are never
also
safe
isn't
from all of
running
those
a
Mind Splitters
Downwell in the
volley bears
main deck,
because Misfortune
which is
just enables
probably gonna be the
ganking. This is
deal
such a
breaker in this
huge
first game.
combination. Big units,
Downwell would
ganking from battlefield to
instantly
battlefield.
win
You
you the game
basically have
against
control over both battlefields while only
the Aurora
controlling
deck
one.
if you
This
could
is
get it off
big.
at the
and
right
it's
time.
really important to
So
know cards that can kind of get you out of that,
the
because
greed of not
if you can
running
gank
Downwell
over
in the
to
main
other
deck
battlefield
might
and then get your Aurora trigger to follow up on it,
be the
rebuke is
backbreaker here for
action speed.
Alans.
So it's not like you can let that trigger go onto the chain and react to it, because that is not
Alans
how
does
rebuke
have
works. So the reason I bring that
Downwell
up is
in the side
deck.
deck,
It's not like you can let Sebi go for
but
it.
it's not
There
in the
is a
main deck.
last rights in
The
hand,
Mind
2
Splitter
hard
gets played
bargains,
from
punch
Alans.
first. Catalyst probably
Ooh, there's the
not
last
where we're
right.
going.
So if
Double
Alans
shot
now
to
throws away the
refill it.
last right, it's gonna be
Almost
very
discarded
tough
his own
for the
rebuke.
Misfortune
take that.
to
I'll
find
take the
more
unit.
Double hard
units
bargain is,
to
I
get
think,
their
very
dazzling
tough, because
dazzling
this is
auroras
one of
rolling.
the cards that you would like to get rid of the most. There's not really too much you want to call shot for on the side of Sebi Q, because you're already so set up. Punch first also does not seem too relevant. So
I am
what
pretty
you
sure the
want to
right
get rid of is
Mind
hard bargain, but there is
Mind
two
Splitter
of
target
those.
here
That's-
would be
they drive
the
a very hard bargain.
last
But you know,
right.
credit to Alan in a feature matchup at this caliber in a
But
finals. Counting the
Alan's
runes, just
is
to take into
thinking
account
long and
every
hard.
single thing. Okay, how many repeated hard bargains can you?
What is he
you
thinking
have?
though? Catalyst
How
shouldn't be an
many,
option.
are you
It's too
likely to need
late.
to recycle
Um,
going forward?
I mean,
And,
one of
you
the
know,
hard
you gotta go through
bargains
the motions.
maybe.
You have to account
Punch
for everything
first
in a scenario
shouldn't be
like
a
this.
big deal
I
in
mean,
this
as of next
matchup.
time, your opponent can just pass and go for a double hard bargain repeated. So taking out the punch first.
Okay.
They
So,
still
I
chose
mean,
to
that's
take out
5
the
might
punch
on one of your
first.
battlefields. At some point, you will have to try to conquer.
Yeah, and that will throw a wrench in the works.
Sipua, why did
If you're
you
gonna
time
punch
out them?
first, ask questions while
But yeah,
punching is,
chose to take the
what I
punch
would say
first
about
and
that.
no last
Is,
right. So Misfortune
that is
still
3
has
units
a
stacked on the
way
battlefield. We're still in
to
Alan's
keep the
turn,
units coming out of their
resolving the end of
auroras. So
Mind Splitter. So we go to Sebi's. Again, any units off the top of
Why
what we
did you
don't
time
want to
out
see
them
if you're in
then?
Sebi's camp
if he was the
for supporters.
150th follower,
For Alan's side, you probably
you
aren't
should.
that bothered by that. You would
Oh,
hope
it's
to
in
see a
he's in
volley
Discord
back
with
go
you.
to hand
Okay,
if
I
you're
see.
looking
I see.
for
I see. I see.
Yeah.
I see
Wow,
that.
Okay,
also
sabotage.
hand disruption. Sabotage
A sabotage
is such a strong card here. However,
from
as
the
we said before,
misfortune.
if you want to double
This
hard bargain on
means
the next
they're gonna
turn,
hit
you are just feeling
one Mind
like
Spear
there might be
from
an issue.
their
Yeah, we're
Volley
getting
goes for
Aurora,
us. Alan
and they have
so the
Sabotage, so this is
student
once
says, yeah,
again
I'm not fighting for that.
minus
Yeah,
2
you
cards
can-
for
you
the
can throw
Ezreal.
some combat tricks at that Volley Bear, but I don't
Now,
think it's helping.
because
With one rune
Misfortune also
and
has
a
the last
dream.
right in hand,
Yeah.
this
Although,
means
yeah, Vex isn't in combat, so it doesn't
there's a
reduce,
possibility that we're gonna get
things.
more Mind Spitters
So
in
there
the
is
later
Sabotage.
That
turns.
is going to be the end of that arcane
The
shift.
Arcane Shift
Brutal,
goes away,
because if there were a
and
way to kind of combo
now
that,
the Misfortune can
watch it
choose
eventually,
to
one
most
Arcane
likely
Shift is gone.
sabotage
I
the
think you can just
Rigid
leave
Touch
that hand face up, right?
or
Because we
the
all know
Smoke
what's
Screen
going
if they want
happen.
to.
At the end of the turn, Dazzling Aurora is going to find us another Volley Bear and
And a Mind
another Mind
Splitter.
I
Splitter.
really
That'll
don't
be everything
understand
from the
why
deck. At that point,
Alans
there is a
didn't
Mind
throw
Splitter.
away the last right.
Likely, yep, to go over to the Volley Bear, and as you said, we get
Yeah,
that
I feel like the
field
last right
I mean,
was
at this point, it feels like it doesn't feel better, but I
100%
think
the
that
right option.
Frigid
Frigid
Touch, or,
Touch?
I mean, Frigid Touch is
But,
another guaranteed draw because you're playing the Ezreal Legend.
chose not
so
to do
if
that.
you're targeting something twice, or if you're twice
The
targeting,
last
rather,
unit
you're
is
going to
being
get another
played from the
draw, denying that
Misfortune's
is absolutely huge.
deck, so
Wow.
now
These
Misfortune's deck
battlefields
is
are
all
as
out of
stacked
units.
as the decks.
Yep. That is massive. And keep in mind,
But
you do
because
have
Alans
7
didn't
runes
throw away
left
the
open.
last
It
right,
is almost
Misfortune is
impossible
still
to
not
get
out of
through
the
this.
game,
Yes,
even if their
LNZQ
units
only
get
needs
wiped
2
out,
more points to
which
win
is very,
this
very
game,
weird.
but this is
Cold shot.
very, very far away. Actually, we do
We'll
not
get it.
I don't know,
Tapping with Seal.
is Alans a
With
paid
the
actor
Ezreal,
now
we'll
or
get the
what?
repeat cost basically
They-
for free. Gets to look at 4 cards, we'll take 2 of them.
hard bargain for repeat.
Paid for.
I think that's just
True,
very
Alans
much
is
fine. And
playing
then
for the
another
double
hard
conga.
bargain.
That is
You're just
also true.
taking
That is
away
also
the
true.
entire turn of your opponent.
I said it was free cold shot. That is the most expensive cold shot
yeah.
we've seen.
Misfortune still has
I
haven't
really
paid.
like this
the
decision of Sebi Q
the
because you know, he has to,
hard
LNZQ
bargains,
has to pick up the
which is gonna
pace
make it
massively
very
now,
very
because
hard for
otherwise
Alans to
the
double
game
conga
is
here.
just going to end on this game set. You need to find more cards. You
The
need to
Watcher
build
is
up
at the
more
bottom of
pressure
the
in your own
trash,
base,
so
and,
it's gonna
you know,
be
the
a
pressure
long,
is
long
not
while
gonna be
before
kept up
Alans
with this if you pay
gets a Watcher
6
out
energy
here.
for a cold shot.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the situation now of what are the
And
ways that Alan can turn up.
I
turn the dial up,
think
turn
if
up the-
Misfortune
the
finds the
speed,
bullet
or at least
time,
the pressure in this game,
Misfortune is
that
winning
cold shot
the
will
game 1 here,
resolve.
which is kind
A
of
lot of
crazy.
units still in
Which
phase.
is
It's
kind of
Vex, it's
crazy.
the Fizz, it's an Ezreal, it's a
Misfortune
Mind
top decked
Splitter
in the Catalyst,
for
in the top
Alan. That
decking
is still
into
Volley.
Aurora,
Sebi is only on
and
3
suddenly they're just
for
winning
now,
the
so
game.
next turn we'll go 5, turn after we'll go 7, so
Suddenly
Alan
they're just
does
winning the
have
game
time
out of
to
nowhere,
develop
so
a Rain Bloom student.
I guess that's card games for
Draw
you
into
sometimes.
something that will bring the Watcher
Sometimes
back,
card games
maybe
be
draw
like that.
also into the Arcane
Sometimes
Shift.
card
There's a
games be like
world,
that.
It's not a big line.
Yeah, Alans
through
is
these
developing the
battlefields,
board
but there is a line.
right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out
Alans does have a lot of debuffs, and they are the Alans is stacking up Vex, and as we all know, Vex is insanely strong in combat, so they're just preparing for that one turn where they attack with Vex. Their spells cost
I also do really enjoy that we're not
1
even
or
playing
0
Misfortune Cap.
energy, and they can
It's
just
gonna
play
stay
out their
there.
whole hand.
For now.
They already
You
have
just keep your runes up, you have so many
about
cards in hand, you threaten everything
20 might on
defensively,
board with the
and now
Raven
this
Bloom,
might be
a little
one of the
over
pushing
20
turns
might
for
on
LNZQ
board
because he has found a culture.
with a couple of debuffs. Alans could be looking to
what do we
break
need to find
through
here? Is it a way to bring the Thousand Tail Watcher back?
next turn even,
Recur it from the graveyard,
if
I
they
think
have the
that
right
would be
cards.
15 might that you're reducing, so
which is a lot.
yes, that's basically 1 Volley Bear. So a lot, yes. Enough, I don't know actually, because
Misfortune
you're also
really
gonna have to play it, right? If you play the Mob return,
needs
that is
to
already 2 energy gone.
find
So
the
possibly even rather
bullet
a
time
setup
here.
for the next turn. It is going to
Alans
be very,
finds...
very
Is
hard
that
to
another
play through
When you're
Vex?
playing Chaos, the best thing you
Is
can do
that
is
another
look at
Vex?
cards.
If that's
Look at
another
cards and put
Vex,
them in your hand.
then
It's all good.
They're pretty, they're shiny.
Yeah.
You
it
need
could
to
be
try to
troublesome
find
for the
answers.
Misfortune
The
here.
question is, do you even play
There is
answers
a-
to this usually
there
with
is
deck
a
like
Bellows
this with
Breath,
so much mini removal
and
that you're
I
playing
think
like
that is
Pages
another
of
Vex,
Pain,
so
Frigid
Will Allens go for the second Vex? No, they choose the Bellows Breath.
So I looked down for a moment. Was that Bellows Breath that went to hand? We'll find out in a moment. Ooh, not exactly the cards well, I guess Retreat.
A recall and a second
we know Watcher, the one copy in the main deck,
second seal. Unfortunately, it is too late for a second seal, so chooses to take the recall, still has another cold shot. So, I mean, purple is just crazy. Think about it. The Misfortune has thrown away 4 to 5 cards from Alan's deck.
The Bellows Breath to get over the Mind
Alan
Splitters and potentially the Volibear.
still digs through their deck insanely fast and suddenly has like 6 cards in their hand. So even when their hand got almost emptied, they're just suddenly back in the game with a 6-card hand. I mean, purple is just insane. Purple is just insane.
I'm pretty sure that there is no more hand interruption.
There's one Rebuke
can go for,
in Alan's hand.
Of course, there are other cards that you can use. There is
But
also Fight or Flights or Rebukes.
Could you remind me, is the Arcane Shift in
will
the trash,
Alan's
or
go
did it get recycled?
for the attack on this turn? I don't think so. I think Alan's... Actually, they still have almost all of their runes up, and they found the second Rebuke. So Alan's is probably looking to end the game here.
We've got, was that double?
Alan's could be probably looking to end the game here, put the counter on the Raven Bloom, which is already buffed twice.
You're gonna deramp a lot for it, but you
and with the Rebukes, the Bellows Breath, the Raven Bloom already gets +3. And with the Stupefy, that's +4 on the Raven Bloom. The Vex also makes your spells cheaper in combat, so that means these Rebukes are gonna be insanely cheaper.
You get the Rebukes at reduced cost because now we're in a combat
so
the Vex is involved in, so it's actually
the Rebuke only costs 1.
To get rid of
which is crazy. This also buffs the Raven Bloom by 1.
To great effect earlier, utilizing the Vex combat showdown status.
All the hard bargains are gone from the Misfortune, so the Volibear is just gone.
For now, we'll see a follow-up here because there is a retreat in hand available to kind of bounce
the second
that Vex
Rebuke
back
hits the second
after this is
Volibear.
done, so the Watcher, the Mind Splitter doesn't take care of the Vex. We also have a smoke screen in hand for Alan. So again,
now a single smoke screen will just kill the Mind Splitter on the Vex battlefield.
The Raven Bloom keeps
and the Vex just makes these cards so cheap. Alan's can just play these cards almost for free and just keep cycling through their deck during the combat, which is crazy. Yeah, the second Rebuke has hit the Volibear. That is true, that is true. Was the second Rebuke a inside job? We may never know, we may never know.
There is a smoke screen, goes on to the Mind Splitter.
That would already be enough for the Vex to conquer.
It's now an exceptionally expensive punch first, though, because casting it now is 3 recycles of orange runes, and they are the
True,
only
Vex
3
also
here,
makes your
so
enemy's
pay the
spells
price
cost more in combat. So the punch first costs 3 recycles rather than 2.
2 orange and then +1, so we'll be able to recycle a chaos. Of course, there is no color.
Now, with the cold shot in Misfortune's hand, I wonder if the bullet time would save Misfortune here. Also, Raven Bloom already at 6 might will most likely go up to... At this rate, the Raven Bloom will go up to 10 might. Like, I'm not even kidding. The Bellows Breath goes on the Mind Splitter twice.
We know that there's a Stupefy in hand. So this, if it's repeated, which I'm sure it is, there's an Ezreal on the battlefield and a Vex, which means you layer the reduction in cost. Vex reduction kicks in first because there's a 2 minimum of 1 energy. Then the Ezreal reduction comes in and basically makes it a free spell at that point. And you just say,
0?
yeah, deal the damage. Here comes the Stupefy.
What?
It's going
That's
to
crazy.
take out the Mind Splitter.
Vex is insane.
And on the back end, you've pumped up this Raven Bloom student. You have a Mind Splitter of your own. Throw in the Ezreal, throw in the Fizz, whichever version of this attack
also, Raven
Alan
Bloom
decides to do.
has, I don't know how much. Alan's needs to put the right counter on the Raven Bloom. Draws another Stupefy from the Stupefy, which buffs Raven Bloom even more, and the Stupefy costs 0 energy because of the Vex.
As Stupefy is going to reduce the might as well, the damage applied earlier in the turn.
Raven Bloom is at 9 might.
that student is.
The Stupefy costs 0 energy.
How is Alan ZQ?
Oh, and a Wages of Pain as well. These spells are so cheap.
The Wages of Pain for 2.
So much work. Wages of Pain on the Mind Splitter that is still in the combat with the Vex. We are still in a combat showdown, and Alan is just taking action after action.
Mind Splitter was on
action,
the
and
Void
now
Gate
has control
battlefield,
for the
so they
7th
took
point
more
in our
damage
first
from the
game
Bellows Breath
of
and the
this
Wages
grand
of Pain,
finals. There
which
surely
ended
is
up killing the
enough
Mind
to
Splitter
take this second battlefield.
in the
Surely
Void
Alan
Gate.
turns the corner
Even
from
though the Mind Splitter
massively stacked battlefields that Sebi was able to put
gone,
out from
there's still a
Double
showdown going
Aurora.
on. So
Surely
Alans
this
can
is
still
it.
get
The Wages of Pain just kills
spell
because
value
of
out of the
the
Vex
Void Gate.
Vex
Some extra
champion here.
damage there is being
But will
applied.
Alans go
Vex is
for
just
the
chilling
attack
so
on the
much
bottom
there
battlefield?
in the sigil of power. There is still 2 Mind Splitters. 1 Mind Splitter is at 5 might. Your own Ravenbloom student is already at 10.
True, they could retreat to Fizz to get they could get a 3rd rebuke here, and I think that's game. I think the game is over with the 3rd rebuke for sure.
Haven't seen Sebi's hand in a little while. We know there's 2 volley bears in there, so now it's just down to Alan thinking, okay, I really don't want for the Mind Splitters to heal. Thank you very much for putting the damage counter on that, because this will be significant.
What can the Misfortune do with these
runes?
runes?
Sorry, because the damage has healed up from the first.
Exactly, but it's the Stupefy that has been used twice.
Yes, Stupefy has been used. You are totally correct. And this is exactly that moment where Alan is looking at
the Misfortune
current board
do
state. So we know we've
with all of this energy they have saved up?
12.
We know they have 1 cold shot,
start to push in
so they could draw into a fight or flight plus bullet time maybe,
use a recall
but
on the Ezreal and try to draw
then
for some more cards.
they still have to stop Vex from holding the other battlefield,
to find 2 more cards that will help you. But are there
it is looking
one
pretty
recall
rough on
would just
the
make your Ravenbloom student better as well.
on the Misfortune side.
So what are we going to do? A Fizz?
Now Alans goes in and attacks with both the Ravenbloom and the Fizz, and this is a very smart attack because Alans wants to recall the Fizz anyways. So they're just baiting out a possible spell on the Fizz from Misfortune. Misfortune chooses to go for the cold shot, finds I don't know what because the camera angle doesn't show us, and finds a fight or flight. So the Ravenbloom will probably get fight or flighted. We don't know if Fizz found a bullet time or not. They found another cold shot, and they're looking to fight or flight the Ravenbloom.
We know that Alan doesn't have a way of actually getting out of that situation.
Now they recall the Fizz. So they didn't even want Fizz to trade with the Mind Splitter. They were going to recall it anyways. And Mind Splitter should heal now. Or actually Mind Splitter was debuffed. Yeah, it's a debuff, not damage.
Already this turn, right? Well, we saw a Bella's
now
breath
the
this
rebuke
turn.
probably
sure
comes out, I would think.
Go through. Hard for us to keep track of everything as Alan cycles
to
through
rebuke the non-debuffed
rebuke, of course.
Mind Splitter, so the rebuke is out. Now there's only a 2-might Mind Splitter left.
To come towards this battlefield is now just down to what Sebi has in hand.
The Ravenbloom is at 12 might. Alans has played 9 spells in this one turn.
Does know a lot of them. He knows there's a Mind Splitter now. He knows there's 2 volley
What is going on? What is going on? Alans has played 9
drew
spells in this one turn,
it's a Mind Splitter that goes
which is crazy.
Oh, 2 more. Is this going to
the
be
cold shot gets played again.
Trying to find for a solution here. Keep in mind, even if he does find something like a rebuke, this is going to prolong the problem.
And finds a mobilize, which does nothing. Finds a bullet time, which does nothing, because even if they bullet time, actually they don't have enough runes to bullet time here.
Only 2 damage that comes through. What else is in hand?
They don't have enough runes to bullet time here, and it's GG.
There's still a ready
Ezreal to conquer behind it.
What the hell is
Vex? I don't
Vex?
think there's enough because you'd have to recycle.
Please, somebody tell me, what is Vex?
But then you don't have anything to pay for rebuke. There's no
what
way
has
really
Riot done?
What
has Riot done to this game?
Is it looking? I mean, you can't pay for punch first. I'm looking at what you can pay
I mean,
for with 4
what do you mean the
floating
student is
and
OP?
1 orange rune.
Yeah, it was big,
Fight or
but
flight.
Oh, of course.
it
and
got
there
fight or
is, off
flighted
top
in
of
the
deck.
end.
Yes, and you're going to live this turn with this,
So-
but then again, how are you going to win the game afterwards? You
But-
only have 1 Mind Splitter on the
Yeah.
field. You are at 1 rune.
Student
Are
is
you going to
OP
go up
against
to
normal
3
purple.
runes? And
Unfortunately,
your Mind
everybody
Splitter
is running
not going to
purple
get any better. Also,
right now.
LNTQ is at 7, so he just needs to hold with Vex. However, there is going to be misfortune ganking, but CBQ is only
Vex
going
got
to
into
hold
that
up
combat,
to 6, so can
and Cold
go
Shot
to 7
got
with a
played 3
possible
times
gank.
for
LNTQ,
free
he
with
is
Ezreal on
thinking
board.
so
Yeah,
hard about this situation.
Like,
do you even have any more cards to play with? What is
we
the
all
Ezreal going to do?
knew Cold Shot was gonna
Oh,
be
the
crazy
Ezreal
when we
is
saw
going to
it,
be pushed into
but
the Void Gate,
holy,
possibly
it's
to
way
reach
worse than we
8.
thought. It's way
Might
worse
total
than we
with the
thought.
Vex.
Yeah, because that then forces out the
Vex prices are skyrocketing after this one.
First in order,
I hope you guys
we're clutching at straws, we're
invested
clutching
into
at
some
the
Vex
tiniest of margins.
champions.
I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't really know what Sebi can do to come back in this with Alan's board state. We talked about the
Alan's
late game for Alan
chooses
is oppressive.
not
Only
to
orange runes in
Challenge
order to
picked up
turn
from the
this
top.
challenge picked up from the top. Are you kidding? That's enough to just for this turn, just
Not
for
to
this turn.
chooses not
hold
to
for
conquer
now. But I
the
feel like
bottom
Alan
battlefield.
has tools to turn this back around on it on the following one.
The thing is, you are at 6. If you're
Yeah.
ganking now, you get rid of that unit. Your Mind Splitter is holding for the victory
Exactly,
point
but
there.
Yeah,
there's a Mind
Nikki.
Splitter on the other side and
Yeah,
a
Nikki, you
Fizz,
were thinking
and
about
it's not
buying my
enough for game one.
Vexes.
Sebi
I
is gonna
remember.
concede. I think that's
I
the
remember
problem
you
is
were
don't
thinking
have
about
enough
buying my
utility
Vexes.
to hold that from
Do you-
Alan's
do you
Mind
now
Splitter,
regret your
knowing there's 2
decision
units
on,
there, you can even
not
take the
buying my
trade,
Vexes?
And there's no units left in the deck for Sebi.
Alan's wins game 1, and that was
From
pretty
LNCQ
disgusting.
versus double Volibear imposing versus
That was
triple Mind
pretty
Splitter.
disgusting.
8 runes open with just a bunch of small spells, small units, a Raven Bloom student.
I have
going up
nothing
to
pretty.
12
I have nothing
might
pretty
in
to say
total.
about that.
Even getting
It
fight
was
or
just simply
flighted
disgusting.
did not matter. He pushed through it. Rebuke, forced his opponent first to de-ramp himself, recycle all of their runes so that these Volibear imposing would be gone completely. And
Yeah, I
I
was
think
also thinking
in
about
this
a Vex
moment,
being a possibility in
ZBQ
Annie.
might have regretted
I mean, it would make
using
sense.
the counter spells, the hard
You could
bargains
also just
on the culture just to get a little
ride
bit
the
more
wind
tempo,
Vex
even
on the
though you
enemy's
were only
turn.
at 3 points.
But
Go
you
into
know,
combat with it
I'm
and
sure you can,
get, you know, the
feel this
Vex
as well,
thing,
like
and
the-
it could
the
be
read on
it
the
could be a
number of spells that
surprise
Alan
card in
has, and,
Annie
like,
also.
picking exactly which one's a hard bargain is like you have to be so in it in the tank.
Yeah, true,
to
Annie does
know
have burn here.
everything that you need
Alan's
to
has
play around.
Rocket
So,
Barrage,
do
a
we think Mundo
Factory
comes in so you
Recall,
can
a
test with
Downwell,
high might? Is it rebuke
a
to get rid of things
third
like the
rebuke,
Volibears even more?
so
Is it Factory Recall to
I am
bounce? 'Cause you know,
99% sure that
Pickpocket is not gonna do the job
Is
against
it
Aurora.
Downwell?
Alan's
Is
is
it
the
Downwell? 'Cause of
first
course, yeah, that
EU
will, be able
Regionals
to
champion
kind of deal with everything. So,
in
you know, we
Riftbound.
talked about would Alan be able to play around
Alan's
this Aurora deck? Seeing the
is the
sideboard
first
now, I kind of feel like there are more tools
champions
in the
in
deck. We saw
Europe
it in the Ezreal mirror be very
Riftbound.
much about killing the seals, but there's a
We
lot
all
of
saw it here.
ways to deal with larger gear.
It
as
looks a little
well.
disgusting when Alan's is playing purple with Vex, but a win is a win. A win is a win.
If you draw it and if you find it with cold shots or stack decks, you're also trying to put it as fast under your deck as humanly possible, just because
It's not
you
pretty.
are going to dig through almost your
It is
entire
not
deck
pretty, but
anyways. You are going to find
it is still a
so
win
many
though. It is
cards
still a win.
in the process, and if the card is in hand and your opponent mind splitters it, it might be gone.
Yeah, Downwell is a card that we don't see too much of yet, but is the type of archetype of just pushing everything back to hand.
I'm like
that a lot of
99% sure
players
that
find
Alan's will
frustrating,
put Downwell
to have
in.
to play around.
Against
Just
Misfortune,
that ability
because
to just say, "No, start the
Downwell
game
will
basically
just
over again
insta-win the
in some
game.
ways.
Starting the game over again with all your units in
I
your
hope
hand
they
for
ban
the Aurora
Cold
deck
Shot.
is a nightmare.
It's a
Yeah,
nightmare,
I mean,
because you only ever want them in the deck.
or
You
they
will
could
never
just,
play those
you know,
Volibears. You can
ban
play
a
Mind
Cold
Splitters,
Shot
but then you
with
do not have a follow-up for your
Ezreal,
Mind Splitters that you are playing
so
out
you
there.
couldn't play
They're just going
Ezreal
to sit there
champion and
as
Cold Shot in the
7
same deck.
Might
That could
Vanillas.
be a
Both are
possibility.
players. They are shuffling up their decks. That was a quick and easy side deck. I would assume that these players know their siding patterns by now.
It wouldn't surprise me if these two players have played versions of their deck that they were coming into.
But both of these
this tournament.
players,
We can see Sebik's,
they
Sebik's sideboard as well. We
don't
talked
mind
about input
losing
timelines
here
early on,
because
that discarding
they have both made
lots of of cards out
tens
hand
of thousands
is
of
one
euros already
possible
with
way
their best
forward.
of. medal cards.
Another gust coming in. Just
Both of these
when you
players
think
will
that
at
your
least get
opponent might be able to
3,000
push for the
euros
next
from
turn,
the
you gust that Ravenbloom student preemptively.
from
so
the
you
prize
either
pool.
force out some interruption
They will
that is
both
already
get some
gaining might for the Ravenbloom student, so you
champion
dodge the gust,
champion
but then you
promo
got basically
cards.
2 might out of the next turn.
So
Sure.
they're both winners
Or
already.
You just
Now they're
postpone the
just
turn
playing
with
for
just 1 energy cost.
for
I think
more
that's
money.
such a
They already won a ton of money.
powerful
Now they're
play to
playing
make
for more
work
money.
If you have the foresight after
So
8 rounds yesterday of Swiss.
that's
5
why
rounds of Swiss
they
today, a
smiles on their
grueling,
faces. They know they
set
have
of
already
matches
made
today
it.
through our top 8.
And
If you
this
have
is
the
just
foresight
for
to clutch
this
the
game is
preemptive
just
Ravenbloom student,
for becoming the
you deserve
champion.
at least
Just
one
for the
hand on
title.
trophy.
The
At
title
this
of the
point,
champion.
Because that is the kind of plays that you can only dream of making if they pay off like that. It's an Aspirant's Climb game, so we're gonna slow this
It is
down.
the
and
Aspirant's
Sigil of the
Climb.
Storm is gonna slow it
Also,
even more.
Sigil of the Storm on Israel.
And that
I
is, we have been
think
talking about
this,
LNCQ aura farming
I
for
mean,
the entirety of
from the
tournament, right?
battlefields, this should be
In the last game,
insanely
Sebeki was
favored for
emoting
Misfortune.
heavily on him when they had the
But
Mobilize and the Catalyst of Eons, and then the Dazzling Aurora was
there
having to play
is
it. Mobilize,
the
he
downwell.
is hyping it up again.
There
He's
is the
blowing the horn
downwell,
that gets
so
another rune,
no
but it
matter if
wasn't enough in
we're
the
going to
last
12
game.
points,
LNCQ
does it
was
matter
just
if all of your units
Thought
and
you
your
were gonna
gear
say
get
that
recalled?
LNZQ was aura farming, and he's about to take down Aurora on the way. It's kind of Aurora farming in the way out of this one. There's the Ezreal.
Yeah, the Ezreal just
will
gets slammed
play
down.
it early.
And
Shift in hand. Put that in a bit. You know,
that's
we'll
a
get
draw
it back.
too.
I love discarding
At least no seal yet. At least no seal.
And you draw a Fizz, and you drew the Watcher.
Yeah.
So the only thing that you're kind of regretting with the Watcher being in hand, I guess one problem with that is if
It
your
could be
opponent
fun to
does
play
manage
a
find
red
the
purple
catalyst,
with
there's
Vex.
a stacked deck. If
For
there is a
example,
catalyst within the hand or these
oh
cards,
no,
then you're in a
guys.
little bit of trouble because
What
it's
about
Aurora next
Draven?
turn, and we know
Oh
the likelihood.
no.
The numbers are 3 chances at a Mind Splitter
Oh
to ditch
no, I can already
that
feel the
Thousand
Dravens
Tails
playing
Watcher
Vex.
If you are, okay.
Oh no.
Wait a second.
Hang
No,
on.
That is an
please,
interesting hand to
please.
look
No,
at
no
because, of
Vex
course, invert
Dravens,
timelines is great
please.
to also find your own Dazzling Aurora, but there is not yet one in hand, so we do not see
Alans,
the Sebeki
what have you
classic
done?
of Mobilize into
This is
Catalyst of
all
Eons into
Alans'
Dazzling
fault.
Aurora.
This is all Alans' fault.
Does that mean
If we get
that you have to play
Vex
the Mind Splitter
Dravens,
out on the curve
we can
that you're
all
on,
point and
or is it
blame
you
Alans.
stack deck, which is what Sebi has taken. Do you stack deck and just go, I'm going to draw, 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 I'm going to look
There
for
is
the
another
Aurora.
Mobilize
Please
in
show me
the
Aurora.
hand
I think that
of
might
Misfortune.
actually be an angle for an invert timelines now. We know that LNZQ has already drawn
a stack
so
deck,
many
so we
cards
are
there. I think
hunting
this is another
for
moment
the
where you can
Aurora.
try to find a Dazzling Aurora. You put the Volibear Impose
Didn't see
to the
what
bottom
they
of the
got,
deck. What would be nice is actually to
unfortunately.
discard a Mind Splitter, because then you can play a little
You can
bit
bring it
more
back
with your last
later
rights.
with a last rights. That is an interesting line. That is definitely something
Got another
to
Mobilize.
consider through this.
So they are ramping.
Sebi's
They are ramping,
with
but
it as well.
I
on
don't
the
think they
horn
still have
going
an
through.
Aurora,
I mean, he's
Aurora
just
in
having
hand,
fun here.
so
I mean, already has secured best of Misfortune.
gonna be pretty hard to
in the
win
grand
without
final.
Aurora.
Secured qualification to
Vex
the
in Miracle
regional
Draven.
championships
Oh
later in the
no,
year, but still has the
please.
opportunity to bounce back in this one.
Please.
Look to even up the score
Don't
to
do
1-1.
this.
And I'm gonna add, when you're in the finals of the regional qualifier here in Bologna, and you're playing an Aurora deck, you can really just enjoy this finals, right? You try to get some of the runes, you find the Aurora, and then you let fate decide what happens with your
I'm pretty
deck.
sure the
Now,
Misfortune already
in the
knows that
Aspirants Climb, a Ravenbloom
they are not
is
favored in this
played
matchup,
next
so
to
they're
the
just having
Ezreal,
fun.
so
They're just playing for the love of the
LNZQ
game.
is trying to
Still
prevent
no
a
Aurora.
possible Misfortune.
Still no
that is
Aurora. They
pushing
have the one of
accelerated instead of just
inverted
putting it into the
timelines.
base, possibly losing the Ezreal
They also
from the
have the
Misfortune,
Mind
and then
Splitter they could
pushing
play from hand,
the
and they choose to play the Mind Splitter.
Ravenbloom student into the Sigil, which you don't want to do anyways. That is an
They-
on-curve Mind Splitter. You're spot on with that. And now there's plenty of cards to choose from. Double Fizz, of course.
They
it's a
could
card that you
throw
like
away
to
the
take away.
Watcher,
But I think in this
could throw
scenario,
away the
you would
cold
rather
shot,
prefer
but
to
then
go
the cold shot
for
can
the
be
good old
played from
Thousand
Fizz
Tails Watcher, just
anyways.
to add to think some turns ahead. However, in this scenario, we're
So
taking
they
away
throw away
one
the
of
Fizz.
the two Fizzes. Fizz
That makes sense.
identified
That
as
makes sense.
probably one of the most flexible, one of the best cards of the Ezreal strategy. I would have seen an argument that could
gonna be
made
problematic
for
later on, but the Fizz is problematic right now.
Yeah, because LNZQ is kind of unit flooded at this point, right?
Right.
LNZQ does have a lot of units,
so. But I mean, you're gonna find your utility, taking away the Fizz, keeping.
It might be done, guys.
Yes.
Might be a 2-0 for the Ezreal.
If it goes to the trash,
we had one victor in the top 4. I'm proud of that victor.
That is never not
the rest of top 8 was only purple.
It's not as satisfying.
Probably 95% of top 64 was purple too.
Afterwards, every second time
which is a little unfortunate.
That is going to feel massive, because you know how much value you're generating, how much ramp
Alan's
you're getting.
starting to look through their deck, starting to play those cold shots.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what it looked like as we got a quick glimpse.
Victor true MVP. True. Stack deck.
Drawing cards is balanced.
Gets played.
it's getting you where you want to be.
Could play another stack deck, or just play the cold shot. You have Ezreal on board. Your cold shot is insanely cheap, and cold shot is insanely broken. So, obviously, takes the cold shot.
Yeah, the hand should be really tailored for LNZQ.
Do they instantly just play cold shot again? They play another seal,
The Seal of Discord is being played.
and they play a Fizz.
Where we go with this? Is it the Arcane Shift or do you
From the
just,
Fizz,
no, we take that
do
back.
they now play
so we
a
have
stack
the
deck?
stack deck.
Okay, so they just play the stack deck instantly
Okay,
from
so
the Fizz.
was it still? Oh, so we're just stack deck didn't go to the trash. We're just
They
gonna do it,
take the downwell and the game is over.
I think he
Taken to
found
hand?
the downwell, and will the
G.
downwell go down
G.
well? Because there is going to be invert
This is the
so many
finals.
lines, there's so many different options.
But that invert timelines as
Wasn't
well, if you
really
get rid of it.
that
At
crazy.
this point, like downwell, this might be too early. Surely, Alan, like again, we talk about
The
if we don't know that
semi-finals
specifically
where
they
Miss
practiced
Fortune
it.
and Victor played, that was like the, I think the best match from the top 8, I would say.
In this matchup, do I have to worry about this? Is this a moment where Sebi
That was
says,
like the
okay,
David versus
we're not
Goliath.
roaring so much this game, I'm
Victor
just
versus
going
Miss Fortune.
to break your hand. And look, these aren't even cards
But with the
that
downwell
are
in hand,
that
Alan
influential.
should
You've got an
have this
unyielding
game,
spirit, like, kind of frustrating
except
to get rid of. Okay, bullet time is a little bit frustrating to get rid of, but is the upside there?
You're at 8
the
runes,
inverted
right? So you definitely
timelines
want
gets
to guarantee
played.
that you have the chance to get into the dazzling aurora
If the
at
inverted
the end
timelines
of-
gets played,
or at the
then
next
maybe
turn. So what you can do
they
is invert
could,
timelines. You're gonna
you
be
know,
at 7
discard the
after
time
paying
well.
the power cost,
I mean,
of course. But you
not
could
time well.
also just hide
Down
the
well
fight of light first.
with
but
the
if you're
inverted
doing that
timelines
into invert
and
timelines, next turn you're not going to be able to play dazzling aurora if you draw it.
do you still play your hook
You
for your
might-
deck list?
I don't know.
No,
if you
I'm
have another
cooking some.
mobilize, you might find Catalyst of Aeons.
Okay,
There's
the
so many
inverted
cards that can
timelines
get
gets
you
played,
those
so now
runes back,
Alan
and now
has
Alan's
to
EQ
throw
is
away
like,
the
bro, I
downwell,
just tailored this hand for
which is
minutes.
pretty
I've been
good
working
for
so
the
hard on this hand. Why are you taking all
for
of
the
those
Miss
cards
Fortune
away from me?
actually.
I'm losing 2 cards effectively, plus
But
I'm
no,
just
I'm
gonna
I'm
randomize
cooking
hand.
a
Oh,
different
yucks.
kind of hook
Looked like
diaries
at
for
least the
now.
rebuke came off the top. Sebi's just
For
gonna
France,
kill
I'm
from
going
top.
for the
Doesn't even need to make them
metal
yet.
diaries
It's like,
from
there'll be something
France.
in here.
That's my
Stack
plan.
deck to refill, hard bargain on the back end
Now,
as well.
did
maybe to even
they find
prevent
an Aurora?
Alan from refilling the hand
The downwell
as
is
well.
gone now.
That
So that
is
They play
with the inverted
Catalyst
timelines done,
and
so 4
ramp
energy
2
for the
runes.
Catalyst will be able to ramp back up. So hard bargain not an option on the next turn, but I think the ramp is more important at that point. With a stack deck as well, we'll go for it. Looking, surely
What
there's
will
an
they
Aurora now.
find
We've seen a lot of cards
from
coming
the stack
from
deck?
Sebi's deck.
Oh, actually
Another
still does
bullet
not find
time.
one. That is absolutely crazy.
Chooses
I
to
wasn't even
take
going to
the
say
fight or
you
flight.
might want to not
Still
use the
no,
stack deck this
still
turn.
no
You're going
Aurora.
up to 10 runes next turn, so
Yeah.
it's still going to be able to
And
Aurora.
Able to 1 plus Aurora,
this is
yeah.
a
If you're
tail
one
all
Mind
this
Splitting
time.
now, after you
You're
have
playing
added one
Aurora,
Dazzling Aurora, but that is not even
and the Aurora
case.
is in the
You're
bottom
down
of
to
your deck,
so
and you're
little
sad.
cards in hand. You're
And you're sad. And even the stream froze.
desperately
Because
fighting or fighting for
that's
your
how sad
life
it
to
is.
find your win condition, but sometimes it's just avoiding you.
And we're low on points for this moment in the game, so that is one thing that both
True.
players will be taking
Alan's
into
Q
account. Alan's are saying,
is
okay, I'm
pretty
at 2,
low
I
on
know my
points,
opponent's
so
only on 1, hasn't
that's
found the
one thing we
Auroras.
got going on for the
Unfortunately
Misfortune.
me, my,
The Vex
downwell
is in the
out
hand.
of
They
commission
have
for
a
this
ton of
round.
gear
I'm trying to think
removal. They have
if
2
there's any way
rebukes.
to get it back, I guess.
Alan's Q has
potentially-
If your last
I
right.
was gonna say, can you
everything
last rights and
they
then
need,
just, like,
basically.
get through your deck again.
Yeah, no, that's a tough.
That's a
tough ask.
long road.
Alan's
to the
Q does have
downwell.
everything
Just
they
developing
could
a
want
Vex
and
on board. We
need.
have seen what Vex does to big boards in the last
So
game, and that is merely a mind splitter. But now
they
is
can
it time
just
for
take
the
it slow
top deck
here.
of the
They
ages.
don't even
Oh,
bother
it's another invert
taking the
timeline.
points.
Another invert timeline.
They know
Oh,
that
and a
the
volley bear in hand. Oh,
Misfortune
yeah, the invert
Legend
timelines.
gives
So
ganking,
suddenly you're not
so no
not
reason to
sad
sacrifice
about
any units
having the volley bear in hand
on the
because you
Sigil
know
of the
you'll
Storm.
be able to come back. Is this Misfortune from the Chosen Champion Zone potentially as an option
And
of what to do at this stage, looking at knowing what's in hand?
At this point, Misfortune is just playing for the
Trying to
love
just
of the
keep
game.
some tempo on the game, trying to just
Playing
make sure
for
that
the
you are
love of the game.
progressing your game plan
Another
as you go, and
inverted
yes, it
timelines
is
is in
Sebi
the hand
will
of
think about it for a
Misfortune.
second. Hasn't been paid for, so we're not
Almost
yet
plays
at
the Misfortune
resolution of that.
champion, but takes it back.
No, we're keeping this card in the champion.
Think
zone
I mean,
for a
right
second,
now,
yeah. I mean, there is. How many
Misfortune
things
could
is there
look
do
to
with invert timelines on the other
meal
cards that you have
Alan,
in
which
your
would be
hand? You
pretty
can just
funny.
press it again, but at
With
this
all of
point,
these inverted
you're just
timelines
giving
and
Alan's
stuff.
EQ cards if you use this card. However, you also need to find your win condition. You
Do we
don't
get
want to
some
fight any more
viewer
ramp. At some
League of
point, there
Legends
have to
games
be
after this?
Some of those win conditions. I think even if you're deramping again next turn, you're gonna be a dazzling Aurora time.
I was thinking I could play
a last rights. You don't have them on
Mugenics
hand.
for
You're
an
only
hour or
using
two
Fight or Flight and Hard Bargain. Those are
after
valuable
this.
cards, yes, but you need to get Kraken.
Some Mugenics gameplay.
4 runes up, so Sebi does have options, Hard Bargain and a Fight or Flight from hand. We know there's one hidden on the battlefield as well, alongside the Mind Splitter.
Recall gets
Alan
drawn.
has stacked his units as if he's equipping
Alan's.
Just creating
Do
one
they have the
big
Fizz
unit,
or no? Because
the Voltron effect.
recall is insane with the Fizz.
To
They could
conquer
also
them all.
recall the
Yeah,
Ezreal
to be fair,
and
these
get
board
to
states
draw.
do get quite wide,
Yes.
and Alan, of all players, I think, has played extremely clean
Or we slay the
this
Spire.
entire tournament and finds himself with one hand on the trophy at
Yeah.
this point.
I
One
could go
win
for
already in this best of
round
3.
of Ascension
So, you know,
20 Slay the Spire. That
I'm
is
gonna
true.
give
That is true.
a massive
Okay, I'll
amount
play.
of,
Play.
benefit of the doubt
I mean,
to
play.
however you
I
wanna
will
stack
play
your board.
one
To
one
play
run
with
of
Alan's
Slay the
Caliber.
Spire after this.
Absolutely. I mean, you have double rebuke in hand now.
I'll do that.
Honestly,
I'll do that.
if those would get ripped by the
I need to
invert
beat the
timelines,
Ascension
this
20
might be
before Slay the
massive
Spire 2
for
comes
CBQ.
out.
Score a point, retreat, get the Fizz back.
Alright,
So,
now do we have
I need to start grinding.
already? I
The
mean, we
retreat
have
gets
a
played.
Vex turn possibly. There can still be fight or flight.
And the thing is, a lot of cards got
And
discarded
it's
earlier, so
used-
trying to recall what was in
What
the
was it
trash.
used
There's
on?
obviously Arcane
I was
Shift if you
looking at the
wanna,
chat.
Look at
What was the
picking
retreat
back,
used on?
eventually like a Fizz or something like that. And again, keep in mind, the Vex, if it goes into combat, suddenly changes
It was
the game when
used
it
on
comes
Fizz, I think.
to
Now the Fizz
amount
gets
of
played.
spells that Alan is gonna
What
be able to
do they play from the
Fizz is
Fizz?
being
Obviously,
played
it's the
and you're
cold
going
shot
to get
for
a
only
repeated cold shot.
one
So
power,
looking
and the
for
power was
options to
played with
come
the
from
seal.
the top of the deck. There's a Mind Splitter.
There is a Mind Splitter here, but do they have enough energy? I don't think they have enough energy. So next turn, Misfortune could look to play the inverted timelines, and it would be huge value right now if the inverted timelines was being played next turn.
Even further beyond. Now,
Imagine
double
if the Misfortune
seals is
plays inverted
exhausted.
timelines,
You have used
equips last
some of
right,
your cards already this
recycles
turn. You have
inverted
scored a point.
timelines back
Do
into
you
the
feel
deck,
ready to combat the
then
Mind Splitter
plays
this
more
turn, or do you say,
inverted
"We're in
timelines
Aspirant's climb
until
anyways,
Ezreal decks
I'm just
out.
gonna let you hold here"?